Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
And this week, we are talking about a classic. At least in my opinion, we're talking about, The Phantom Menace, which is, the first of the prequel era films. And so, this is our first movie for the show.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't talked about a movie on the show.
No, we haven't.
We've talked about shows on the show, but we haven't talked about a movie. Because no new movies have come out while we've had the show on the air.
Surprisingly.
And then like a bunch of new shows have,
Mm-hmm.
but like also no High Republic movies have come out yet. Although if the Acolyte as a show turns out well, I'm hoping we'll get some movies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so first movie on the show. Normally, before we get into things, we like to talk about what we've been up to this week. I'll let you start while I get some stuff.
So, earlier I said that I had a moment that happens in the South.
Oh yeah, you told me you had like definitely a Southerner moment.
Yeah. So yesterday I got hungry.
As one does.
And as you know, I order food from Domino's a lot. So I go and I order one of the things I like to eat from there. And I usually get like a 2-liter like root beer or something with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go, I do that, I place my order in, order comes. The lady shows up to the door, knocks on it, I get my food and I'm like, hey, there's no drink here, do you mind going? And she's like, oh yeah, I can go back to the store real quick and grab it for you since it's not that far away.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what, a 5-minute drive?
Yeah, it's not that far.
Yeah. And so I'm like, all right, cool. And I take my food inside and I wait for like 15, 20 minutes. I'm like, huh, that's odd. They should be back by now.
Yeah.
So I go outside because the entire time for that like 15 to 20 minutes, for some reason their car has been in my driveway. And I go and I look outside and there are 2 horses running back and forth across the street and in and out of my neighbor's yard.
And it's just like been blocking them from
and
leaving?
It's been blocking them from... And there are like 12 people out there trying to corral these horses so that they can go and get out. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I just go back inside.
It's the fact you just accept this as making sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
Later on, she comes back, I get my drink, and she's like, yeah, I didn't know what to do about that.
To be fair, I don't think most people would.
And she's like, yeah, I called my boss. And I was like, hey, you might not believe me about this, but there's fucking horses in the road.
There's some horses out here.
Yeah. I'm like, this makes sense. Been continuing my like Fallout journey, going through Nuka World. It's okay. Like,
You don't like Nuka World? It's okay. You already played what a lot of people consider to be the best DLC anyways. You've already done it. Most people consider Far Harbor as the best DLC. Out of all Fallout games, not just 4. So you've already like done what most people consider like the best content. I remember Nuka World not being too popular anyways. Like,
because of the frame up for it, it's like, here are these 3 raider gangs. Figure out what the fuck to do with them. And it's like, I don't care.
Because, like, really the excitement, I think, for something like Nuka World should just be the concept of, oh, an abandoned amusement park for... But no, they immediately go back into old stuff of focusing on the game, like all the stuff that Fallout here. This should be, let's make fun of corporations and their theme parks and stuff, because that's the fun part. The fact that they made a theme park about a soda. That should be...
Made a theme
yeah, if Coca-Cola made a theme park, which Coca-Cola, I mean... And like the free tours and all that is there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in the U.S. who are kids that live near enough to like the Atlanta area have gone to the Coca-Cola factory at some point, because it's just a big thing that, like,
Yeah. Like,
and they give you like the free Coke or whatever at the end, and then yeah, I mean, that's their like that's the closest we'll get to that. Although, I guess actually the closest we'll get to a Nuka World is actually has nothing to do with soda. It's Hershey Park.
mm,
It's a theme park
hmm
that is somehow based around Hershey chocolate, but really has I've been to it. It has nothing to do with Hershey chocolate other than the fact that you can find the like you can buy the chocolate
Yeah.
at a lot of the stalls. Like it has like there's nothing branding it as specifically like if Hershey Park were to somehow get acquired by somebody not Hershey, it would be a very easy transition to just turn it into whatever theme park they want.
hmm
They have some good roller coasters though. I'll give them that.
all right.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm going through and I'm like, man, I clear out an area and I'm like, fine, I guess. It was fun to go through the area and like look at
Yeah.
it, but I don't really give a shit about what these raider gangs are doing because that's not something I care for.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I've been killing so many of you motherfuckers in the Commonwealth. Why did you allow me to show up here?
Yeah, if this was gonna be a problem for y'all, why'd you let me get here?
I'm like, I know the previous overboss was like an idiot who liked to show off, and that this guy helped me, but like, why? Why are they're like, just divvy up the park to us in certain amounts and everything's all good? And I'm like, I cannot wait for where I get to kill all of you fuckers.
Yeah. Although
There are other fun side quests.
yeah, there's
but
fun
no-
stuff within it, but it's just you have to get past the main part, and it's just
Yeah.
like the main part's the most boring part of it.
Yeah, the main like, go deal with these 3 raider gangs, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to look at them.
Yeah.
But everything else so far has been pretty fun, with the exception of that.
Yeah.
I got one of the unique guns, little Western revolver, because why not? The little robot that gave it to me was like, and now we're gonna have a fun little shootout in the street, and I'm like, all right, that's cool. And I immediately blew off his arm. And I'm like, you know, gunslinger perk, maxed out, better criticals. I should have seen this coming.
I 100%ed Baldur's Gate 3 again. Woo! So now I have it 100%ed on GOG and on PlayStation 5.
I saw you with your I don't need it.
Yeah, well, so I've been planning that video for a long... Okay, context. So, Larian released has announced, and I guess it's not really released because it's still on pre-orders, the physical edition of Baldur's Gate 3, and it's like a physical deluxe, so it's the only way you can get it is the physical deluxe. You get all these like physical things that come with it, so booklets and all that cool stuff. It comes out to $79.99 before shipping.
Mm-hmm.
Then the shipping is $20. But also Larian is not a US based company, so you have to consider that. Like they only I think they have I think the one that's closest to us is Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
So even then you got to worry about shipping costs because even Canada to US it's not cheap.
Yeah.
So I and plus I'm buying directly from Larian. It's not like a third party situation where like Larian, I don't know, posted on Amazon and then I'm paying Amazon and then no, money goes directly to Larian. I'm fine with that. I actually want to get the Divinity Original Sin board game because they got a board game, and it comes with some minis and stuff that I thought so where you basically play Divinity 2 the video game but as a board game. So that'll be fun. But anyways, so for a while after I bought it, because I already bought it before I did this video, and I made sure to hide the date, by the way, on that video. I hid any important info about like my address and the date I bought it because I showed the receipt of me buying it, so I had to hide that stuff in it. But after I bought it, I immediately had the idea of I have bought this game 3 times now. And so I immediately thought of the SpongeBob, I don't need it, with the water.
Yeah.
And I was like, that would be a funny TikTok of me just showing that I bought this 3 times.
Yeah.
And so I had that idea, and then I was like, what would make it better, though, is if I had beaten it twice and then bought the game a 3rd time. And I think that would sell the joke even more.
Oh, no.
And I think it does. Does it sell the joke? Like, in your opinion, does that sell the joke more?
You are wise. You've got enough.
So
It's like me and guns and D&D games. You need to stop.
to be fair, this is just so it can be on the shelf at this point, because I already have Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 up there. I have Icewind Dale 1 and 2 up there, although 2 I had to get separately because there was no enhanced edition of 2. We kind of talked about that, but we didn't go entirely into that story because we kind of drifted when we were talking about it. Got Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2 up there. Got Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 up there. I'm missing 1. And then I've got the most recent Dark Alliance up there, which is the one that not as many people like, but it's the one.
Oh, the one that's a beat 'em up.
Well, even okay. In the defense of that game.
No, I like it.
In the defense of that game, though, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's not an RPG. How is it a D&D game?" None of the Dark Alliance games are RPGs. All of the Dark Alliance games, including the original Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance and Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, which are the only other Dark Alliance games besides this new one, are not RPGs. They are hack and slash games, which is what the new one is. I'd call it a hack and slash more than a beat 'em up. It's a hack and slash, really.
Yeah, that would be slightly more accurate.
And so they've always been hack and slashes. I will say the newest one has its problems.
Mhm.
It's not the.
It's a little janky because I remember me, Ethan, and Tyler playing it.
It's gotten better because it had some upgrade. It's had some updates. It's still a little janky, but also it was a first-time studio, which I think that might have been the worst choice about. Like, I think they've done like maybe one other game before doing Dark Alliance, and so that like, and I remember them promising so many things when that game came out too. They were like, "We got like this whole season pass expansion stuff
You
planned."
talked big and you failed to deliver.
Well, they did it eventually.
Yeah,
But they
you
didn't
should
do-
start. with
But they
that.
didn't. But they didn't do it like they had a roadmap,
Mhm.
and they were like, "This is when we're gonna release these things." And then I remember, I think I told you I did this.
Mm.
I know I told Alex I did this because Alex and I used to play it a little bit, and I told him I remember distinctly going and starting to email that company and be like, like holding them accountable. I was like, "Hey, y'all said that this should be now, and I already paid the deluxe thing. I have like the steel case version, like mainly because I still wanted to support the game because I it's the fandom I enjoy. So it was less to like it's less of a lot of those and like whenever people say don't pre-purchase. This was a case of I wanted it to succeed but it just didn't meet expectations. It's still I think it's still a fun game, but you have to you have to realize I think there's a couple things you have to realize that it's going to be a little janky. Although I think a lot of online hack and slashers are always going to be. Because the original 2 are not online hack and slash. They are couch co-op. And their jank comes in the form of split screen, baby. And, that's where the jank there comes. Because, like, split screen can cause some jank. But, like, so they're kind of different in that regard. And then, of course, I do think the whole modern game thing of it being a gear... Because it's a looter shooter, also. It's a hack and slash looter shooter, where the whole premise is to do the dungeon and get better gear, and then do the dungeon again to get even better gear, and then go to the next dungeon and start that process all over again. And I could care less about that. I did like the story. I thought the story they were telling was good.
I remember the complaints that were had like amongst my friend group.
A lot of it
were
was
not the story. The story was
it was
fine.
usually the jank of like gameplay,
Yeah.
a little bit of the looted shooter dynamics. Because I think even today we still complain about that. But like a lot of people don't like the looter shooter mechanics, and that can very quickly become a pay to win mechanic, but thankfully, I don't remember Dark Alliance ever introducing a pay to win mechanic.
I
Thankfully,
remember another discussion. He was like putting his stats together. And I was like, so, do you know what any of these stats actually do in this game? And he is like, well, clearly dexterity increases. You're correct. However, literally everything else does not do what you would think that.
yeah,
it does.
you have to like look at what it actually
Yeah.
does before
And
you
like
do.
that's one of the things that can happen with certain games. Like for example, if you went into like Fallen Order with like assuming that it worked like Force and Destiny,
Yeah,
and I'm like, I feel also responsible for that because I introduced him to D&D and then he got that game.
I would say also like I would argue it's more similar to like getting somebody into the Soulsborne series and not explaining that luck does nothing for
Yeah.
you.
What does luck do? It increases your item drop rate. Okay, what does that mean? It means it does fuck all for your actual thing.
Because in reality, especially in Demon Souls, your item drop is programmed in. There is no increase. You can't increase your item drop. But that's what luck's supposed to do. So obviously it's a trick stat.
Yeah.
You don't put anything in luck. I think it can do other very minor things. Like I think it can like slowly increase your other stats, but like it's not worth putting any points into. At least not initially. It should be like the last thing you do if you do that. Like it should be the last one you're putting points into. And I think all the Soulsborne games have the luck stat, if
I think so.
or at least some variant.
Some variant. I think for Elden Ring they change it to Arcane, and that stacks typically with like poison and fire builds
Yeah.
for some reason.
Whereas other games you would think, oh, luck means that, I'm going to get higher rolls on something or
Yeah.
whatever. And it's like if you were to like not read it, like we're arguing with the Dark Alliance thing where you just go based on other RPGs that you've played. You go, oh, luck usually means I might get a lucky roll in the background to do something.
Or
And
like a critical shot or
Yeah.
something.
but no, that's not what it is in the Soulsborne games.
Yeah.
That's what it is in Fallout.
Yeah.
and Fallout.
Fucking walking over you with 10 luck.
I can't wait to play that.
Yeah, I know. I guess we'll start that next Tuesday.
But yeah,
I
so-
have read the starting adventure, and I actually think it's really good.
Okay, cool. The Fallout. Real quick explanation. He's doing the tabletop Fallout game soon, and this is more for a private friend thing. It's not for content, but yeah, it'll be fun. I'm playing a
far,
Mr. Handy.
Yeah, and Andrew's playing a super mutant.
Oh,
And I'm like, well, I guess...
that fits. For some reason, that fits. Drew.
I'm like, well, I guess they won't have to worry about radiation, so I don't need to worry about, an eighth of the problems.
It's not Fallout 3.
Yeah, no.
It's like, hey, we need to go through that area. Actually, Fallout 4 has the bigger one, I think. If I remember correctly, there's that big radiation area that you gotta go through in 4. That everybody...
Oh, the fucking glowing sea.
Yeah, the glowing sea, that's it.
Mm.
So this is what happens when I've been watching some YouTubers that do, goofy stuff and like Juve.
God.
Like, that's...
As a guy who's been to the glowing sea, I'm not really mad at it.
You're disappointed with it.
No, I'm...
Sorry, I had to make the joke.
I'm agitated as to how far off the map I had to go to get to the mission objective, and I didn't realize I needed to talk to the guy, so I just went in there and shot an immortal guy down to 0 health 5 times.
So the other thing I've been doing,
Oh yeah.
well, one, I'm getting ready to play some Pillars of Eternity for the first time, because Avowed is coming out,
Okay.
and that is set in the same universe. That is the next Obsidian title that's coming out. That's the one that a lot of people are comparing to Elder Scrolls and Skyrim looking,
Okay.
because it's like a first and third person fantasy sword and sorcery thing. But it's in the Pillars of Eternity universe, which is their isometric game.
All right.
And so I need to play those because they've been on my list for a while. And so this is now, we're at the prime time of playing isometric games with Baldur's Gate 3, being the king of them at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's kind of bringing new fans to isometric games, which has caused some discussion between me and some buddies, like me and Josh have talked about the idea that maybe a Pillars of Eternity 3 happens with a bigger budget, because the guy who makes Pillars of Eternity, he said he doesn't want to make a third one unless they get a bigger budget. Especially now that Baldur's Gate 3 happened. But since we've now seen the success of Baldur's Gate 3, that's more than likely going to happen. And then, so Avowed's happening. That was announced. That was being made before Baldur's Gate 3 happened. So obviously, they were like, let's kind of lean away from the isometric thing, and kind of lean into like the more like standard, like action RPG. So I think that's what they were thinking, was like, oh, people like prefer action RPGs over isometric anyway, so let's lean into that. And now we're ironically going back to, oh no, isometric is actually popular. So they're probably gonna, but I'm curious to see how Avowed turns out. People aren't too excited graphically by it, but I think it looks fine personally from what we've seen. I think the gameplay looks fine. And one of the main things they're pushing is that there is a lot of missable things in like a good way. Like you can miss things because of just freedom of exploration. There's just so much to explore that you can miss things. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. I think people, when they hear, oh, you can miss things, that sucks. No, that's
just the nature of how things work.
For a role-playing game, that is good. I think if you are building an open-world role-playing game, having things that are missable by the majority of your audience is good. Of course, game studios don't think that either. Game studios very much think, no, our players should be able to find 100% of everything, because then what's the point of us making this game? And it's like, the point is that you made such a good open-world game that there's little secrets for certain people who decide to explore it. But you should also reward people who want to explore it by having those little secrets. And then on top of that, the reason that people will want to explore your world is because it's good. And that's why you do that. Because then it creates a circle of, oh, this is a good explorative game. And then you reward them for exploring, and then they go, oh, I'll explore more. I know it's red, but our numbers, it's like such a high number at the same time that I don't know.
You know, hopefully you and I will get the chance to like sit down and do some more like co-op for Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna finish our Baldur's Gate 1 run for 1 and 2 runs before we do 3 again, I think. Because I think we'll do 1 and 2, and then what I'm thinking we'll do is we'll try to do, hopefully by then, because Larian has talked about it, but they haven't confirmed that they're working on it. Hopefully they'll do crossplay, because that would be great, and then we could get Drew in on 3. If not, the hard way to do it would be to somehow get you a PC that can actually run Baldur's Gate 3, and then have the 3 of us play that way via PC. But we'll have plenty of time to get to that point, especially because we're still early on in 1. Like, we're still only in chapter 2.
Yeah.
So, still plenty of time. The other thing I've been doing is I've been starting to read the new book that we're going to review next week for the show. Because I picked it up a couple days ago, or yesterday. Can't remember for sure which day. And I started to, I think it was a couple days ago. Yeah, Thursday. And so I started reading a little bit of it. We'll talk about what book that is at the end of the show. But I started reading a little bit of it because I didn't know how much, what the plan was regarding how I'm going to share the book with you. But I think I'll let you have it at the end of the episode and then take it home, and I'll buy a digital copy. I'll buy the Kindle copy, or Google Play, I guess, really.
So,
last thing before we switch to main topics.
There are 2 like game ideas that I've got going on in my head that I kind of want to do. One of which is save the setting in 30 days.
Yeah, we talked about that one.
And the other one that
or at least you and I have.
Yeah. The other one that I want to do is like a soft reboot of the Star Wars game that I used to run.
Yeah, because you only did the Jedi beginner box set, right? The Force and Destiny beginner box.
I had a couple of other like little adventures that I made.
But y'all didn't get that. I don't think y'all went that far, did you? I think you just did beginner box, and then
we did beginner box, and then I had to make up a bunch of bullshit.
Well, which is funny because I think the beginner box comes with at least one more adventure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's just as a PDF. You have to, because they did that.
I didn't do that.
Oh, so you skipped that.
It was like Yeah, it gave me like the teaser for it, and I was like, okay, time to make shit up.
It's like, but that's free. You can go get it for free.
Yeah. I didn't know that at the time.
Because that's what I did with Edge of the Empire. We started with the beginner box for our Edge of the Empire campaign, which you can watch on the channel. We started with the beginner box, and then we jumped straight into Long Arm of the Hutt, which is the PDF that the beginner box says, hey, this is the sequel to the beginner box. It's free. Go get it. And it even says it in the pamphlet.
Yeah. I didn't read that. So I had to come up with alternative plot lines.
Although I think it's funny that the free PDF is actually longer than the beginner box adventure. So that's kind of funny to me that you pay for the shorter adventure and then the longer adventure is free. Because, like, what? Long Arm of the Hutt was a very long adventure on the channel.
Player agency is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, Long Arm of the Hutt, though, has a lot of choices, yeah. Because you can... I mean, you don't get a lot of choices in where you're going, but in how you deal with things, there's a lot of choice.
Yeah. I remember...
Although the Act 3 was pretty short for Long Arm of the Hutt, so the beginner boxes doesn't come in acts. It's just straight up, here's the adventure, and here's the point, and then here's some fights that they can have.
So the problem that I kind of, like, have is because I want, like, for Save the World in 30 Days, the setup for, if y'all fuck up, I'm going to have to erase everything I made for Polis. And I'll do it.
It's just you also don't want to, as a DM, and I think that's the real trick.
I don't know. I might have to sacrifice like a sheep, I guess, that to work.
Anyways,
and like the good and bad news is I know what happened with Ethan and Andrew's characters. I know where they are. Ethan's character is off, like, in space, freaking the fuck out because his brother's dead. Meanwhile, Andrew is a Jedi on Coruscant who has just gone on what the Empire would consider a, like, rampage of crime. And the other players are outside of game. So that leaves me with a... Like, I can handle Ethan and Andrew, and I know kind of, like, what the problem with the other ones is and how they've been resolved. And, like, a few plotline ideas.
Yeah.
So those are the two, like, ideas that I'm conflicted about.
So, moving on.
Yeah.
We're going to go...
That's what we're actually supposed to be doing.
Well, we're going to talk about our one piece of news, which is actually we're going from some happy stuff to a little bit of a sappy. So the one piece of news this week is we lost the great Carl Weathers this week, just a couple days ago.
Yep.
At the time of this filming. And so that's, for the Star Wars community, that's Greef Karga in The Mandalorian. For a lot of other film fans, that's Apollo Creed and Rocky, and he's even directed his own stuff. So he is definitely a part of the film and Star Wars community. And so losing somebody like that is rough. My well wishes to family and friends who knew him personally. I don't think any of y'all are watching the show, but I still want to extend them. 'Cause,
rest in peace.
Yeah. I didn't look... I don't think we know exactly... I can look again. I wasn't sure if we saw exactly what happened. Let me double check. But, I mean... Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a guy... I mean, Combat Carl in Toy Story. I forgot about that. He's... and, of course, you know, he was in Predator as well, because that's Dylan. So, another classic. Yeah, currently we don't have a confirmed cause of death. They might know, but there's nothing confirmed publicly, which we aren't owed that. But yeah, he was only 70 something. Like he was still like he wasn't like up there, but you know. It's kind of weird hearing a lot of these deaths that are like in their 60s and 70s, and it feels weird because usually it's like 80s and 90s when it comes to a lot of these actors, but like lately it's been like 50s to 70s, and like Matthew Perry and like all these other people, and so like
Mm.
yeah, 76. So I mean, it's sad,
Yeah.
but
Uh,
rest in peace, Carl Weathers. You left your legacy on film and television, in my opinion.
mhm.
Back to more happier stuff. That was our only piece of news, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There was no. I looked. I was like, hopefully this isn't the only piece of news, but
Nope.
yeah, there wasn't any other real news out there for this week for Star Wars. So we're gonna jump into today's
Mhm.
topic, which is the classic of Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
I see you didn't write a script for today.
No, I figured this is very on the cuff. I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like this one we can easily do that, because you know, it's the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I think for the most. So
Came out the year I was born.
let's go ahead. I know most of our community has watched it already, but
Yeah.
just in case,
Spoiler warning for a 20-year-old movie.
just in case you're the Star Wars fan out there who hasn't watched it yet.
For some reason.
And you know what? Because that might be normal, because everybody jumps into Star Wars at different points, and I think this film is actually probably the leading argument of that, especially
5, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3.
yeah. I
2,
mean,
1, 3.
because like, you know, most people, a lot of people who grew up with Star Wars as it came out saw what we now consider 4 first. It was just called Star Wars at the time, and now it's 4.
Mhm.
And then the Phantom Menace became the new starting point for a lot of fans, which was our generation of Star Wars fans. That was my starting point, was the Phantom Menace, and then
Call me mid. Gonna be so fucking angry.
and then now we have the sequel trilogy as the next generation,
Yeah.
like the next generation start. So
Star Wars is like the Ninja Turtles. You're never getting rid of them.
yeah, and it's gonna be like a new starting point for
Yeah.
the fan base, because like similar to Ninja Turtles, you have the different shows, and like there's the 2005 show, which is a starting point for a lot of people. We had the 80s and 90s ones, and then you have the later. I mean, there's always a new show or movie for Turtles, and
Yep.
So similar with Star Wars, there's always a new trilogy. Like at some point, there is a new trilogy, which becomes the new starting point for a lot of fans, and I think we should. I personally think welcoming all fans with open arms, and of course, that means accepting the fact that maybe what you think is an obvious starting point for Star Wars is not the starting point for everyone. So yeah, that's why we put spoiler warning in this one, just in case, because the sequel fans. And you know what? Welcome to, if you are somebody who started with the sequels, welcome to our show.
Yeah.
We like the sequels. We have our opinions on certain things. I like that. You've only seen the. I say we like the sequels, but you've only seen The Force Awakens.
The 2 Star Wars films that I was able to see in theater are The Force Awakens and Episode 3.
Yeah, because you didn't even see Rogue One or Solo.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Or if I did, I forgot about it.
Yeah, and so like, I mean, you've seen them at your house.
Yeah.
So now the only ones left to still see in theaters, or to still see in general, is 8 and 9.
Yeah.
That, like, you've now seen all of them but those 2.
Which is such a fucking whack order to see movies in.
At the same time, it's at the end of the day, it's minor. But yeah, so I think this is, while we are tangentially going off a tangent already, I think this is fitting. I think this is a fitting conversation, actually, about, because the Phantom Menace is exactly that. It's a starting point.
Yeah.
And so I think this is, while it feels like a tangent, I feel like this is a topic that makes sense still at the same time. So
Chronological order, bitch.
Yeah, I'm very much a chronological order. I know a lot of people that are release order, and I don't have arguments for or against that. I think really either order works at the end of the day, because either way, because really the whole reason for, like, people make the machete cut, which is, you know, watching it 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6 is the machete order. Which machete order was made before Solo and Rogue One and the others came out. It was when it was just the original 6.
So now they have to make Machete Cut Volume 2.
Yeah, which would be 4 Solo.
Solo 4.
No, wait. Would it be 4
Rogue One.
It would be 4 Rogue One, Solo.
Solo happens before Rogue One.
No. But Machete, I know. The Machete order is so the reason for Machete Cut is that it's supposed to not spoil the spoilers before they happen. So like, in the case of 4 and in the case of the original trilogy, the big spoiler is I am your father, or Luke, I am your father. Or no, it's no, I am your father is the line. But when he reveals to Luke that Vader is daddy, right?
Okay.
That's the big reveal of the original trilogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Machete order was made with the design in mind of you watch the films, like if you're introducing the films to somebody who has never seen them before, you go in the order of that, so that you go 4, 5, the reveal happens, and then you watch Anakin's life, 1, 2, 3, and then 6.
Yep.
And you see the redemption in 6, right? That's the idea of the Machete order. So that would mean it would have to be like 4, Rogue One. But the argument is, would you watch Rogue One or Solo first? Because both...
Neither of those, if you do it solo, that doesn't have anything that involves Rogue One.
But also
But it's also a weird movie to start.
Because like 4 like people want 4 to be the start, but also then you'd have to decide, okay, well, which one happens next, Rogue One or Solo, because both are prequels to 4.
Yeah.
But have nothing to do with each other than being a prequel to 4.
Rogue One's events lead directly into 4, but it's a weird way to go about it.
I would say the new Machete order might be then, in that case, would be Rogue One, 4, Solo. Have Solo be the one that we do the jump back to, because then we've met Han in 4, and then we do the cut back. Because there's no...
And it doesn't spoil anything for 5, so it's good.
The only thing it might set up... I'm trying to think of...
It does...
It really only does set up for the sequels.
It's a standalone
It really
movie,
does.
so it doesn't really need much.
Like, it doesn't do any setting up for any of the other films, really, other than maybe some stuff of the sequel with, like, the die, like Han's little dice. Because they play, like, an emotional factor in 8. But, like, they're not, like, a story factor. They're more of a character developmental emotional factor, right? But, yeah, so, like, I guess the Machete order could just be Solo, Rogue One, 4, 5,
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, thank you for agreeing with me. It's
Yeah.
a weird way to go about it, but we got it.
But because I'm trying to figure out, like, because the whole point of the Machete Cut is that you don't spoil things, but also, like, they like the idea of doing the flashbacks with the Machete order, obviously. So, like, would you want to do a flashback for, like, Solo or Rogue One, or would you? I mean, I don't know. But I think at the end of the day, you still are spoiled on things, because even if you do that Machete order, you are now spoiled on the knowledge that Anakin will become Vader with the prequels, right? Because 1, 2, and 3 is the journey of Anakin becoming Vader. So either way, you're spoiled on something.
Yeah.
Because, like, I watched 1, 2, and 3 before I watched any of the other ones. Well, I watched 1 and 1 before I watched any of the other ones. So I had watched 4, 5, and 6 after I'd watched 1. Because VHS is back in the day. So I'd watched 4, or I'd watched 1 first. I did the thing as a kid, because, like, when you're a kid, you don't really care about the politics in 1.
No, you don't.
Or really anything else other than the lightsaber fights
Yeah.
and the pod race scene. And really, that's about it. Really, that's about it.
If you're me, you don't fucking care about the pod race scene, and it's like
See, I like the pod race scene as a
a
kid.
2.5 hour, it's almost a 2 hour build up for 5 minutes of action.
So, like, as a kid, what I would do,
Mhm.
and I remember having babysitters at this time, because I was, like, 7.
Yeah.
And so, like, I would, like, people would be watching me, and I would just put in the movie, and then fast forward, lightsaber scene, fast forward, pod race. Actually, no lightsaber scenes. No.
There are lightsabers in certain scenes, but
Yeah.
there are no duels.
So actually, no. I would watch the beginning fight, because I would watch them escape I would watch the short negotiations.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about this in the car, where I'm like, why did you fuckers do it this way?
So I would watch the short negotiations, and then I would fast forward. fight on Naboo
Yeah.
to save Padme and them. Fast forward. No, I would watch them fly away. I would watch the fight in the ships because I would watch them getting into the space battle to leave Naboo.
Yeah.
Then fast forward. Pod race.
Yep.
Fast forward.
Encounter with Maul.
Encounter with Maul. Fast forward. I can't remember what the next combat scene is, but like, yeah. So that was my thing, and then eventually like Duel Fates. Like you let Duel Fates play out.
Yep.
You can't interrupt it, even if it's the parts where it's the lull in Duel Fates. Nope, you watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, but now I appreciate those scenes
Yeah.
more. Like I was 7.
Also,
I also kept the Jar Jar scenes on because I actually like Jar Jar.
I am still indifferent to that man to this day, even as a child.
Now I think this isn't the best of Jar Jar. I think we get like I get the premise. Like obviously, there's also problematic parts about Jar Jar about like the whole that it's a little bit of racism towards the mannerisms of Jar Jar and the way he talks and that
The SA at the end of every other word.
yeah, it's meant.
It is like
Yeah, it
is dangerously close.
and of course Watto also has similar implications to racism in a different direction of like Jewish descent.
Oh.
Yeah. There's stuff with like his nose and his greed, and that's just like,
That's weird, bug man.
yeah. And then of course, I mean, there's problems with the Phantom Menace looking back, and the Nemoidians with their obviously Asian accents that are, yeah, things that as a kid you don't realize, and then you're like, especially when somebody else brings them up, and you're like, oh, that is there.
Maybe it's because I was introduced to Jackie Chan first films, so I was like,
You were like, this is normal.
sometimes people just talk like that.
Yeah, but it becomes weird when you realize like,
I never, for some reason, even to this day, until just now, I never made that connection. I was like, these guys are kind of weird. Also, they tried to blow up a ship like in 10 minutes.
yeah. Is the captain a kid?
I'm not sure.
Because that is my question to this day regarding, and I don't know if I still have the Phantom Menace visual dictionary. I used to have I had the visual dictionary for a while. I might have it somewhere. But it does. I don't think it explains that kid, or the captain of the Republic ship that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan come in on, because that blows up in the first 10 minutes, and of course. Another thing I'll bring up about this film, it's so fucking quotable to this. Like, if you've watched it once, you know like half of the lines in this movie. Does it make the writing good? Here and there.
It makes it memorable.
It makes it memorable.
Oh, there are 2 of them.
But yeah, like one of the lines I always remember is the Captain, look, shields up.
Whoops.
And it's too late.
Too late.
Already blown up. But yeah, like, I always thought, like, I think that captain is a kid, but, like, also he's a captain, and we never see in Star Wars other children that are, like, in charge of ships, except for in the High Republic now. But
maybe that's why. This fucking kid got blown away on this diplomatic mission. They were like, never again will we allow this.
because, like, in the High Republic we see it now, because
Yeah.
we've got, like, oh, I forgot her name now. The vessel.
So she hangs out.
Anyways, like, we have her. And then we've got, like, also in Young Jedi Adventures, we also have, what's her name as well? Which that show is canon. So we've got that kid as well, who pilots our main characters to all of their missions. And also asks them to cheat in races. In boat races, rather.
We're not gonna cheat.
We're not going to cheat, we're Jedi. We've watched that episode, so we can talk about that
Yeah,
one.
why did you ask us to cheat? We're not going to.
And then other kid thinks, y'all are cheating. It's like, no, we're Jedi, we don't cheat.
Meanwhile,
That's why I was cheating. I thought y'all were cheating.
Meanwhile, Qui-Gon Jinn over here cheating throughout the entire movie. He spams that.
That's the real reason why he couldn't be on the council. It's because everybody knows he cheats at his gambling.
Yeah.
He
Truly, the gravest crime in Star Wars, cheating at gambling.
That's why he couldn't be on the council. Realistically, all the council members were like, he would owe us money if we could prove he was cheating, but he keeps cheating, so we owe him money. We obviously can't let this man on the council.
A really devastating moment in the movie that's also somewhat funny. If you just accept.
Are you about to talk about the scene you were talking to me about earlier?
Yes and no. It's
okay.
Related to that.
Okay.
So a little bit of build up, because these scenes happen very close together.
Yeah, I would say this film is actually I will say one of the best part, other than the I'd say other than the memorability of the lines in this film, the other best part is the pacing.
Yeah, it's paced really well. However, the brutal moment of Qui-Gon being like, "I didn't come here to free slaves, you know," and it's like, damn. Like, we know why he's there.
Yeah.
And he should.
But also, optimistic Anakin at this time is very much like, oh, you're obviously here to free slaves because you're a Jedi and that's the right thing to do. And Qui-Gon's like, unfortunately,
no.
He's like Qui-Gon's like, I wish, but that is not why we're here.
Yeah. And then, the conversation with Padme being like, you guys are slaves?
Yeah, because earlier, when they first meet.
And Anakin goes, and he says this in, the most aggressive manner, and I love that he does this. I am a person, and my name is Anakin.
We get why that line is there.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it's spoken.
It's said so aggressively.
But in,
you should swear at the end of that.
Yeah. And, honestly, Jake Lloyd is really good in this film.
Yeah.
That's another thing that kind of sucks, is that this film destroyed Jake Lloyd on a personal level to the point that he does not want to act ever again. He went through a really rough period where, drugs and all that. All because of people bullying him. And unfortunately, we still see that in Star Wars community.
Yeah.
To the point where certain actors don't have social media accounts because of it, like looking at you, Daisy Ridley, and we love you, and it sucks that you don't want to interact with the community because of that shit.
You did your job to the best of your ability. I'm sorry that people were jerks to you for no real reason.
Same thing also with Kelly Marie Tran, who is in The Last Jedi. She plays Rose.
Okay.
Yeah, and so a lot of racism on top of the commenting on her acting. And it's just like, why people? Well, I know why. It's a bad answer, but I know why. It's an answer that should not be an excuse for this behavior, but it is the answer. But so I love this film. I love it a lot. It's definitely.
It's funny in how heart-wrenchingly brutal it actually is if you stop to think about the stuff that goes on in this movie.
Well, because we've already talked about the book that's from Pat May's perspective of all this going down. Queen's I forget which of the Queen's trilogy it is all of a sudden. Queen's Peril.
Yeah.
Which is basically war crimes are going on back on Naboo.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about some torture, some war crimes. There's a reason why C.O. Bibble is calling them frantically going,
fucking help.
Yeah.
It's bad over here.
I think another interesting thing that George didn't play into with this film, which he could have easily done, is the trope of the traitorous advisor. Because, C.O. Bibble could have easily been, a traitor. And, that could have been a storyline in this film. But George didn't go that way, so I think it's interesting that's... Because, the first time watching as a kid, you might be thinking, oh my god, this guy is a traitor. You're going with the Jedi's instincts of, it's a trap. Don't trust this guy. But, also, it turns out that's not the case.
It's not true at all.
Yeah.
He's just, genuinely concerned.
Yeah. And Queen's Peril adds a little bit more nuance to, what's going on where, C.O. Bibble and them are having to find ways to get these communications off world, but also the Trade Federation is letting it happen at the same time because like they while it's not intentionally a trap on C.O. Bibble's part, the Trade Federation are letting it happen so that way it can be a trap because I mean, we learn at the beginning of the movie. They turn off all communication from the planet to and from the planet. So obviously, how did this transmission get out if not a trap?
Yeah.
And so like and that's why Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's instincts are half right in this scenario. Other great moments are just Darth Maul.
Yeah.
The man does not say a lot. He's got 2 whole lines in this movie. Because Ray Parks is not really well, he doesn't even say the lines in this film. I think it was another actor that read the lines. Ray Park just did the physicality and the stunt work. And so the man tends to go to very silent characters that do stunts. I mean, the next big role that I can immediately think of was when he was in the G.I. Joe films as Snake Eyes.
Ah, cool.
But not the new Snake Eyes film, but the 2 G.I. Joe films before that film came out. Because there were because the new Snake Eyes film was like, no, let's make it clear that Snake Eyes is of Asian descent. Whereas the G.I. Joe films were like, yes, he's of Asian descent, but we're going to have him played by a white man inside the costume. Or a Scot, because I think Ray Park is Scottish. Anyways. Yeah, we're going back to the Highlander discussion.
No, I was remembering, I think he also plays Toad, and I was thinking...
Yeah, he does play Toad. Yeah. He is Toad.
Do you know what happens when a Toad
which is also a character that does not have... I don't think he has any lines in that film either.
Nah, he doesn't. Storm's setting up like the joke, and he's just no-selling it. He didn't no-sell that lightning, though.
Yeah. You know what, though? It works as a really great anti-joke, actually. Like, there's very few good anti-jokes out there, but I think that one is a very good one. But yeah, like this, going back to the Phantom Menace, I think everybody did so well in this. Like, everybody did what they could. Early career of Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
Early career of Keira Knightley. Kind of early career of Ewan McGregor. I think he had already done Trainspotting by this point. But
it's a movie I've not watched, so
yeah, it's not completely for the faint of heart. It's a film about drug life.
Ah, okay.
And heroin. And there's a scene with a baby and a toilet, and it's all like super psychedelic shit. And it's like, yeah.
What?
Yeah. I haven't seen the sequel, though. They made a sequel. Much later. But yeah, it's still early in Ewan McGregor's career. He had done a couple big things, though, before then, because Trainspotting was recognized as a really good film.
Yeah.
I think it was nominated for some stuff.
Ewan McGregor is... I'm glad they took this, because now we have a very iconic
I'd say...
Obi-Wan
yeah, I was going to say, Ewan really... Like, this film, he's not... He does... It's kind of weird, because in this film, he's, like, really only in half of it.
Yeah.
Because once you get to Tatooine, there's almost no Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, like, kind of throughout the week. I was like, what characters are, like, proactive throughout the story? I'm like, Padme is proactive, and Qui-Gon Jinn is proactive.
Yep.
The rest of the cast are reactive.
Yeah, everything else is happening to them.
With the exception of Maul and Sidious.
But that's because they're the antagonists, so and you want your antagonist...
They have to be.
Yeah, your antagonist should be proactive.
Yeah.
So should...
And then after dispatching Maul, Sidious, Palpatine, a.k.a. the Emperor, is reactive after that, because he's like, I don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, because, I'd say once they get to Coruscant, it becomes reactive. Because from that point, it's basically Palpatine's plan is just coming to fruition. We were talking about this earlier. Like, Palpatine is playing chess, and he's, like, already putting all his pieces, like, he already is, like, disposing of pawns that are unnecessary for the overall plan. And he's like, oh no, my pawns.
Oh, how crazy.
Yeah, how crazy that Gunray gets arrested. Oh, well.
Oh, no.
What will I do?
Meanwhile, oh thank fucking god, I didn't need that motherfucker.
Same thing with Maul. Like he's
Yeah.
like, we've already discussed this because Tales of the Jedi confirms it. He was already working on replacing Maul.
Yeah.
Like Dooku wasn't quite there. Like Dooku wasn't officially his apprentice yet. That's not until, spoilers for Tales of the Jedi, Dooku kills Yaddle.
Yeah.
But like he was already working for he was already doing stuff for Palpatine. Like he already erased like we see in Tales of the Jedi, he erases Kamino from the map during the events of Phantom Menace. Like because I think it's during the scene when Qui-Gon comes back.
Yeah.
It's after he's talked to the council and they've said no to training Anakin.
Yeah. Where Qui-Gon says, "Fuck you, I'll do it anyway."
Yeah. And so
what are you gonna do? Stop me?
We see Dooku do that during this time, thanks to Tales of the Jedi. And then we know that after, like near the end of the film, after the Battle of Naboo, but before Qui-Gon's funeral is when he kills Yaddle.
Yeah.
Because he's got to go to Naboo for the funeral, because I think the funeral is being held on Naboo. Because I think it's the same place where Padme's, spoilers for Revenge of the Jedi or Revenge of the Sith. It's where Padme's like funeral parade is held. It's like in that same area. And so, we know that Palpatine and Dooku. Well, we know Palpatine flies out there. Dooku decides he's not going.
Yeah.
Because Dooku is resentful of everything going on, and that's why a lot of what he does is like. Even before Qui-Gon died, he was resentful for a lot of things, and we'll get to talk about that this season because we're gonna do Dooku Jedi Lost, which is a lot of the telling of where a lot of his issues with the Order come from.
Qui-Gon, I remember initially, like, when he goes and talks to Palpatine, is like, "Hey, your fucking mutt killed my apprentice. That was not the deal, man."
Yeah, no, that's when Dooku goes to talk to him after, like, and he's like, Dooku's like, "No, this wasn't my." Dooku is pissed that Maul killed Qui-Gon.
Yeah, it's like, it's crazy when you hear, because like throughout most of the like bits where we see Dooku, he never is that pissed off about like anything.
We see some hints of it like in other media, but yeah, in the films and show we don't really.
I think that's the most pissed off.
I'd say Master and Apprentice we see it too, because there's that flashbacks of the relationship between there's the Dooku almost killing an assassin because they tried to kill Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
And terrified child Qui-Gon of seeing his master go full dark side in front of him.
I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
The only reason I'm bringing it up though is because canonically,
where the fuck is Rael Averross?
He did not exist. Okay, so do you want the? I was gonna say, do you want the real life answer or the in-universe answer?
I just want to know if he's okay.
Okay, because I was gonna say the real life answer is that he doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
When this film is made, Rael Averross is not a character.
Yeah, I know. I want to know where he is in the future.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't exist.
You want the in-universe answer for where he was during this.
Yeah.
Probably getting drunk, knowing Rael.
Probably.
Like he probably heard. Like, let's be real. If you've read Master and Apprentice, Rael Averross is definitely the type that when he hears this news, he goes on a bender.
Yep.
Because he just lost his little brother.
Yeah.
Because Qui-Gon was his little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they had a very brotherly bond, and Rael loved Qui-Gon.
Man.
He also loved Dooku, but not enough to join Dooku on his dark side crusade.
Dooku calls him up and he's like, "Hey, I'm leaving the Jedi Order to go and meet up with a Separatist. Would you like to join me?"
No
Dad,
thanks.
what the fuck?
No thanks. I'm good.
Nah, I'm good.
I just had to learn a lesson about this stuff. I don't need to get involved again.
I literally just learned this exact same lesson of being too attached to people in politics. So I'm gonna...
To the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I think this is all related, so these aren't too far off on tangents. But, like, man, this movie, like, this is the movie that got me into Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
This is the movie that got me into filmmaking.
Oh.
Yes. This is the film that when I watched it, originally I wanted to be an actor.
Ah.
Because I liked the film and I was like, oh sweet, I could be in movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's a viable thing in the future. And then eventually though, within a year, I realized, oh, I don't want to be an actor. I want to be a director and writer because I would like as a kid I would like on the back of my you ever doodle on the back of a test sheet like as a kid like in like second and lower grades. Like you would do like
to doodle on your tests?
I did.
No, they beat the shit.
No, see, so what would happen is you know how you have those
that's actually no.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should be gone by then, like or at least mostly like not as much of a thing by then, because it wasn't really a thing when I was a kid. There were no corporal punishment in school when I was a kid.
Then again, I was in a private school
Yeah,
until third grade.
That's probably that would explain actually.
Admittedly, like I was actually a really good kid up until middle school, where for some reason I was like the worst.
But like, so you know how they used to give you like those speed math quizzes where it was not about like, it was about getting them right, but it was about like getting as many right as possible in like a minute. They'd give you a minute. And it was always like either multiplication tables or additional and subtract. Like it was simple math.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to see how quick you were with simple math. So it was usually just a front. There was usually only a front side sheet to those.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do those, and then the minute was up, and then they'd start collecting. And while they were collecting, I would turn the sheet over because you weren't supposed to write on the front anymore. So you had to turn the sheet over until they collected them. So while they were collecting them, I would just doodle on the back, and I would doodle like posters of like fake movies that I could star in.
Oh.
And so it was usually very Star Wars inspired. But it was like superheroes in Star Wars. So like superheroes with lightsabers. I wonder where that concept ended up going in my in my writing career. I wonder where that inspiration went.
Oh man.
I wonder.
We'll never know. Much like getting to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop, that question will remain a mystery.
It's almost like, I don't... It's almost like I wrote a book that has like laser swords and superheroes in it and sci-fi and and I've described it as MCU meets Star Wars. But nah. But no, it's
I feel really bad because I've explained this to you, how I've like started reading your book like 5 different times.
And it's not because it's not because you don't like it, it's just you get distracted.
Yeah. And I like
and
stop halfway through.
So I'm not offended. Like I get it, life happens. And even if you don't like the book, that's fine. It's my first book. I can get over that. You get better with writing as you make more books, I think.
Here's a funny joke for you, right?
Yeah.
As a child growing up, eventually I like started switching over. I was like, well, I want to be a writer. And I read a bunch of books and I was like, man, people suck at like proper punctuation and grammar. Maybe I want to be an editor. And as a guy who has seen some of my writing, that is the fucking funniest thing to say. Because I write them like I don't give a fuck.
I guess I can say it, yeah. I can agree with you because I've seen your writing too. I rarely comment on that. I comment more on the... I think your stories are fine, and then I end up going, really the only thing I change is like formatting, which is the nice way of saying editing.
Yeah.
It's the official way of saying editing.
Yeah.
It's I like where your story is, but it should be you need to clean.
You learn how to paragraph properly.
Learn to clean it up. No, I also have a lot of formatting issues though, and mine is more of formatting never just turns out the way it should when I print the books. Because I do self-publishing through Amazon, and so it like never looks the way it looks when I write it. And
for some reason, my brain is like, "Oh, just use MLA format," but no one uses fucking MLA format for anything,
especially not novels. Especially not novels. And it's not ALA. It's not the other one either. It's not ALA either. You don't use either.
So I always like. Whenever I pull something up, it's always like center, Times New Roman, 12, double space. Everything else doesn't fucking matter.
Which also means you're behind 2 updates on like what is the current like font as well.
Yeah.
Because like it was Calabri for a
What
minute.
the fuck are they using now?
They just changed it again. If you open Word again, it's whatever the new like font is. I forget what. It's a new one, and like I ended up strangely on like font TikTok where they made a joke about that and how Calibri's been replaced.
What the fuck do they use now?
Oh, it's not on this one. Hold on.
Not Star Jedi.
No, that's one I had to download. That's one I had to find on the internet. No, because somebody had to make that font because it's not an official font, obviously.
What, they fucking wanted in
You wanted
Papyrus?
you wanted a Star Wars font, and there's no like I don't know what the official font is for Star Wars, and so I had to find one that somebody made.
Like,
If somebody knows the official font of Star Wars, great, but I don't need it anymore. That was for when I was doing Star Wars Edge of the Empire games. The new. Come on, give me the new font. It's not Calibri anymore. I forget what it is. Anyways, it's not Calibri anymore. That's not correct.
It's just...
I guess my versions of Word have not updated. I thought I saw that mine had, but I guess I can't find it now. Anyways.
Like, I write the story and then I'm like, editing. Nah, fuck that. That's somebody else. They can do that.
That's my job. At least for the books or at least for the stories you've been writing for my stuff.
Yeah, and I like sometimes I write short stories for Kiari for like his game, just because it's fun.
And he has to do the same thing.
And the good news is he doesn't have to do that because he's like, man, I like these stories, but also, fucking punctuation and grammar, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, because I know how they are. They like both Kiari and Keontae would be like all over that.
Oh, I remember one day, like, for one of his games, I wrote like a backstory because you have to write.
For which one?
This one was like.
Well, I meant whose game specifically because I mentioned
Keontae.
both. Okay, Keontae's.
And I remember
because they both run games, so that's why I have to specify.
And I wrote it, and I had wrote like a bunch of it, and it ended up without me like paragraphing or spacing anything out.
Mm-hmm.
So I just decided, fuck it, I'll go to TV Tropes, read up on it, and see what happens in this film. And of course, what should I find but to my surprise that it's another cyber noir film. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I read through it, and it has one of the moments of like, I see you took the like JoJo's approach to how are we gonna make this villain have penance for all the evil shit he did. And it's like, oh, he just gets to be stuck in like the day he got set on fire and traumatized by it for forever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, fuck that guy. He deserved it.
But yeah, so yeah, that's kind of the path I went on. And then of course I was the kid who would, once DVDs became a thing, would watch the films with the director's commentary and watch the behind the scenes. I was that kid.
I remember I did that once for like each of them, and then I got confused because I thought there was like additional content. And I was right. I was just an idiot kid who didn't understand what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. And so I was that kid that eventually would watch like the directors and producers commentary. Well, and of course, I'll say that I do think that while I like these films, I do not like the approach that Rick McCallum took as a producer, which is very much just whatever George says we're doing, even though I'm a producer and that it should be my job to kind of help guide the direction of this process.
The occasional bit of curtailing can help sometimes.
Yeah. And I think that's where a lot of people recognize the flaws in these films, are that these films, while fun and very much Star Wars still, in my opinion, there's no such thing as not really Star Wars within a lot of the Star Wars content. It's very rare that I see Star Wars content and go, that's not Star Wars. In fact, I don't think I've ever said that about a Star Wars project. But, like, the problem is, so George comes from, obviously, the independent, like, type of film directing. Except he had to make deals when he did the original trilogy. Yeah. And so Fox owned his movies for the originals. And even still had ownership a little bit when it came to the prequels, which is why you still get the 20th Century Fox logo.
Yeah.
But I think once Lucasfilm became a thing, he obviously wanted control, which is very much a overcorrect. It became an overcorrection.
Yeah.
And that there's no other voices of writers, there's no other directors for any of the prequels,
Mm-hmm.
and and while there's a producer, at the end of the day, really Lucas is still the executive producer, which means he makes the final say. So even if Rick did say no, which Rick never did, if you ever watch behind the scenes, Rick McCallum was as yes men as they came. And so, while I have a soft place for the prequels because they are my start to Star Wars, I still recognize some of the flaws.
Mm-hmm.
It's more so and less in the films themselves. Like, I still see a few things in the film themselves. We talked about it. More of the accidental racisms, because I don't think George did them on purpose. I think it's just, as a white male, he wrote the script and filmed these things not thinking of the context of these things, and was like, this is a trope that works, and because a lot of them are based on older tropes, and unfortunately a lot of these tropes also come from racism, and so it happened. And it's not, I don't think it's because he's a hateful man. I think it just happened.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging it.
Sometimes you write things and you don't realize like the implications of them until way later.
It's usually until you have another set of eyes.
Yeah.
Until another set of eyes looks at it and goes, hey, about that. And so I think that's the other problem with having somebody like Rick, who was a yes man, because then you don't have an honest pair of eyes looking at it. And whereas the original trilogy are, like, most people consider them, and I consider some of them, the best of Star Wars. Like, they say you can't top the original trilogy. And the reason for that is because he had an extra set of eyes on all of them except for A New Hope, really. Because, like, he didn't direct Empire, which most people consider the best. And then, I think he returned to directing for 6. I can't remember if... I never get that one right. Return of the Jedi, I'm never right on how that one went down.
I'm gone for a week and everybody has delusions of grandeur.
Yeah. And so, like...
Best line.
I believe it's it was a different director. So Richard Marquand. There we go. I wanted to make sure I got that right, so that way I didn't, like, just attribute it to somebody. So yeah, Richard Marquand directed that one. And then, so 2 films out of the trilogy were not George. Now, George wrote, or had a hand in writing all of them, although he also had Lawrence Kasdan as a co-writer for all of them. Whereas the prequels, all George. George wrote, George direct, George produce.
He said, "My name's gonna be up there 3 times in the ending credits."
So, like, and that's a dangerous position to put yourself in. Like, and I think you can do all 3 in a film, but you have to have, like, a co-director or a co-writer. Like, you have to have somebody in one of those other seats that can, like, with you to be like, hey, let's talk about this direction maybe. And so I think Phantom Menace, I think these films at the end of the day turned out fine. Phantom Menace is probably my favorite of the prequel trilogy. I know Revenge of the Sith is the popular one to say. I like Revenge of the Sith. It's probably a close second. Phantom Menace used to be lower, but I've come around on it. And I think it is one of the best of the prequels, if not the best. Attack of the Clones is a little bit lower for me, but I know a lot of people that have a lot. I know people that put Attack of the Clones as their #1 Star Wars movie of all time. I respect that. It's
a good one.
It's not my favorite. I think I enjoy half the movie. We'll talk about that when we get to Attack of the Clones. I enjoy half the movie. It's not because
the
film
half where Obi-Wan's doing his job.
I essentially like because it's. We'll talk about it more, but I joke that it's 2 movies. It's a murder mystery, and then it's a romance film.
Yeah.
I like the murder mystery film.
He tries to split the difference.
I like the murder mystery film. And it's not because the romance film is bad. It's just that the writing is not my favorite. But in high, like, and it's not. And also,
They're doing the thing they're supposed to do.
it's rich. It just doesn't work for me, and that's all. Like it, which is no hate to anybody that like. It's just I obviously recognize that it is my personal preference. It is not. It is not a. I think that it's a bad film. No, it's just. So, and that's I think the way that you should debate films in general is but the moment that you like, if you find somebody that finds it and finds enjoyment from it, then that makes it not a bad film in their eyes, and therefore your description of it being a bad film doesn't apply to them, and therefore anytime you push that like that idea onto them, that's not fair to them. And so I think but yeah, Phantom Menace, classic.
Yeah.
We didn't really do point by point on this one because it's very much. I feel
Duel of the Fates is fucking rad. That's all you need to know. I watched a lot of brutal maimings as a child. Duel of the Fates is up there.
I mean,
I'd never see a man get bisected before.
But hey, the great part about lightsabers is there's no blood.
Yeah.
Just Darth Maul swinging his arms as he falls.
I'll get you.
Like, you ever notice that? Like, the first time I watched it, I didn't realize it, but like the next few times of watching it, you realize Maul's like moving, but it's not because he's like actively moving. It's because like the wind as he's falling, and it's just still, but it's still like a thing where you're like, that's interesting. Especially as a kid, to see that. Yeah.
And the backflip side swipe by Obi-Wan is crazy.
Master of the low ground. Everybody says it's the high ground, but it's really the low ground. Because he always tricks his enemies into having the higher ground than him.
Except for when he doesn't.
No, because every time he wins, it's when he's really on the low ground. Because he beats Darth Maul because he has the low ground. Because he doesn't cut him while he's in the air. He cuts him once they're on the same level of footing. But because he had the low ground initially, that's why he won. And then, let's see, he doesn't have the low ground ever in Attack of the Clones, so he doesn't win those fights. He has the low ground against Grievous.
What you mean he gets the lowest ground possible against Jango? He fucking falls.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that's why he beats Jango for a bit. That's why he kicks Jango's ass for a bit.
I do like how he tries to sidekick him off the side of the thing.
But in 3, he has low ground against Grievous, kills Grievous from the low ground with a blaster. Which that was a scene that was on repeat as a kid, because you know how back in the day you could do A/B, and you could like have a scene just kind of keep repeating on like your DVD player, and so explanation for those who didn't grow up with a DVD player that had this capability. There was a thing called A and B, which is you hit A at the start point of something you wanted to have repeated, and then you hit B at the end point of it, and it would just cycle back and keep playing until you hit it again to turn it off. Grievous's explosion was one of those for me. Specifically, I started the A at the when he's screaming and his head's on fire. And then the B would be after the explosion.
You know the best part about Obi-Wan is, for a guy that doesn't like blasters, he picks them up like a lot throughout his life.
Because we're not even talking about the Kenobi show. He picks it up there too. And then, let's see. And technically, Revenge of the Sith has 2 victories on the low ground, because he tricks Anakin into taking the high ground, which is when he cuts him down. Because it's when Anakin's above him that Obi-Wan wins. So technically a master of the low ground.
Don't try it, Anakin.
I have the high ground. Reverse psychology. I see what you did there, Obi-Wan. You were trying to make Anakin think the high ground's important, so that way he'd get the high ground, and then you could win.
Don't do that backflip shit. You know it won't work.
Anakin's like, that's what you want me to not do. I'm gonna do it.
Anakin,
Anakin in this film, though. Anakin, because we can talk a little bit more.
Baby Anakin.
I think... Thanks.
Sorry. Are you okay?
Nah, no, you're good. Watch your foot. I'm going to move it some more.
Yeah.
There we go.
So, for those of you who complain about the sound, this is one of the reasons why I'm so far back.
Except you were far back still. You were stepping on it,
My
though.
big fucking boot.
But what I was going to say. So, a lot of people talk about how Anakin should be older in this film. I think I understand what George is going for in this, and I think it kind of works. In the whole, he wanted to show Anakin at his most innocent.
Mm.
And a teenager Anakin would have already been acting up a lot more.
Mm.
Whereas this Anakin, it makes sense that he's nicer, and
Yeah.
we see the ideals of why Anakin would want to be a Jedi. We see why the Jedi might consider letting him in, because he is a good person in this film. Like, and I'd
Yeah.
say even later on, he's still a good person. He just makes the worst mistakes as they go on, and he does not take accountability for them until Return of the Jedi. And even then, you could argue he didn't. So, yeah. So you see where, like, you see the vision of what George wanted out of that.
Mm.
And then Qui-Gon, man. Qui-Gon did his best.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson is great.
Yeah.
Going back into talking about actors in this film, Liam Neeson's career was already kind of taken off a bit. He had done a few films.
He's in The Kroll, by the way.
Yeah, so
I forget who
I think you told me that, but
plays,
yeah.
But, like,
So he's been in a few films at this point, and so
Hugh Jackman, Liam Neeson, and Jackie Chan, those were the three main actors I had growing up.
So, I love this film. Going back to talking about just this film on its own without the rest of the prequels,
It's a solid film.
it holds up in most things. Like we said, the parts where it doesn't hold up is more cultural stuff.
Yeah.
But as a story, as a world builder, as an introduction to a lot of characters you may already know, it holds. A lot of interesting stuff moving forward with it. I mean, we don't get a lot of stuff with Mace Windu yet. This is still...
No.
Like, Mace is in a couple scenes. And then...
Mason Windu is like, man, fuck this kid.
So no lightsaber for the man yet.
Mhm.
We'll get to that one. I actually did predict that Palpatine was evil as a kid. Not knowing the context, like... I knew that there was an Emperor in the other films, because, like... But also, the Emperor in, like, 4, 5, and 6, 1 looks way older, even though played by the same man.
You know,
And is hooded most of the time. Like, he's robed most of the time. And then in Phantom Menace, he's robed all the time, because I don't know why they're playing it a secret for the people that would have already known, but, like, it makes sense for a fan like me who came in with that being my first. It makes sense to play the secret.
So,
Once again, going into the... no matter which one you
Yeah.
start with, there's there's revealed plot twists that you spoiled. Because, like, 4, 5, and 6 spoil Palpatine, spoil Vader, spoil... But 1, 2, and 3 spoil Vader and Luke.
Yeah.
And...
So, I've told you about, like, the whack order I watched these films in.
Yeah.
So I'm going in knowing that Emperor Palpatine is evil.
Yeah.
And what should I find but to my surprise that there's a guy named Palpatine in this movie, and I'm like, well, I guess you're that shady guy in the robe next to the Demon Man.
Except I'm pretty sure 4, 5, and 6 don't ever reference Palpatine by name.
It might have been because, like, my family had also watched them, and
Yeah.
they gave me that information, and my child brain just was like, oh, either that or the guy standing, like I said, next to the weird devil man is probably evil.
But yeah, 4, 5, and 6 never say... I think they don't ever say Palpatine by name. I think they say the Emperor, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And so, actually, yeah, I can confirm that because, people argue about how, like, the movie should give us all the information. Why should there be supplementary material where we learn the other information? Because that's how Star Wars has always been. That's how we know Palpatine's name.
And I'm like...
But yeah, so, like, I didn't know that information going into 1, obviously. But even after I watched 4, 5, and 6 after 1, I kind of figured, I kind of put 2 and 2 together that, oh, that shady man with the hood that's hanging out with Darth Maul.
Probably
Probably this guy who looks like he's nice and wants to become buddy with Anakin for some reason, even though Anakin's a 9-year-old. Which we're gonna have a discussion about.
Wild.
We're gonna have a discussion about that with an upcoming comic. You know how I've heavily promoted Obi-Wan and Anakin comic? That we're gonna talk about that topic when we get to that comic, which is this season.
Why do we keep letting this old politician man hang around us in the
temple?
Hang
around this child.
Yeah.
Alone and unsupervised. Yeah.
Why do we keep doing this? Said the Jedi Order. I'm like,
because he's the space president. We can't really say no.
Yeah. I mean, technically we could.
It would just look bad.
Yeah.
It looks bad either way.
Can you imagine if, like, they just told him to fuck off as soon as he showed up?
But yeah, so...
The crazy thing to say to the president of the Galactic Senate.
I think for the most part we talked about, like, the big stuff, and we talked about everything that's really, like, what made The Phantom Menace good. I think The Phantom Menace is a film that, if you like Star Wars, and you haven't, for some reason, checked it out, check it out. I'd say, honestly, I recommend all the movies.
Watch it. Come to your own conclusions.
Yeah. You may love Jar Jar. You may find him annoying. I think he is fun, but I think his most fun versions are when we hit the Clone Wars show. Like, I think they finally figured out how to do the humor for Jar Jar once we did the Clone Wars show. But that's it for this.
Jar Jar was bluffing his way through this entire movie. Not competently, but it's enough.
But yeah. Thank you all for watching today's episode of Escape Reality Star. Oh, let's rate it, I guess. It's so weird to rate this movie, though. Like, it's not
8.5,
like...
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 8.5 with you. Like, it's just weird to rate this movie, because it's like one of those...
It's been out for so long.
Well, not even that. It's also like, I feel like everybody has their opinion on Star Wars, especially The Phantom Menace. And so, like, it feels weird, because no matter where on the scale, it's gonna feel weird. But yeah, I'll go with you there.
Hi, we're going to be talking about Escape from Vallow this week.
Yeah. Before we get into that, we like to talk about what we've been up to this week outside of Star Wars. I'll go ahead and start for once.
Yeah, you start.
So I've been doing a few things.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to start watching Has-Been, because that, finally wrapped up this past week. But instead, I decided to start watching Hell of a Boss, because I've not actually watched it.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I was suggested Has-Been is because I do enjoy musicals.
Yep.
If you are a fan of the channel, or you know me, then you know this. The channel probably knows,
because you are responsible for me watching, like, at least 2.
Well, you at least know Heathers because of me. You know Hamilton.
I know Hamilton from just...
Probably Kenzie, though, actually, too.
Actually, I knew it before they moved in. Into the Woods
is that a me?
You, Heathers, and Into the Woods.
And Be More Chill.
I don't recall.
That's the one about the chip, the computer chip, and that makes him cool.
No.
Okay.
Familiar with that one.
Okay. Anyways. I bet you if I play some of it when we go back, when I take you back home after this, you'll be like, oh yeah, that one.
Probably not.
We'll see. But yeah, so that's why I suggested that, but I was like, I started like the first couple minutes and then I was like, I should probably watch Hell of a Boss first, because while it may not be plot relevant, I might still enjoy it. And I'm almost done with season 1, and then yeah, I am.
My advice to you is treat them as 2 separate plots, and it will make things way easier.
Well, I mean, it's a spinoff, so yeah, it's not meant to be like a direct continuation of one or the other. It's kind of like you don't watch Frasier thinking it's a continuation of Cheers, right? Because Frasier is a spinoff of Cheers. Okay, sorry, too old of a show, I guess, in this case.
Yeah.
I've also been playing Pillars of Eternity. Sorry. I also turned 30.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the reason why he's currently eating chocolate is he turned 30 earlier this week. And apparently...
My parents got me a bunch of cookies and cream Hershey chocolate bars because Hershey and cream flavor of Hershey came out the same year I was born.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they're my favorite flavor, so it kind of
Yeah.
works out. um,
So, Pillars of Eternity, huh?
yeah, I've been enjoying that. We're about to take down. So I don't know if you're familiar with the plot.
I'm not.
Fantasy setting. You start off as like this traveler who's with a caravan, likes more people to come in and move in, right? Because it's like low on villagers.
Okay.
And so, like, feudal systems like, hey, move on over here. That way, we can have more citizens to,
Yeah.
Because if we don't have citizens, we suck too. The reason they don't have citizens, as it turns out, well, also, all of your caravan die after a storm called a Bewak, which is like a big, heavy windstorm.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, it feels like that there's a magical thing going on regarding it as well, because you also run into some hooded figures that do like a ritual thing that then cause the Buick to go off again.
Oh, great.
And that's when the rest of your party dies, and then it's just you, and you have to go to the town by yourself, because you get party members at the start during the tutorial, and then they die after that. And I was like, no, I actually like my party members. Oh no.
Whoops.
I went through the process of saving one guy. I gave up a weapon to save him, because there's like certain moments in the game where it's like storybook thing, where it like shows like storybook images, but then you have like choices of things you can do. And in one of them at the beginning, not a big spoiler for this game, you can choose to, you see that one of your party members is being attacked as you guys are trying to escape climbing up this mountain to get away from the Buick and like these people. And you can choose to either let him deal with it himself and get out of it himself, or you can throw a weapon to help him. And you actually do lose your weapon if you do that. Like, it's not you threw some weapon. No, you throw your actual weapon.
This was not a case of cutscenes don't affect inventory.
Yeah, this is your inventory is affected. So I saved that man only for him to die like 10 minutes later. We just helped the sister of one of the other companion that's in the tutorial, because in the tutorial you learn that this companion, she's going to town because her sister sent her a letter because she's worried about something. This is where the main plot enters. So souls are a very important thing in this universe.
Okay.
And it turns out that there is a thing such as soul decay. And this is important because in the universe of Pillars of Eternity, when people are born, it's basically reincarnation. So when somebody dies, that soul then gets transferred to a new person born. But of course, soul decay means that soul is slowly dying each time it happens. And this is important because then people can be born soulless, which is viewed as a curse because of this war that recently happened. And the guy that's in charge of this town basically has been killing anybody that is born soulless, or at least suspected to be, worships the old gods that were like part of that civilization before the war. And so the sister of the companion from the tutorial, turns out she's pregnant, and she is concerned that she might have a soulless child. So there's this hag that you go to basically give a potion to help like her feel like, to basically be like, guarantee that it won't be a soulless child, right? So that way her child isn't killed by this ruler. Well, I go there and I get this thing, and the hag's like, but to be honest, like, I just really give hope. I don't really cure anything because there is no I can't cure the soul.
It's like I can't fix that shit, man.
She's like, I'm a medicine woman. I can heal like physical ailments and stuff.
Yeah, I can't. She's like, I don't know what to do with it.
I can't cure the soul.
They're like, can you cure his soul? And is the hag like, what the fuck do you mean?
No, she knows because like she's been selling like these things for a while. But she essentially gives us this potion for free because she's like, I feel bad but also don't tell her because maybe she'll be hopeful. Like hope can be just as important as medicine. Is basically what she said. I still told the truth because I was just like, I'm playing a character that's like good, but also like I'm gonna be straightforward with you. I'm not gonna lie to you, especially in that case, because I feel like that's a touchy subject to lie about. So I was like, I'm gonna just tell the truth. I'm doing this blind for the most part. Like I haven't looked up anything, so I'm not like, because sometimes for older games I'll look stuff up. But in this case, I kind of want to do blind, so I'm not really looking into anything outside of like I've seen Mortimum's Gaming. What I forget his name. He's like does a lot of RPGs reviews. So I'd already seen it before, so I rewatched just his review, which was spoiler free because he also has a story thing where he goes over the whole story as a separate video. And so I rewatched that. And I was like, okay. So yeah, and now after telling the truth about that and leaving her house, we have now been recruited into a revolution against this ruler because
all right.
Well, the important thing about our character now is that because of the storm, turned out we gained superpowers.
Okay.
We are now a thing called the Watcher, which we can actually see people's souls and like their previous lives when we interact with certain people, and we can even see like souls that are still haunting areas and see like the different things. And so we are a Watcher is what it's called. I don't know all of the implications of that yet because I'm still so early into the game. But I know that that's at least the basic stuff so far that I've learned. But yeah, now I'm recruited into a revolution, essentially. It's more of an assassination plot. Because they want us to get rid of this guy. We've like talked to like a spokesman for the town that like is a go-between. And he's kind of rude, but he provides information that I need. And he basically was like, yeah, he's currently worried about, like, when we first get there, he's like, yeah, he's currently worried about the birth of his child, because that's coming up. So he's focused on that. But depending on how that goes, then you can talk to him about getting your own plot of land to live on. Within the next couple minutes of that, 3 bells go off, declaring that the child has died.
Damn.
We don't know what specifically happened. We don't know if it's because the child was born soulless or there were complications with the pregnancy. We don't know. The game leaves that up to us not knowing. And then basically the next day after resting at the inn, because we're not given any land of our own, so we just stay at the inn. The next day, we basically talk to this guy, and he's like, yeah, you got to get out of town now, because he doesn't want any new comers to the town anymore, and he's in fact sending guards here to kick anybody out that he suspects either is soulless or is an immigrant.
So you might want to get out of town while you can.
Yeah, like you can.
It's real nice of him to warn you.
Only if you talk to him. Like if you don't talk to him, you don't get this warning. But I talked to him because I was trying to figure stuff out anyways, and so yeah. Right now I've done everything I can for that village because there were some side quests that I could do. Like I helped with the old church that was beneath, where it turns out they had, like I said, they killed all the people that were involved with the previous religion. So I went into that church, got vengeance for one of the dead because it turns out that they were betrayed by somebody. And so I didn't kill the other person. I was like, hey, you fucked up. You told us to go get their bodies and bring them out so you could give them proper burial, but you're the reason they died. And he's like, yeah, that's why I did it. I felt guilty. That's why I asked you to go get them so I can make it up to them. And I'm like, okay. I also helped with some weapon shipments because the blacksmith, they had their weapon shipments cut off by some bandits. Did that. Like I said, I helped the sister of my previous companion. I've gotten 2 companions since then to replace my 2 companions. I got a elven wizard who said some foul things about some of the locals, but might be a mistranslation of what he said. Like he's acting like I misheard him when he made a your mama joke. And he's like, no, you misheard me, and so did they. And I'm like, is this a language barrier thing? Is like when elves talk, am I gonna hear like still English but not like the correct translation, or is he just trying to avoid the conversation that he made a your mama joke and got us into this fist fight to begin with? And then the other guy I ran into is a human priest who says that he already knew that we were a watcher, which is something that like we shouldn't be, obviously.
Sorry.
Because of all this soul stuff, we obviously shouldn't just be declaring we're a watcher wherever we go. So it's like so you already know because like his God told him, and I'm like, and you say you have stuff you want to talk to us about, and that's why you want to travel with us. Okay, so he's with us too.
How do you know? The person upstairs told me.
One of them.
One of them.
Anyway, so that's so far my Pillars of Eternity experience. We're now going to the bigger town that like we're supposed to go to, because we talked to one of the dead people on the tree because she was like a healer similar to the hag lady, but she was more soul based, and so like she does like soulmancy or whatever it was called. I can't remember the exact term right now. And so she was like, you need to go to this town to find out more about being a watcher and what that means. So because she's the one that told us, she was like, you're a watcher, and I'm like, what does that mean? Well, it means you can see souls. Also means you need to go here. I'm like, okay. So the world is kind of like, the game is built. It's very much Baldur's Gate 2 in design. It's real time with pause combat, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. It's a love letter to those type of games. It's Obsidian, so you like Obsidian. Okay. And so they're coming out with, the reason I finally started playing there's two of them. The reason I'm finally starting to play them is because their new game coming out, Avowed, is part of that. It's part of that universe, but it's a different type of game. I don't know if you've seen gameplay. It's more.
No, I haven't.
It's more Elder Scrolls style for Avowed. So they went more ARPG, first third person style, rather than the isometric games that Pillars are. So that's why I decided to start playing them. But yeah, you would like them. They're not multiplayer, unfortunately, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. That's my one thing I wish they had done. I wish that they had brought that kind of like, I can bring my friends and play it, the campaign sort of deal. I can't even find mods for that. I figured modders would have been on that, but I've seen people talk about it and be like, that's the only thing that other people would love to see from it. But yeah, so I mean, it's fun. I like those type of games. Exploring the world is very much like I was gonna say, it's like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, where you like go to the edge of like whatever map you're on, and then you have like the next zones that you can go to based on what part of the map you walked away from.
Interconnected like grid.
And I kind of like that kind of exploration, because then it incentivizes me more to actually explore everything, because I'm going to explore everything in that little section that I'm in and then go to the next section, because it feels like, oh, this is a smaller piece, I can handle this chunk of exploring this, versus like if they gave us the whole thing at once. Which I don't mind games that do that as well, because it's just a game design thing, but I feel like it makes it easier to incentivize me exploring every little corner if it feels like it's smaller when it's really not. But yeah, also got some art done for Grim Hollow, which I surprised the boys today because it got done today. Y'all will get to see that when we actually make the episode. I'm gonna. Or if you're part of the Discord.
I kept that a secret for a while.
Yeah, because I slipped it to you because I was originally going to keep it a secret from everybody, but I needed you in on it just so I could get some more information of stuff. And even then, I was pulling teeth for getting some character info. Ethan was easy to get.
I imagine like me and Ethan were the easy ones. Andrew was a bit harder.
He wasn't the hardest. So the one I was surprised was the hardest was actually Steve. I was surprised he was the hardest. Chris was actually not that bad.
Yeah.
And even then, he didn't give me everything. I kind of just, I ended up just not asking, because a lot of it, like, I knew what his character, what Hume looked like beforehand. Steve was the one where we were like, we don't know what this man looks like. We've been using the template of the race he's playing as for most of this game, but what does he actually look like? And so
And now we've got
everybody's art piece.
everybody in the party. We've got all of their art pieces. And I remember Andrew pointing out, like, you were over our
Yeah, when I
house
picked
earlier.
you up, yeah.
Yeah. And Andrew hadn't seen them, and he popped open to take a look at
Yeah,
it.
he looked at all of them, yeah.
And he's like,
Boone looks like...
Boone looks like Cassidy from Overwatch. And I...
It's high
right.
noon. Actually, no, that's not the right one.
No, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he also looks... You mentioned the other one, too.
That was the name before the controversy stuff.
I thought they switched the slogan then, because wasn't that...
No, the High Noon thing is the same character. They didn't change that voice line.
Oh, okay. They just changed voice actors. And...
Yeah, they changed voice actors
And name.
and the character name.
Got it. I'm not in the Overwatch community. I vaguely know about what's going on.
There's some stuff. That,
I know that they were serious allegations. That's
Yeah.
all I know, and so I don't keep up with the characters that well.
I
don't know
I like the lore
really.
for that character a lot
Mm-hmm.
because for a game that I have never played, I know a decent amount about the lore. But speaking of games that I've played,
Yeah, it's your turn.
So I went and I beat the Nuka World DLC in terms of like main missions. There's a few side ones that I didn't get to. But so one of the missions that I did was basically so the girl that really likes Nuka-Cola from 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
She showed up as a character in the DLC for 4. And she's like, "Hey, can you help me find these like hidden things all over the park with these dumbass goggles that reveal like a secret code?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" In the middle of this raider infested territory that I guess I'm the boss of. And I start looking around and I keep going to places where they should be, but I can't find them because they're hidden. So I go and I use a guide because I'll try to do things on my own for a while, just
Yeah.
out of fairness sake.
Yeah, I do this. Yeah, that's like if something becomes like an impossible task, then or like something that's gonna take more hours than I want to spend
Yeah.
on it, then I'll look it up. But if I seem to be just coming across things pretty easily, then I'll leave it be.
Mm-hmm. So I go around and I do that for a little bit, and I get all of the like little code things, and I'm like, "All right, here you go, lady." And she's like, "All right, I got the code to the door for the main inventor of Nuka-Cola's office." And it's like, "All right, cool, let's go there." So we get in there and we start looking around, and there's like a holo tape, and I listen to it, and it's like, oh, basically the Nuka-Cola guy, the Brad Burton,
Yeah.
goes, "Hey, General, I know you're working on like a bunch of science shit. I want in on Project Cobalt." And it's in the general's like, "Are you sure, man?" And he goes, "Yeah, man. Who wouldn't want to live forever?" And so I'm like, internally,
Ask any character from Highlander. The
internally-
answer is nobody.
Internally, I'm like, "Man, you did not think this through." So I go, and I'm like, eventually we found out, oh, there's like a little secret thing back here.
A secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel, yep.
Secret
Indeed.
tunnel.
So we go down, and there's like a little vault and elevator. We take the elevator down to the vault. And Sierra, the girl that's just obsessed with Nuka-Cola,
Mm-hmm.
is like, "Oh my god, the inventor of Nuka-Cola is right here, with his head plugged into a computer to live forever."
I wonder where they got that idea from. Yeah,
If I know.
yeah. I mean,
And so I'm,
it's not like it's a popular theory about somebody.
yeah. Oh well.
Oh well, who knows? Where'd they get the idea
And
of Nuka
she's
World in
like-
general from?
And she's like, "Oh man, this is so awesome. Now I can like pick his brain about all this stuff about Nuka-Cola." Meanwhile, he's over here like, fucking kill me, please.
Also, that was a great usage of that term in that moment, picking his brain while he's a head in a jar.
It's not really.
Well,
A little bit of a jar.
Yeah. Not, I mean, like figuratively, not like literally in a jar.
Not intentional on my part.
It's still great. Anyways.
Yeah. And so he's like, please kill me. And she's like, no, don't do it. He made this amazing thing that I really like. And I'm also like...
But he wants to.
Yeah. But the thing is, right? Here's what both of them try to use to convince you that you should side with them in the argument. He goes, I have this fucking cool mini nuke launcher that I've designed to shoot Coca-Cola nukes. and her counter offer is, but I've got this special one-of-a-kind Nuka-Cola jumpsuit. And I'm like,
Girl,
I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, your offer is not as good.
Not because of the Nuka launcher, but because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the game doesn't give me an option to explain that's my reasoning. So I click on the one where I'm like, I agree with Brad Burton that since he wants to die.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of being like, man, all right, I got you, man. You probably had a hard time. Sierra, like, explains, and she's like, but wait, no, please. Meanwhile, my character turns to her and says, I want that goddamn Nuka launcher. That's not what he actually says, but
it's
that's
like
the feeling of it.
Yeah.
I think what he says is, I want that experimental weapon.
Yeah.
And she's like,
I want the
how
gun.
could you? I'm like, that's not why. The game, once again,
doesn't give you a lot of options,
opportunity to explain this. And so that happens.
At least it didn't ruin your romance because your romance wasn't there.
No, Kate would have fucking loved that. Also, I don't know what the fuck happened, but people got really flirty when I came back to the Commonwealth.
A lot of people must have been happy that you killed Brad.
No, I did a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, okay.
As well. Right now I'm traveling with Hank, his affinity up.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Nick resolve his issues, but we already talked about that. Shame that him and Dima being brothers is never going to be resolved, because I accidentally got him killed.
But no, that choice of having to kill him or not kind of reminds me of Fallout 1, actually, because there's that decision of... Yeah.
Like you can.
There's a very similar
There's
choice.
another one in 3 where like the guy is growing into the tree, and 1 where it's like you can convince the master to kill himself.
Because Fallout likes its things where like even if you are playing a good character, you then have to choose to kill somebody because it's the right decision in that moment. So Fallout really likes to kind of push your hand towards the trigger, so to speak.
Sometimes. Other times it's like, man, fuck this evil bastard. He gets to stay locked up in this treasure vault forever.
Because like Fallout 1's like that. That's why I brought up Fallout 1, because it's a more similar situation to that one, where it's like, oh, you are a monster and you don't realize it, because that's the computer guy. I forget his name.
That's the master. The master's thing is, one of the ways you can beat him is with like science and speech.
Yeah.
And it's explaining how like, yeah, sure, being a super mutant might be great and all, except for the one small fact that they're infertile.
Also, you're not one, really, because of how you evolved.
Also, your plan's not gonna work. They're gonna die out in a generation or 2.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
Other thing that happened, continuing on.
Yeah, what else?
So, after getting back to the Commonwealth, I met up with Curie. And I had another situation where... So, Curie is a robot that is like, I think I'm being limited by robotic programming, so I need a human body. And I'm like, okay, cool. Now, excuse me while I go and figure out how to do that. And so one of the ways that you can do that is there's essentially a brain-dead synth that their brain didn't get transferred over the right way.
And so you can put theirs into there,
And so you have to talk to their caretaker in order to get that to kind of happen. And I'm like, in one of the way, once again, me being a jerk, unintentionally. These were like speech checks. One of which I was always like, I asked them what they want, and she's like, they knew the risk, but I still feel responsible for how that didn't work. And I'm like, one of the like really blunt ones that I chose. There was another one that was slightly better, but not by much. But the one I chose is she's dead. She's been dead for like 11 months, and the caretaker goes, fine, do it before I change my mind. And after that, I'm like, all right, go ahead, do it. And I've been thinking about it. I've let a surprising amount of sense go.
Yeah. Interesting.
What was the... Oh.
Considering the jokes we make about you
Yeah.
on this podcast. It's interesting.
The other thing, there is a great bit... so you know how, like, one of the dialogue wheel options is sarcastic in Fallout?
Yeah, because that's just the way the Fallout... Like, that's just the way the dialogue wheels are ever since BioWare, where they have you're good, you're bad, you're goofy. And that's really about it. And then a fourth option is like more questions lore wise, so that way you can have more lore stuff.
Particularly like, because it'll be like 2 words and then question mark.
Mm-hmm.
However, I did have to go and fight like an Institute Courser, which are robots they send out to go and get the other robots. And one of them, he was like in the middle of torturing and killing guys to get at one, and so he's like, "Hey, I bet you know how to open this goddamn door." And so I have a dialogue with him a little bit back and forth, and he goes, Who are you, by the way? And I'm like, you know what, I'll just see what happens. And I click the sarcastic option because I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I've fought my way through an entire building at this point.
Because we hung out Tuesday. We watched Some Always Sunny.
Mm-hmm.
Got done with season 4. We're on season 5 now officially. I introduced you to Curb Your Enthusiasm because of Larry David choking it, iron clawing Elmo, I should say, because he did the iron claw. He didn't choke him out; he iron clawed him. So I introduced you to my 2 favorite episodes, which are the Lin-Manuel Miranda episodes.
Yeah.
Which,
you know, I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, you know, Lin-Manuel Miranda should not have been so angry that he got shot in the mouth, since he's the one that started it.
You really are Larry David.
No, I mean like with the glove thing.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say
before that it was just words.
Because I joke that
the joke amongst our group is that I am an old man.
Yeah, and you very much like. I feel like I've said that Larry David and Curb Your Enthusiasm is 90% correct on his arguments. It's how he goes about them, and I feel like though you would fight as fervently as he does though for a lot of those things. Though I feel like
I got frustrated because some of the ways he goes about them are like inane.
But it's also it's a comedy.
Like
it's a comedy. Yeah.
But I'm also frustrated by some of the situations that he like puts himself in.
Like even letting his the lady that sold him the house into his house to begin with, that would have been a non-starter. That's nope, you moved out. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm like just
that's a non-starter. Also locking his door, that's also an issue that he has.
To learn how to lock a door.
Because
admittedly, it probably wouldn't have stopped her because he didn't change the locks.
No. But it would have been at least an extra step that he could have taken. Also changing his locks, that would have been great. Yeah. You should always change your locks after you buy a house.
Or, getting a deadbolt.
Yeah, always change your locks. Always change your locks. Also, and then, of course, pointing out actors because you thought somebody looked like somebody else. And then I was like...
You were like, no, Seth, that's not the same actor.
And then I pointed out somebody you did know, and you were like, are you fucking with me? I'm like, no, this is somebody you do know.
Messing with me right now?
No, this is Nick Offerman. And it is Nick Offerman.
Yeah, it is.
I love him as Cody. It's great.
God. Hello.
Hey, it's my dad.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead though
Yeah.
and get
We
into.
should actually get into the
Let's
plot
get
now
into.
that we've
Well, let's get
spent-
into some news. We actually have some news
yeah,
this
we
week.
do.
So in gaming news, Disney has acquired $1.5 billion in equity stake with Epic Games. As in, the owners of Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
And we already know what they plan to do with it. Because they've talked about it already. They have made it clear that they plan to essentially create the Oasis from Ready Player One, but through Fortnite.
Okay.
So, but without the VR also, without the VR. Although I wouldn't put it past them at some point to add that as a feature. But for Disney branding specifically, so it's specifically Disney branded. Think of it essentially as a larger budget version of Disney Infinity, but without having to use the toys, if you remember Disney Infinity.
I do not.
Do you remember, what was the name of that Spyro spin-off game that started that craze? It's the reason that all these companies started doing it. Nintendo did it too with the Amiibos.
I know the kind of like toys you're talking about.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what they were.
Yeah, because Nintendo did Amiibos, and then Spyro was the one that started it, though.
Was it Skylanders?
Yes, it was Skylanders. Skylanders started that trend,
Ooh.
and then Amiibo became really popular. I think Disney was like pretty quick on it. Like I think they were like right behind them with Infinity, and then Lego did it as well. And then the only one that lasted is Amiibo. Even I think Amiibos are still. I think they finally last year or the year before stopped doing the Amiibo thing. Like it was pretty recent compared to the others. They tried Disney Infinity 3 times. So they launched it, and then they did 2.0, which added Marvel stuff, and then 3.0 added Star Wars stuff. But it was more cartoony, toy looking, right? This would be more realistic looking, and the idea that they've talked about throwing around is that you could maybe even watch Disney Plus from inside Fortnite. Because like Fortnite's becoming less of a actual game on its own, but becoming more of a platform for other games. Because like right now, you can play a racing game in Fortnite. You can do like it's becoming its own platform rather than the game
Tori
itself.
And Drew play a lot of games on there.
Yeah,
and
there's
I don't know
I can
what
see
the fuck
I
is
get
going on.
I get why it can be interesting because I think Fortnite's cartoony graphics kind of work in its favor. Like it's not too cartoony, but it's not too realistic. I mean now they've got the Lego Fortnite, which I think is like also I like Lego Fortnite. It's a little fun. I mean if you like Minecraft, then you'll like Lego Fortnite because it's the same idea. Except now you can also potentially be your favorite brand of characters. Like in my case, I use the Ahsoka Clone Trooper skin for my Lego character because not all of your skins translate to Lego. That's something I think they're slowly trying to do, but most of them do, and so I would like to see the more mainline Star Wars characters get transitioned, but Anyway, so I see what Disney's going for here. I'm curious to see how it turns out. I'm not gonna hop on the bus immediately for it and go, "Oh, this is a great idea." I could see how this works though for them in the long run. We're also talking about a company that has like one of the most sought after engines for a while because Epic's the one that has Unreal, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm not sure.
I want to make sure I get the right one. Sorry, I'm doing producer stuff, and yes, Unreal Engine.
Okay.
So, one of the most popular video game engines ever.
Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen like the new not reveal trailer, but the engine trailer?
Oh, for 5?
Yeah.
I have not.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great if you need like some horror stuff because it actually looks really fucking good.
Yeah. No, I've seen how good it looks because I remember seeing the Rain one that somebody did where they made it looked like an actual like somebody just took a camera and was looking right outside at rain and this wasn't animated. I'm like, geez. So Unreal Engine, yeah, it's the most popular engine, which means Disney now owns a heavy stake in that too, which is also in their favor because now that's something that they can use for like the Lucasfilm Games side of things, and now that would be smart, I would think, on their part, or even Disney games in general, not even just the Star Wars stuff. So, I mean, if we're even talking bigger brand wise. So, it makes sense. We're going to skip the obvious news piece of what happened this week. We talked about it off air. You didn't really understand a lot of what it is, but yeah.
I understand that it was ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, yeah. All I'll say is Gina Carano suing Disney. It's not going to end the way she thinks. It's not going far. It's not going far from what I've understood from people that actually know the law and can read those type of documents better. On movie news, we have a double feature of news. With the first piece being The Mandalorian and Grogu movie has been confirmed to be coming to us in 2026 by Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney. He confirmed this during the Q1 earnings call for investors. So this was during an earnings call. So yeah, so this is happening because they want to make sure their investors know, hey, this is what's going on.
Yep.
Because that's how you keep them investors. On the other piece of movie news, Donald Glover has confirmed that he's still actively working on the Lando film as a co-writer with his brother, who also helped co-write Atlanta with him. So you know there's some good writing going on there. He confirmed this while promoting the new Mr. and Mrs. Smith show that he's the lead on.
Okay.
So at the very least, I'd say the Lando movie is probably in like pre-production writing phase still, because they're probably still working out a script, and also Donald Glover is just a busy man. Like he's very popular because he's a very good actor, singer. He's got a lot of talent. He's a good writer. Like he's just multi-talented. He doesn't have an EGOT yet, does he?
A what?
Okay. So in the entertainment world, you know you have your awards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that you got your Emmys, Grammys, Oscars, and Tonys.
Okay.
So an EGOT is getting all 4 of those.
Oh, okay.
He's probably got. I would say he's probably got. I think he's got his Emmy, because I think he got it for Atlanta. I think he has his Grammy, and he probably has his Oscar. The only thing he's missing is a Tony, but he's never. I don't think he's done stage acting, because the Tony's more for like Broadway stage acting. So I think that's the only one he'd be missing. He's a really talented guy, though, is my main point with that. Like,
it wouldn't surprise me.
Like, if he's got the ego, at least, and not the Tony. Like, if he's at least got that, I wouldn't be surprised. Because, like, I remember, like, for example, I mean, this is, as Childish Gambino, This Is America, that was a very well done song. Like, that, I think that's probably what got him his Grammy, if anything. Let's see. I don't see anything listing his awards easily. You would think usually Wikipedia is not so bad at listing that.
Usually.
But... Hey, welcome to the podcast. Yes, so he got his Grammy for This Is America. Okay. Although he actually got it the year before with Redbone. So, but yeah, I wasn't surprised that This Is America got him Grammys. Atlanta, yeah, I knew got him Emmys. He has not gotten an Oscar yet. That I see, anyways. Yeah, no Oscar. Hasn't even been nominated. Strange. So, he's missing the O and the T.
It'll get there.
It'll get there. He's gonna get there. He's gonna get there. He's got that. Anyways, so all I'm saying though is, at least on Star Wars films, things are in a good place. So if you want to help us out on the channel, we do actually have a Patreon. Usually we talk about it at the end of the show. But that is a way to support us, is through our Patreon, which is linked down below if you're watching on YouTube. So it's going to be linked down below. And there's different levels. And you get different things with each level. So the $1, yeah. So thank you. But yeah, so I think, so we got stuff to look forward to. 2026 is not that far away. That's only 2 years.
Yep.
That means they're probably done with the script.
I would certainly hope so.
Well, because if they're saying 2026, that means I think we talked about this. We talked about that they were done with pre-production, like, because they were talking about they were going into production a couple weeks ago. I think we talked about, and so that means that they're probably filming or about to film. So, yeah, that would be my guess. Is that they're probably about to film this year, do some posts. They'll probably start filming near the end of this year with the 2026 release date. So they're probably still working out some pre-production stuff, but the script is done. The script would probably be done at this point if they're that confident to give a 2026 release date. It makes sense, though, that, like I said, Donald Glover's busy. They can't even get him for the Community movie yet, and that's something he said he doesn't want to do. So, and I think that would be... I don't know if he'd do that before Orlando. So, we'll see. And also, Mr. and Mrs. Smith is doing well. They'll probably get a season 2 because it's actually been a good show from what I've heard. It's on my list because it's a remake of the movie. But from what I heard, it's got some really good writing, some really good stuff that's a little bit deeper than what the original movie was. So
yeah, I was confused about that.
Yeah, you were like, "What's he doing on something as goofy as that?" No, it's a little bit more serious.
Where y'all? Cop shows up at the door. What are y'all doing? Redecorating.
It's a funny movie, but yeah. It's last thing. This one's less of a big piece of news. This is more of a fun thing. So we timed our Phantom Menace review off by a week.
I don't make the dates. You do.
The reason I say this is that this week they announced that it's returning to theaters for May 3rd as part of the 25th anniversary, because Phantom Menace is 25 this year. We actually timed the season well on that one. We actually timed it well for that part. And by timed, I mean it's coincidence. Same thing with the reviewing it last week. This is all coincidence. But it's going to be for a limited run, of course. They even designed some new posters for it, which looked awesome. I suggest looking those up. They look really good. And then Empire Magazine is doing a spread that's discussing the entire prequel trilogy, and that's going to be coming out later this week. They showed some promotional pieces from it, so they showed the covers, which with it being Empire, they got a couple covers, because they usually do like a couple covers for a big story. And then they showed some of the art or some of the pictures they took for some of the other photo sets that they did. They brought Hayden in to do some photos, and Ewan and a lot of the original actors. People are excited to hear Natalie Portman talk Star Wars again, because she's pretty much been quiet since the prequels ended about Star Wars, and so they said they got everybody. So that would be interesting to hear her thoughts on it this far out now.
Yeah.
And so, because it's not been quite 20 years for Revenge, it's 19 still, because Revenge was 2005. So, not quite 20 years since the trilogy ended, but
yeah.
Reminding you your age, huh?
Must be even worse for you. Just that
I watched all except Phantom Menace in theaters.
Yeah, I remember seeing Phantom Menace, not Phantom Menace.
Revenge.
That would have been a weird one for
Revenge.
me. Revenge of the Sith in theaters.
Yeah. So
that was a real intense movie to take a 6-year-old to.
It was the first PG-13 Star Wars film.
Mm-hmm.
Because the others were PG up to that point. And so, yeah, so there's a lot of cool stuff this year I think is interesting. I'm curious to see what else Star Wars itself does to celebrate the 25th. We'll probably get some Star Wars Insider short stories knowing them. But yeah, so that's it for the news. Let's get into the main topic. The part I did not make notes for.
Captain Valo,
Yes.
High Republic,
High
baby!
Republic, we're back. Escape from Valo, we're back to Valo as well.
Yep.
So, obviously, spoiler warning. This book only came out
Yep.
a couple weeks ago. So, if you want the quick of it, if you like High Republic stuff, you'll like this book. If you don't like High Republic stuff and you like Star Wars, you might like this book.
Daniel Jose Older and Alyssa Wong.
Yeah, I mean, two writers that we love on this channel.
And I don't want to forget the illustrator.
Yeah, the illustrator, because the art in this book is also really good.
Trying to find out where the
I think it's on the.
illustrator is.
I can find it. It should be. I know they wrote an about them section. That's the acknowledgments. It's gonna be a little bit before that.
Peter Antonson.
Yeah, Peter Antonson. Great art. Loved it.
Thank you.
So, and of course we love Daniel Jose Older.
Yeah.
We love Alyssa Wong because she writes the Dr. Aphra stuff. Is also the basis of Crash, according to DJO. So let's get into it. So we go back to Valo.
Mm-hmm.
We're not gonna do a plot by plot, but let's.
Welcome to Valo. Things are bad here.
Yeah,
Nihil, every day
'cause this
on the
is-
streets.
So from my understanding of it, this is still a little bit before the ending of Eye of the Storm. At least that's how it feels like, but it's hard to tell
It's hard to tell.
because you don't get a lot of off of Valo interaction with
Yeah.
what's going on, but because we get the most we
I
get.
think they say it's been 11 months.
Yeah, so that means it would still have to be before.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a year. It's still the year, so it's that same year, because they're celebrating the anniversary of Starlight Beacon falling at the beginning. The Nihil are.
Yeah.
Which I thought was actually a dumb. I disagree with that being the celebration, or at least the name of it, because he calls it the Dark Fair, and I'm like, bro, the Dark Fair should have been like your anniversary celebration for the Valo Republic Fair going badly. Why are you? It would have been the second anniversary for that, because they mentioned that it's been 2 years since that, because it's a year between that and Starlight falling, and then a year again between that and Phase 3 starting. So, I disagree with him. But we also learned Vark, the guy in charge of the Nihil there, is an idiot.
Yeah.
I think my favorite joke that they start doing near the last half of the book is when they make fun of his monologuing.
Like, he starts every encounter with our protagonist with, come
We've
out
got-
now and I'll kill you quickly.
It's come out, we've got you surrounded, you'll die quickly, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then, but it's like the same exact, he's got a script. Man's got a script.
Yeah.
And so
By the end of it, they've started making...
they've started continuing the script for him, throwing him off.
Tap tap.
Tep Tep makes the joke where she continues it for him, and he's like, wait, what? No. Ah.
Get back here!
And so I love it. I like our protagonist.
Yeah.
So our main one is actually, even though Ram is the one that we are familiar with, he is not the main focal protagonist. It's Gavi, because you've got Gavi, Kildo, and Tep Tep, who are 3 younglings.
And their new friend, Zyle, that shows up a little bit later.
Yeah, but they're the main focus at the start. And they are basically younglings from the Valo Jedi Temple who, after the fall of Starlight Beacon, when the Nihil attacked and took over, they were some of the last survivors.
Yeah.
Along with Ram's Jedi Master,
Kunpar.
who is also in charge of the temple. But Kunpar is basically doing the old man routine, which is what's kept him from being killed by the
You
Nihil.
wouldn't separate an old man from his walking stick, would you?
Yeah. He's playing the role of, I'm not a Jedi, I'm just a very fragile old man. And so
They're still mean to him.
yeah,
But
like they still push him and stuff, but they're just like, we're not gonna kill you because we don't know.
Yeah. Because
We don't know better. We're
There'd
led
be
by
no-
an idiot.
we're led by an idiot, and also there'd be no point to it.
And so I like the trio's dynamic.
Mhm.
I like when Zyle gets introduced. which is a pirate character who gets introduced. They are the grandchild of a familiar character from Phase 2.
Zyle's great. I fucking love that kid.
I was leaving that open for you to say who it was. Seiya Keen. But yeah, there's Zyle Keen. Seiya is referenced here. We learned Seiya is dead, which kind of is expected. They mentioned Seiya, and I was like, there's no way she's still alive. And then we get confirmation later that yeah, she died. Okay. But we learned that some really interesting things about Seiya post Phase 2. We learned that she takes over the Dankrax. Yep, I was gonna say Grank Dax for some reason.
That's pretty close.
The Dankrax. She takes over the Dankrax. Changes them over to being more like the Guardians of the Galaxy, in that they're gonna break the law, but they're not gonna actively hurt people if they can, like if they can avoid it. Like they're still pirates, but they're not like sadistic. So like they're not actively going to attack people. They're just trying to get smuggling. Really is more their thing.
Yeah.
And then we learned that also she made up with our girl Sav. And that Sav was like, and basically they made it clear that they're just friends, because Sav was like, yeah, I did like you that way and you liked me that way, but it can't happen. And so but it sounds like Seiya got a happy ending after all, because had a family, got to tell her amazing pirate stories to her daughter, who then passes it on to their child, and that's how we get to Zyle.
I got something to say.
Yeah?
Man, fuck Driggett's parents.
Oh yeah. I think they try.
I think the issue is that this is a
Drigget. Drigget is the friend of Gavi before everything goes down.
Yeah.
She is not a Jedi though. She is like somebody who lives on Valo, and they look so much alike that people think they are family and related. They've even done the twin, like, we're gonna pretend to be the other person thing. But after the Nihil takeover, she kind of switches sides to the Nihil. Not because she agrees with them. In fact, she really hates them.
Yeah.
She's trying to do the I'm gonna do some good from the inside sort of deal. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure the audience knew who Drigget was before you went into that.
Before I went. So the reason why I say fuck Driggett's parents is because of how the book portrays them, and I think it's because of like the demographic for the book.
Yeah, because this is a junior novel. This isn't the young adult or the adult. This is the junior novel. So,
which is why I think they're portrayed that way.
Yeah, because this is for a middle school audience.
Yeah,
this isn't. Yeah, like we can still appreciate them. I think the writing
is
still
good book.
Yeah, it's still a really well written book.
But like Driggett's parents are the worst.
And I think, yeah, like you said, I think it's because we're coming I think we're coming from the point of view of Drigget and Gavi, because they're the only two that we see interact. Like, the other characters interact, but they're not the point of view characters during those interactions. It's Gavi and Drigget that are usually the point of views.
Yeah.
Because Ram, so I think everybody shares a point of view chapter at some point.
Yeah. With the exception of Kunpar.
Yeah, I mean, like of
that makes sense.
Yeah, like of our children characters, like Ram gets a good chunk. Gavi gets the most, which is why he's the protagonist. I think that is our protagonist. Kildo doesn't. Does
Kildo and Tep Tep don't. So the main
Drigget
ones are Drigget, Zyle.
Yeah, Zyle gets
Gavi,
a good chunk,
and Ram.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that sort of like.
And I think even Vark gets like segments.
Vark gets like interludes between parts in the book, where it's like.
Because the book is written in 3 parts, and then they've got like interludes between them.
And Vark's usually in the interludes being like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, usually he's the point of view character.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And he's like, I couldn't find these kids. Now I've got to listen to this fucking kid.
Yeah, because so we didn't realize until we read the book.
Yeah, I was like,
so we talked about this character, Niv
did.
Drendow, who is the underling of the Ithorian scientist in Eye of Darkness. He's the guy that's like in charge of trying to bring back the Nameless more for them as a super weapon.
I didn't realize that he was a kid until like the book told us, and then you reminded me like in the car on the way over.
Yeah, because I think it's like it's not in the. I think it's So it's not even during. I think the first time they mentioned that he's a teenager is actually in the flashback Gavi has, because Gavi's seen him before, because he was on Valo when Gavi's master died, because he witnessed the Nameless kill his master.
Yeah.
And Niv Drendal was there for that. We also learned Niv Drendal is his entire first name. I forget what his last name is. They mention it, but I forget.
Yeah.
Because that becomes a joke that Vark is like hesitant to be like,
oh,
why do you have two last names?
That reminds me, I had a dumb brain joke moment about like the Nameless that he has with him, Grendrick. And at one point my brain went, so is that Grendrick's first or last name?
Speaking of, do we want to talk about what we talked about in the car about our realization about the Nameless and how we see where things are going to fall apart for them very quickly for the Nihil.
The Nameless are starving.
Yeah.
Like,
so
because of where they are from and how ambient the Force is there, them being taken out of it, no wonder they just consume Force users whole.
It's because they're hungry.
It's because they're hungry. Like, not like, just because...
Like, dying hungry.
They're dying hungry, not just like, oh...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of hungry. I want to eat this Jedi. It's because, holy shit, I'm going to die soon.
Because they basically describe it as emaciated.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, it's that bad. And it's why it's so easy for them to kill this one.
Yeah.
Because the kids kill this one. And it's because, it's a baby one that's starving.
Yeah. Like, during the fights, one of my moments where I'm like, man, if a stray blaster shot took this fucking thing out, I would be so happy.
Because, like, and then after, because you pointed that out to me again in the car on the way here, and I thought about it more, and I was like, yeah, in all the illustrations, I'm realizing, like, they almost always look starving.
Yeah.
Like, they almost never look like a creature that's, like, eaten. They always look emaciated.
Yeah.
And it's like, some of them do look a little bit more beefy and like they've had a good meal, but like most of them
don't. And the reason why Grendrick is special is he's the first one born in captivity that stayed alive long enough for them to figure out like how do we keep them alive.
Which it turns out it's medical. It's the
micropram is what it's called, but essentially it's like concealer, I think.
Yeah, it's like de-aging cream, essentially.
Yeah, basically.
It's de-aging cream, which is kind of funny. The de-aging cream keeps them from dying. But it's also used for other things. Like, they point out, like, it's, like, because they originally think it's a Bacta shipment that they're trying to get to. Because they're like...
That's what everyone else is trying to get to.
Yeah. Like, they think that that's, like, what everybody... Because, so our pirates are after that. That's what our Jedi are after.
That's what the pirates and the Jedi are after.
And they think, at first, that that's what the Nihil are after until they figure out...
That's what the rest of the Nihil are after. Niv is the one that wants the micropram.
Yeah. And so, because there was a ship that crashed there during
the Innovator.
The Innovator, it crashed during the... Was it during the fair, or was it... during the battle?
I think it was during the battle.
Okay, so a year ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, during the battle, it crashed and it sank into the lake there. Yeah. And so the big problems that come up are how do we get to it, and then how do we get what we want and get out safely. They solved most of that problem with we use Ram's very special spaceship.
Yep.
Because he basically has pimped his ride.
Motherfucker has a drill ship.
Yeah.
From in the way back during the Forever War.
Yeah. The other thing that they use is the other ship that it turns out Gavi's been keeping secret.
Yeah.
Because
Gavi is having a moment.
He's been repairing it, but while he's been repairing it, he's like, it's only gonna fit 2 people at
Yeah.
most.
And the choices he's having to make is, do I get Tep Tep or Kildo out of here?
Or do I let them go and I stay?
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, kid,
And of course,
that is a fucked thing.
and of course, we're talking about 14, 15-year-olds, and in Tep Tep's case, 13 maybe
Yeah.
12, because Tep Tep is the baby of the group.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I imagine she's like 2 or 3 years younger.
Zyle figures out where the ship is, and they have like a
Well, because
fucking...
it turns out he's tracking all the
Yeah.
Jedi, because he puts trackers in all their robes.
Yeah. And Zyle and Gabby have like a knockdown, drag out fist fight.
This was leading up though, even before that.
They were. Zyle is like, I'm not trying to fucking steal Kildo from you.
Yeah, because
that's one of the
that's why
things.
because Gabby doesn't trust. Well, one, doesn't trust Al because they're a pirate.
Yeah.
2, they think that they're flirting with Kildo, and Gabby definitely has a absolutely not obvious at all crush on Kildo. No, very
It's
obvious.
very obvious.
Um,
Meanwhile, Gabby is also struggling with using
the Force.
the Force, and they saw their master get fucking husked in front of them,
Yeah,
and we're like point blank.
yeah, they were within the range too of the Nameless
Yeah.
too, so like they could have easily
haven't-
been next.
Been able to use the Force for like a while.
Which was where my emotional damage post was from that scene.
I remember we talked
And then we
about
talked
it
about
on
it Tuesday.
and I'm like, so are we at like Watership Down or Berserk level?
I was like, no, we're not going that far.
We're not that.
It's still a kid's book.
Yeah.
It's still intense for a kid's book, but it's not. It's not like adult intense. It's what I think a kid. It's stuff I think a kid can handle.
Yeah.
But it's definitely rough because it's dealing with trauma. Which phase 3 is just gonna be. That's just phase 3.
It's just what people deal with in phase 3.
Oh, when we see our boy Wreath, imagine all that trauma.
He's gonna have a time.
Because I think that's what's next on the books end of thing. I think the next big book is the young adult book. Because we've had our adult book, we've had our junior novel. Haven't had our young adult yet. There's a lot of good stuff in here, though. I loved it. It's a fun adventure. Tep Tep loves animals.
Oh yeah, Tep Tep loves animals.
Except for the Sandoval, or whatever they're called. The big worm.
Yeah.
The big worm.
She's like, no, I promised it food.
Friends with the Acklays, though, which was fun.
Yeah.
Because they've been hiding out in the zoo that during the Republic Fair, all the animals got free.
Woo. Scarlet Skulls.
Yeah, Scarlet Skulls. That's so Ram has been kind of doing a undercover thing where he's like, I'm not a Jedi, I'm a Scarlet Skull. So that way, because obviously, first off, we learned that Ram left everybody as soon as the call was made to go to Coruscant because he was like, I have a feeling I should protect Valo. And that feeling was right.
Yep.
And so, while it's not a attachment, it is a thing of he's connected enough, and it's something Gavi also deals with, is that the difference between attachments and love and connection. Because you can love something and be and connect to it, but not be attached. Which is the big lesson Jedi always struggle with. Is balancing that. And I think Gavi learns it very well in this book. Unfortunately, has to sacrifice some friendships to do it, because him and Drigget do not end well.
No. I think getting stabbed in the fucking chest is a pretty hard way to end a friendship.
Yeah!
It takes that to be like, okay, friendship over.
Because throughout most of it, Gavi is still trying. Until that moment.
Yeah.
And then
Gavi is like, if you fuckers would just leave, then the Nihil would... That's her line of thinking.
Drigget's
line of thinking is...
It's
if
the Jedi's
the Jedi would leave, then the Nihil, who have stayed here chasing these scarlet fucking skulls, who I know are my friends, the Jedi...
Which also
leave.
are the pirates from... Because I got reminded of that during one of the chapters.
Yep.
it's from Phase 2 that are Alex and his character, the girl he raises,
Quiet Chan.
Quiet Chan. Yeah, it's their connection because they were part of that group until and they're the ones that cut tongues out and all that. So if you remember when we talked about the Phase 2 adventure comics, that's the connection there.
Yeah.
But yeah, to the point that when Zyle's mom shows up, she's like, Scarlet Skulls, what the fuck? She points guns at children, uses like the amplifier thing on her wrist to make it look like she force pushes them away.
Zyle's like, I wonder which surprise. Oh, yep, it's the amplifier this time.
And then they're like, and then they start talking, and she's like, wait a minute.
Scarlet Skulls don't talk.
They cut their tongues out. How'd that happen? Because at first she's getting on to Zyle. She's like, why would you befriend people who hurt your, like, great uncle and aunt, essentially? Like, because, like, the pirate crews are just one big family. And we get the return of the best pirate ever, Therm
Scissor Punch.
Yeah, Therm Scissor Punch. Best pirate there is.
Yeah.
Who does lose his claw, but it's okay. It grows back.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. And his parole officer, who's now a pirate, is also in this one, because they're like, oh yeah, he's a pirate now.
Yep.
Because that's kind of the feeling I got at the end of Adventures in Phase 2 anyways, is that any of the pirate hunters became pirates, because they just kind of... It's a fun adventure, really. It's just... It provides some levity that is needed, because otherwise Phase 3 is just gonna be... It's gonna be tiring real quick if there wasn't this levity. There's still drama and still impact that we get from Phase 1. And we start to see where Phase 1 and Phase 2 are kind of tying in. Because that's the other thing is, like, I feel... While The Eye of Darkness is a great start to the adult end of Phase 3, it didn't have a lot of payoff for any Phase 2. It had some payoff, but not a lot. And I don't expect everything from Phase 2 to pay off immediately. But there was, like, almost no payoff for Phase 2 stuff, I felt like. Whereas I started to feel a lot of the payoff. But now, of course, that's also because DJO and Alyssa Wong also have a heavy hand with Kevin Scott when it comes to writing the adventure stuff. So that's why there's so much adventures ties in. That's why, like, we get our pirate crews. So that makes sense. Because DJO tends to do very well at tying everything into everything he's written, at least. Because that's what I've noticed. I am liking the pairing of writers. Because they started testing that in Phase 2. Phase 1, they very much gave everybody just their own thing. And then Phase 2, they started doing pairings. I didn't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, there were...
And there were some stronger pairings than others. But I think they're figuring it out, because Phase 3, we've gotten a pairing again, and I think it worked really well. But also, they worked with each other before, so that's the other thing. So, like, it makes sense that DJO and Alyssa could knock it out of the park. I'd give it a strong 8.
Yeah.
It's a strong 8. This is a great start for Phase 3 for the young adult, or for the junior novels, rather. Great art, great fun story. We have a villain for, hopefully, the trilogy, because Niv survives.
Yeah.
Drigget is planning to... Drigget is scheming.
To put it mildly, that kid has hate in her heart for the Nihil.
And she is... she's playing chess. And so the way I read it is Niv is also, so she's probably so she's got to be the same age as Gavi. So when they say Niv is a teenager, I'm thinking maybe 16, 17.
Yeah.
Because he's got to be older, I feel like, than them. Whereas Gavi's...
Oh yeah, important part, Grendrek is dead.
Yeah, Grendrek, we mentioned it, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the kids killed the Nameless.
They didn't kill it. The sandworm
Sandworm did, but
killed it, but it's dead now.
it's still with the credit of the kids because Niv credits them.
Yeah. Because Driggett's like, hey, the Jedi did this to Grendrick.
Yeah, because Drigget is trying to play the Jedi and the Nihil against each other, with the plan being wipe out the Nihil.
Mhm.
But she's playing the long con where she's pretending to be with
That's
the
the
Nihil.
overall goal.
Yeah, like long con is pretend to be with the Nihil, figure out how to get in close with them through Niv, and then fuck them up
Mhm.
once a weakness is exposed. So I hope the trilogy, because the trilogies don't always pay, like the sequels to each book don't always immediately have payoff. Like at least Phase 1 felt that way for the junior novels. Phase 2's junior novels were a little bit more keeping with continuing the last story, but they also didn't do a trilogy. They just did the 2 books for Phase 2. Phase 2 was just a 2 book per arc.
Yep.
And so Phase 1's trilogy, it didn't feel like a trilogy. It felt like a duology with a book in the middle. Because while Race to Crash Point Tower, a DJO book, is good, it didn't feel as tied into what was going on with the characters that we'd been introduced to in the other junior novel.
Yeah.
And then with Test of Courage. And then the payoff, I think, went well with... what was it? I just forgot the name of the third one. It's the one with the ice skaters.
It's not. I know because it takes.
Sorry, we sometimes...
God damn it. High Republic Phase 1.
Junior novels. Mission to Disaster. That's what it was. Yep. Yeah, because they did 2 mission books, because it was Mission to Disaster and then the mission... Midnight Horizon. There were 2 M1s. Because they were both the third wave of Phase 1. But yeah, Mission to Disaster. That one felt more like a sequel to A Test of Courage. I'm hoping they do it more focused where the next book is a direct sequel to this. Maybe not like immediate direct, because obviously we got the comics and stuff in between, but like let it be about Gavi and Kildo and Tep Tep and Niv and Drigget. Sure, there can be stuff in the comics that explains some stuff that happens in between those books. I'm fine with that. It's just make sure that the focus is those characters is what I would like to see. I won't be mad. I'm not gonna be mad about it. Like I still liked Phase 1, even with that kind of awkwardness in the middle of how they did that. Because like I said, Race to Crash Point Tower is still a good book. I just felt confused that was the direction they went. So I'm interested. But yeah, that's it for Escape from Valo. As you said, you called the title a lie, but I mean, while the book itself is not about escaping from Valo, I would say that they escaped from Valo, except for Gavi, who decides to stay.
Yeah.
Gavi decides to stay to continue the legacy of being the Scarlet Skull, while everybody else goes off to protect other people in the Occlusion Zone. And then Drigget and Niv's plan is to get out of the Occlusion Zone, which I'm curious to see how that pays off, because we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen anybody leave the. Well, no, that's not true. We've seen people leave the Occlusion Zone. Because I have Darkness, we see a few people leave. But that's like near the end of the we haven't seen anybody that's working with the Nihil. Like we haven't seen somebody that's trying to fuck up the Nihil while still with Nihil Overwatch do it.
Yeah.
It's mostly been we snuck out or we found like a back route sort of deal. It's never been like, oh, we did it in front of their faces. So I'm curious. Yeah, we looked into some of the news that was out at the moment of recording, and I mean, there's some stuff, but nothing big. Like we got the Dark Forces remaster price listing from Nintendo, thanks to Nintendo Switch, because honestly, that's how stuff always gets kind of. I've noticed in games, if it's coming to the Switch, that's how stuff always gets like leaked. Is through the Switch version.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's going to be $30 price point for you us Americans.
You Americans.
We're Americans too. But for the American dollar.
Mm.
The rest of y'all can convert that.
Do what you need to do.
Yeah, do what you need to do. And then some people are complaining that it's $30. I personally think it's fine. But then they said, well, hey, it's $30 because we're also adding behind the scenes stuff to the game, and I'm like, I didn't need that for $30 to be fair, personally. I don't know how you feel about remasters.
Most games are like $60, so that's not that bad.
Yeah, that's half the price of a, and even then, actually now, a lot of games on modern consoles are going up to $70. So even then, you're still saving a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah. As far as just fun things this week, still playing some Pillars of Eternity. I'm also playing some Skyrim on the side because it's a fun game to go back to. There's a reason why they keep re-releasing it and it keeps selling. It's a fun game, even in vanilla form, which is how I'm playing it. I'm playing it vanilla on the PlayStation, so like even in vanilla, it's still fun. Although I'm thinking about adding some mods because they added console mods for Elder Scrolls V and Fallout 4. I also bought some other games because I decided to go ahead and get some games that were on my wish list on the PlayStation, and so I officially got the full version of Dragon Age Inquisition because I had the deluxe, but I didn't have the Game of the Year edition. So right. I bumped it up to the Game of the Year edition, which comes with everything. Whereas Deluxe had some of the DLC, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I bought Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr.
All right.
I wanted to start trying Warhammer games, video games. So it was cheap. I mean, all these were cheap. I bought 5 games for less than $60.
It's pretty good.
I got Thronebreaker for the Witcher Tales because it was $3 at the moment, and I was just like, I like the Witcher universe, and I've heard Thronebreaker is a really underrated game.
See how it goes.
Yeah, I mean it's $3. I don't think
why not?
So why not? Yeah. I got the good Werewolf the Apocalypse game, Heart of the Forest, which is more of a because there's 2 Werewolf the Apocalypse games that came out like very recently, and one of them was not that good, and it's like a third person like hack and slash almost shooter type game.
Mm-hmm.
That one wasn't received very well by fans of the World of Darkness, but the other one is, and that one was what did I say it was? It was Heart of the Forest, and it's more of a visual novel type game. You know those type of games.
Yeah.
And then I also got Wasteland 3.
All right.
Colorado Collection, which comes with everything. Also like 10, but like most of these were like $11 at most.
Yeah.
So like, and also Wasteland 3 is probably a game you would appreciate. I think it's that classic Fallout style, not Fallout 3 and beyond, which are more your style, but you do like you appreciate the older ones, and Wasteland is the grandfather of those type of games, because 1 and 2 are what made Fallout, and then Wasteland 3 was kind of a love letter back to that years later, where they were like, we want to do a third one, and so they did a Kickstarter and did that. So Warhammer, Wasteland, Thronebreaker. I got the first Pathfinder game because that's been one that's been on my list because it's once again in that style of CRPG that I like. It's that it's like that Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 style. Same thing as like the game I'm currently playing with Pillars of Eternity. So it's that style of, except it's Pathfinder rules instead of D&D rules. So, Kingmaker is the name of the first one.
Yeah, I was like, well, there's only really
There's two.
that come to mind, and it's either
I said the
Kingmaker
first one.
or Wrath of the Righteous.
I have both on PC, but I also was like, it's like, once again, it was like less than $11 on PlayStation, so I was like, I think it was like $7, and that it's for the full version too. So like, because that's usually what I try to get when I can. I try to get the one that has the most content, because I hate how video games are with that, where you have to like flip through different versions to find which one has everything, and the only way to really tell which one that is be like, which one's the most expensive version, because that, like, even when you read the listings, it's just like, that doesn't tell me the difference. Especially when you're doing it on console, where you have to actually flip through. Like on PlayStation, you go to the store page for whichever one you're looking at, and then you have to like go to the the drop, like the little 3-dot drop down bar, and be like, oh, I want to look at this version or that version. So you don't get to see them side by side. So you have to like read the listing, switch which version you're looking at, read the listing, and even then it's like, okay, I can't remember if it had that one or if that one had that one. And so I need them side by side. I need side by side comparison. And if you can't do that, then I just have to go by the price listing, which when a game's on sale makes it even harder, because then I have to like look at what the full price is for each one and be like, because one version might be on sale but the other one might not be.
What is it?
The struggles of a modern day gamer. I will probably not get to a lot of them for a while.
Yeah.
Those are all massive RPGs. So they're going to be a minute.
Take some time.
Especially when I'm still trying to finish Pillar. But yeah. So I decided to get some of those because I was just like, more games to add for my collection for later. Some of them I can play anyways because like I have PlayStation Plus Premium. And so I was just like, but I also want to just own them. That way I don't have to, if I for some reason I have to give up having Premium for a month, then I can still access them. Because, yeah, that's the one part about PlayStation Plus I don't like, even back in the day, which is like, they give you the free games, right? Back in the day. Nowadays, they still give you the free games. They still give, but like back then they were like, here's like 3 free games, but you can only play them if you keep getting Plus. It's like, but they're in my library, yes, and you have access to them till the end of time, as long as you keep getting Plus. It's just like, oh.
I was reminded that PlayStation Plus is a thing.
It's been around
recently.
since like PlayStation 3.
No. The reason why I forgot about it is because Elden Ring will not let you play online with other people if you don't have Plus.
Yeah.
But I don't care about that.
Yeah, you don't care about the online features, so.
So I keep it, but it really wants me.
Yeah, because I mean, whenever I've taken a break from Plus and I'm doing my Demon Souls plays for the YouTube channel, I get that alert too, where like when you start a game, it's like, hey, just so you know, the multiplayer features aren't gonna work. And it's just like, I know, and
I don't care.
I don't want to deal with people coming into my place anyways.
I already have enough problems while playing this game.
The game's already hard enough.
I don't need
randoms coming in to attack me.
Yeah.
Although in Demon Souls, I'm smart enough to not have to worry about that most of the time. There was one time I forgot to.
Yep.
I forgot. Because in Demon Souls, as long as you don't have your body, you don't get attacked. There was one time I forgot. There was one time I was like, hey, I just killed this awesome demon. All right, let's go. I went to the... I don't know if that video's come out yet or not. But I think it did. I go to my farming spot in Demon Souls, which is that witch, the witch lady in World 2, I think. Where she just has these like spirits keep summoning. And so if you kill her, you get like 4,000 souls each time you kill her. So it's a good farming spot. It's like the bird situation. It's to put it for Elden Ring people who like have only played Elden Ring and not Demon Souls. It's the bird. It's the bird.
The bird is okay.
It's a good one. It's a good one up till a certain point. Once you hit a certain level, then you're like, okay, this isn't giving enough runes. You need more. And so, but it still works for me in Demon Soul. So I'm like, I keep going back to her. But one time I killed a demon, and then I went to go farm, and I forgot to kill myself in the Nexus. Because you want to kill yourself in the Nexus, because dying with your human body in one of the actual level worlds affects like the world's parameters and like whether it's good or bad ending essentially. It
whatever the fuck Soul Tendency does.
Yeah, Soul Tendency. It unlocks things. You can find certain things depending on if you have a light Soul Tendency, world tendency versus a dark world tendency. Like I managed to get a cool sword that I still use because I had a light world tendency at the time, and so I was like, "Oh, cool, two-handed weapon that does a lot of damage." And also now I can, because I have like a strength ring, I can carry it like one-handed with no problem and can still do fast rolls.
Yeah.
Because fast rolls.
Woo.
Fat rolls are okay as long as you know going in that that's what you're going for. But if you're like still learning how a Souls game works, you don't want those fat rolls. Anyways, so I kept farming and farming. And then I finished farming her one time, and I was going to go back to where I have to go to reset the world, right? Because you got to climb back up the stairs, past the stingray things that shoot, the flying manta rays that shoot bolts at you. And so I had to go up the stairs past them, but I couldn't because I was locked into the room where I had just killed this witch because the fog appeared. And I was like, wait, why is the fog? Because
new challenger approaches.
Why is the fog appeared? Because I haven't dealt with them, like, I haven't dealt with actual players up till that point, actually.
Welcome to fucking hell in a cell.
And, yeah, no, yeah, it wasn't fun. To put it lightly.
Where the fuck did you come from? Doesn't matter, I'm here now.
At first I thought, oh, maybe I need to, because I didn't see the challenger at first. And so I was like, oh, I need to go deal with, what's his name that's there? The sneaky little fuck that always tries to trick you in every game.
Patches.
Yeah, Patches. Because Patches, that's the first time you run into Patches in Demon Souls. Or in Souls games in general, because that was his first appearance. And so, so that's the first time you run into him, is where he tries to trick you into looking in the hole, and then he kicks you down the hole if you try to find treasure, and then he kills you. Also, don't kill him though, because he actually does have good stuff, and if you don't fight him and you just ignore him, he'll go back to the Nexus and you can trade with him.
Yeah,
he has good stuff. If you don't do that,
it happens every Soulsborne game.
Except in Elden Ring, like Elden Ring forces your hand to fight him eventually.
You do fight him. You don't have to kill him.
Because Elden Ring kind of more forces your hand, whereas I feel like Demon Souls didn't do that. Demon Souls is like, oh, you have a couple encounters with him where he can trick you, but he's gonna hang around the Nexus and you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to fight him. Because if you fight him, that aggroes him and forces you to kill him at that point. Whereas Elden Ring, you have to fight him.
You fight him, and then halfway through the fight, he's like, alright, I give up.
Yeah, and then you can choose whether or not, But I still think it's kind of like, oh, it's kind of bullshit that they force you to fight him in Elden Ring.
It's not.
I guess it's great for those of you who are annoyed with Patches over the years, but... Although those people, I assume, probably just kill him on sight.
Yeah,
I
guess.
Those people probably are just like, fuck Patches.
Fuck you.
Like, as soon as they see him, they just... It's on sight. It's on site.
Yep.
Are you on site with Patches?
Nah.
Okay. I'm not there yet, but I also haven't dealt with him enough to be concerned about it.
You don't kill Patches.
Okay, Highlander.
Mostly because it's like, he helps you. He doesn't mean to help you when he kicks you into places. He expects you to die.
Yeah.
So he can rob you later. But he does unlock secret areas when he kicks you into them.
Not in the first one in Demon Souls. First one, you just die.
Yeah, but that's your own fault for not seeing that big fuck off magma slug that's right there.
No, I think it's just a fallen and dead.
Okay, I may have spoiled something. You might encounter him in a later area.
Yeah.
With a pretty obvious
Yeah,
magma slug.
Yeah, his first appearance is you fall and die. That's it.
Well, you're not dead. You'll get better.
Well, you die. You lose your souls.
So what? It's money. You can make more of it.
Especially since that's the same area where my farm is.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally right under
What are
my
you
farm.
complaining
He's
about?
literally right under my farm. He's hiding out right under where I farm.
I'll fucking get him one day. Said Patches.
Well, he's under the witch, like, because the witch is above him, because, like, she has her little altar, and then right under is, like, that room where he hangs out, and then the hole. And then he's like, look at the shiny things that made a trail to that hole. There's probably more shinies down there.
Yep.
Because up to that point, the game has taught you following, like, the light rocks is, like, a way to find treasure.
Mm-hmm.
And so up to that point, that is your lesson in the game, because that's the shorthand. Because video game shorthand.
Yeah.
And then... But then they defy that shorthand by going, oh no, this was actually a trap.
Yep. Actually, here's a funny story. In regards to Patches.
Okay.
So, I've gone through 3 Soulsborne games. They're Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
To completion. So for Sekiro, Patches isn't there.
Yeah, I mean,
For obvious
he doesn't
reasons.
really fit. He doesn't really fit the aesthetic of that game.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different game. Like
It is.
It's not. It's really. It's almost like I'm almost at the point of saying it's not a Bloodborne. Like it's not a Soulsborne game. I'm almost at that point. Like,
Story-wise, nah. It has the same general themes of maybe immortality is a bad idea.
but in terms of like gameplay and stuff,
In terms of overall gameplay,
it's different.
yeah.
It's more like I'd say it's actually closer to what Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor
That
is.
would be accurate.
Whereas the mechanic, really the only mechanic is resting is the same.
So, the first time
Yeah.
in both Bloodborne and Elden Ring, when I looked for Patches, I could not find him. And the reason why I couldn't find him is, so, speaking of, like, the whole shiny thing, right?
Yeah.
I followed them for a little bit, and then, once I kind of, like, about halfway through following the trail of, like, here's all this shiny stuff, I got attacked by an enemy, and I had to go fight them instead.
Mm-hmm.
So I fought them, and then I lost where the trail was. So I just went a different direction to the actual problem of the level. And it wasn't until, like, my second and third playthroughs for both Elden Ring and Bloodborne
Where you ran into
where I
him.
actually ran into him. Like, on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, where I was like, I know this is a trap. Because nothing has been this nice to me throughout either of these games.
Yeah. So let's see.
Also, he's a weird spider thing in Bloodborne, because why not?
Yeah. Well, because while regular Patches you could fit into the universe of Bloodborne, like appearance wise, why
It wouldn't
not?
fit the tone.
It wouldn't fit the tone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like his appearance wise would fit aesthetically, just not tonally.
Also, the Chapel Dweller is the best character in that game in terms of, like, morals and actually trying to help people. He looks creepy as sin, but he's not a bad person.
Other stuff we got up to this week.
Mhm.
We watched more Highlander.
Yes, we did.
Because I had watched Highlander 3 again for our friend Sawyer's server on Discord. Because we do movie nights, and on Mondays we do like a rated R movie.
Mhm.
And Highlander is a rated R franchise. And we've already done 1 and 2. Because Highlander is a franchise I love, as we've talked about. And so we did 1, and then I was like, okay, I guess we kind of have to do 2, because y'all have to understand the insanity of 2. Like, we can't skip it. Like, we could, but then you'd miss out on the insanity of 2. And so, because it's like a fever dream.
Highlander 2 is fucking great.
It's a fever dream. It's a fever dream, though.
It is, but it's great.
3 is also kind of a fever dream. After rewatching, I was like, I forgot about some of these parts. Where I'm just like, I knew certain parts came up, like, not really spoilers.
Mhm.
I knew about the prostitute scene.
Yeah.
Because I remembered that. No glove, no love, and then him chewing it like bubble gum. He's like, and then he spits it out because he's like, ugh, it tastes nasty.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he's an immortal who was trapped. So the villain was trapped under rubble for 300 years?
400
years. And so villain finally comes out after the events of Highlander 1, because we skip Highlander 2. And so
and Connor is confused.
Connor's confused because he's we've officially decided Connor's a himbo. Because like he's a good guy. He's like, he fits the personality of a himbo, which is generally big, strong guy who has good intentions, non-toxic masculinity, but is also stupid.
Yeah.
Because Brenda died. Because so obviously Highlander 2. This is gonna be our Highlander rant for this episode. Yeah. Highlander 2 obviously explains that Brenda died one way, but then because Brenda's the girlfriend at the end of the first film. And so they said, we got to kill her off somehow. So because Highlander is kind of like James Bond. He always has a new girlfriend every movie. Except for the Daniel Craig ones. The Daniel Craig ones try to do more consistent girlfriends for after Casino Royale. After Casino Royale. Because Casino Royale, it's kind of important what happens to that girlfriend. But no. So, like, Highlander has like a Bond girl sort of thing where it's always a new girl. Except they always remind him of girlfriends from his past. Except for 2. 2 was the new girl. What do we say her name? Because I looked it up because I was like, I forgot her name. It's like an old, it's like an older name.
Is it like Irene?
No, it starts with a V, I think. Anyways.
Veronica?
No, it's fine. Anyways, she reminds him of Brenda. But then 3, obviously, with the retcon of 2, has to go, okay, well, Brenda died a different way, obviously, because she couldn't die from solar radiation cancer.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't a problem in the universe of Highlander 1 and 3.
Yeah.
Because if they kept the continuity of 2, and then 3 was for some reason a prequel, then that would mean, like, we would already be dealing with, like, it would already be like they would be dealing with solar radiation problems in the events of that film. It wouldn't work. So 3 is just like, no, Brenda dies a different way. Dies in a car crash.
Yep.
That Connor and Brenda are in. I think it's after he's already adopted his son.
Yeah.
Because he's already adopted John. Because he adopts a kid. Because he still can't have children. Once again, these are 2 things that should have pointed him to the fact that he's still an immortal and that the game isn't over. But bro thinks that he's the last immortal, which also doesn't fit the timeline of the TV show, which is a discussion that we had. Because in the TV show, he knows he's not the last immortal.
Yeah.
But in the movie universe, he thinks he's the last immortal during this time.
Yep.
And so he car crash with Brenda, which kills her, but he is unscratched.
Yep.
And somehow just goes, I don't know.
Whew.
I guess I'm fine, but I'm going to also be sad because I don't have a wife now.
Yep.
But also, like, that should have been a sign.
Warning bells, Connor.
So I think because we discussed, like, how it would fit into the timeline, I still think the best place to put this is not, because normally with the Highlander series, I go release order for the timeline. I say, when it came out, that's when it takes place. Because for the most part, that's generally considered correct, because first film happens in 86. That's when the first film came out. Second film is in the future. That's the one exception. Once again, we throw second film out the window for this rule. Third film came out in 90. Came out in 90 exact. It says it takes place it says how 86. Sorry, it came out in 94. That's right.
So 10 years.
No, 8 years. So it's
if Highlander 1
8
comes
years.
out in 86.
And then 94,
Highlander 3 comes
8
out
years.
in 94. No.
Math is 8 years. 10
Oh.
years would be 96.
Wait, no. Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Come on. Math. They even say in the film.
88,
They say in the film
89,
that's why it has to be...
91, 92, 93, 94. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
They even say in the film it's 8
Yeah.
years later. Because there's a cop that's like, oh, I remember 8
Oh,
years
yeah,
ago.
because he's pissed.
I remember 8 years ago when Highlander 1 happened.
Yeah, he's like, all these fucking headless guys started showing up.
And we were tracking this Russell Nash guy down. And then he got away with it.
Yep.
And then he still gets away with it. To be fair, he only cut one guy's head off, and although I guess that is the one they're investigating, because he's not investigating the one in Japan.
No, he's not. Well,
Because in the one in Japan, they don't know really happened.
yeah.
They think, oh, some guy just broke into our archaeological dig,
Mhm.
and that was it. They don't know that, like, the only person they know died is that security guard. And then, no, they do find the... No, they do find the dead guy.
Because,
Because Brenda's replacement, Sarah... Sarah? No, Sarah's the flashback girlfriend.
Kane...
Alex. Alex finds the finds the body, and they look at it, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the samples of the sword that cut off,
Mhm.
and also the patchwork that we found
Yeah.
from Connor's kilt.
Oh, also,
Because
fucking Kane killing one of his own guys.
he needed the power boost. He took that 400-year nap and is like, I need a little bit of 5-hour energy, as you joked.
Fucking Capri Sun.
Gushers, I joked.
Yeah.
Except instead of the juice,
And-
it's blood.
Slight thing. Also, Connor did kill another man in Japan because he kills the Kane's other minion.
That wasn't in Japan. That was back in New York.
Is that back in New York? What the-
Because
When did he get...
he tracked him into New York.
Oh yeah, he'd have to be in New York. Because at no point
Because
after the
Connor
initial
never goes
bit,
to Japan.
he doesn't go back.
Yeah, we see in the flashback, which is the start of the film, so it doesn't count for our drinking game. He starts in Japan in the flashbacks, but then he never goes to Japan in the rest of the film.
I may have imposed an unfair disadvantage on myself because I was drinking for this. You were not.
No, but yeah, no, he doesn't go to Japan in that film. He starts in Marrakesh.
Yeah. And then he
Goes to
back
New York, where he immediately gets jumped.
Yep.
And then he gets put in a crazy house because they're like, oh, he's insane because he says that he got jumped, but he didn't because there's no signs of any like injuries whatsoever on him because they've already healed by the time they take him to the hospital. And so they put him in a crazy house.
He's like, I got beaten in the streets, and they're like, no, you didn't.
But then he also wants to leave, and they're like, no, we need to test you because you're insane. And he's like, no, I need to go. I need to leave.
I have shit to do, man.
And so instead they put him in an asylum, where they. I will say that's the part that kind of sucks in a writing because it came out in the 90s.
Yeah.
It's
the crazy ass.
They treat it they portray it not very well.
No.
It's a little touchy, especially nowadays where we know more things about how asylums operate, especially back then.
Yeah.
And how they treated people. But he meets somebody who thinks he's Napoleon and uses that as a distraction to get out. I do wonder if Connor ever actually did work for Napoleon, though. Because Connor tends to find himself in historic... It's also interesting that they use that particular persona for the guy. And then the flashbacks are in France during one of the earlier revolutions. The ones that failed. Because not all of them worked. Most of them didn't, in fact. But yeah. I think a couple of them worked, and that was about it. Because there was the one after the American Revolution that did work for the revolutionists. And then there was like a few in between that didn't work out.
Yeah.
And then we have the ones that did where we get to Marie Antoinette and where they did succeed. Anyways.
Took a while.
But yeah, three is a wild ride. And so the thing I noticed when rewatching both times because then we watched again with just us.
Yeah.
Because you didn't watch when we played it in Sawyer server. So
no, because I didn't know what
you
was
forgot.
going on.
Yeah, you didn't know that it was what movie we were playing that night.
Yeah.
And so then we watched it together on our own, and the thing I noted is that it did the thing that franchises do when they realize they've gone off course too much in the previous installment, which is overcorrect the other way.
Yeah.
Which is just do a beat for beat remake essentially while still being a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually what a lot of Disney, if you ever remember the straight to home video sequel era of Disney.
Oh, okay.
So like a lot of those were that, because like Little Mermaid 2 is that. Little Mermaid 2 is just Little Mermaid, but this time the reverse of, instead of going onto land, she goes into the water. Lady and the Tramp 2 is also that. Once again, it's the reverse, where instead of well, no, that one's actually pretty similar. It's except if their son was in the position of lady, so well, not on the streets, kid goes on to the streets, which is like what Lady does in Lady and the Tramp, because so Scamp is the part of Lady in Lady and the Tramp. And then you have Angel, who's the part of the Tramp. But yeah, a lot of Disney straight-to-home video sequels were that. They were either a midquel, a prequel, or a sequel. And if they were a sequel, 90% of the time they were just let's retell the story of the last one again. The Aladdin films are actually the exception to that rule. And so, yeah. So 3 was in that position of Highlander 2 was just so hated by audiences because they did stuff so vastly different to what Highlander was at that point, which, to be fair, wasn't a lot. There's not a lot of what Highlander was up to that point. There was one movie. That was it. And then fans were just like, no, we don't like anything you did in 2. So, other than continuing it as a franchise, we like that part. We like that you continued it.
Yeah. I think we watched like 2 episodes of the
Yeah,
show.
we watched the show, and then I realized, we should probably watch 3 because of like the time. Because I realized, we're in season 3 or 2. We're almost done with 2, and I was like, technically the movie happens before this, so we should watch the movie. And then, because if we were going like release order, But once again, though, that doesn't matter because of stuff that's in 3 where it's just like, that doesn't match anyways.
Yeah, so it didn't matter, like, which one we watched in, like, what order, because the timeline does not acknowledge them.
Yeah, they don't acknowledge each other.
Yeah.
The films and show don't acknowledge each other till the 4th film.
Yeah. We started making jokes about how they're 2 separate.
Yeah, we talked about how, like, what if they were 2 different D&D campaigns?
Yeah.
You got the movie campaign, and then, which actually the movie one is, each movie is a campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, same thing with, like, each season of the TV show, each season is a campaign.
Yeah. What do you mean you have blacksmith tool proficiency?
Because why wouldn't he?
It's like, I wrote it down.
Also, we saw it in the first campaign. Because we saw him using them in the first film. When he meets Ramirez. Or, no. When him and Ramirez are talking about what immortals are. Because when he meets Ramirez, he's about to get down with his wife. in the public fields. But also, like, it's on their property. Like, there's no...
Yeah.
Like, and this is also in a time when, like, houses are, like, nowhere near each other most of the time. So, like, unless you lived in a proper village... Which at this time he didn't because he was kicked out of his last one.
Because the McLeod clan, way back in the day, man, they...
We learned that Connor's dad is better than Duncan's dad, though.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Although... So the films don't acknowledge each other. Does that mean that Connor's dad is his biological dad in the film version? Because we learned in the TV show that immortals just magically appear as children.
They don't...
Like, they don't have a birth parent. They just appear.
They show up.
They just show up. Maybe Highlander 2 is still correct. Maybe they are just people that are sent from either space or the further past in exile, and that's why they just show up.
Yeah.
But no, we learned in the TV show that they just kind of show up, and 90% of the time they're adopted by somebody.
Yeah.
Because, like, we learned that Duncan's dad is not actually his dad, and this is supposed to parallel another character who learns that they're an immortal, and the fact that they also don't have a father. Although at the time we don't know he's immortal, because at the time he's not immortal yet, because he hasn't had his first death.
He also doesn't have a mom.
He has no mom. Well, his mom died, but he learns that she adopted him later.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to be, like, our big clue into the fact that he's probably immortal. But, like, if you're just watching the show and you don't know the twist yet, you're just like, oh, okay, he was just adopted.
Okay.
And we learn that the guy who's pretending to be his dad is not his dad.
Where do I come from?
Yeah. Whereas Duncan, like, no resolution for him.
Yeah.
But that's also, like, the flashbacks that are supposed to tie into the plot.
Yeah.
Because they do really well at doing, for the TV show, they do a really good job at doing, like, what the first few seasons of Arrow did, where the flashbacks tie into what's going on with the current day story. But also that's because a theme with Highlander is history repeating itself a lot. It's nobody wants to live forever, history repeats itself. Those are your main themes.
Yep.
Cherish those you love. That's also a big theme, because you don't know when they'll be gone. But with that, speaking of cherishing, let's cherish this comic book. Let's get into the main topic. Obi-Wan and Anakin. So, y'all already know how I feel about this comic, because I have talked about it on the show before this episode, and, like, I have hyped this comic up, and I think the hype has actually matched what I led it to be.
Yeah, it actually lived up to it pretty well.
So, this is a really, like, it's Charles Soule, which I forgot until you mentioned it on the car right here.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean? His name is right there.
Well, because I don't always, like, I forget it sometimes when I look at those things, and then I just get into reading it. And of course, I have a theory that it ties into the High Republic, because of the open and the closed in this.
Yeah.
And then the path of the open hand and the path of the closed fist.
Oh, yeah.
Also, they paint their faces with blue paint as well, which is also a path thing as well as... Well, it's less of a path thing and more of a nihil thing, but it's also kind of a path thing.
It comes from the path.
It comes from the closed fist, at least.
No, because the
open hand didn't really...
The open hand painted their faces as well.
Okay, yeah. Now I remember, yeah. Near the end of that book, Path of Vengeance, yeah.
Like,
because they started doing it because...
they already were doing it. Marta changes it to make it look evil.
Got it, that's right. Whereas in this, it's kind of standard.
This one is, like,
it's
more
like
stylized for personality reasons.
Yeah, it's more of, like, this is just so you recognize me.
Yeah.
It's a really cool setup.
Yes, it is.
Because you in the Discord, you were like, who put Lost Planet into my Star Wars?
Yeah. From the fucking... There's a one that, like, actually...
Near the end.
With the
mechas.
With the big fucking mech. I'm like, that is from Lost Planet.
Yeah, because the premise is essentially, what if Obi-Wan and Anakin got stuck on a planet that's basically not steampunk, that's basically steampunk.
Yeah. So
and the reason they're steampunk is because their world got, like, they are in a post-apocalyptic setting on their planet.
Yeah.
Where the atmosphere is not really breathable for a lot of it. Like, if you get high enough, it's breathable, but, like, on the main surface, it's not.
Yeah.
Because they had a big civil war that ended with chemical warfare, essentially. Is what it came down to. And, of course, both sides say the other person did the chemical warfare.
Yeah.
We kind of get, like, the best answer we get is that both sides kind of caused this.
Yeah, because it's another one of those, we don't really know who caused it, but we're still mad about it.
Yeah, and so like the best solution that like Obi-Wan and Anakin can up with is that they both sides caused it. It's
Yeah.
just like so far removed that like it's the Hatfields and McCoys. It's that type of situation
It's-
of like we
We've
hate
been
each
doing
other.
it for so long that we don't even remember why.
Yeah. Except we remember why. We just blame the other
Yeah.
person for the why. And so that also means there's no technology for the most part, other than like you said, mechs and it's more steampunk. They have
Yeah.
like airships that they use to travel, and which is awesome.
Yeah.
And we get so that's the premise, and basically Obi-Wan and Anakin are there because they got a distress call.
They're like, this was a really
with a really old code, really old.
It's old, but it's
Jedi.
It's the Jedi one, so we'll go check it out.
And so they get a really old distress call, and so they end up there, and their ship crashed.
Yes.
I love that Anakin's like, man, not even Plo Koon could have done that, like pointing out that Plo is like a really good pilot in canon. Love the Plo Koon shout out.
Yeah, he's like, he couldn't have. He's like, this situation was fucked. We had no shot.
He's like, you did your best considering.
Yeah.
It's also nice seeing a kind of teenager Anakin.
Yeah.
Because we don't get a lot of teenage Anakin. We kind of jump from child Anakin to adult.
Yeah. I imagine
like young adult, but like adult.
I imagine he's at like
he's like 13,
14, yeah.
I could pull up the actual number, but yeah, because I could always
at this point.
Yeah,
I do like how Anakin has a little bit of the self-awareness, like while discussing things with Obi-Wan about why he wanted to leave the Order, and like
because that's another plot point in this one is that
I like how while discussing with Obi-Wan, he's like, I saw in regards to like initially meeting Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, he's like, I saw motherfuckers from out of space with magic and swords made out of light in a starship. What was I going to do? Say no, as opposed to my daily life of like being a slave, and that sucks.
Yeah.
He's like, who in their right mind, if offered the chance to go and choose this, would...
So, according to the timeline, he is either 12 or 13 at this point.
Okay.
Because it takes place 3 years after Episode 1, so he'd be probably 12, but he could be like if we go later into the year, he could be 13. But because it's 29 BBY, so he's 9 in Episode 1, which is 32, so I'd say 12.
Alright.
That's still like in
that
that
makes
teenager range where he's like starting to have these certain emotions, and we actually see that because there's flashbacks which show like why he wants to leave, and also like we start to see, and it's something I've talked about before with this comic, we start to see the temptations of Palpatine and how like Palpatine kind of digs his claws into Anakin at an early age. Because I'd say 12 is still really early, and therefore very easy to manipulate somebody at like
it's
like
pretty easy.
which is what Palpatine does.
He
like
I
joke, but it's honestly serious.
Yeah.
He groomed Anakin, like he really did.
Yeah.
Like it's
there's a moment where he's like, oh, maybe I could take him out on like the town to help me with a few.
Yeah,
things.
because the first flashback we get is like an angry Anakin.
Yeah.
Because like obviously even like because what they say it's like a couple weeks before this mission.
Yeah.
So like even 3 years in, he still hasn't quite gotten over what happened to Qui-Gon, and so we learn that he actually hacked into like one of the training like holograms to recreate Darth Maul style based on stories that Obi-Wan told him, so that way he could learn to fight it.
Yeah.
And he gets really aggressive, like pretty quickly. Not from while fighting it, but when he hears some other Padawans bullying him,
talking shit.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, that.
They bring up slave, and that's the key word that really sets Anakin off. And so he immediately just goes, pulls their lightsabers, activates it on them with the Force.
Tell me, what emotion are you feeling right now?
Because really, I think at least in the case of one of them, there was more of, oh, he's a slave to his emotions. It was like,
Yeah.
I don't think it was meant to be harsh from that one,
Yeah.
but from the
But
other
the other
one,
one being a dickhead.
yeah, the other one was,
Yeah,
and
he's like, I think the exact line from the other one that sets Anakin off is, "Oh, at the end of the day, a slave is still a slave," and it's like, oh man,
I can pull up the exact line. It's
It's
here it is.
like-
Found it pretty quick. Nope, that's the part where he sets the lightsabers off. So the one who's like trying to be more like
yeah,
constructive criticism about it is like, he may be good with a lightsaber, but that doesn't mean he'll make a good Jedi. No, that's the first one. Sorry, but the constructive one says, no, after all, he's just a slave to his emotions. It's obvious. And while Charles, or the letterer of this, and I assume it would have probably been in the script that Charles wrote, because comic books do this thing where they bold specific words.
yeah, like those are the ones.
But
that
those are
I
always like the key word in that
Yeah.
sentence. And so in this case, slave is bold. And so I always assume that comics do this on purpose to
Yeah.
point out this thing. Because although sometimes comics are weird where it's pretty random depending on the comic, but I think a good comic makes it
most of the time that is the like emotional crux of it.
yeah, and that should also be the word that like you emphasize if you were to do like a reading of this.
Yeah,
And so, but then the one that's less critical and more bully
yeah,
goes exactly just a slave, and then once again emphasis on slave,
and Anakin's like,
and
you
that's when
guys
Anakin sets off. And so
Yeah.
I think one of them was trying to be constructive, but the other one
the other
wasn't.
one is
But
being
because
an
they
ass.
are correct, because the one being constructive is correct, Anakin is set off immediately. And then even Anakin realizes like a second in, he's like, "Oh, you're right, my bad."
maybe, you know what?
After
did it?
Obi-Wan calls him out,
It's
because
like-
Obi-Wan does go, "Hey, Anakin, not cool," and Anakin's like, "You're right."
Easy.
He apologizes, and I think Anakin means it when he
Yeah.
apologizes. We're getting the hints of Vader, but we're not quite Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith Anakin, where it's more where like him apologize. Like this is a point where apologies mean something for Anakin. This isn't a, well, I'm sorry, Obi-Wan, like we get in the Clone Wars show, like where he's being somewhat sarcastic. No, I think he is legitimately. Of course, it's hard to read tone in a comic. You can get the best estimation of tone, but like you're not going to get the exact tone because it's text.
Mhm.
Facial features are really the key where you can figure that out with a comic, and I think the facial features in that scene, if I remember correctly, they show a sincere
Yeah.
Anakin, and so during that, yeah, we get the moment that you're talking about with Mace Windu. Yeah, he's like got a sincere face on it,
Yeah.
like, 'cause, like I would say this is sincere. So this is him realizing he messed up, him apologizing. I'd say it's pretty sincere in the moment. But yeah, we also get that scene that you're talking about where
Yeah.
Mace Windu's like, "God damn it, I don't want to give this kid over to the
Yeah.
president of
I remember
space."
he's like,
But Palpatine pulls
fuck.
rank. Palpatine's like, "You work for the Senate, and since I'm in charge of the Senate," and he doesn't say the rest, and Mace Windu's like, and this is a part where I misremembered. I do get mad at this moment for happening originally, but rereading it, I realized no, Mace just did what he could in this situation.
Yeah.
This isn't the Jedi just gave Anakin over to be
Yeah.
manipulated. No, they would if they had the choice not to. They wouldn't.
yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? You gonna say no to boss of like
The galaxy,
the galaxy?
and so like.
And they're like,
And so, and this also, I mean, we're gonna hit closer to it when we get into the Mace Windu stuff later on this season. But we're starting to see Mace Windu as a character, as somebody who does care about Anakin. He just doesn't show it the way other people would.
Yeah.
Like, he's more the stern teacher who means well for his students, but because he's stern, everybody just thinks he's a hard ass.
yeah,
When in reality, that's just the way he teaches. We have both fallen into that trap
Yeah.
with Mace as a character. You more so than me.
Me especially, because I'm like, sometimes the portrayal of him,
like with Clone
is
Wars,
agitating.
it can be.
Yeah.
But once again, I don't even in Clone Wars.
And
I don't
then
think
I remember
that's.
while we were discussing it, I'm like, the problem isn't that Mace is a bad like person or anything like that. The problem is because of who he is when he is being a Jedi during the times of like their decline. He keeps wanting to do the right thing, but because of
He's
the
also
time he
second.
lives in,
He's also second in charge.
yeah.
Like it's Yoda, Mace. That is the order.
He's like, I think we should go and do this thing, and it's always like, we're probably not gonna do it, and he's like, we really should though.
Yeah, because like while Mace isn't officially second in charge, because the Jedi Council is supposed to be equals, except for like the Grandmaster, which during this era is Yoda. And in the High Republic later, like there's points where Yoda is and isn't. There's because like he gives it to Pre-Vader at some points, and then he takes it at some points.
Yeah.
But during this era, it's Yoda. But like Mace is essentially second in command because like everybody always looks to Mace next.
Yeah.
Even though there's like 10 other people on the council besides him and Yoda, they look to Mace if Yoda's not there. And so I think Mace realizes his position and is like, I have to make the hard choices in order to ensure the best for what we're doing. And
the problem is Mace wants to do things by the book, but the time he lives in is not allowing him to do things by the book.
And even if they go by the book is skewed with rules that don't work for what Jedi are supposed to be. And that's not once again, that's not Mace's fault.
It's not Mace's fault. That's just how things are.
And it's something this book actually brings up because they in the present part of the storyline, Obi-Wan and Anakin talk about how the system doesn't work.
Yeah.
And Obi-Wan's like, yeah, I wish the system worked better, because they talk about why this planet went to hell.
Yeah,
he's like, yeah,
this wasn't part of Republic space at the time all that was going down.
Yeah, because Anakin's like, why didn't the Jedi intervene? Why didn't the Republic intervene? And he's like, well, the Republic, this wasn't a planet, and there were no interests. Like, the Republic didn't have interests. Because usually, when the Republic takes a planet in, it's because they can provide, they can provide something either politically or financially or otherwise.
Yeah.
And in this case, they didn't have anything to offer. And so the Republic didn't get involved. And he's like, well, why didn't the Jedi get involved? And he's like, well, even back then, they served the Republic. And if the Republic didn't get involved, then we didn't get involved. And Anakin's like, well, that sucks. And he's like, you're right, it does. I wish the system were different. But unfortunately, this is the system we have.
Also, there's a throwaway line where he's like, by the way, like, about the number of Jedi and, like, the galaxy.
Yeah, because that's another thing. Everybody's like, whenever Revenge of the Sith happens, everybody's like, how did Palpatine take out all the Jedi so quickly, but also, like, still have, like, 100 Jedi still surviving, right? Because, like, we talk about how, like, throughout the galaxy, 100 Jedi, like, pretty much still survive after Order 66, up till, like, the original trilogy and even beyond. And people are like, well, that doesn't make sense. But it does.
It does now, at least to me, with the knowledge of the Jedi weren't, like, what I initially thought.
They aren't in the billions or the millions even.
No. I thought there were maybe, like, 500 Jedi tops.
Yeah.
But the line from Obi-Wan in this is, the galaxy is so vast that even while there are 10,000 of us, we can't always get to everything.
And so, like, but it also, even 10,000 is such a small number.
Yeah.
That easily Palpatine could take him out.
Yeah.
And so
I thought it was even less than that, but I'm not surprised
that, like, even if 1,000 survived.
Yeah. The thing is, I was starting to get frustrated with the amount of Jedi that were being alive, because I thought that the number was like I said, 500. When I'm like, okay, so like 50 Jedi survived, because we keep seeing more and more survivors. But now with the number of it being 10,000, I'm like, okay, that makes a lot more sense that there were more that survived.
Yeah. And also on top of that, the galaxy's just such a big place that, like, I mean,
some of them are gonna get missed.
and in the case of like even in this comic, you know, they introduced the idea that you could just leave because this
Yeah.
is the first comic that does for the canon reset. This was the first comic that was like, oh, a Jedi can just leave.
Yeah.
Because at the time we thought that that's a discussion that could happen, but when this comic came out, it confirmed it, and obviously if you go chronologically now with all the stuff that's come out since it just doubles down on that. Like the High Republic sets that tone that yeah, Jedi can do that, and then Obi-Wan and Anakin confirm that even in the prequel era, which is when things are a little bit more corrupt. But even then, Jedi can just
Yeah.
So another reason that Jedi could survive because they just aren't
They just
Jedi
left.
anymore. Yeah,
The other thing, right?
yeah.
God damn it. I had it and I lost it.
No, you're good.
Oh, now I remember.
Yep.
So, reading this comic, I was like, that makes it in canon 2 times that Obi-Wan would have left the Order if someone had asked him to. Because there's Sabine,
You mean Satine?
Satine, sorry.
Not
Sorry.
the Mandalorian. Oh well, not that Mandalorian, but the other
I'm
Mandalorian.
sorry, the 2 sisters who have the...
They're not related.
Are they not?
No, Sabine is from Rebels.
Not Sabine.
Satine and
What's the other
Bo-Katan.
one? Bo-Katan.
Yeah, they're sisters.
They're sisters. You can see how I got confused.
Yeah.
There's-
Sabine and Bo-Katan are not related.
No, they're
Satine and
not.
Bo-Katan are.
There's
It's
Satine,
okay. Yeah.
where he's like, oh, if you had asked me to leave, I would have left.
For
And then-
romantic reasons.
Yeah. And then if Anakin decided to leave, he was like, okay, I'm gonna have to leave regardless.
Because you're a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
You can't just go out. I mean, you could go out on the galaxy on your own. Because we've discussed, like, there aren't really a lot of laws when it comes to, like, children
No.
in Star Wars.
There aren't.
Um,
The drinking age is like
it's like 16.
11.
It's like 16, because I think that's what Wreath is when...
Mm.
Because I think we discussed that during... when way back in
Yeah.
season 1, back in, like, episode 3 or 4 with the High Republic. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah...
And
I
so-
think 16's the
yeah,
drinking age.
And I realized that, that now makes twice where if Obi-Wan's, like, people he cared about had left the Order, he would have left.
And I think in the case of this one, it's less because, while I think a heavy part of it is, yes, keep an eye on Anakin because he's a kid.
Yeah.
I think the other part of it is to keep fulfilling his promise to
Yeah,
Qui-Gon.
that's the reason why he would leave.
Because while Qui-Gon said,
Like-
train the boy, the real emphasis is keep the boy safe.
Yeah.
That's the real message of what Qui-Gon means by that. So, like, if Anakin said, I'm done, I don't want to be a Jedi, that means, okay, to fulfill Qui-Gon's dying wish, I just have to keep him safe, because while he may not be a Jedi anymore, there are still dangers in the galaxy that if somebody as powerful as Anakin if somebody gets their hands on him, it's not great.
Yeah. Like, even in episode 1, while he's discussing with Yoda, he's like, oh, grave danger the boy's training I sense.
And it's
And
like,
Obi-Wan's like, look, if the kid doesn't want to stay here, I'm going as well. I'm gonna train him regardless.
yeah, because, like, it's dangerous either way.
Yeah.
Either we train him and dangers happen, or we let him leave and it's even worse.
Yeah. Regardless of whatever the fuck you guys want to do.
Because I am curious what would happen if, like, they just turned Anakin away after episode 1. Like, if even Obi-Wan stayed, like, if he just ignored Qui-Gon's dying wish, like if the Jedi were as awful as people deem the Jedi, because that would actually be the worst thing. That would prove these people that hate the Jedi and think they're a cult and, like, kind of correct. Like, if they just turned Anakin away because he didn't fit their rules, that would prove they were correct that the Jedi aren't great. And I feel like that would be the darkest timeline, because I feel like worse things would happen if Anakin, well, obviously bad, he becomes Vader. I feel like the process of him becoming evil probably would have sped up.
Or it may not have happened at all. Who knows?
But I feel like being taken from his home and then turned away from his new home would not be great.
Over the course of 3 days?
Yeah. And
Maybe I just expect better.
because he's a 9-year-old too at that time.
I would be more concerned about Anakin, like, if we're going, like, he breaks away from the temple at an early age, of at the early age of 9 because they rejected him.
I mean, I would think Palpatine would quickly take it. He would jump at having Anakin be like work under him somehow, if
There's
that happened.
But like the whole reason why he notices Anakin in the first place.
Well, he notices him specifically because of him destroying the.
Yes, but if he leaves like within that 3-day span.
Well, that would have been after that.
It's true.
Because it would have been the events in my alternative timeline would have been Battle of Naboo still happens. Qui-Gon obviously has to die because otherwise Obi-Wan. Because otherwise Qui-Gon gets his way. If Qui-Gon lives, Anakin is part of the Jedi Order. Qui-Gon would force that to happen one way or the other if he was still alive. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But with him dead, then the Jedi can have the opportunity to say, no, we turn him away. So obviously Battle of Naboo has to happen, which means the thing that gets Palpatine's attention happens, which is that he destroys the Trade Federation battle cruiser over the planet, right? And that's kind of the thing that gets his interest, because he's like, oh, this is a kid who did that, and they're talking about him being force sensitive, and they want to train him. So that's like all information that gets Palpatine's attention. And that's why at the parade, before the parade, even back on Naboo, he says, oh, I'm going to watch your career with great interest. So he says that line, and then they go back to Coruscant, which is when Anakin would then be rejected in this timeline, which would then give Palpatine the opening to go training. And then, because nobody's watching Anakin, he could just pull a Darth Maul, have him train in secret. Anakin just doesn't go anywhere else other than the train. Like, it would have been Darth Maul 2.0.
Yeah. That
would be the results of that. Although you would have to get rid of Dooku in this timeline as well, because Dooku is already kind of taken the position of apprentice.
Yeah.
So, because of Tales of the Jedi. But yeah, you were gonna say sorry.
My concern is not with any of that shit. My concern is we took this slave child and gave him ultimate freedom, and now he doesn't know what to do with it.
You think he just goes back to like if Palpatine doesn't get his grips on him, you think he just goes to Tatooine and starts an all-out child war?
I wouldn't be surprised, because it's like
he would die pretty. I think he would die. He would die pretty quick.
I'm more concerned that he'd say some shit to like the wrong person and get himself killed, because we know he has a tendency to say shit to the wrong person and get his ass beat.
Less often at 9. Less often in Episode 1. In Episode 1, he beats people. Because we talked about that deleted scene with Greedo. He beats people up. He doesn't get beaten. But at older ages, he tends to open his mouth a little bit more than he should. Foot and mouth syndrome.
Yeah. But back on topic of the comic.
So,
also the fact that Obi-Wan gets shot with an actual gun.
Yes, because they kind of reintroduced the idea that just regular guns exist. Like in Legends, bullets are a thing.
Yeah.
And I think they are in other stuff in canon.
Yeah.
I don't know if
they're weird. Like, they exist.
They call them something else. They don't call them
throwers.
Yeah, slug throwers. But yeah, in Legends is kind of the introduction of that idea, and generally the way Legends handles it, which is canon doesn't exactly handle it the same way, but Legends has basically been like, slug throwers are the ultimate way to defeat a Jedi because they can deflect blasters, but not slugs.
Yeah.
Although
we see
in canon, I think there are times where you can defeat they basically just cut the slug before it hits them, sort of deal.
We see what happens to Obi-Wan getting shot in this one when he uses a lightsaber against it, and it's like, oh man, it got most of it. Oh fuck, it's still shrapnel.
Yeah, and so like, you would have to, in order for them to defeat it, they would have to be they would have to be even faster than they already are. Jedi are fast.
Yeah.
But they'd have to be even faster because they would not only have to stop the shrapnel from hitting them directly, they would also have to redirect the rest of the shrapnel that they cut. Because that's the thing with regular bullets is high intensity laser like that. Yeah, it's gonna cut the shrapnel, but it's gonna just create 2 of the problem.
Yeah, which is exactly why Obi-Wan gets shot.
Yeah.
He takes it like a champ.
Because it's Obi-Wan. Because it's Obi-Wan. But yeah, Palpatine takes Anakin downtown.
Yeah.
To the bad part of town.
He takes him to like a nightclub.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh man, if only this guy would suck at gambling."
Yeah, because like one of his rivals in politics is there.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, he gets a lot of money this way by just gambling, and he wins a lot.
Yeah.
And then he's like, man, if only he sucked, because then this thing that's important to helping people could go through.
Because then I could get him on, like, not laundering money. That's not the right. Essentially, he takes money
for bribes. They could get him on bribery.
Yeah.
And so, Anakin's like, which is exactly what Palpatine wanted. Palpatine's like trying to manipulate Anakin into thinking that
the closest,
because it's basically the lesson. The lesson Palpatine wants to teach is that the ends justify the means. That's the lesson Palpatine's trying to teach, because that's kind of how fascism works.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much a ends justify the means situation for fascism, and that's exactly what Palpatine is all about. And if you teach the kid early on that is true, then that means it's okay to cheat, it's okay to lie, it's okay to do all these things if you can justify them as for the greater good. And even if they're not really for the greater good. And that, I think that's the lesson Palpatine's trying to instill in that moment.
The thing is that would, in my opinion, kind of muddle that message from this comic, is that Obi-Wan does a very similar thing later on. And it's like, okay, the closed and the open are fighting, and Obi-Wan and Anakin are in the middle of it, and they're like, how do we get the fighting to stop? And Obi-Wan is like, hey, I need you to fix this so I can put in a call to the Republic. And Obi-Wan...
Go ahead. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. And so, essentially what happens is Obi-Wan puts in a call to the Republic, and they show up, and he's like... Anakin's like, why is the Republic out here? And Obi-Wan says, oh, I told them there was a bunch of Tabana gas on this planet. And Anakin's like, is there? And Obi-Wan responds with, I don't fucking know, but they're here now. This is the power that the Jedi can wield.
I would say that just proves the point more and why Anakin thinks it's okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that makes what I'm saying wrong. I think that just proves the point.
No, I'm saying that no wonder Anakin starts doing Anakin does underhanded stuff.
Because both of his mentors have made it clear that, hey, it's okay. As long as it justifies
if good thing happened in end, bad thing okay now.
Yeah. And so I think that if anything, that just proves my argument. And that, like, because I think he sees two people that he trusts that are father figures to him, both saying, hey, we can do this bad thing now because it's going to cause a good thing. But of course, Palpatine's lying to him.
Palpatine's lying to him. Obi-Wan is genuine.
Yeah.
That doesn't make the lesson okay.
No. And I think...
even if the reasoning is different, the end result...
And I think that also proves a point that Anakin made earlier about how... because he says, we're the same... And Obi-Wan thinks, oh, he's talking about Mother Pran and, what's her name? Corlina or whatever?
I don't know if we ever get the...
We get her name. We get both of their names. We get everybody's name. Because it's like the first thing that she yells. Because she says, hey, get away from those Jedi, those guys.
Yeah.
Kalara. Mother Pran. So Obi-Wan thinks that Anakin's talking about Mother Pran and Kalara, and that they're the same as them. And he's like, no. I don't mean their relationship as master and apprentice. I mean us as in the Jedi and the Sith with the open and the closed. And I think that I think Anakin's onto something at this age, because this is I think as a kid you're able to see more things, and then as you get older you kind of you've had lessons taught to you over and over and over again over your lifetime,
Yeah.
that those become how you think, and so you stop being less open, ironically, to things as you get older. And I think Anakin points out the similarity, and they don't discuss it. He just points it out, and Obi-Wan's like, and then doesn't, like, they don't have a discussion about it. Like
Nope.
it moves on, and because let me get the exact line of
Interesting observation. Discussion's over.
yeah, like it's basically like that. Yeah, no, he doesn't even acknowledge it, because it goes. So he says they're just like us. I don't see that at all, Anakin. You and I may have aggressive discussions from time to time, but we are master and student. It's natural. And he says, no, master, us, the Jedi and the Sith. And then Obi-Wan just moves on from it. He doesn't even comment on what Anakin just said. He just goes, we will remain watchful and trust in the Force, but for the first time since arriving on this planet, Anakin, I believe we are safe. Like, he just doesn't even acknowledge the point that Anakin made. And I think it's because Obi-Wan is so, like, I don't think Obi-Wan is open to the idea that the Jedi and Sith could have any similarities by this point in his life.
Yeah.
And Anakin's like, no, there's similarities between it, because that's the thing he's pointing out with the open and the hand, is that they are so similar, which is part of why they hate each other, is that they are so similar, and but they can't recognize those things.
There is a thought that I've had like a couple of times. I'm like, you can't put two people who are too similar in the same room, because they will immensely dislike each other.
Now, of course, the differences between the Jedi and Sith are very much once again, the ends justify the means in how they do those things. And like, while yes, Obi-Wan, and I think that goes back to and the reason I bring it up is to go back to that point of that the Jedi now are acting a little bit more like how Sith would. Because they've just, once again, they've grown complacent, yeah. And so, and that's more of a problem with the system at large, which is the point of this book. I think the point of this book is the systems at large do not do what they are in place to do, and these are the results of when a system doesn't work. Because the book is just pointing out this is what happens when the system doesn't work, and.
There are times when it's funny to me how sometimes in fiction, like, when a child character makes a promise, and later on as an adult, because of their actions, that promise does come true, just not in the way that they think it would.
Like Anakin promising to come back for his mom? Or were you thinking a different particular Anakin promise? I assume we're on the...
Yeah.
I assume we're talking about Anakin, so that's why I jumped to that. But because that is a promise he makes early on in episode 1, that he'd come back for her.
Back and free all the slaves. In a way, he does, just not directly. Because if Anakin never meets Padme doesn't start up her secret, let's get the slaves out thing that happens in the Queen stuff. And he does, by that way, he does end up doing a lot of good.
Do we want to talk about who sent the distress call?
Yes.
Sarah.
Collector.
So we learned that the open and closed do have a common enemy.
And they want them dead, because if they're dead, a reminder of the past dies with them, and then we can get back to killing each other like we're supposed to, is the logic of the open and closed.
Because basically this person wants to resolve everything and wants there to be peace. Except
the one problem is she's like, okay, if I can get the Jedi here, they can kill all of the adult open and closed, and we can start over with the kids. And everything will be good.
And the Jedi, Obi-Wan and Anakin are just like, that's a bad plan.
Obi-Wan is like, hey, back when your, like, video from whenever still worked, what color was the lightsaber? And she goes, red? Why? And he's like, Oh, okay. I understand now.
Now I understand why you think that we are this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they show a Sith hologram, like
They show a hologram.
a hologram, and it's supposed to be like a Jedi hologram, but you can tell from the posing it's a Sith. Honestly, and honestly, I don't want to say this because
No?
I know I'm wrong. And as a hopeful KOTOR fan,
Oh, yeah.
it looks like Revan.
Mhm.
It looks like Revan.
You know, here's a good rule of thumb. The Jedi don't wear much armor.
They, yeah,
That boy's
Revan.
got some armor on him.
I mean, Jedi do sometimes wear
They
armor.
do.
It's very
but
rare.
Very rare.
But yeah, so unfortunately though, Obi-Wan and Anakin have also led the open and close to Sarah, the collector.
And unfortunately, being kidnapped earlier, Anakin accidentally basically got a bunch of mechs started.
Yeah, because basically Mother Pran's like, hey, we need these so we can fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
And you need to tell us how. You need to fix these for us.
And
Anakin's
Anakin's
like, I'm good with machinery, so I guess. Because they learned he's good with machinery earlier
he
on.
goes, sure, I guess.
Because earlier on in
Because they aren't telling him what it's for.
Yeah, and earlier on in the comic, they learn that he's good with machinery because they watch him fix the airships by combining the two, like
Yeah.
the open and closed airships, and making it one working ship.
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh, he's good with stuff. Hey, Kalara, can you, like, flirt with him to kind of get him to to teach you shit?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. Unfortunately for Anakin, it works.
Yeah.
But yeah. Although it does seem like Kalara does want to do the right thing. It's one of those situations of, like, she's a kid, so she can only do so much. Whereas Grek, I think, is the name of the closed guy. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Why am I guessing? We have the book in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say Grek, though. I am, like, 90% sure that's the name.
I keep thinking it's Corrin.
Nah, it's like a... I'm almost there, because she's the one that recognizes him, Mother Pran. Grecker.
Ah.
So, I was missing the end of that. But Grecker. So, it's Mother... So, yeah, Mother Pran and Grecker, like, kind of know... Like, by reputation know each other, because Mother Pran's like, yeah, you just saved, like, the worst of the closed. And so, yeah. But... They give each other a look when the Jedi mention the distress call, because they realize, oh, this is probably who we're looking for to kill, which is why they start working together. Because even Obi-Wan's like, it's kind of weird that they gave each other that look when we mentioned that, and then they started working together so easily after that.
Yeah.
And Anakin's like, well, maybe they're trying. And Obi-Wan's like, maybe they are, but we gotta keep an eye on them just in case. But yeah, so, yeah, things don't go well for pretty much anybody by the end of it. Like, really, it just goes well for Sarah and Kalara. They're the because Pran and Grecker basically blow shit up with mechs and then die.
A Lost Planet mech battle happens.
Yeah. And so then the Jedi show, like you said, the Republic shows up to kind of fix up everything.
Yeah. Also, there are like undead monster.
Yeah, there's
things.
like some.
There's a couple of weird creatures.
I felt like it was like more of an abyss type creature
Yeah.
thing where because they call it the Caldara Sea, and I was like, well, it's just gas, so it's more of a gas thing than it is an actual sea. I think they're just calling it that because it's so vast and they have to sail over it. So I thought of it more like, kind of like an Aquaman, the like creatures in the darker parts of the sea. So I kind of viewed it as that, rather than an undead type thing. And They do act like zombies though. They're
Yeah.
like very raccoon zombie sort of situation.
Then there's that one big fucking beast thing, whatever the fuck that was, where my brain went, "That's cool. I want to fight it," because that's one of the things that happens with me in fiction, where I'm like, "That's cool. I want a video game where I can fight it."
But yeah, this is a great comic. We basically went over all the
Yeah.
highlights. If you haven't read Obi-Wan and Anakin and you're able to get access to this comic, recommend. It teaches, like I said, it's very much a study of like how Jedi and the Republic work,
Yeah,
And-
at that point in time.
and it's like the failings of the system and what happens when the system
Yeah.
fails people. So, and of course, at the end, obviously, one of the things is that Anakin gave Obi-Wan his lightsaber when he was like, "Hey, I don't want to be a Jedi anymore." At the very beginning, Obi-Wan gives it back to him and is like,
like-
"Hey,
Well,
I want you to live."
I need you to be alive so you can see that decision through.
And so he gets it at the beginning, and then at the end, Obi-Wan's like, "Hey, so I'll take that lightsaber back if you're still serious about that." And after all this journey, Anakin's changed his mind. He's like, "Nope, I'll keep it. We're staying." And so, because obviously they have to for the rest of the franchise to happen. So, I give it a 10. It's a rare one. But I think it deserves it. I think it's one of the only comics I would give that rating to, too. I know, I just raised that bar a little bit more than... You were probably if I was to guess, you were thinking closer to 9.5.
No,
Are you contemplating it too?
yeah,
It's so good.
I'll give it a 10.
Yeah, it's a 10.
Yeah, it's solid.
It's a solid comic, and it does
I like the art style. I like the plot,
it does everything it needs to in
Yeah.
5 issues.
and it's got fucking cool moments.
Yeah, it does what it needs to, tells the story, gets out.
Yeah,
Like, what more could
very
you?
character driven. It puts them in an interesting setting. Explores like one of the main themes of Star Wars.
Very well. It
Yeah.
explores them really well. I don't know what more you could ask for. So yeah, I think that's definitely a hard recommend to our community.
Yeah,
So we're gonna kind of skip what we've been
Yeah.
up to this week because there's actually a lot of Star Wars news to talk about this week, as well as the main topic. So we're just gonna kind of get right into it. In gaming news, it has been rumored that Respawn is currently in development of a Mandalorian first-person shooter game that, according to VentureBeat, will focus on mobility and style in a similar fashion to Respawn's other FPS games, Titanfall and Apex Legends. This will supposedly be a linear story game similar to their Jedi games, and it's currently unknown who the Mandalorian lead will be. So that's the first piece of gaming news. Sounds exciting if true. Once again, it's rumored. Not a lot of information to go off of yet. No confirmation, no for sure things. In exciting gaming news, coming to us on March 14th, so like in 3 weeks or so, is a remastered collection of the classic Battlefront 1 and 2 games to every console, with all the DLC and maps. So they're including Asajj Ventress and Kit Fisto as heroes, which was originally console exclusive to the Xbox. We will also be getting Hero Assault on every ground map, so not just Mos Eisley. And we'll be getting 64-player multiplayer on console, which was not a thing. It's a thing on PC, but not on console. So, yeah, there's a lot to look forward to on that. I'm going to try to get you to play with me.
yeah. See how that goes.
We'll see how that goes, yeah, because you're not a
I am
PlayStation Plus guy.
notoriously Stubborn.
Yeah, you're not a PlayStation Plus guy, but come on, it's a fun game. It's Battlefront. Anakin.
Sorry, my
No.
allergies have been acting up. I took medicine for it, but like, oh boy.
It's a day still, yeah. Anakin and Obi-Wan are coming to the 2D platform fighter Brawlhalla on
Alright.
March 20th. So I guess I'll finally have to check that game out. It is free, so I mean, there's no reason for me to not have tried it yet, other than I'm not really a platform fighter guy. know a lot of them because basically it's Smash is platform fighting for those that don't know like specific genres. So think Smash, think what was the one Warner Brothers did for a minute that everybody
Oh god, I played it for a while,
and then it died.
and then it died.
Anyways, it's that type of game where it's not like Mortal Kombat or Tekken where it's tactical fighting.
Yeah.
It's more of you're bouncing around trying to knock people off.
Tekken is slightly different.
Yeah, hey Zach. Yeah, it's Barks. It's where I can get my zero sugar root beer. It's the only one I can get my zero sugar with. I'm usually an A&W guy, but because of the, the diabetes, I have to do zero sugar when I can. But yeah, so that's a lot of gaming news. That's 3 things. The Respawn game sounds interesting, if true.
Good. I will play this one as well.
Yeah, it's single player, so you will actually play that. You'll probably play it on my console though, because it'll probably be next gen exclusive. And then I'm gonna try to drag you into Battlefront 1 and 2 with me, Zach. I know you're getting in that Battlefront 1 and 2 with us when it comes out. And then I guess I'll have to try Brawlhalla, and I'll at least try it for the Anakin and Obi-Wan skins. It's the same reason I got into Fortnite, and now look at me, I'm playing Fortnite at least every... yeah, I'm already playing Fortnite like every other week after joining for Star Wars content, so yeah, Brawlhalla is going to trick me the same way. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I'm excited. This is great news for Star Wars gaming, I think. I still want Renegade and Elite Squadron, though, which I made a TikTok about that. So if y'all don't follow me on TikTok, that's a reason to do that. I talked about those 2 games, and I even provided some clips to give examples, because Elite Squadron does space-to-ground combat. These were both PSP exclusives, so I would like to see them basically up-resed and brought to console. Similar to how Crisis Core got done because they had the Final Fantasy VII Reunion, which is Crisis Core's remake for consoles, and so it's possible you can do it. So that would be cool to see space to ground combat on a console game, and then Renegade Squadron introduced, which was made before Elite Squadron. Yeah, that one's been doing numbers. The initial one, not the ones where I showed the examples, but that initial one where I initially talked about it. It's got numbers. It's got legs, man. It's got like it's up there. It's like 14,000, 15,000 views now.
Shit.
It's going up there. It's the random ones. I didn't think it would. I thought, okay, it's something topical, so I thought it might get like 200, 300 views, something average for me. But no, it's been. So I don't mind at all. And so I tried to feed into that by making those other 2 Battlefront videos, but they've been okay. You never know. You never know how the algorithm's going to treat certain videos. I think it's also because I mentioned YouTube and TikTok doesn't I put it in the text and I have the AI say it, and so the text to speech say it, and I don't think TikTok like that. But sometimes they do numbers anyways. Like sometimes they'll ignore because people always say, well, don't mention other platforms on TikTok. It does. It's very random whether or not that will work or not. Yeah, for real. Just keep pushing. That's all we can do. And so, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get into... did you have any thoughts before I moved on to the next?
Go next.
Okay, let's talk television news. So, Star Wars Visions Volume 2 took home 2 Annie Awards. The first was for Best Direction for Paul Young and Cartoon Saloon with their episode of Screecher's Reach. And then the second was Best Music for Marcus Wormstorm, Nadia Darius, and Daneo Du Toit at Triggerfish for their episode Ao Song. And then, according to Collider, The Acolyte is reportedly targeting a June 5th release date, which I'm excited about.
Yeah.
That means it's real soon. It's coming real soon. And they have Michael Abels composing their music. He is known for the music for Nope and Pretty Little Liars Original Sin. And then lastly, this one's a little bit sad for television news, but it's still nice. Shauna Trepke, who worked on Ahsoka, received a posthumous Designer Guild Award for her work on that show. Unfortunately, she passed, I think I read it was November. And so, yeah. But it's nice that her work was still appreciated. Because I think the design was really nice in Ahsoka. That's one of the really good things you can say about that show. Yeah. And the last topic is book news. Star Wars Insider is releasing a collection of bounty hunter themed articles and short stories on March 5th called the Mandalorian Collection, and it's going to have a bunch of their articles talking about different bounty hunters that they've done over the years, as well as some of their short stories, such as the Wessel Run. And so I like when Insider, Titan, that's the company that is in charge of Insider, I like when they publish these books and collections, because it's a good way to, like, if you don't like to buy each individual Insider the way I do, it's a good way to collect the short stories after the fact and just have them all in one place, and it kind of makes it to where they can it preserves them. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. It preserves the short stories in a way that, like, just publishing them in a magazine doesn't quite do. Then we also have an announcement for the 11th wave of Essential Legends collection books that are getting republished. For the 11th wave, we're getting the Force Unleashed novelization, X-Wing Book 7, Solo Command, and the Han Solo Adventures, which is kind of similar to the Adventures of Lando Calrissian that we talked about in the previous wave, where it's a trilogy of novels in one book, because they're like junior novel size. But they're like, so it's a good way to get all three of those in one book. And they are currently set for a November 5th release date. DK, who publishes all of the, like, the visual guides and books like that, the more, like, informative books for Star Wars, kind of like the Timelines book. They publish the Timelines book and stuff like that. They announced 2 upcoming books. We've got the first being Star Wars: The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, which is being authored by Dr. Chris Kempshell, who also wrote The Battles That Changed the Galaxy, which is one I do have, and The History and Politics of Star Wars. Dr. Kempshell is a historian, and both of those books... we live in the U.S. We usually don't really talk too much about that. I mean, if it happens, we talk about it, but yeah, so Dr. Kempshell is a historian, and so both of those books kind of took a fictional historical look into Star Wars, where he kind of looked at them as if he was a historian within Star Wars, but they also, like, connected to real life history, because Star Wars does, like, like, it was written still that way, but when you read it, you're like, oh, this connects to that and that. Like, the Battles one very much is like reading, like, a World War II book talking about historical battles that are important in Star Wars, and, like, stratagem and all that. And so that's kind of the view he takes on when he writes these, and so I feel The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire is going to take a similar tone, where we look at the Empire as if it were a certain the Third Reich, essentially, because that's what the Empire is based off of. I mean, there's also American.
I'm going to be a smart ass.
To be fair, there's also
reasons, they switch it up every once in a while.
To be fair, it is also based on the American Empire with Return of the Jedi and Vietnam, and so there is a tone, like, there. So, but that I see that's probably the route that's going to go. That's currently set for release on July 9th. And then the second book coming from DK is Star Wars Encyclopedia: The Definitive Guide to the Star Wars Galaxy. So
that is a fucking title.
Yeah. Currently, not much is known other than that it's going to be a 400-page collection of pretty much everything in Star Wars. So, I mean, as the title suggests, it's the Star Wars Encyclopedia. 400 pages. It feels weird because I feel like it should be more at this point. I feel like 400 pages is not enough to talk about Star Wars, but maybe that's just me. I feel like you could double that and still not talk enough about Star
you
Wars.
better fucking top that thing at 550 pages. The editor in the fucking... When they first wrote it, he was like, alright, this is 900 pages, man. You gotta do it in, like...
You gotta half that. Yeah. But yeah, so that's currently set to come out on September 17th. So that's definitely one I'll be checking out. I'll probably still check out The Rise and Fall. I don't usually get too many of those ones, of the historical ones. They're interesting, but they're just not, like, it's cool to read from that lens, but it's just not always what I want to sit down and read. Yeah. They make good coffee table books. It's essentially, DK makes coffee table books. You want a nice book on your coffee table, DK makes those. But that's all for news. So there's a lot. Like I said, we missed, because we pre-recorded last week, so we missed some of the last couple days, because we did it Thursday last week. So we missed any news that happened Friday and Saturday that week. But so we had to catch up on that plus this week's news. So, whoo. All right, now for the main topic.
You made me watch 18 episodes.
You made yourself do it, though, in one night.
Yeah.
Which made me do it in one night.
Yeah.
Because I had actually started spacing them out. Okay, so spoiler warnings for the second half of the first season of Young Jedi Adventure, so any episode from 8 onwards. Because we did a review of the first 7, because at the time they just dropped all 7 together.
Yeah.
For that season, for it, and we thought, oh, that's the end of the season, because they didn't announce any other episodes at the time.
Nope.
And then they were like, no, we're just gonna slow roll all the other episodes, and so they did another batch of them together. I can end the spoiler warning. They did another batch of them together, and then I was like, well, there's still more to come, because they had announced more. So I was like, we'll just wait till every episode's out. That they've announced, and so we are finally where all of season 1 is out, so we can talk about all of it. I tried to space them out because it was 18 episodes, like you said, and I said, okay, well, we got to have them by at least Friday, and if we're gonna watch all of them, and so I started spacing them out where I was watching like about 3 every day, and so I made it to like episode 21 by Thursday, and then you were like, well, I haven't watched any of them yet, so we're just gonna sit down and watch all of them.
I essentially was thinking about it, like, I'd get home from work and I'm like, alright, make dinner. Okay, cool, got that done. I guess I should probably start. Nah, I'm gonna go to bed. And that is essentially what happened until Thursday.
Yeah.
Where I was like, hey man, I'm off work Thursday.
And I'm off work Thursdays. And so I was like, okay, we can do that. And so I asked you what time. You said 1:30. But then I had to catch up on some video recordings and some others, and I had to pick up my medicine. Yeah. And so I was like, hey, I'm going to run late. So I didn't really get there until like 3. So give or take. And then we didn't even start right off the bat because the TV was taken, because there's like one main TV in the living room, and so at the time it was taken, and so we had to wait a little bit, and then
we watched a Kid Nation reaction for a little bit.
For those of y'all who don't know, there was a TV show on CBS called Kid Nation. This is way off topic. Called Kid Nation, and it became famous again because one of the kids who was on it, who was 8 at the time, did an interview with JonTron like a couple years ago. And so it kind of like boosted people talking about it again because of how horrific it was. Like, because it's just child labor. And so like almost like Lord of the Flies type study. Except
I remember like you describing it. I'm like, well, this is going to go great.
Yeah. Kids being sent out to the middle of nowhere in a ghost town, who have to rebuild the town and kind of create their own society with one adult host, some cameramen who are probably actively not doing anything to help. And I grew up watching the show, so like I knew this show. I didn't remember who won or anything because it's been that, like, it's like 2005 2004, 2007, they said. And so, yeah. And so, yeah, we watched a reaction for a guy I watched.
There was one kid, and I'm like, you need to get out of here,
Jimmy?
kid. Jimmy. You gotta get out of here,
Which
man.
is the one that's the one JonTron interviewed. And so he was the youngest. He was 8.
Yeah.
And so he was smart. That kid was like, I'm too young to be here.
Like,
I shouldn't be here. Poor Jimmy.
Yeah, smart kid.
Smart kid, though.
Get the fuck out.
But I can imagine, it was still 4 days he was there.
Yeah.
I can imagine those 4 days were, because it's been a minute since I watched the interview. Mainly because nobody really watches JonTron anymore because of stuff there. But yeah, so yeah, we kind of watched that because I watched this guy called Gunner TV, and he does reactions to old reality TV shows, and he started one for that show, and so we watched one about the first episode. Anyways, and then after that we were like, okay, we should probably start watching, but the TV was still taken, so we started watching on my computer. I went to get some stuff because I wanted some food as well as also to get some stuff from the house that I forgot. And then by the time I got back, TV was gone, and I was like, okay, I guess we can switch there. So it took us until like 1 a.m. to finish all of them.
Like by the end of it, I was like, why the fuck did I do this?
And I had to work the next morning at like in 4 hours.
I didn't, but you did.
That did not ruin my experience for this show, though. I was actually surprised. I was surprised at the level. I was surprised at the level of writing on this show, like, cause
why is this show for children from like 5 to 8 and younger have character arcs?
Yeah, like there was like some legit
like it's not a return to status quo.
Yeah, and I was talking about that with one of our friends, Kayla, and I was like, most of these type of shows, because it's a middle school grade TV show. It's or middle grade TV show rather. Sorry, and so it's Disney Junior is the top demographic for this show, and we just fit on the Star Wars part of that because like there's that Venn diagram of Star Wars fans who will watch the show, and then just children on Disney Junior who will watch the show, and then there's like those that are in the middle, and then we're just on the Star Wars side of that Venn diagram.
I did this because you made me do this.
But will you say it? But I will say that this
on my own time, I would never have done this.
I will say though, I think it panned out. I think this show proved to be more than what we thought going in.
I found another group of parents to hate.
That's true.
There's a couple of things like I will admit, I'm very hard on like politician parents in fiction.
Before you dive into that, should we just kind of talk about the overall storyline of the second half? So we talked about, if you want to see our discussion about the first half, we have that episode from last season, and feel free to come back and check it out. Check this video out afterwards if you want to be caught up. But for this half, basically a lot of it is return of the villains from the first half. A lot of Tabor, which is the main pirate kid. A lot of Raxlow episodes. Yeah. A lot of Raxlow episodes. Like, there were like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I remember during it, I was like, Raxlow, just go to a different fucking place, because this is not working out.
Yeah. Raxlow is basically like the evil corporate corporate guy who's always tearing down nature to get his money, and it's always with a laser. It's always a laser.
It's always a laser.
It's always a laser, which is a joke in the third, like in the last one, where his last episode, where they show up and he's like, "All right, shut it down. I know what you guys are gonna say. You want me to shut down my laser?
Can't fucking mine here either."
And you're gonna give me some dumb reason. And he's voiced by Haley Joel Osment, so I kept joking that it's Sora or it's the kid from I just dropped the name of it. Sixth Sense. I see dead people. Sixth Sense kid. And so I kept
Sora
joking.
From Kingdom Hearts.
Yes. Wants to destroy the trees.
Yeah.
He's gonna fight the Lorax.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and so there's a lot of his episodes, and so
one of the funniest interactions is me in the kitchen, like, making myself a cup of coffee, and you
Explaining what's going on in
Yeah.
that fight.
You're like, oh, they're being attacked by gangles, and I'm like, wait, do you mean the gang or the creature?
Yeah, so they introduce a gang because the second half introduces them. It's not
Yeah.
they're not in the first half
Not
of the
in
season.
first half.
So this half of the season introduces a new pirate gang called the Gangles, which are named after a creature on Tanu where the show takes place for most of it, called the Gangles, which are
Yeah.
like these big really hard to explain what they are. They're like they're just these big creatures, big furry creatures.
Yeah.
And so last time we talked about this show, I think this is the big part. We talked about how there were pretty much almost no connections to the High Republic, which is where this show takes place.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, there's not really a lot of connections here. Like, we know it takes place, but we don't really know when. And there's no there's no connective tissue other than Yoda. And so we were just like, that's about it.
Yeah.
Boy, howdy. Second half of the season said, let's bring in all the connections.
Yeah.
So off the bat, like within the third or fourth episode of the second half, they bring Bell and Master Loden and Ember.
Yeah.
And so we start to manage to be able to piece where it takes place, because we're like, okay, well, Loden is alive. Loden's training Bell still. Okay, this has to be before Light of the Jedi, so before the first books. And then we start they start introducing more and more things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so the Bell, I thought the Ember, I kind of liked the first episode because Kai, one of our main trio, Kai Brightstar, he's getting some character growth, man.
Yeah.
He is going through it this half.
Yeah.
Because basically, his whole goal is, I want to be the perfect Jedi.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not a realistic goal.
Yep.
Like, you can try your best, but you're not going to be perfect. And so, one of our first hints...
That is a consistent lesson for Kai.
Yeah, one of our first times dealing with that lesson is the Bell episode, where Bell and Kai are playing fetch with Ember.
Yeah.
And what they do is they use the Force to toss the stick.
Yeah.
And so Bell's like, "Hey, Kai, you want to have a chance to go at it?" Because they're trying to practice Kai's Force push, right? And so Kai is like, "Yeah, yeah."
He launches the
He-
motherfucker.
Boom! Into the trees, gone. And Bell's like, "Oh, that was pretty good. It's gonna be a minute, but Ember should come back."
Yeah.
Ember does not come back. Ember gets not lost, because that's what they're worried about. Ember just gets distracted, playing with one of the squirrel-like creatures in there, and you're like, "Oh my God, Ember's gonna light that squirrel on fire," and Ember does light a little bit of a flame, but it's more of a playful flame.
Yeah.
It's not a.
Oh, thank God.
It's not a. I'm trying to roast this squirrel and eat it.
Thank
flame.
God she didn't burn the forest.
Yeah, and so because they're able to track her using like some burn scorch marks in the trees, where they find Ember being attacked by Gangles, the creatures.
Yeah.
Protecting the squirrel creature,
Yeah.
by the way, proving my point that Ember wanted to be friends with that. But yeah, and then
they're not gonna show this fucking squirrel get wrecked on a kids show.
Season 2, however. And we'll talk about why I think season 2 might get a little.
Joke of like all of a sudden it goes from.
I don't think it's gonna get dark, but I do think season 2 is gonna have some.
It switches from TBY 7 to PG-13.
I'd say more like PG or even just a G, like because Y7, is like younger. It's like younger than G, and so I would say like a G, like whatever the TVG rating. I think it's just TVG. I don't think there will be an actual change in rating, but I do think the tone is going to shift a bit. And I'll explain my reasoning for that in a bit. But Bell and Kai look for Ember together, and during that search, Kai is basically like, "I just wanted to impress you.
I just wanted to be a good Jedi, like a great Jedi like you.
And like I want to one day be a Padawan just like you, and I want to be the perfect Jedi."
Yeah.
And Kai's just like, "Hey, it's okay.
Kai.
or sorry, Belle.
Belle.
Belle's just like, hey, it's okay. You can take your time. You're good. I would be lucky to have an apprentice like you, which makes me really want Belle to take Kai on in the books. Because by the time of Phase 3 comics, Belle is now, because we talked about it, Belle is knighted now. So he could take an apprentice if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And then...
I was thinking about one of the fucked up jokes where they're like, we're just gonna knight you because so far all of your masters have been horribly injured or killed.
And then, and then Kai, it would be old enough to be...
he'd actually be old enough by that point in time.
Yeah, because it's 3 years on top of when Young Jedi Adventures takes place. So, he's like... They say they're like 13, 14 in Young Jedi Adventures is what they say most of them are. If I remember correctly, like 12 to 14, around that age.
I figured they were a bit younger than that.
They might be, but they're not like that much younger. They're not like 8 or anything. We're talking like they're tweens to early teens. So, let me double check my information there.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're older than they. I think the character design throws it off. It does not say. I thought for sure an episode mentioned their ages. Oh well. But yeah, the character design does throw off like how old they probably are, because they've got like the big head animation going on, which does make it a little bit harder to like place an age. Yeah, he's got to be. He's older than 9. There's no way he's 9, doing half of the things they're doing, especially when their masters are just like, go on that adventure by yourself. You're good.
Yeah, but I'm like...
You are not sending younglings off to a different planet by themselves.
Yeah, we are.
With a kid pilot.
Yeah, we are. Said Master Ava.
You mean Zia?
Zia.
Yeah, because it's Master Zia. That's the one on Tanu anyways. Somebody's got to have that answer. Like, it's somewhere. Anyways, that's not the point. So, like, they'd be old enough. I'd imagine he'd at least be 16, like, or maybe even 15. Well, no, not 16. He'd be, like, 14, maybe, at most. So, you can't tell ages, Seth, I think.
I think this is aimed at children. Very young children.
Yes, but the characters do not have to be that young. You're saying that these are all 7-year-olds.
Yes.
Then he wouldn't ever be old enough to be an apprentice by the time of...
I don't know if anything says you can't be apprenticed at age 10.
It's unlikely.
It's unlikely, but not unheard of.
Like, Anakin was, like, an exception to that, mainly because he got, like, speed ran through that. Because he didn't even start as a youngling, because they picked him up at 9. And he had the talent to kind of just skip some of that. Like, so, like, I would say, there's no way that they're not older. They're not 7. They are not 7. Now, of course, if somebody from Disney or Star Wars wants to correct me on that...
Nubs is 7... Whereas, like...
Nubs is probably the youngest of the group. I will give you that.
Nubs, I think, is 7.
I think Kai is older.
Like,
I think he's the oldest.
Being, like, 9, maybe 10.
That'd be still close to my guess, then. That's closer than 7.
16?
Well, no, because I rethought that. I did the math, because I forgot that. Like, I was originally saying he would be, like, 11 or 12. So that's still closer than what you were saying.
But...
That's way closer than what you were saying. That would make him a tween or teenager by most standards.
This fucking 10-year-old.
God. But anyways, my main point. He would be old enough for apprenticeship by the time of... Because, so much time has passed. Anyways, we to continue Kai's story though, we get like 3 more times of him dealing with that sort of lesson.
Yeah.
Or at least two more times.
There's another.
Because we meet another Jedi.
We meet another like Jedi
Youngling.
who serves as a rival character to Kai.
But within that episode, they quickly become like friends. But
What, you mean you can't be friends with your rivals?
you can, but like it's more of a friend. Like it's like originally Jovi is like a more like rival, and by the end it's a friendly rival, if that makes sense. Like, so yeah, and yeah, that's what I figured.
The joke, I remember during it, I was discussing.
But yeah, so they have like a little rivalry within that episode, and
I was like, oh, I know what happened here. Kai's never lost a sparring match before.
Yeah, because they have a little sparring match. Because Zia separates everybody into groups, and originally, Kai was gonna stick in his comfort zone with Nubs or Liz.
Yeah.
And Zia was like, "How about you get out of that comfort zone?"
We put you on someone of an equal skill level.
Yeah, because like, while it's cool that you have friends. You need to have a challenge, otherwise training is useless.
And everyone else,
everybody else is just doing the standard like 1, 2, 3, like when you're doing your like your specific rhythm of the like
your sets.
Yeah, your sets. But then they start pulling some like high advanced maneuvers. Like this is some Anakin Skywalker I'm showing off moves.
Yeah.
Like I've hacked the training bot Anakin Skywalker moves. And so it ends with Kai losing. It was close though.
Yeah.
And everybody look. That's how we knew that Kai never lost before, because we saw all of them stop and look and like in shock that Kai lost, and I was like, oh, okay. So this is Kai was the the ace of the class.
Yeah.
And so Zia obviously wanting them to get along at least and understand cooperation is like, hey, it's cool that you're rivals, but I need you to do a thing for me. I need you to go basically sends them on a fetch quest.
Yeah, essentially.
And they do the fetch quest, and
I think that's Jovi's first day there as well.
No, because it's implied that Jovi's been around, but like in the background, because Jovi's like, I've been watching you, and I wanted to be a Jedi like you. Yeah. And Kai's like, well, I was worried that you were gonna be better than me. And so it becomes like a... Yeah. And I joke that it's a Goku-Vegeta situation. It's hard to... I think Jovi's the Vegeta in the situation, and Kai's the Goku, but... It could very easily be the other way around. Yeah. It's very much a situation where it could be either or. But yeah, so they learn to work together, and so...
Yeah.
And that, judging each other on the other person's standards, probably not healthy.
And Nubs and Liz have their own arcs, respectively. Liz has to learn it's okay to not always interfere a few times.
Yeah, especially the animal episode, because like she loves animals, because she has that force ability where she can be empathetic with creatures, and unfortunately, one of the lessons she has to learn is sometimes nature just do its own thing.
Yeah,
like sometimes it's best not to interfere.
Sometimes nature be a real bitch.
I mean, in this case, nothing dies.
Nothing dies. But we know that one is gonna devastate her in the future.
Because so they find like this creature that's never been cataloged by the nature droid, and so he's like, oh, that one's not in our books. We should study it a little bit, put it in the notes, move along. And Liz is like, but it's all alone. It needs us. And they go to find its parents, but Liz keeps like interfering whenever it's in trouble. And it's just like, you gotta let it do it. And then it becomes to the detriment when they think that it's being attacked by, because they run into a giant creature, and they think that it's about to attack what they call a Diggle. Yeah. They think that it's gonna attack Diggle, And Diggle's just standing there happily, and I'm like, that's the first time Diggle hasn't run away from danger, which means that this isn't danger.
Yeah.
Because Diggle would run away whenever something bad was happening. So, like, but also Liz is a kid. We are dealing with children, so things that you and I notice do not apply in this case. So, we have to remind ourselves that these are children characters, and therefore they do not have the same capacity of certain things when it comes to noticing things. And so it turns out it's the mama of Diggle. It's just a really big mama, which means they grow up to be big. And so, it starts off like a little tiny lizard, like I'd say like a tree lizard, and then
and then it's a Deathclaw.
Yeah, then it's a Deathclaw.
They have a slightly friendlier disposition than Deathclaws.
And so, yeah. So that's her storyline.
Yeah.
Essentially, Nubs is more about like getting less fearful.
Getting less fearful, and also just because people were nice to you doesn't necessarily mean that they cared about you.
Yes, because the Gangles try to trick him with that in one episode, where his friends kind of forget to save him a spot on the school field trip, and so
he has to hitch a ride.
He has to be in the
trailer.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to be in the trailer. I joked it's that episode of Always Sunny where they leave Philadelphia and they have the U-Haul hitch. He's in the U-Haul. The Gangles capture the U-Haul and
they're like,
your friends suck. And he's like, yeah, they suck.
They kind of do.
Yeah. Poor Nubs. But he learns that they were just being nice to him to try to use him and make him attack his own friends, and then he's like, "Oh, yeah, that's kind of shitty."
Meanwhile, that evil Jiminy Cricket is like, "I fucking love Plan Bs."
But yeah, and so even our villain gets an arc, and this is where, surprisingly, a show once again for Disney Junior children demographic has a spoiler, a big plot twist.
Yep. So
this is your spoiler warning.
Okay, so we are introduced to a character a little bit before this.
Yeah, before the twist happens.
You got spoiled on this.
Yeah, because I tried to look up some information.
So we're introduced to like a prince and his family, and man, fuck
Prince Cyrus.
Prince Cyrus's parents. Fuck them.
Yeah, they are the
embodiment of like
greed and like lazy
people born into money.
Lazy nobility.
Yeah.
Because like the episode they're introduced.
I remember me like being really intense on Cyrus because he comes out with the like spoiled rich kid attitude.
But you kind of get where he's coming from.
I get where he's coming from a little bit.
And he is learning.
He's like actually cares about his people. And then we get introduced to his parents and I'm like, ah. And you were like, okay, never mind.
Yeah. So the episode they're introduced in, our Jedi heroes come to their planet to help them because they had an earthquake that destroyed a nearby village, and that's ruled by this royalty. And so they're like, hey, your people need your help. They need supplies. We're here to help.
The Van Dorns.
Yeah, the Van Dorns, yeah. And so the Van Dorns are like, help? We're not going to do that. Although the earthquake sucked because it messed up our other Fathir stable. Because, of course they have Fathirs. Because, of course they got the racing horses.
Of course they have a bonus stable.
Yeah. Of course they have the racing horses from Last Jedi, where we see the evil of that type of stuff.
Horse racing?
Well, like specifically like slavery and all, and like the way that it's ran. Yeah. And so, at least for a scene, it's for a scene. Anyways, of course these people have that, and so Cyrus is like, oh, we don't have to help them, and they're like, you should just come to the village and see. You should see how bad it is.
And he goes, oh fuck, it's bad. We should actually do something.
Yeah,
about this.
because he's never been to the village. He's like, I've never seen the people. They are beneath me. Why would I ever want to go there?
Yeah.
And then he sees them, and the little girl that's there is like, "Oh, you're gonna help us," and he's immediately
He's
like, God damn
damn
it.
I better take care of this.
Which shows that Cyrus has the opportunity for
Yeah.
growth, which I think is important to the other thing that we're going to talk about regarding that character.
Yeah. So Cyrus in this episode immediately is like, all right.
He goes hard the other way.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna get the supplies from the Fathir stable that my parents are trying to build, and we'll use those supplies to help these people.
Yeah.
And the others are like, are you sure that's a good idea?
And he goes, I'm the prince. I do what I want.
And so Kai's like, I'll go with him.
Yeah.
You the rest of you help out with the village, and we'll be back.
Cyrus goes up to like the poor droids that are running these stables, right?
And he's like, you give me the supplies, and the lead droid's like the main butler
Yeah.
droid's like, it's against your parents' command, which means even though you're the prince, they're in charge.
And he goes, is that so?
Pulls out the broom and just goes
Yeah.
1v5.
1 versus 5. And he fucking wipes the floor with these droids.
Yeah, he immediately like is doing flips and shit, and
Yeah.
like switches them off, like just
Yeah.
turns them off. And of course, you were like, does that count as killing them? I was like, no, that's more of a knockout.
Yeah. And I immediately make the joke, like, because Kai is watching him do this. Kai goes, but Prince Cyrus, look how you've massacred your people. And that's essentially what happens.
And so, yeah, so
The
Kai,
child-friendly version.
Yeah, the child-friendly. And Kai's like, hey, this might not have been the way to go about things. And then that sends Cyrus off again. And he's just like, well, what do you want me to do? You tell me not to do this. You tell me not to do that. My parents are telling me not to do this. What do you want from me?
What the fuck do you guys want?
And,
You ask for my help, then I give you my help,
and
and
then
you
you're
get mad at me for giving my help.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys.
And so, eventually they do find a solution, and so it works out in the end. But yeah, poor Cyrus having to deal with like so many confusing emotions. And then yeah, him and Kai end up becoming friends. And so, just pointing out that you're kind of way out of frame.
Scratch my nose.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. And so.
I did that for a reason.
Yeah. And so
Mm.
I decided
Yeah.
to look up
You were
that
checking
I
something.
wanted to look up Cyrus because I was curious about what his race was,
Mhm.
because I was like, oh, he looks like a Zeltron, which
Mhm.
is a Star Wars alien race, and I was curious about that. Wikipedia went straight to a different character's page
Whoops.
with Cyrus as the picture,
Mm.
confirming that they are one and the same.
Yep.
And no, he's not a Zeltron, actually. He's just a humanoid who's pink.
Mhm.
Okay. I guess Liz is just a humanoid that's blue too, then,
Mm.
by that logic. And so, yeah, I told you that I found that, but I didn't say what it was. I was like, yeah, I spoiled myself for the season finale,
Mm.
because I even saw what episode the reveal
Yeah.
happens in, and I was just like, okay. And so let's jump ahead and talk about
Yeah,
that.
might as well.
Cyrus is our pirate.
Tabor.
Tabor, yeah, I was gonna let you do it. Yeah, he's Tabor. Cyrus is Tabor.
Yep. And boy, oh boy.
Which Tabor is also going through it, like
Yeah.
separately from Cyrus, like his persona as Cyrus. Because Tabor has like 3 episodes up till the finale, where basically each of those is like him and the Jedi having to work together in some
Yeah.
way. Like they start off antagonistic, have to work together, and then they kind of become antagonistic again.
Yeah.
So like in the first one is the train heist, where Kai and Tabor get separated from the rest of them
Yeah.
because they cut the end of the train loose, and then they have to work together to catch back up to the rest and get everybody back together. And you kind of get the hints that Tabor's like, oh, we could probably be friends, but
Yeah.
we're not gonna. And then
the like.
next one is Tabor getting kidnapped by the Gangles.
Yep.
And so EB and Pord have to get help from the Jedi to get Tabor back. And then what was
I remember joking at the time for that episode. I'm like, "No, Tabor, you're not gonna win this one, but I respect that you tried."
Yeah.
Oh, like those are 3 grown adults. And Tabor was like, "I'll fucking kick your ass."
And then the last one is them fighting another pirate crew. Because there was another one where they fight a pirate crew. Yeah. Because they took the thing that Tabor and them were going to steal that the Jedi were protecting.
Yeah.
And so it becomes them working together to basically prove that we may be kids, but we can still do some cool stuff.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they beat that group, and Tabor ends it with, here, take the thing that I was going to steal. I already proved my point to those other pirates by kicking their ass.
Yeah. They know my name.
They know my name. And so, yeah, so before we get to the episode where he gets revealed to be Cyrus, episode we should talk about, which helps set up the timeline of Young Jedi Adventures with the rest of the High Republic, is the episode where Kai wants to go to Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
So they help with a distress call that was made by the pirates that were from the jelly fruit episode, the ones that were nice to them, because they decide that, hey, we don't want to be pirates anymore. We want to be fruit delivery truck drivers, essentially. We're and
I'm convinced that the purple berries cause an alignment shift.
Oh, the jelly fruit,
Yeah.
And so
you eat one and you either switch to lawful good because you want it,
or at least lawful neutral,
neutral.
And so, yeah, so because I would say it's more lawful neutral with those pirates. They're like, we're nice, but we're not. Yeah. And so, because they're rushing so hard, Kai messes up a bit until they slow down and come up with a plan together. And then they go to Starlight Beacon, where our boy is still alive. Were you just blanking on it? I was going to let you.
The Stalamaru.
Yeah, Stalamaru.
Yeah, he's there.
He's alive still.
You know who's not? Fucking Loden.
Loden's alive. By this point, though, well, he's not captured yet, if we're doing a timeline. Because the dedication hasn't happened.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is before the dedication, so they get to be there a little early and get to look at stuff while it's still finishing up.
Yeah, because it would be...
Because the dedication's the finale.
Yeah.
So, which is when the book ends as well. I would say this is closer to when the short stories are still happening before, like the ones that are before the book. So the ones where we first meet our favorite married couple, the Pix, Adrian, yeah, Pika and Adrian and Joss Adrians. Sorry, I was thinking of Pika's name. For some reason,
you are correct. That is their name. It's their first name.
Yeah, and so we meet Josh and Pika in those short stories. So I'd say it's closer to that part of the time, and so I would say this is before even the hyperspace disaster. Hyperspace disaster probably happens somewhere between that episode and the finale. They do not reference it at all.
No.
For obvious reasons, because it's still a kid show. But we know what's going on in the background.
Know that they know that we know that they know.
Yeah, and so they we get to the later half of it where what was I gonna say? The rest of Kai's storyline.
Yeah.
He goes on a vision quest.
Yeah.
Because they go to Batuu, and while he's on Batuu, like, he's still struggling with wanting to be the perfect Jedi. And the Jedi Master there's like, here, let's go, and you should go into these caves. And so he goes on to a Dagobah cave vision quest, where he basically...
Master Dro and
Master
Knight
Dro.
Celesta are the people...
Yeah, Celesta, yeah. Master Dro. I always wanted to say Drow because it's spelled that way, and it makes me think of D&D, but it's Master Dro. And so I like those two. I like the Jedi we get for the Batuu episodes.
Yeah.
And so Master Dro is like, hey, Vision Quest time. And so, yeah, Kai goes on a Vision Quest where he finally kind of confronts his, wanting to be perfect thing, and kind of sees that Tabor's kind of the flip side of that, of wanting to be, of not caring almost about it, where he's like, who cares about being perfect when you can just get by and just have total freedom by just getting by. And Kai's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If I keep going down this path, I'm going to end up like that, where I get just so mad about not being perfect that I'm just going to... Because that's kind of Tabor's path. At least that's how I kind of...
That is...
That's a reading? That's a reading?
That is a reading. That's not how I read it.
Yeah. Because by the end of it, the lesson is that, in a way, Tabor is half correct.
Yeah, I was saying, like, at the time while we watched it, I'm like, both of you are right, but not quite there.
Well, Kai wants to be perfect.
Kai wants to be perfect.
Which is not possible.
Which is impossible.
But he also wants to be good, which is the part that he's right about. Tabor realizes that it's impossible to be perfect, but he's gone so far in the direction of why try then. We're just about. Basically, his philosophy is why try, just be free. And it's just like, you should still try. You can still try to do your best. But you also have to realize and limit yourself and realize that you can't be perfect. You can still work towards your goals without stressing out on them, in a way, to where you start to create a false idea of what you could do. Like, in a way, it's the same lesson a lot of creatives.
It's a surprisingly harsh Vision Quest for a child.
It's actually the same lesson a lot of creatives can learn, though, because, like, as a creative, you also have to realize, I'm going to continue doing my best creatively. I'm not going to be a perfect creator, though, because no art is perfect. No. And even if, like, last week we gave something a 10, nothing is perfect. But they can be as close to it as you can. And that's really the best you can ask for. And so, but that requires a lot of practice. And also realizing that nothing's going to be perfect. And eventually, even as a writer, you have to go, oh, I'm going to stop working on it because this is the best I'm going to get it. Because otherwise it will never come out. Like, your work will never come out if you keep working on it because you're fighting to have it be perfect. And so that's how you get a never finished product, because you're just constantly doing it. And in a way, that's in a similar way, he can't be a perfect Jedi, but he will become a Jedi who is doing his best, and a good Jedi at that. He just has to, take a step back and realize, okay, perfect is not possible, but I can still aim towards it without worrying if I fall short of it. And so, that's the Vision Quest, essentially.
Yeah.
And he comes out with that lesson, and we don't really have to see him learn that lesson again. We get one more episode after that before the finale, but we don't see him struggling with that lesson anymore.
There is one episode where literally everything goes wrong that day for Kai.
Yeah. And then
pretty sure that happens before this.
Yeah, that happens before. Yeah. So let's go ahead and I guess talk about the finale.
Yeah.
So the finale takes place all on Starlight Beacon, with some exception of people getting there.
Yeah.
Because Cyrus and his family are going there, and Cyrus, as Tabor, is planning a heist with his pirate crew.
It's I'm gonna steal the dedication plaque.
Yep. And of course his pirate crew's like, why the plaque? He's like, because it's irreplaceable, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's sentimental value, and therefore it's worth value. Also because I can, because that's Tabor's whole
thing is essentially because I can, and also who's gonna stop me.
Tabor, well, because it's that balance of why it's important that Cyrus and Tabor are the same character, because Cyrus feels like he has no control of his life as Prince Cyrus, but as Tabor, he's got all the control of his life that he wants. He can control whatever he does, and that ultimate freedom is also leading him to be, almost chaotic, because he's chaotic neutral, because he's like, I can do whatever I want, so why shouldn't I do whatever I want? Which is almost the same philosophy as the Nihil, which is why it almost becomes like, there are moments where we're like, oh, is he a Nihil? No. We do get Nihil in this half of the season.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk about them. They're not that important. They show up in like one episode.
For like an episode.
They try to steal some Jedi vectors, which definitely sets up some of the plans that, would make sense for the Nihil, trying to make sure the Jedi don't have defensive flying weaponry to stop their attacks. But yeah, so this episode takes place, obviously, at the end of the first books. So Light of the Jedi, Test of Courage, and Into the Dark. Because all three of those end with the dedication. As does the first 5 issues of the mainline comic. They all end with the dedication. And so that kind of sets everybody up in a certain situation of where everybody is.
Cyrus is using his open identity.
Yeah, so as Cyrus, he is like boarding the ship with his family, but also like being buddy-buddy with the Jedi, so that way he knows what our main trio are up to during his heist. But he's also got EB and Port on the comms, who do not know about his Cyrus identity.
No, they don't, which surprised me.
So that makes things interesting, that he's hiding it from both sides. Like, both sides of his life are being hidden from the other side. There's a lot of depth to Cyrus and Tabor, surprisingly.
And Cyrus is like, he keeps getting called by like Port and EB, and they're like, "Have you found the plaque yet?"
And he's like having to shush his comm, because he's like, "No, don't reveal what I'm doing here." Which I feel like if they had known he was Prince Cyrus, that would have probably helped. But yeah, and that would have probably helped to where they wouldn't be calling him as much.
Yeah,
because they would know, oh, he's undercover. We shouldn't call him right now. But it makes for good TV.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, eventually he convinces the Jedi to take him to where the plaque is being held.
Basically the
storage room, yeah. And so
he switches costume.
Yeah, he does a costume switch. Well, first he has to create a distraction for them to no longer be looking at Cyrus, because he finds the plaque along with Kai, and then he's like, okay, it's distraction time. I need the Jedi to not be around me. And so he has EB and Pord pretend to like,
they do donuts.
Yeah, they have donuts outside the outside the hangar. And so Nash calls the rest of them and is like,
hey, why
Tabor's here?
Ship is doing like backflips.
And so they all go to investigate, and they're like, will you be good, Cyrus? And he's like, yeah,
I got this.
And so they leave, and he does a costume change as Tabor.
He's like, and this is mine now.
Yep. And that leads to a little bit of conflict where they're chasing him and they have a fight, and they're like, where's Cyrus?
Where is Cyrus?
Like, which throws Tabor off. Well, Cyrus Tabor off. It throws him off, because he's like, why do you care about that guy and not the plaque? And they're like, because he's our friend?
Because he's our friend. And it's a very weird...
Because they're like, the plaque is important, but our friend is more important.
Yeah, they're like, at the end of the day, the plaque is just a fucking plaque. And so... they go throughout Starlight.
Yeah. Like, this fight goes everywhere, and they go into the garbage chute at one point.
Yeah. There's a weird moment, it's at the end of it, where they're like...
Well, I want to talk about the garbage chute moment then before, because there's a moment in that kind of hints to like friendship levels. Because they have the garbage chute moment where, just like in A New Hope, it's starting to close and it's going to crush them. And so Liz and Nubs get out. Well, Nubs helps Liz jump up, who then like helps everybody else start to get out. And they're like, Tabor gets caught. Yeah. And so Kai, being Kai, is like, well, I gotta help him again. But also, like, Kai, at the same time, Kai's like, it's the right thing to do, so that's why he's doing it.
He's gonna do it regardless, because this is a children's show, and also
Jedi. But the reasoning is it's the right thing. Like, if we are to put in character reasoning,
like, this is the fucking 5th time I've done this.
And also, I think because every time he tries to reach out to Tabor, he like genuinely wants to reach out to Tabor and try to like have a connection and try to like see the good in Tabor. Ever since the episode where Zia made him think on that, and so
ever since hey.
With
Kai,
Ace,
could you fucking chill about the
with Ace, who does return in this half of the season for an episode.
But yeah, they're gonna have to rewrite the history books because of that one.
Yeah. So they help him, but then he just frees himself. He just like for a moment.
Thanks for getting my leg unstuck.
Yeah, like Tabor keeps going through the. I'm shocked they're helping me. Oh, they helped me. Okay, now to be selfish again. Yeah. It's like, Tabor, you're so close to learning the lesson. You're so close. He's so close every time. But then they get to the end where it's like this fight in like it's in the middle of Starlight Beacon. It's the same place where High Republic Adventures, where for the free comic book day last year, where like we see them fighting at the end of that, where it's Zine versus Crix. Or Luna versus Luna. Sorry, I'm getting names wrong. Zine, Lula. It's Lula and Crix at the end of that fight because they're like in that same like room, and so it's the same room where that fight happens.
The room where children go to fight.
It's a very dangerous place to have these fights because it's like the control center of the entire space station. I can see why in High Republic Adventures it makes sense because the ship was already falling apart. But here it's like, this thing is just now, it's not even dedicated yet. It's about to be dedicated and you're having this fight. And so, you can talk about the moment because you wanted to talk about that moment.
Is like, why do you motherfuckers care so much? And they list off Cyrus's more noble qualities. And they're like, it also is our friend. That's why. And I'm like, I remember commenting at the time, I'm like, this is a really weird pep talk, considering we're fighting over a fucking chasm right now.
But it is interesting, though, because, like, I do like the way that for the animation, they do, like, the inside the helmet thing during that, like, when they're talking about the good traits of Cyrus, because they are also talking about the good traits of Tabor in the process.
Mm-hmm. Since they're the same person.
Yes. And so we're getting, of course, Tabor's reactions as he's hearing these things that are good about him.
Yeah.
Because these are... I imagine Cyrus does not hear a lot about what's good at him at home.
No.
I imagine...
Are you fucking kidding me?
I imagine Cyrus does not get the love that he needs at home. And so, I think hearing those words, I think in the long term, it's going to do some good. Obviously, at the end of this episode, it does okay. Yeah. Like, it doesn't really do good, but it doesn't do... Like, it's neutral, to be fair, at this point. And so, Tabor does the Tabor thing of, fine, take it. And like, he makes a deal with them where he's like... Because they steal it from his hand, and he's just like, okay, well, I can't do much about that. So...
well, whatever.
So he holds himself hostage. He's like... Because the whole time they're still asking where Prince Cyrus is, and he's like, all right, I'll let y'all have him, but you have to let me leave. Mm-hmm. And they're like, prove it. And he's like, okay. And he calls EB and Port, and he's like, hey, let Prince Cyrus off the ship. And EB and Port are like, we don't have Prince Cyrus.
Essentially, EB covers the mic, and he goes, what the fuck is he talking about?
Like, they apparently know who Prince Cyrus is, but they're just like, we don't have him. Like yeah, sure. And they're like, we'll play along.
All right, yeah, we'll release the prince.
and so, of course, they have to let him leave in order, and because he's like, so he goes like, and if you follow me, you won't see him ever again. Which is like, kind of true. If they do follow you, that I mean, the only way they can see you again is if you take your helmet off.
Yeah.
And so he comes back as Prince Cyrus later, and he's sad because he's in his sad boy era. Mm-hmm. And they're like, "Are you okay?" He's like, Yeah, I'm just confused.
Yeah, just it's fine.
And we get Lena So,
Yeah.
another throwback. Um, we also see Belle and Ember by themselves,
Yeah.
an indicator of what has happened in the first book. Which I noticed Belle looked a little bit mournful before Kai walked up to him, because he looked a little mournful, and then Kai walks up to him and is like, "Hey, Belle," and Belle like forces a smile on his face. He's like, "Oh, hi, Kai."
Hey, Kai.
Like, he has to pretend not to be sad that Loden is gone.
It's like, oh, my dad got kidnapped.
Which, of course, I think it works in the way that it's done, because it's done in a way that, like, if you are following everything High Republic, you are rewarded in that moment. But if you're not, it's not taken away. Like, there's not, like, it's not taking anything away not knowing that Loden's gone. The way it's presented, anyways, it's not taking anything away. Because at the end of the day, our main characters of the books are background characters of this show.
Yeah.
And so they keep that separate, which makes it work well. Because I think if they made the book characters main characters in the show, then you'd start to have to know book knowledge. Yeah. And I think for the demographic that they're going for with the show, that's not
really helpful.
Yeah, I think even the junior novels aren't quite the reading level for this show. It would be like it's more like the picture books, because they do have some picture books where they explain, like, the main trilogy of the adult books are written in a much younger format with pictures, and it's a sticker book as well. So, like, it's that type of, like, that reading demographic. Maybe some are advanced readers where they might be reading the junior novels, and you might be getting some of the key information there if you're reading that. But if you're the demographic for the show, you're not getting the key information, which is the adults and the young adults, in my opinion. The junior novels also are important, but they're not the key information, I would argue, for a lot of the stuff going on. I think it's supplementary stuff that does help the overall narratives, but they're not the key information. But yeah, so we get the dedication, and then Yoda gives a little thing because Yoda walks up to Cyrus, who's by himself, and is like, "I sense complicated emotions, but I do sense good. I sense some really good in you. I sense the ability to do good, anyways," is what kind of Yoda's implying. So unintentionally, also once again, pep talking Tabor / Cyrus into being a better person. So we will see where season 2 takes that. Because that's the end of the first season. I was talking about how I think that the tone's going to shift, because I think every season's going to have to advance a year within the timeline. By season 3, things are going to go down. Because season 3 is Fallen Star by that point. Even season 2, if they decide to talk about the Republic Fair, I don't know if I don't think they'll be on Valo when the stuff goes down, but I do think they'll talk about the fair, because because I think it's going to be similar to how they treated Starlight Beacon, where they talk about the importance of Starlight Beacon in the first season, and we get some moments where we're on Starlight Beacon. So I imagine we're going to get moments where they're on Valo during the preparation part of the Republic Fair, but I don't think we're going to see the fair itself, because stuff goes down. And I don't think season 2 is ready for that level of commitment to what's going on in the High Republic. But I think season 3, we might see a total tone shift. Because I think the show is going to grow with its audience, as good shows do. Because we're already seeing that this show is not afraid to go into stuff that, like, I was surprised a Disney Junior show would. Like, I'm surprised to see as much character growth in Tabor. I'm surprised to see a plot twist of that level of Cyrus Tabor thing, and a continuous storyline, and not like because most of these shows are very much, you go back to the norm at the end of each episode, like you go back to status quo. But this show isn't like that. This show, now, should you go watch this? It depends. We watched it because it made sense for our show. It's what we do. We talk about everything canon and Star Wars. But should you actively do it? It depends on your commitment level to the High Republic. If you're a hardcore fan, I could see you checking it out and having a good time. If you're just a casual fan who likes the books, but just the main books and not really any other supplementary material, probably not for you. If you're just a casual Star Wars fan and you like the movies and the shows, probably not gonna be your type of show, realistically, because unless you're watching it with, say, your kid, say you have kids. I would show this, like, if I had kids, this would be probably an entry point, I think, for Star Wars. For that, like, I think that would be a good way to introduce Star Wars to your kid, I think. While the movies themselves are fine as a starting point, I think this is also a really good starting point. Because you can, you know, they deliver, I think they give good messages and they deliver concepts in a way that work for that demographic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just me making the... Alright, son. You know where we're gonna start? We're gonna start on episode 3, right at the end.
I mean, but I think for the most part, if you watch the movies in a certain order, that they do, like, if you start with 1 or you start with 4 or you start with 7, those are fine starting points for a kid.
Yeah.
Obviously, you wouldn't start at the end of a trilogy. And then I would say, like, this show serves also as a fine starting point. Clone Wars or Bad Batch are probably also okay starting points, although Bad Batch is a little bit darker in tone, and Clone Wars gets darker, but it starts off pretty light. Resistance is a decent start too. Resistance is pretty light. We haven't gone over that for the show yet. It's gonna be a long time before we get there, but anyways, that's my thoughts on this show. Your thoughts?
It's pretty good for what it is.
Yeah. I'd give it a strong 7.5.
Yeah, I'm about on that same.
Like,
But then again,
we
we're
are not the demographic.
intended
We are not
audience.
we're not the intended demographic. But I think even for what it is, like, as somebody not for that demographic, I enjoyed it. It's more than what I thought it would be. Like, when you hear, like, Disney Junior or these type of kid shows, you think Dora, or, like, where they're going to be talking to you. And that's not really what this show is. It's a narrative show. It's still a narrative delivered show that kind of, like, teaches life lessons, but does it in a way that's interesting. And so, that's it for Young Jedi Adventures until Season 2 happens. Hopefully they'll actually release Season 2 in a not weird way.
Yeah. Well, it's weird how they were, like, 7 for the first one and 18.
Yeah. And also, like, the way they staggered them was weird. Because they would do it in a batch, then they did a batch, and then they started doing weekly for the last batch, and it's like...
Okay.
Before we get into today's show, we like to do a thing where we just kind of talk about what we've been up to this week. And we've done a couple things this week besides Star Wars. And this is kind of our chance to talk other fandoms and stuff. So, I'll go ahead and start because I have a handful of things.
Yeah.
I'll do one that's combined. We watched Krull.
Yes.
Which my first time watching Krull. That's Krull. Because I also was confused about the spelling until we finally watched it. Funny enough, I found out we could have watched it for free because you paid to rent it, and I was like, I would have been able to... That was really what I meant by that message. That's what I meant by sending that text.
I was like... You're like...
You were so offended. I was like, no, I mean...
I'm still not buying it.
Like, I didn't correct your what you took from it, but, like, I guess later on you figured what I meant.
I just said that, and I didn't think about that for the rest of the week.
Yeah, no, I meant,
There's an ongoing thing about me and gaming.
Yeah, and that you don't really do it, but you do. Like, you play single-player games, but also you won't do them on your computer. Even though there's so many games on the computer, even on Chromebook. It would be
more accurate to say that while I don't have the space to play games on my computer.
Yeah.
In my defense, it's a computer I've had for like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. I mean...
Before college is how long I have had that computer.
The other thing is you are stubborn on upgrading as well, which is... I would say it's time. Even if you get
Well,
another,
yeah.
even if you get another Chromebook,
I
would,
know that.
Yeah, I would say it's time.
I know that because, but I don't want to.
Even if it's another Chromebook, like I would say, do it just so you have more space at the very least. Because that's the main issue. Is like, at least have more space for things. Because it runs out fast.
Yeah.
Like, there's only... Well, did you ever manage to get Icewind Dale on there?
No.
Oh, no.
I think we stopped trying to install it, and then we were like, we'll just watch Kroll instead.
Yeah, we'll watch Kroll instead, because we were ready to watch Kroll.
So, Kroll is a movie, like, I watched several times as a child. First time for you, though.
Yes, and so it was basically... I'm going to give my outside
Okay.
interpretation of the story.
Absolutely.
Without any major spoilers, I'm just going to kind of
It's
give...
a movie.
I'm
It's
gonna
a
broad-
40-year-old movie.
Yeah, so it's from the 80s.
Spoiler warning is long. You ain't got to worry about
Yeah,
that shit.
it's a 2-hour movie. I'm not going to give, like, any spoilers. I'm just going to kind of give the broad stroke. It's a sword and sorcery, sci-fi, fantasy movie. With a lot of inspiration from a lot of things. Because there's some inspiration from Lord of the Rings that we kept making fun of as we were watching it. And I think it takes those inspirations very well in stride. It makes its own original thing. Not all the ideas 100% work. Like, there were things where we talked about, I was like, they could have cut this and given more time for that. Because I see where they were going with certain stuff.
Hello there.
Hey, Dustin. That's my
Not
gift.
that kind of stroke.
Yeah. But, like, I would, like, there were certain things I would have changed that I think would have made the points they were trying to make on certain characters work better. I think there were too many characters, really.
Oh, yeah. Fucking Ace Hardware.
Yeah. It's hardware. There's a guy that just looks like a guy.
Yeah.
Like,
like everyone else looks like they're in, like
a fantasy
fantasy
sci-fi setting.
that guy doesn't.
No. But no, and so, like, I would have maybe killed some of them off sooner. Because that's what most of them were there for, were to be meat
They killed
for the
off
grinder.
So many of them.
Like, a lot of them were just there to be for the grinder, and just dead within, like, maybe 5 minutes of meeting some of them. Like the wizard, which I would have cut him out of the film entirely.
Emerald Seer got fucking murdered so hard.
Yeah, I would have cut the seer out completely, personally.
But if he was cut out, we wouldn't have got the great scene of the beast fucking hand exploding.
Some other inspiration that it obviously took, some stuff that I didn't mention while we were watching it, but thought about it today. Dune. Because by then the Dune movie, the original movie had come out, the David Lynch one. And so I think that there's definitely some inspiration there, especially with the matte paintings and the design of the planet. Because it has that, it's got the Dune desert, but then it also has other biomes.
Yeah, I was like, I remember while we were watching, I was like, oh, by the way, this isn't a one biome planet.
Yeah, it's got like a whole, it's basically Earth too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's got a little bit of that. It's got a little bit of Star Wars, because obviously Star Wars was out by this point.
Yeah, Return of the Jedi beat its ass at the box office, because I think they came out the same year.
That sounds about right.
Which I'm like, oh, well, no wonder it didn't become as popular. Because you love Return of the Jedi, it's kind of hard to beat that one.
Let me double check that. I am curious. Were they both 82 then? Because I think
82, 83.
Because I think Return of the Jedi 83. Yeah, so 83. May 25th. Kroll was in 1983 as well. Let's see if it was the same weekend. It was like a month after, but I mean, I'd imagine Return of the Jedi was still pumping the numbers like every Star Wars film does, especially back then, where they would play forever.
Yeah.
So, because back then a movie could be in theaters like a year.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, I would imagine Return of the Jedi was just still beating up Kroll even after.
The antagonist-protagonist score is a fucking main antagonist for that movie up 50.
And it's also got some Eldritch stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, you saw that and you were like, well, this explains a lot.
Yeah, because you're into Eldritch, and you're into like some fantasy sci-fi tropes, and I think a lot of those tropes appear in this movie, and so I think a lot of that stuff definitely, because you said you watched this a lot as a kid, so it definitely defines you.
There was a lot of like,
There's stuff that looking back, it's like, oh, maybe it's kind of weird you saw that as a kid, but not nothing too crazy. Just the Eldritch stuff, a lot of the Eldritch
just the
stuff.
fact that there's like just weird bones and teeth scattered throughout that fucking awful place.
Yeah, a lot of the Eldritch stuff, nothing like crazy, but like stuff that's like, oh, it's like 80s stuff where there's definitely like there was a thing with 80s kids films, because I would imagine Kroll was for like a younger audience.
Kroll, Highlander.
Highlander's not. Highlander was rated
I
R.
watched that movie as a child too. Apparently my brain like
Forgot it.
forgot that.
But like it was a rated R film, whereas Kroll was at least, I would imagine, was marketed to.
I have no idea.
Well, you weren't. Neither of us were alive at the time.
Yeah. So.
But a lot of 80s films like that were aimed towards children and young adults, and then they would have like some darker tones to them that you don't really get nowadays. Even in the 90s, you kind of started to lose some of that. And I think it's coming back. I think a lot of that idea of darker tones and younger audience stuff is coming back. We didn't
fucking intro. The setup for like the movie is, man, it sucks that my wife got kidnapped and my dad got shot to death on the same day.
Yeah, but that was one thing we did this week. Other stuff I've done. If you've been watching the channel, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth because that dropped this week. I'm currently in Chapter 3 now. No, Chapter 4. Chapter 4.
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't stopped to watch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna re-upload Part 2 for YouTube because it like kept.
Oh yeah.
Because the way I'm streaming it on on everything else outside of Twitch is it's kind of bugging out sometimes because the Wi-Fi wasn't strong that day, so it kind of.
Yeah.
So I re-uploaded Part 1 because I missed some of it on the YouTube upload, like the first few minutes, but on the Twitch one it was fine, so I just downloaded the Twitch one and I re-uploaded Part 1 on YouTube. It should be done, but it was like it's an 11-hour stream for Part 1, so pace yourself watching it. I did not pace myself playing it because I was off that day and I was just having fun. It is up. It's up now, as of 10 and a half hours ago. So last night it went up.
You just said to hell with it.
So yeah, I was just having fun. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not going to spoil it because it is just coming out. So, and I'm still experiencing it. So obviously, so many other people are going to be still experiencing it. So, no spoilers yet. But I am having a good time. And that's all I will say. Trying to think what else I did this week. That's about it.
I'm trying to think if I did anything else that like.
That's like of note.
Yeah. I've reached a stall out point in my Fallout playthrough.
You're kind of just taking a break.
No,
is it not are you not invested at the moment and you're kind of just.
Yeah, I'm like, I've got to the point, like, level 56, but I'm also like, I would finish the story out, except I don't know how to do that.
Oh,
like, I could continue following, like, this quest line, but I don't want to, because I fucked it up. And I think I broke another quest line, so I can't do that one either.
So is this going to be you take a break and then you come back to it and restart just to kind of...
I might have to. I don't want to.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. It happens. I mean, especially when it's when you're basically doing a blind run. Like, I assume you look some stuff up, but you're not looking everything.
Stuff, like, when it's like, oh, I don't know where the fuck this is.
Yeah, like you're just legitimately lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like when I'm like, I know it's here in this room, but I can't find the fucking thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, it's on the underside of this table.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I would like to do this in a fair manner.
4.
4 at the moment.
Yeah.
Because I've already done 3 in New Vegas a couple of times.
3 in New Vegas is his main bread and butter, and so
I did the DLCs for 4.
yeah.
I shot so many people, which I guess is just a thing that characters I play do.
Yeah.
I do remember wandering through town one day, and like, so you know how NPCs will have ambient dialogue?
Yeah.
One of the kids walked past me and said, "Oh, you're an outsider, mister? My dad says to stay away from outsiders because they shoot people. Do you shoot people, mister?" And my immediate response was, "Sometimes."
He did not enjoy Nuka World as much.
Nuka World was okay. I didn't like the setup for it.
Yeah, you like the everything else besides the main plot of Nuka World.
The side quests for Nuka World were great, except for the part where they wanted me to be an overboss for raiders, which is the main plot line of that.
Yeah, you just weren't a fan of the main plot.
Yeah.
You liked everything else surrounding it, but yeah. But yeah, speaking of video games, I guess, let's go ahead and get into some Star Wars news for this week. And we're going to start actually on a down note, on a lower... Yeah, unfortunately, so it turns out that the rumored Respawn first-person shooter game we talked about last week was real. Unfortunately, the reason that we know it was real is that it has been officially canceled.
You know, I wasn't mad about this.
Like, you weren't that mad when I first told you, but now that you've sat here and had a chance... Because when we got here, I told you the news, because I was like, I should just mention that one. And especially because, like, you like first-person shooter type games to a degree.
Cool.
Yeah. You're not, like, into every type of first-person shooter, but you like... Yeah. And so, I feel like something from Respawn, which is, like, you know, that Apex Legends and / Titanfall kind of combat where a lot of it would have been terrain and like agility based, like that would have been fun to have in a Star Wars game. And so, because it would have been basically the same controls pretty much for Jedi games, because you know it's Respawn, except you would have been a Mandalorian shooting things, and that would have been fun. But it sounds like,
no.
I did not write this in the script, but there were a couple other ones. One of them is really, really rumored, which is why I didn't put it in the script, but we'll go ahead and talk about it. Maybe there's a Star Wars game being made by Activision. And I put that with a really, really heavy grain of salt. Like, instead of just saying, yeah, just take a grain of salt, no, I'm saying take the whole pound.
That maybe is that...
So the reason why that rumor...
with double question marks.
So the reason this rumor exists is because Ahmed Best, a.k.a. Jar Jar Binks, a.k.a. Kelleran Ren Beck, because he plays both Jar Jar and Kelleran Ren Beck for Mandalorian, was seen... He posted on his Instagram a picture of him in the full, like, mocap type suit that you see in video games when they make cutscenes and stuff, and video games, and then, you know, try to get all the actions of a character. And he, like, talked about how, like, he just, like, made a post talking about how he's working on something, and then he put, like, hashtag Kelleran Beck, hashtag, like, Star Wars, hashtag Activision. And then another picture that came out later from a different person showed him, Ahmed Best, at Activision. And so right now, and, like, the reason people are thinking, well, maybe it's a Star Wars thing is because of his hashtags. But also, he could just be doing a different game for Activision just as Ahmed Best, playing a different character. Because it would be nice to see him go out further than Star Wars, because I think he's a talented actor who could definitely do a lot. And unfortunately, because of how the community treated him during the prequel era, that kind of derailed things a lot, both on a emotional level and on a professional level. Because, I mean, we talked about it. Trigger warning, he tried to commit because of how the community treated him at the time. And it's a lot...
it can be rough sometimes.
Yeah. And, I mean, we still see that kind of treatment to the Star Wars actors to this day, so it's kind of rough seeing that. And, but yeah, thankfully, I mean, the community has been very open to him returning. They've kind of done a full 180 and kind of embraced him now as part of the community. And I'm glad that he's getting that recognition, that he kind of always kind of deserved, because even as Jar Jar Binks, while you may not have enjoyed the character, I as a kid enjoyed the character. My dad enjoys the character, and he loves the original films. Like, he loves Jar Jar, like unironically,
I am to this day like almost confused by like the level of
hate.
yeah. I'm like, okay, you didn't like him that much.
Like-
That's fine.
Like, the humor didn't work for you, and there are problematic parts
Like, I don't
of Jar
remember.
Jar.
I don't
but-
remember laughing at Jar
No.
Jar very much as a child, but I'm like, he's a character in this. That's cool, I guess.
And there are some problematic stuff that we talked about with how George Lucas unintentionally, how he unintentionally creates characters based
Yeah.
off certain cultures, and Jar Jar is definitely in one of those.
Mhm.
But I think overall the positives that Jar Jar has outweighs the negatives for me, and I think for a lot of people.
I am still neutral. On
You are
it.
neutral, but that's still, something.
Yeah.
um,
I don't.
I think
despise
once we get to Clone Wars, because I think Clone Wars is where we
it.
get
Clone
peak
Wars
Jar
has
Jar.
a lot of like
I think they get
character
the
insight.
I think they get the humor the best.
The better.
Yeah, like I think the movies, well, 2 and 3 don't really do Jar Jar humor. They kind of, at that point, George kind of made Jar Jar more serious a little bit. Like, he was still Jar Jar, but he was like, he wasn't doing any antics or any stunt humor by that point. But yeah, so I'm curious to see if they are doing something. Going back to the main news, because Disney and Lucasfilm Games, which is the new name for the video game side, they've been more open to other companies licensing out Star Wars now that they're done with working with just EA exclusively. So I am curious, because they've now worked with Epic a few times, even buying out a good chunk of Epic to work on that project that we talked about a few weeks back. So they're working with bigger companies as well. So Activision is one of the biggest gaming companies out there. I mean, we're talking Call of Duty. So, and also I guess Blizzard and World of Warcraft, and since they bought Blizzard out. So that's pretty big. The other one that I didn't make a note of is, there was another one I didn't make a note of, but I thought was interesting in hindsight. I'll talk about the one that I did make a note of in the meantime. Dark Forces Remaster is officially out as of this week. I've gotten to play some of it. I think so far, from what I played, it was worth the $30, because that was, some speculation, which is also still going. That's also a similar debate going on with the Battlefront collection. Is the $35 for Battlefront going to be worth it? As far as the Dark Forces Remaster, I think so. They not only went ahead and kind of brought the game to a higher resolution, but they also enhanced the cutscenes, and they added some behind-the-scenes art on the making of the original game. And they included the original starting level that was cut from the game. So it turns out the original first level of Kyle Katarn stealing the Death Star plans was not going to take place in a standard Imperial facility, but on a Star Destroyer called the Avenger, and would end with Kyle stealing a TIE fighter to escape once he had the plans. The reason that the level was scrapped and replaced eventually was LucasArts decided the level was too difficult for first-time players as the first level, as it required the ability to find secret doors and tunnels to get to the Death Star plans themselves, which you need to finish the level. So this isn't, there's some secret areas to find. No, you got to find the secret areas to get to the main stuff. I actually went ahead and played the level, and I think I did fine. But I also have played a lot of Dark Forces and a lot of these type of like Doom-like games. If you've played a Doom-like, you kind of know to look, especially old school Doom-likes, you know to look for secret doors, you know to find that type of stuff. But obviously, if you've never done that stuff, which is what they thought about, they were like, oh, if nobody's ever played a Doom-like, because Doom also just came out the year before when this game came out. It's only a 1 year difference between Doom and this. They realized, we should probably make it a little easier. I think we should make Seth play the secret level.
Don't do this.
We'll do it for the channel. We'll also let you play the actual first level afterwards, but I think it'll be fun to. We'll just do those. We'll do those levels because I know you don't want to. I know you don't want to play the whole game, so we'll just do the Avenger and the first level.
Fine, I will do that.
Because I know you don't want to sit and play the whole game. I'm almost done with the. I already got my. They added trophies as well and achievements for the remaster because obviously it's technically a new game.
Mm-hmm.
My first trophy was killing the mouse droid. Because when you kill the mouse droid, you get a trophy.
Okay.
Because, you know, the little mouse droids. Because you can shoot them. You get batteries for some of your tech.
Oh, so there's a reason.
Yeah, like, you get stuff when you kill them, but, like, I mean, it's still, you killed a poor mouse droid still. But they are also really hard to shoot because they are fast. Fast as fuck, boy. I'm trying to find that other thing I wanted to talk about. There was one more thing for games. I can't find it right now. Sorry, it's gonna bug me if I can't find it. I gotta talk about it real quick, and then we'll transition. Yeah, if you have something in the meantime.
So, sorry if I don't seem as excited. For our long-term viewers, you know what that means. It means that I went to bed a bit later than I was supposed to.
Which we all did.
Yeah, I stayed up because
we stayed up till at least 2. And then you stayed up longer.
I stayed up longer because Haley and Eli came over and ended up going to bed at 3 in the morning.
So it became a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that is it for video game news. Okay.
We played game for a little bit.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and jump into High Republic news, which is kind of comic news. I didn't like last week we did book news. I guess this is book news. We have
news, our new section.
Well, because I'm trying to like section off each like topic based off like video game, television, books. For book news, we have the final cover for the Edge of Balance Volume 3 manga, where we see... Oh, sorry, wrong picture. I meant to... No.
Nope.
Where'd I put it? Can't find it. I had it ready. Where'd it go?
You set it up earlier. Like, I saw you do that. But I don't know where you put it.
No. Oh, found it. There we go. Technical difficulties. Yeah, so there it is. Where we see Master Arkoff, our Wookiee friend, in a wintry environment, which actually continues a theme for the main Edge of Balance mangas that the cover artist Mizuki... I'm about to butcher this. I'm so sorry. Sakakibara? Sakakibara. Yeah, Sakakibara.
Yeah.
Mizuki Sakakibara talked about in that each of the volumes has the character in a different seasonal environment. And I don't know if... I didn't realize this till I read this. And I don't know if you noticed it. So...
No, but thinking back on it, they're right.
Yeah, so Lily was in autumn. Kieran was in summer. And Arkoff is in winter. With this, and they are like thematically to make sense as well. So with winter, Volume 3 being their toughest time, similar to the harshness of winter. And then he said that, but with Volume 4, after winter, comes the spring. So then we kind of get a, potentially happy ending to everything with Volume 4. So of the main, because there is that Phase 2. One as well, the Edge of Balance, but that wasn't part of the main 4 volumes. So yeah, I like the cover.
Yeah,
And
wanna see what's going on.
and hearing the thought process of how the art was designed is really interesting, and I like that as well. I like hearing that type of stuff and the thought, because you don't design a character design without thought into like the character and the
Yeah.
story. That is stuff that goes into it. So lastly, we are going to go into television news. So with the final season of The Bad Batch currently airing, we have received some news that shows that Lucasfilm Animation will not be slowing down after the show,
Okay.
and in fact is ramping up for something,
Oh no.
as they officially announced on their social media that they are looking for more animators.
All right.
So they are working on another show, I would imagine, because that's what it tells me. Because Bad Batch is ending. We haven't heard news of anything outside of. I mean, we know that season 2 of Young Jedi Adventures is happening, but that's not Lucasfilm. I mean, that might be Lucasfilm Animation's department, but I would imagine that's like whatever department Disney Junior Animation works under. Whatever, but it might be Lucasfilm Animation. I don't exactly have the insider information on that side of like how that works and operates. So I'm going to be transparent there that I don't know that. But it does sound like that they're ramping things up if they're hiring more people. So to me, this is a great sign for Star Wars, or at least Lucasfilm Animation, that it's probably not going to die ever. And also, this is with a lot of major companies currently going through with some of the biggest layoffs in job market history. It's a positive thing to see that there's some major hiring still going on instead.
Yeah.
Especially with a lot of television studios performing these layoffs just as a major show is launched. Like, I forget what show it was, but Amazon like dropped one of their big shows, and then like as the show launches, they're like, all right, laying off all these people. I think that actually happened with the new Avatar show with Netflix. I think Netflix did that too. I think Netflix was like, all right, Avatar show drop, fire all these people.
Damn.
And it's just like, this is your big show. It just came out. You're not even going to see how it does. Whereas if Lucasfilm were to like do some layoffs right now, it would make sense because a show is ending. They like they're not, as far as we know, another show is not launching. So if they were to do some layoffs, it would make sense. Now it would still be bad. That my point is that it is bad. That this is a practice, but because I do want to make that clear, I would just say it's more understandable if they were to do it now, versus how every other studio has been doing it. But at the same time, I think it's even better that they're hiring people instead as a show is ending, because that tells me that they're planning more and that they want to also keep people in animation and kind of, because I think animation is still important, especially Star Wars. Like, a lot of people say that Star Wars animated is probably better than the live action, depending who you ask.
Hold on. You didn't hear what I was gonna say.
Oh, are you about to agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, I was ready. I was half ready.
You were like, "What's he gonna do? I gotta be ready because he might say something."
You might say the opposite.
What do you mean? Clearly, real people are always better.
But yeah, go ahead. Say what you want to say about
What
that.
I was going to say is, yeah. I like the animations. I like the pretty lights.
The pretty colors and the peoples
I like
and
the pretty colors and the sounds.
and the swing and the we have fun here.
But also, like, there's some things that you can't capture with animation, and there's some things that you can do with animation that doesn't put people in unnecessary risk.
Yeah, like there's some stuff you just can't do in live action. Like especially like with sci-fi, something as big as sci-fi.
So it's one of those things where I like both of the mediums.
Yeah. All right, and with that, let's go ahead and get into our main topic, because that is it for news. So, spoiler warning for today's subject.
For the entire book, by the way.
for
We didn't read half of it.
Star Wars Queen's Shadow by E.K. Johnston, which is the first I put this in the description. I have to go through this. It's the first published of the Queen's trilogy, the second chronologically, but the last one that we are talking about because we have already talked about the other two.
I remember talking with you about this. I'm like, what is this weird fucking reading order you've got me?
Well, so Queen's Hope, the last one, which is on the shelf up there. It's near like Revenge of the Sith era, so that'd be that third block, I think. Anyways,
it's up there somewhere.
Yeah. So it had just come out because our policy is if something just comes out, we read that. So that one had came out during the first season of the show, so we had to read that one, which meant we read the last book first together. I had already read the other two.
You had context that I did not have.
Not that you really need a lot of context for these books.
No, you don't.
I would say like the context you need is the movies.
Mm-hmm. And that was context I already had.
Yeah, like if you have the context of the prequels, you have the context you need for the Queen's trilogy. And I think that's a well laid out. The only context outside of that is like the relationship between Padme and the handmaidens.
Yeah.
And because like the handmaidens, I'd like Padme is the main character, but I would argue Sabe is the next biggest main character of this book, or even in the entire trilogy. Like the relationship between Padme and Sabe is the core of the Queen's trilogy. Having now read all three together.
Yeah.
So this one being the first is kind of interesting. Because you don't get the early parts of the relationship.
No, you don't.
Because this starts after episode 1's happened. So they kind of have to. EK kind of has to describe the relationship and stuff that we missed.
Yeah.
Now she goes back and we get to see that with Queen's Peril, which is the next published book. But the first chronologically. So we get to see that, and we talked about it this season. Queen's Peril was this season. Oh, no, it was the end of last season. End of last season. It was one of the last books we did. And so we got to see that relationship in Queen's Peril, but here it kind of has to just be described, which might be one of the weaker parts of this book, is having to describe, like, I think she does it fine. But it is a situation where because of the order that she wrote these in, which I mean that might have been the order that the publishers came up with, like they decided maybe she pitched them doing a Padme book, or they came to her really because that's how a lot of she had already done Ahsoka by now, so she had done the Ahsoka book, which we haven't talked about yet. We talked about on the show, but we haven't read it for the show. We've talked about it because of Tales of the Jedi controversy regarding that book, but we haven't read it for the show yet. But EK wrote that as well, so I think they probably approached her still because that's only one book that she's done for them, and usually until you get more notoriety within like major IP publishing, they come to you. Not you go to them. You don't get to be like, hey, I'm gonna pitch an idea. They go, hey, we have an idea. We want an author. Do you want to write this? Like, this seems like your style. Would you write this? And that's kind of how it works in IP publishing. Is they approach you. You don't approach them, unless you're like a Timothy Zahn or a Claudia Gray.
Yeah.
Like, you got to be up there before you can start coming to them. I think EK now could do that, like now that she's done 4 major books for them. So I think she could easily go, hey, I want to do this now, but before then I don't. By when Queen's Shadow was coming out, I think they came to her. So they were like, hey, we want a book that takes place in between 2 and 3, kind of explaining Padme.
Yeah.
I think that was the pitch, and I think she bounced the idea of. I think she came up with the idea of probably the handmaidens being a major part of that, and Sabe in particular. Sabe is, like I said, I'd argue Sabe might be more of a main character than Padme.
Hmm.
It'd be a tough argument, but I think I could win
I
it.
would say that the most apt term for
I mean,
Sabe
they're both like,
is a deuteragonist.
yeah, they're very deuteragonist. Yeah, but I was like, if you're gonna pick one, I would almost pick Sabe. Mainly because the epilogue.
Yeah. Sabe's like, what the fuck? None of this makes sense.
Like, yeah, Queen Shadow, with its epilogue, Queen Shadow alone at least is definitely Sabe's story.
Mm-hmm.
With Padme as a deuteragonist, but like I could easily make the argument that it's Sabe's book if we were to pick one protagonist. Thankfully, we don't have to.
Sometimes, like with stories like the Queen trilogy, when you have like two main characters, sometimes people get really mad at it because they're like, oh, well, then this almost like a slight bit of character assassination happens. I don't feel that way about it.
No, I mean, I think, and honestly, a lot of the stuff that people are mad about with the Queen's trilogy don't come from this book. Most of the anger comes from Queen's Hope, at least in the how EK writes Anakin and Padme's relationship, because she makes it seem a lot better than it probably was. And so a lot of people don't like that, but
Sabe essentially calling a fun moment is Sabe calling R2 out for snitching to Padme about the relationship between her and Tanra at the time.
yeah. Yeah, so this book does a lot of carrying of some stuff, like answering some stuff between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So the main topic, so one of the main things going on is Padme is transitioning from Queen to Senator.
Yeah.
Because obviously we know that she makes that transition at some point in between.
Yeah. This does clear up a lot of confusion that we still don't know what the fuck is up with C.O. Bibble.
Yeah, because he retired?
Yeah, he retired.
So, which means he didn't lose any, like, he could have probably been elected again, like the way it's termed. But when Padme, major spoiler for, I guess, the epilogue, the epilogue takes place after the funeral in Revenge of the Sith. So when Padme dies in Revenge of the Sith, C.O. Bibble steps down. Because that was one of the things we talked about was, like, how does, like, the governing body of Naboo work? Because the one thing we know absolutely for sure is that the Queen or King, because it could be a king, but it's mostly been queens, is elected every 2 years, and they only get 2 terms, so 4 years total. Governor, we're not sure, because C.O. Bibble is governor in the Phantom Menace, because he's the one that's like, a communications disruption can only mean one thing: invasion. And then he's the one that also calls for help and then Obi-Wan says, "Don't answer that. It's a trap."
It's like, oh boy. And it's also like, wait a minute. There's like a few year gaps.
Yeah, because we know, so the start of Queen Shadow ends with the new election for the new queen. So after Padme has done all 4 of her years, because she did serve 2 terms, Phantom Menace was her first term, which we learned from Queen's Peril. We learned that she was elected, and then that was her first term. And we see, like, Quarsh Panaka enact a lot of his protective contingencies and create the Handmaiden program with her of, like...
Yeah.
Like, it already existed, but it wasn't one that was...
That was... Originally, it was more a tradition...
Yeah,
anything.
And by the time that before Padme was queen, it was already kind of changed from a bodyguard system to just regular handmaidens. Like, they weren't doubles or anything. But then Quarsh was like, let's bring that back.
I sense some nonsense around the corner, so we're gonna do it the old way.
Well, also, like, this book makes it very clear that Quarsh, we'll just call him Captain Panaka because that's what he's known for most of the stuff. Although it gets confusing because his wife, Mariak, is also Captain Panaka.
Oh, that reminds me. You were reading the audio version of this.
Yes.
Not reading,
listening
to the audio version of this. Meaning, there are names in here
like
I'm probably gonna say wrong.
Like Mariak?
Oh, no, I thought it was Mariak.
Quarsh?
Nope.
Which one?
Oh, God. I was confused for, the new queen.
Oh.
Rayada or...
Yeah, Rayada. You got it.
Okay, cool. I was like, is it like Spanish where the L is turned into a Y?
You got it. It's Rayada. Yeah, good job. Yay!
I was
That is a thing whenever I do the audiobook. It's like, you'll say a name and then I'll be like,
yeah,
this name.
And I was like, it's either Rayada or Relada. But that doesn't work either.
Yeah, it's Rayada. Queen Rayada.
Mm-hmm. She did not have to put Padme on the spot like that, though.
No, but I think she also knew that Padme much like Sabe, Padme is like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
And so I think Rayada gave her a purpose.
Mm.
Whether she meant to or not, she gave Padme a purpose. And I think it was we see how good Padme is at it.
Yeah.
So it worked out. Because, like, this book is definitely just... Because we have to get from a point of where the senators don't quite trust or think that she can do this job to Padme being one of the best public speakers in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Next to Bel Organa. Like, Bel Organa's, like, the next best public speaker.
Yeah.
Because, like, most of the time, like, when a speech has to be given, it's Bel. But...
Once fucking Tri-Nebulon news has been shouted down...
Yeah, so one of the things we get in between each, like, because every few chapters it's a new part, we get Tri-Nebulon News, which is an in-universe news network, and we get, like, their segment of what's going on so far in the story.
We get their, like, front page splash.
Yeah. Well, it's more like we hear, like, in the audiobook they play it off, like, as you hearing, like, the TV, like, the Holo News, like, announcement, like, so as if you were watching TV and you were... That's how they play it in the audiobook. And I think it's kind of written to be read that way. If I remember correctly, it's italicized or whatever. It's been a minute since I've actually read the book. I can't remember if they, like, italicize it or not. I know for that type of stuff, yes. So, which generally means it's, like, almost read it like you're hearing it.
Yeah.
When it comes to, like, stuff like that, italicized can mean a lot of things.
Yeah, it can mean a lot of things. Typically, like, I'll see it used.
I used it for thoughts in one of my books.
That's the standard. Most people use it for thoughts.
But it's not all, like, it can have many purposes.
Yeah.
It depends on context. I think the context of this makes it clear,
like,
though, that it's...
The two things that I've seen it used for are typically thoughts, or, like, when, like, a letter or something is written.
Yeah. I think the context of this one makes it clear that it's kind of like, you can almost, like, newscast.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining, like, oh, you turn on to, like, the radio and that's what they're talking about or some shit.
Context matters when reading. And so the real point is we find out...
it's a slam piece.
Yeah, it's a slam... Yeah, it's all slander. Well, not really slander, but they are taking they are very close to having a...
Yeah, they are, like, a step away from it.
Yeah, they're like, we are technically telling the truth. Just a very skewed version of it. Enough to where we can't be...
Legally distinct truth.
Yeah, we can just legally distinct not be sued for slander. Just right on that barrier.
Yep.
We find out, though, that... Because Padme figures out pretty easily with the help of Sabe.
Yeah.
Because Sabe is, like, always staying up at night, like, reading the news pieces... and, like, going over every article, not just the one that we get from this group of Tri-Nebulon. But she basically figures out, oh, there's, like, a shell company and a shell company, and that's who, like, and then it's that the heads of all those shell companies is the Trade Federation. And it's like, oh, so this is a Trade Federation-owned news network. Mm-hmm. That explains it. And at the time, the other thing we're hearing because in the first one it has nothing to do with Padme other than the trial of Viceroy Gunray, Newt Gunray, from the war crimes he committed in Phantom Menace. And so, like, that's the closest it gets to being Padme adjacent on that first piece, because it's like Viceroy Newt Gunray is on trial for all these things that he did, like, and it's like his second trial because he's already like, no, this is his third, because he's already like been acquitted on the first two, but then Padme and the Naboo royals keep trying to get it retried because they're like, hey, no, there's enough evidence here.
And at the end of the book,
he gets away again.
He gets away after 4 trials.
3. This is the
no,
third.
This
is the fourth one?
Yeah, at the end of it, they're like, hey, he got away.
Again. Yeah, and then we learn about the bounty being placed on her head.
Yeah.
Which is like the setup for Attack of the Clones.
Yep.
Even though this is still a few years out from that. This is like a couple years out. Like, she's 18, I think we said, at the point of this book. Because not a lot of time passes. I think maybe half a year, maybe a year at most passes in this book. Because, like, we get a break from session, like, we get a break from the senatorial duties, which, like, and they say, like, the session their session ended, which is like usually, at least in American politics, that's almost like a half year when a session ends, and then they go on break, and then they come back, depending on how they're doing, how things are going. It does not always mean that, because they could break whenever generally, but I thought it implied that maybe half the year, maybe the whole had taken place when they go on that break, which we see the formation of Padme making friends with the other senators. We get to see a lot of Bail Organa, which I love Bail Organa, mainly because in the movies it's Jimmy Smits, and Jimmy Smits is great. So plenty of Bail Organa. We get some Mon Mothma. So a lot of the formations that we see, like the allies that we see in the Clone Wars show that she has in the Senate, including Anaconda Farr, a.k.a. Uncle Anno, the Rhodian senator. And so a lot of her alliances are formed in this book. And she even makes friends with Queen Brea. Brea. Which, yeah, it's Brea. Which is the Queen of Alderaan. And we kind of, which I like this setup because
I remember like reading that name and I'm like, okay, there's like 3 different ways to pronounce
it's Brea because the H is more
oh, okay. Sorry, why did I think it was spelled Brae?
Well, hold on, let me check again. They pronounce it Brea. That's my main point.
Okay.
So yeah, you might be right, but anyways, because audiobook, I don't get to visualize the spelling. So I
have to do this shit phonetically sometimes because it's like
the nice thing about seeing them together though is that Brea and Bail, obviously the big thing, they adopt Leia, just discuss things and see who my husband is working with now.
Yeah.
So, although I think Bail gives he makes the call and is like, hey, my wife has invited you, the Queen, which of course Padme's like, was it your idea? And he's like, it's a little me, little her.
Like, well, unofficially yes, officially no.
So they go have tea, and they discuss things. They discuss the differences between a elected monarchy and a actual like regular like what's the word I'm looking for? It's just a bloodline monarchy.
It's not constitutional monarchy because that's slightly different.
Yeah, so it's just a bloodline monarchy where it's just So they kind of discuss the differences there. They talk about some of the politics and but then they also, I think we get a key story here, which is why Padme is so invested in Naboo. because
Yeah.
she tells the story of her dad's work and the destruction they saw of one of these villages in Naboo town, or no, one of the other planets. That's right, one of their neighbor planets. That was like, but it's still in the Naboo, like it's considered part of Naboo's territory.
Yeah.
And so she talks about that and like seeing that firsthand. And that's kind of what.
Oh, it wasn't just like the destruction of like one little place.
No, it was, yeah, it's all it was.
A whole species is gone now.
Yeah. So
Because
seeing that
something about like the sunlight for that particular planet was required for them, and
Mhm.
they just couldn't find another place.
And I think seeing that is what she basically explains, that that's kind of what opens her heart to like caring so much. And Brea, ironically, I sad that I can say ironically understands that because her heart doesn't work. But she understands that. She's like, yeah. And they talk about how like a similar thing is like that their people can either see them as too invested or not enough invested, depending on who you ask. And it's definitely like one of the things they're like, yep, that's something we have in common no matter what we do, is we can't please everybody. And
that is the nature that comes with like being in charge.
Yep. And so I think that is one of the hearts of this book. I think that scene is a very important scene to this book, and without it the book is not the same.
Yeah.
Because we really do have to understand that, because while she's telling the story, there is also a bunch of pirates going on stealing supplies, and also another planet that is going through a very similar situation to Naboo, in that it is also being kind of held hostage to the Trade Federation. So history kind of repeating itself very quickly. And we also meet Mina Bonteri, which sets up some of the stuff for Clone Wars, because once again, another one of her friends that appears in Clone Wars. And we kind of start to see the development of the Separatist alliance in this book.
I don't know who you are.
Because we have that mystery caller who they'd never confirm.
No.
But I am 100% that it is Dooku.
That's what I figured. I was like, it'd be weird for like Chancellor Palpatine to just
like for like it to be Darth Sidious. No.
Yeah.
No. I think
I was like, you would use
your political face for this.
Yeah, you would use Dooku for this. You wouldn't. Dooku. Well, I guess my son isn't going to join me, so I better figure something out.
Yeah. So
neither of my sons will be joining me, although one didn't get a choice.
Yeah. And so like
I can talk to my grandson.
I imagine though, like, because I figure it's Dooku. I think it's very much clear that it's Dooku.
That's what I figure.
Because in Clone Wars they make it clear that most of the senators don't realize the Sith face of it all. Like, there's rumors that Dooku's a Sith, because obviously the Jedi are saying that.
Yeah.
But the Separatists are like, we don't see any of that. We just see a politician.
Also, why would we care?
Also, he's an ex-Jedi, and so and like at this point, yeah, we don't see the difference between Jedi and Sith because we have not seen a Sith for a millennia.
Yeah.
Even with Darth Maul appearing 4 years ago, that's a rumor to most people because, yeah.
What happened during the invasion of Naboo? Oh, there was a weird fucking devil man who showed up.
Well, in fact, also on top of that, like, most politicians think Naboo was just some big conspiracy. Like, in this book, they make it clear that, like, half of the politicians don't believe Naboo was really under threat by the Federation.
Which we know is a lie.
But that's just because, like, Lot Dodd, the senator for the Trade Federation, is just such a good liar, or at least has enough good allies to kind of back him up that they can just spread this didn't happen, even as it's happening again. Which kind of shows both the failing.
Later on, as I understand it, it's not like an actual, we're holding them hostage.
No, it's not another, like,
we're holding the resources to rebuild your homes hostage.
Yeah, like, it's not
They're using, like...
But it is still, like,
financial...
a similar blockade situation.
Yeah. They're like, we could bought the materials from us
Yeah,
Things
for
we
for
do.
like an extra, like, you know,
for an exorbitant fee.
yeah, you
We're
know,
not gonna phrase it that way.
you know those supplies that you lost the shipments to. We somehow got them, but we're gonna make you pay again for them. It's basically what's going
Yeah.
on, because like they once again they don't ever confirm that the pirates were being funded by
Yeah.
the Federation, but it is heavily implied that they were being funded by the Federation. Like, it is heavily implied that the Trade Federation was behind the pirates. Because, like, they talk about how the pirates are so small. Like, they talk about how, like, they're a very small scale group.
Mhm.
But also that somehow they are sweeping when it comes to, like,
Yeah.
taking what they need. So they obviously have some heavy artillery backing them, which requires a lot of money. And they also, I think they mentioned that they have a lot of droids also. I can't remember. Okay, I know droids. I know besides the droid trap that Padme falls into on purpose, I think
Yeah.
I thought they mentioned droids again somewhere else. But
Nope.
yeah, Padme almost gets assassinated day one of her senatorial ship. On not even really day zero of the job, because she's on orientation. She's on job orientation and almost gets assassinated day zero.
They're like,
Because they
even the
because they give her a guide droid to be like, hey, we're gonna show you around your job. We have a droid that's programmed to do that. You're just gonna follow the droid. It'll take you to where you need to go. Droid does not take her the correct way, and
No.
they very quickly pick up on it.
and they're like, this is a really shitty assassination attempt.
Cord-
Let's see what happens.
yeah, which at this time Corday was pretending to be
Yeah.
Padme. See, I'm doing better at trying to keep up with all the all the handmaidens, because we played that game the first time with Queen's Hope. We were like, let's name them all.
I have given up.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that they switch out a lot. Like, at this point, we now have
So Corday's there.
Sashay is the new one.
Sache is not.
No. Verce. Or Verse is the new one, which is Captain Panaka. Both of them, their niece.
Yeah.
But not Typho's sister.
Yeah.
So his cousin, as well, because Typho is also Panaka's.
Typho's here.
Yeah, because Typho is also Panaka's nephew. So I think they're also cousins. So I think it's a different parent, because I don't think they are siblings.
Yane is somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know where she is, but she's not here.
And then Rabe stayed behind
Mhm.
on Naboo, because she's doing
Yeah.
she's working for the Queen, for Queen
Rayada.
Rayada. So yeah, so that's kind of how that's working. Because we got to switch out for the ones that we see in Attack of the Clones, because we have new ones like we have new ones in Attack of the Clones, and then it doesn't matter, because then I used to know it. I used to know which one dies at the beginning. I think it's Corday.
Oh, damn.
I think it's Corday that dies at the
That
beginning.
sucks.
It's either Corday or Dorme. I know so many of my Star Wars mutuals are so pissed at me right now that I don't know this.
Well, I guess their plan worked. If we're forgetting their names and which is which.
It is Corday. I was right.
Oh,
I knew. I was right.
that's a shame.
Go with my gut. Yeah. So Corday is the one who dies in Attack of the Clones, which we'll talk about that when we get to Attack of the Clones. We still have a few episodes before that.
Sorry. The mic cord was caught on my boot.
Oh.
So I had to
But yeah, so like we get some shitty attempts, which is also where Belle's like Belle finds them and meets them for the second time, because they mentioned that they met before, but under like non-official circumstances, like they weren't like meeting as
He's like, hey, you guys know this section of the building is supposed to be like
off limits.
demolished,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like this is
You guys should get out of here.
a what's the word for a whenever a building is
Condemned.
Yeah, it's a condemned building. So they're like, yeah, this is a condemned building that's supposed to be like destroyed today. Like, what are you doing here?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Which of course then develops a kind of naive and dumb perspective for a lot of senators, because the word spreads fast, and it doesn't help that Nebulon News reports on it as well.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Mina Bonteri is there to be like, don't worry. Anybody who believes that stuff, who reads that stuff and believes it, is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, senators don't listen to that type of stuff. We don't listen to tabloids.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And if they do agree with that stuff, it's because they already didn't like you and they were never going to like you. That's basically, like, Mina's take on it. And so, yeah, with all that, I mean, and then, of course, Padme is also trying to enact her anti-slavery type stuff.
And Palpatine essentially tells her, hey, stay in your lane.
Yeah, because so he plays it smart, though. He doesn't, like, outright say that. He goes, hey, it would look bad if you were trying to do a major overhaul law on your first day and something that I'm already on the committee for.
Yeah.
So you need to kind of find a committee of your own. That would, because it would look bad if the senator from Naboo is working with the Supreme Chancellor who is from Naboo, because then it looks like I'm showing favoritism. And of course, Padme does see the logic in that. She's like, yeah, that makes sense. Although she, like, later on when the bill fails, Palpatine stops underestimating her, which is why she eventually does die, because Palpatine's like, I'm not underestimating you, and I'm going to use your husband against you as well, so I'm not going to underestimate you, though, because I know what you're capable of. Like, even during Clone Wars, he starts to realize, okay, I can't, like, we gotta...
Padme Amidala, have become a rival.
Yeah, like, I would argue the one person who goes up against Palpatine toe-to-toe who's a non-Jedi is Padme. I think Padme, like, if, like, the Force wasn't involved and it was just, like, a battle of wits, Padme potentially goes full-on toe-to-toe with him. Now, it's... ultimately, he'll probably still win, but it will be a long battle.
Yeah.
Like, he will go through it against her. I think it also helps that she has some really smart allies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she has Bail Organa, she has Mon Mothma, she has... I wouldn't really put Anna Konafar on the smart list, but he at least has a caring heart, which is, you know, the positive trait of him, which is why he still stays close to Padme, like, why Padme, like, I think even after some stuff in Clone Wars is like, we will keep you close still because you do care about your people still, even if you make some even if you made a dumb decision once, because he does make a dumb decision once in Clone Wars.
There are certainly times where I, like, feel bad for senators because it's like, first and foremost, the concerns of my people are my top priority, and sometimes that causes you to do shit you don't want to do.
And I think also we learn in this book, like, that can also, as a senator, make people kind of give you a stink eye.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're like...
Because it's like, you're not really loyal to the Republic, are you?
Because you got to be loyal to the whole, not just to your people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Padme learns that balance in this book.
Yeah, and it's a hard one to, like, deal with, you know?
I think... Because the bill she comes up with... because we also we learn how she becomes friends with Rush Clovis in this.
Yes.
And because they go to that planet that we talked about, that's having the Trade Federation issue.
Yeah.
And being extorted, I guess. Yeah, extorted by the Trade Federation. They go to that planet once again, seeing, like, the devastation that it's causing, not having the supplies that they need, like water, food, because like that's the first thing they mention. They're like, we need water.
Yeah.
Because Padme knows the order to act. Like, she's like, what do we need first? What do you need in a month? What do you need in a year? And they were like, well, first we need water, and then we need food, and then we need water again.
Yeah, and then it's like a more clear thing is, oh, first you need is water control because of how it is at the moment.
Yeah. Because water...
Actually, I'd say the problem right now is they have too much water in specific places.
Yeah. But it's not, like, clean, drinkable... Like, it's not stuff that they can give to the people to drink.
Yeah,
and
there's that.
That's what they mean.
Too much water in places that it shouldn't be.
So that's what they mean by they need water. They need drinkable water.
Mm-hmm.
And so Rush, or Clovis, I guess, because he prefers to be called Clovis, and part of the Naboo culture is you use the name you prefer. So Clovis, this is the first time he's really seen this type of...
Yeah.
This is his version of that story that we had with Padme earlier, where the first time she's seen destruction, like on a planet scale, and how it devastates people and what can happen when power corrupts.
Mm.
And this is the first time Clovis has seen that. Because, like, we learned Clovis' story, you know, that we know in Clone Wars, which is parents died when he was young, but thankfully he was adopted by the Banking Clan, by one of the Banking Clan people, right? So, he has a father, but it's like, but it's a very sheltered life that he's had.
Yeah.
Even with that kind of tragic backstory. Because he was young enough where it wasn't something that affected him. Not too much anyways. Like, he still has some emotional stunts from it, but not enough to, like, hold him back.
Mm-hmm.
But this kind of makes him realize that something needs to be done. Which is also where we start to kind of... Because he has some communications with Dooku as well. So we're starting to see why people are thinking why the Confederacy is a good idea for Star Wars, because there's like Dooku's got some points.
Yeah.
The democracy ain't working the way it should, and that's a conversation that's on both sides. Like, because like Padme and Bell have a similar discussion where they're like, "What happens when the democracy doesn't work the way it's supposed to?" And they're like, "Well, we fight harder to bring it back to where it should be. We don't abandon it." Which is arguably what the Confederate, like, that's why the CIS kind of exists, is to abandon it and just start over, because they're like, it doesn't work. So
we're just gonna bail.
Yep.
There was no pun intended.
I know.
He didn't bail.
No, Bell didn't bail. He stuck it out. Even when it became an empire.
Yep.
And then he was like, okay, maybe
this
the Confederacy was
working.
right. Maybe the Confederacy was right.
And then they killed him.
The same type of people that corrupted the Republic.
Yeah.
The corruption has just switched side. Like, it's now playing both sides, and the corruption is on either end, and really nothing's changed. And I think that's why they don't succeed. Why I think, while the Republic is not perfect, it was still the better option. Because, like, it makes the way the Confederacy kind of works is that Dooku is, like, the ultimate say. Almost, he's not quite an emperor, but he's not quite a dictator, but he's there. He's almost there.
Yeah.
Even with the ability, even with the allowance for them to have a vote in their own version of a Senate, they still kind of listen to Dooku at the end of the day. So, I mean, so we see a lot of that set up, and we see a lot. It goes into that stuff, and I think it does it well. There's not a lot of down I have, other than, like, the fact that it's just the setup for this book, and it's also, like, by that I mean the fact that it's the middle of the timeline, but it's also the first book, and stuff we talked about at the beginning of our discussion. I don't really have a lot of negative beyond that. It is definitely the weaker of the three books, but it's also the first of the three books. So I don't give it too much crap for that reason. Because we discussed that
about, like, we were joking a little bit earlier about, like, how I was like, I'm not happy with it either.
Yeah, because it's
like, I've seen this writer do better, but I'm not mad.
So similar
about,
to
like, the disappointed, like.
So similar to how I kind of pointed out where I think it's weak. What do you like? Where does it fail for you?
I think it's just because I didn't care much for the subject matter, and I think that's.
I love the Star Wars politics, so maybe that's why I found more.
Like, I'm glad that uh, Mothma, Padme, Clovis, they were like, okay, we're gonna pull a 3-day all-nighter, and that does lead.
Unfortunately,
to, like,
Bon Terry is not involved in the help with
No.
that, because Padme, like, while she was like in the trenches, she still had like the ability to keep track of who helped when.
Yeah.
Bon Terry was instead making phone calls to Dooku.
Yeah. And that does lead to like one of the most like genuine speeches I think in this book, where I'm like, oh good, you've actually got one that would work.
Yeah, we start to see, because once again, like I mentioned, like Padme develops as a senator throughout
It
this
is
book.
a very good, like, if you want to read that kind of story, like seeing
Because I do think
it does
that,
cover
yeah.
the transition from Padme operating as like, oh, I'm a senator, not a monarch now, so I have to think and speak a little bit differently.
Yeah, because she has to stop the Amidala voice for one.
Yeah.
Because like that's something that they like realize that
That
they
is
can't
one
really.
of those things where like the Amidala voice does sound very regal, however, it's also very dispassionate, and that's not always going to work on the Senate floor.
It's especially not going to work on the Senate floor. It's kind of one of the weak points. It's kind of one of the weaker parts of what she does in the Phantom Menace, because she uses the Amidala voice when she's making that plea. And I don't think that's why it failed. I think it wasn't going to work anyways, because Palpatine points out the machinations of the corruption within the Republic, and while he is the reason that a lot of those corruptions are working, he does have a point that they're there, but he's the one that made the problems. So I don't know if that's
just a little Palpatine, and like, does he know me? Does she know?
But yeah, so he he points out, the Trade Federation's corruption, and so I think it was going to fail anyways, but I think her using the Amidala voice during that moment
did not help.
No. Also, it's one of the funny moments of her first day. She's like, they may think I'm dumb for almost being assassinated by a droid on day 0, but they're going to think I was great because of what I did with Chancellor Valorum and getting him sacked, and it's like, no.
It's like, why would you think this?
In fact, most people hate you for doing that.
Yeah.
Because we learned that, like, a lot of people are like, no, Valorum's a good guy. Valorum is great. Why'd you get him?
And she's, like, realizing, oh, no wonder Valorum, like, looked like he'd aged 30 years.
Yeah. Because he was, like, legitimately trying, but he's just... It's the discussion we've had before regarding the Chancellors from the High Republic to the prequels, is that Valorum is a non-corrupt politician who's inefficient.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he's not trying, but just because
the system won't let him work the way
it needs to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas we see with
we see like with Greylark, and so
we see
I give Greylark a lot of shit,
but they are
But that's for her parenting, not her political policy.
They are non-corrupt and effective.
Yeah.
Same thing with Greylark's co-Senate co-chancellor.
Fuck, what's his name?
We're cheating.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Palpatine is like, I will be all of the problems.
He is corrupt and efficient.
Yeah.
I think it begins with an M. If I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to open the Wikipedia page for Supreme Chancellor. Oh, his last name was Marlowe. Yeah. Orlan Marlowe. So, yeah, he is non-corrupt, but no, he's efficient.
Yeah.
The High Republic basically just has really efficient Supreme Chancellors.
Yeah.
Like, we have yet to see an inefficient Supreme Chancellor.
We're done playing games.
Although, I would argue Phase 3, Lena is a little bit less efficient, but that's...
Yeah.
That's because they're
that's
not
because like the galaxy is like cut in half.
Yeah,
so.
like it's a case of the
circumstance,
which is very similar to arguably the same situation for Valorum.
Yeah,
it's circumstantial stuff that's holding
the problem
him
back. With so in 3 is that the galaxy's been cut in half, quite literally.
Yeah, they're basically in wartime without officially being in
Yeah.
wartime. Like, because they haven't officially gone, okay, this is a war.
Mhm.
But it's essentially a war.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like with Valorum, it's a case of like, oh, just I'm trying, man.
It's also, I'm in a peaceful time, and
Yeah.
so it's like peacetime Supreme Chancellors are he's there.
Yeah.
And so I think he's kind of he's resting on his laurels in a way.
Mm.
Where he's like, okay, there's no war, there's no major attacks going on. I can kind of skid by and run things on a peaceful situation. But at the same time, so many things in the background are not peaceful, and that's what's screwing him over.
Yeah.
Like, because once wartime, he is not a wartime Supreme Chancellor.
Nope.
Whereas I would argue Lina So is actually a great balance of both. Mm-hmm. She is a perfect peacetime Supreme Chancellor, but also really great wartime Supreme Chancellor. She's like, I know, this is what we're gonna do. We're under attack by these guys, let's go. And I think also it helps that she has a lot of smart people around her.
Yeah.
Like Admiral Kronara and the Jedi. Like, she listens to them. Even if she doesn't always agree with them, like, she'll sit down with Elzar, hear him out on his plans. Even if they end up disagreeing on, like, the ultimate plan, they will discuss it. So she has a really good counsel to lean on. We don't really know a lot about Valorum's counsel and who he leaned on.
No, we don't.
We know him and Yoda were close-ish. Like,
yeah.
But that's because as the Grand Master of the Jedi, that's
Yoda
just
has special things he can do.
That's just a natural position of
and I
having
am talking
meetings.
About the Force.
Well, yeah, it's just a natural position that he has to have these meetings with Supreme Chancellors. So I would imagine it's a similar, like, it's actually interesting that he does not meet with Lina during the High Republic phase.
Yeah, because he's busy.
I guess also he dropped, yeah, because he's no longer, like, he had the Grandmaster position, but he gave it away.
Yeah.
But now that guy's dead, so.
Whoops.
So maybe it's back to Yoda. I don't know. But Yoda's also dealing with his own stuff that we haven't talked about yet because we haven't gone over those comics yet. But I've read them and Yoda's in it. Really, that's all I want to talk about. I think we covered the major stuff. We can talk about the epilogue. That's the last thing, I guess. So throughout it, Sabe is developing a relationship with Tanra, who is like one of the members of the Naboo security force. And he basically, as part of the initiative for the anti-slavery stuff, Padme sends them to Tatooine to buy Shmi, which she doesn't like, which I don't like that word. I don't like that I had to use it, but that's the best word you can use in this situation. Because they're basically like, we're going to buy her freedom. We're going to buy her and then just set her free, essentially, is the plan. They're going to try to operate within the system that exists. That's the plan. Yeah, they do save 25. So but it's still, like, Padme, of course, is still, like, we could have done... Sabe is like, we could have done more.
Yeah.
They all are...
They were like, oh, they...
Unfortunately, the reality of how things were, they realized...
And they realized, like, oh, well, there is, like... There are people who want to do this. When we first came here, we accidentally talked with all of the scumbags, so they thought we were scumbags too, and didn't bother.
So we had to reset.
Yeah.
We had to change identities and try again. And so... I mean, we know that groups like that exist because Queen's Hope, we learned that later on, Beru helps found one of these groups because with the White Suns, where their goal is to free as many slaves as possible. They developed the way to turn off the chips. So there is hope for the future. But, of course, in this moment, we don't have that yet. And so... Because I think the main reason that Beru does that is because of Shmi. Like, Shmi is, like, a mother to her. And so... Because Queen's Hope talks about how motherhood, you know... this one is less about that, but Queen's Hope is definitely about motherhood as a major theme. With Breya and Beru and Padme and even Leia to a degree. But yeah.
And back to this book.
Yeah.
Sabe epilogue.
Yeah, so it's
Tanra-
after Revenge of the Sith funeral. So Revenge of the Sith is still happening, but it's after the funeral. Sabe is distraught
Yeah.
because
She's like,
she's dedicated her life to Padme.
yeah, I don't know what to do. Everybody's dead. Padme is dead. Anakin's dead. Obi-Wan is dead.
And Tanra is comforting her the best he can.
Yeah.
Like he gives her the space she needs, but also is like there. And he asks the the very important question of, so what now?
Mhm.
And of course she's like, well, most people when they ask me that question mean, what do I do now that Padme's gone? Like what, like, because that's the question everybody always kind of asks me is, what do I plan to do once I'm no longer hanging with Padme?
Yeah.
But she's never really considered it heavily. But Tanra, on the other hand, is asking, what do you want to do about this situation? Like, what's the play? Like, stuff that leads to the Amidalans that we get in the Vader comic, obviously.
Like, what's the plan here?
Yeah. Because things have changed. C.O. Bibble, of course, like we said, he quit being, he's no longer, he resigned as governor. Also, governor is not an elected position anymore. The Empire kind of just decides, and they gave it to Quarsh, which makes sense because one of the things that, sadly, that the Queen's trilogy give Panaka. Well, this is also not the first book to confirm that some of that stuff, but because another book came out first that's set in the Imperial times, but this kind of just gives the backdrop for that. That Panaka is a bit militaristic, fascist almost. Like he's leaning on that because Padme makes it clear that that's part of the disagreements that she and Panaka had, and it's why Panaka's not her security in Episode 2.
Yeah.
And it's why he's no longer security for Rayada. He's like he resigns because of political disagreements.
Yeah.
And also a lot of people distrust him because he has that militaristic fashion about him.
Mm-hmm.
It's why he brought the Handmaiden program back, because he's just like, I don't trust anything. That's like, he is paranoid. Something Padme makes clear because Bell asks her, because Bell's one of the only people to figure out that it was not Padme and it was Sabe pretending to be her. Mm-hmm. And of course she's like, the only other person is a Jedi. And Bell's like, well, I'm in good company then.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, she's like, how'd you figure out? And he's like, oh, I just got lucky.
I could kind of like maybe read some of the facial expressions being different, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was able to like, essentially, I got lucky because of the lighting.
Yeah. And so, but yeah, so and so he asks her about the program. He's like, are you paranoid? And she's like, that's part of it, but also I have legitimate reasons because every time I think I'm getting paranoid, that's when I get attacked.
Yeah. And she's like, it's a weird, it's a thank you, but also fuck you.
Yeah.
Situation towards Panaka.
Yeah. And so,
like, thank you for doing this, but fuck you for doing a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah, whereas it's very clear that Panaka is just straight up paranoid.
Yeah. Admittedly, as head of security, not the worst trait to have.
But we see that it takes him
over time.
We see that it's taking him a step too far.
Yeah.
Because like he wants to bring back some of the old defenses and a military and stuff. Stuff that Naboo's like. Unfortunately, that's also the reasons that Palpatine is like, I trust you to be in charge of Naboo now. Because
it's like, I want my home planet to be safe.
Safe.
In big air quotes.
Yeah. Really, I just want to make sure I have control of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Quarsh, it's a similar situation. To put this into D&D terms, it's a very similar situation to Grand Duke Ravengard. He is very similar. But that's a situation that maybe you don't know too much about him. But yeah,
I'm familiar.
He's the guy in charge of the Flaming Fist in Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Yeah. At least by the time of the modern D&D era, not Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, obviously. He is also very militaristic and has that same kind of, like, I'm doing what I think is best for the city, but I'm also overdoing some stuff that can be very skewed towards fascism if we're not careful. And unfortunately, in Quaritch's situation, it's just skewed just a little too far.
Also, like...
And also, I think a big sign that he is in the wrong is the fact that not even his wife or nephew or niece are there when he's made governor.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of weird how your family quietly disappeared.
How they did not show up to you being put into office.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't look good.
No. So I think it showed, because Mariac seems to have a more balanced head about her when it comes to like how she enacts a lot of the Handmaiden program. She's like, we developed this for you, and so if you do it without telling us, okay, we get it. But also, it'd be nice if you told us.
And they're like, we run your fucking security. It would be nice to know.
But
like,
also, we get it.
I like that Padme sets designated time, like, between stuff so that her security can yell at her. They're like, stop putting your life in danger, you dumb idiot.
Yeah.
We're supposed to look after you, but we can't do that when you lie to us about where you are.
But going back to the epilogue, so that way we can kind of wrap this one up. The last thing we get is that Bail Organa makes a phone call to them, because Bail knows everything, just about. He doesn't know the Anakin of it, but he knows everything else. Like, he knows that the Jedi were betrayed. He knows, you know, because in Revenge of the Sith we see he's there.
Yeah.
So he knows the reality of most of the situation, and so he calls, so that way, assumedly to set up them being part of the rebellion, but we don't see the conversation. It's kind of just Sabe answers, uses the Amidala voice to be like,
"What do you want?"
Yeah, and then
that.
You get the little straight to credits at that moment. It's a good. I like it because it's a political. I like Star Wars political dramas, and so I think this does really well in that regard. Although I do think it's not. I feel it's not focused enough. It very much goes tangent on a lot of stuff, but because I feel like there could have been a more through line to the main plot of the pirates and stuff. But we get there. Plus, a lot of that tangential stuff is important. It's the stuff of how does Padme form these alliances before she can deal with the main problem.
Yep.
It's a 7, maybe 7.5. If you ask me on a different day, it depends on the day.
Yeah, I'm about in the same boat.
Like it's not bad. It's just could be better. It's passable. It's a passable Star Wars book.
Yeah, and it's the first of a trilogy, so
yeah, it feels weird to say that with it being in the middle chronologically, but yes. Yeah. So would you say now with all of the books read, would you say read them in publishing order or chronological?
I'd say read them in chronological.
Just so you get the context of Sabe and Padme and the Handmaidens situation. I agree. Yeah, do Peril, Shadow, Hope. Don't do Hope, Peril, Shadow, and don't do Shadow, Peril, Hope. One of those was our order. One of them was publishing order.
Whack-ass reading order.
Normally we, like to talk about what we've been up to this week outside of Star Wars, so let's kind of get right into it. I watched Hazbin Hotel twice entirely.
All right.
So I've watched that now. That's, a show that, if you know me, makes sense for me to watch.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, this is going to be great.
Because I like musicals, and so I think there's one or two songs that aren't my favorite. I think, though, also the pacing is, like, everybody talks about the pacing for that show. Yeah, it's a problem. Other than that, it's a good show, but the pacing, I feel like it could take its time with some stuff. I feel like maybe some characters should have been introduced earlier. and maybe even had perspective of that character before we met them officially through Charlie. I'll just go ahead and give a spoiler warning for it, and I'll say who. Emily.
Oh.
Emily should have been introduced earlier, way earlier. I feel like half the show should have been Heaven, from Emily's perspective. Because I think then the whole turnaround would make more sense. Like, it still makes sense, but it would be better, in my opinion. I don't know what your thoughts are on it, because you've also...
I'm like, from context clues, I'm like, oh, Emily's been trying to figure this shit out, and she has gotten nowhere.
But I feel like on a writing end, I would have liked to see more of her before we... You know, because I think... Then you could have also explored more of the hypocrisy of Heaven as well. And also, maybe we could have skipped the worst song ever, which is Welcome to Heaven with St. Peter. It's a terrible... I mean,
is it bad?
Have you not watched it?
So, Caleb.
I thought you watched it.
Because I don't like to do illegal shit, I get other people to do illegal things for me.
Okay.
Which means I watch a lot of reaction channels.
Oh, so you just haven't watched it.
I know bits and pieces, but I never get the complete picture because I'm like...
you were talking to me as if you'd seen it.
Well, I saw most of it. They skipped that song, and I think they made a good choice from what I'm hearing now.
Yeah, most people don't like that song. It has a lot of really
good ones, but I guess that one, everyone
none
of them like
nobody
like, no one
nobody
like
talks
this.
Yeah, nobody talks about Welcome to Heaven.
I do like Peter's reaction to Charlie's showing up. He's like, "What's your last name?"
Morningstar.
Oh fuck.
I will say, I think I like to joke, and on my second viewing of it, I've joked that he does that song anytime somebody comes into heaven.
Because he probably does. That shit is practice.
Yeah, so I've joked, and I'm like, yeah, it within my headcanon, he does that every time somebody comes into heaven. Which also explains why at the end of the song he's out of breath. Because he's done it so many times. Imagine how many times he probably does it in one day. Probably actually not that much, because in the Has-Been universe, not many people actually go to heaven. That's kind of the issue. Anyways, that's I think it should have been... At least, even if you don't do more Heaven Emily content, explore the characters more. Because it is a show that is 8 episodes, and you are set to believe that 6 months happens in those 8 episodes.
Yeah, I guess it will have to because of how time works in that show. Because it doesn't make sense if they...
Because they're like buddy really quick with each other after like... Because there's an episode where they have to do like trust exercises. And then after that episode, like, for the most part, any disagreements kind of don't happen that much. There's a couple here and there that are important, but not very many. And so that's the kind of friendship that, yeah, I could believe happens in 6 months, but in 8 episodes to make that believable, a little bit harder. And I don't think it's Vivian's fault. I don't think anything. I don't fault the creator of the show. I think that was an Amazon decision to be like, hey, we want just 8 episodes. And because that's just how streaming shows work now, is at a maximum you're getting 10 episodes, maybe 13 if you're really lucky. But although,
remember when shows used to get like 24 episodes to do a thing?
Yeah,
not anymore.
I think also I would have liked more songs per episode.
Okay.
Because we get like 2 songs an episode. And as somebody who likes musicals, I wouldn't have minded more. I even did like an experiment to see another show that I like that's also a musical show. I can drop the spoiler warning now because I'm kind of not. The first episode has 5 songs.
Holy shit.
And this is also a 30-minute show similar to Has-Been. It's not a, it's not a show where they're doing an hour. Although they did air them like to where 2 episodes were coming out every week, so you would get an hour at the end of it. But for the first 30-minute episode, that was 5 songs. And then even in the next episode, while they do less songs, it's still 3, which is still 1 more song than has been. And then on continuing to listen, it's mostly been about 4 songs per episode from what I've listened to so far on re-listening to the album. And technically, one of the episodes would have had... So the second episode would have had 4 songs, but there's actually a cut song. So... that they just turn into regular dialogue. But it's a pretty good show as well, Gallivant. I recommend checking it out. I don't know where it's currently available, but hey, I'm not telling you where to watch it.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. I trust our audience is smart. They can find where to watch stuff on their own, even if it's not, on Hulu or Disney Plus, which is the most likely place because it was an ABC show. It was one of those it was when ABC was doing that thing where they would do like shows during the because you know how shows have their half season finale, and they would like do a break for a few months and then do the next half of the season. Gallivant was the show that was in that mid season section, so they would put it in between that. And I think they did 9 episodes per. Okay, no, first season they did 8 as well. And then the second season they did 10. But also, since it was set in the mid-season, that makes sense. Because usually I think you had about 10 weeks for the mid-season before the next half of a season continued. I liked it. It's a good show. It's very much... If you like fantasy, humor, and music from Alan Menken, which if you're a Disney fan, you do. He wrote most of your childhood music. Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Pocahontas, Hercules, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Home on the Range, if you like that one, Tangled, Enchanted, Disenchanted for more recent, Newsies. Like I said, for non-Disney, Little Shop of Horrors, he wrote some of the songs for. So... Yeah, and so they describe Gallivant as kind of the bastard child of Monty Python and the Princess Bride, which I think is accurate. I think that's accurate. It has some good actors in it, too. Timothy Amundsen, who more recently you may have seen in the recent adaptation of Percy Jackson for a little bit. As he plays Hephaestus. He's also well known for Psych as well, the TV show. So, good actors. And he plays like the primary antagonist for the first season.
Okay.
And so he's King Richard. And then you got Vinnie Jones, who's hilarious. So, a lot of good stuff there. So, I've been listening to that album again. And then I've also... what else have I been up to, I guess? Really deep into Final Fantasy VII stuff. I finished Crisis Core Remake again. Or, for the first time. I've finished Crisis Core before, but I haven't played the remake until recently. So, I finished the remake. I'm taking my time with Rebirth. I'm starting Final Fantasy VII Remake again, so that way I can unlock some stuff for Rebirth. Because if you have a save file that finished 7 Remake, then you get some extra content when you start Rebirth. I didn't get it when I first started Rebirth, so I'm going back and trying to collect that stuff. What else have I done? Obviously, we read the book for this week. Easy read, I think. Took my time with it still, but an easy read. Not much else that I can immediately think of. What about you?
Mostly I've just kind of like worked.
Oh, okay. It's just been...
I haven't really...
Had
apart from like reading the book this week.
Nothing non-Star Wars related, really.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Had
Some weeks
I'm
are
starting up the Outer Worlds again.
like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say some weeks are like that where you just kind of
Yeah.
get in the, you know. Like I said, I technically haven't done that much either. I mean,
I'm like Elden Ring as well because the DLC for that was announced, and I'm like, oh, I should probably get stuff leveled up before that comes out.
yep.
I have a bunch of stuff, and I know where like the DLC entry point is. And,
Now, are you doing Outer Worlds again because of the new content? Because then they also dropped some new content,
no,
or
they have not dropped it. New content.
oh no, they just released a new version of it that has everything together. That's all.
But I don't
'cause
need
I-
to worry about that because I already have everything for it.
Yeah, you bought all the DLC.
Yeah. I'm doing what I am calling at the moment the Boon Run. And man, oh man, I had one of the moments where Seth is slightly smarter than the game, and the game punishes me for it.
Speaking of that game,
Mm.
I've been looking at some illegal stuff that's in the campaign guide. We're talking Grim Hollow.
Okay.
Lightning gun.
There's a lightning gun. You shouldn't have told me about
It's
this.
illegal.
Well, I'm already a criminal. What the fuck?
It's illegal.
I don't care.
You're not really a criminal.
Are you sure about that?
I'm trying to think. I mean, I guess
That
through
there-
a technicality, you are a criminal in the eyes of a religious organization, but not to any state.
Are you sure? Because there's stuff we can't talk about yet that's happened.
You're technically not a criminal to your home state, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh.
Because, you know, Papa's in charge now. Papa.
Whoops.
So,
If you guys don't mind, I've just got
technically not a criminal anymore.
technically not a criminal anymore. It's a wild sentence.
I mean, if y'all had failed that,
Come
then
to think of it, you're right. Boone isn't a criminal. Everything he's done has been above board.
yeah. The only illegal thing that may be going on, I don't think we can entirely 100% talk about that either, since that particular episode's not come out yet either. But there is something that Laxnor picks up that he still has,
Oh, god damn it.
and that is an illegal substance.
Well, it's the last bit of it
At least
As far as-
for now, until because
until
we've
a
talked
while
because we've
happens.
talked about it. Manufacturing could always come back into
Yeah.
Probably by the time the current arc ends, it should be kind of swinging again because it'll have been over a month in game time at that point.
Damn.
Because it's gonna take almost a month for y'all to travel where you're going.
Yeah, but I'm like, does it grow that fast?
Well, it would probably at least be that fast for them to get like started again, is what I mean. Like, obviously, obviously it won't be out on the streets yet.
Yeah.
They'll be back to operating as normal in terms of
Mhm.
they are operating again, because they still have to. They aren't operating yet, probably because they still have to buy new places to do what they do, and then
Yeah.
So all that still takes time. Too.
Yeah. I guess speaking of like that,
We're being
kind of-
very vague for a reason.
for reasons. Y'all can check it out later when it happens,
Yeah, it's on.
or
yeah.
now.
Check out what's out now for the
Yeah,
Grim
on
Hollow
the-
stuff on the channel on YouTube.
But I've noticed that I have a.
I guess they could get ahead if they watch the Patreon
Yeah.
stuff, because then they could be caught up entirely.
What I've been thinking about this a little bit the last couple of days, in that like characters that I make and that I write,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, because of, I don't know if it's just because like stories I was kind of like raised on, and media influences like how you write stories and everything, but I'm like, oh, a lot of the like protagonists or like characters that I make have a weird understanding of, despite me like going and influencing a situation a certain way, I can't be there, because if I am there, things are going to get fucked later.
Yeah.
So I have to solve it and leave.
So let's, I guess, with not much else to talk about from our week, let's kind of get into news because we do have some news. Going into gaming news, while we lost the Respawn FPS last week, we do have confirmation that BitReactor's real-time strategy Star Wars game that we reported a while back is still in the works. As so far, they have been unaffected by the countless layoffs currently going on in the gaming industry, thankfully. Because they did, that basically somebody at BitReactor basically confirmed, hey, while we work closely with Respawn, we're good. Our games are still on track. Reminder for those of y'all, since it's been a minute that we talked about it, that while this is a new studio, they are made up of people who have worked on games such as XCOM, Marvel's Midnight Suns, and Gears of War. So if we get this Star Wars game, we can likely expect something fun. Because all those are pretty... I mean, I haven't played Midnight Suns yet, but I've heard okay things. Like, I've heard the gameplay's fine. Like, if you like XCOM, it's that type of gameplay. But I imagine a good story as well with Gears of War stuff. Because Gears of War, that's some good storytelling as far as I'm concerned. While I'm not deep in the lore of Gears, from what I understand, it's a pretty well-written lore.
Yeah, it is.
So
welcome to the COG soldier.
So
God, Gears of War 2. This is a fun experience of my life.
A lot of character deaths. That's the one that with characters that also come back and then die again. From my understanding.
Yeah.
Very base level understanding of Gears.
Oh man. Hey, then one of the funniest moments. If you it's funny looking back at it now because it doesn't hurt as much.
I'll go ahead and even though it's an older spoiler,
you can take that damn spoiler warning off. Game's been out for 10 years.
Somebody might be playing Gears for the first time.
2?
Yeah.
Fine, I guess keep it up there.
I'll just
flash.
Yeah, I'll flash it.
It's funny looking back because of how fucking big the guns are. That the side pistol Dom hands Marcus hey, your wife is in immense pain right now. You gotta do this.
Yeah,
because it's bad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, good news is you won't fucking miss with that thing.
Speaking specifically on this game, though, while we don't know a lot about it, I'm excited still because new Star Wars game is always exciting, especially in a genre that we don't really see a lot of, like. Real-time strategy, we've had a couple games here and there. Like, we've had the Empire at War games, game, and then its expansion. And then we've also had the, there was another one. It wasn't as memorable, but there was another one. And so, that one was okay. It was the other one is more like Age of Empires, whereas Empire at War is a more modern RTS.
I will say, I think they're in good hands, but I'm also I don't like real-time strategy games.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not really
great if you like that. Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not really in your wheelhouse because we talked about that the first time we talked about this game.
Yeah,
and so
if you like it, great. If not, I guess you're in the same boat as me, where it's I don't.
At the most, we're gonna play it together.
Mm-hmm.
So. For the story, and that way we can talk about it when it comes out. But this is a game that's probably still not. It's still a ways out.
So there's time.
There's probably until it's probably not coming out till next year at the soonest, I'd imagine.
Or maybe 4 years in the future.
No, 7 years.
7 years.
Because remember that was a big. Are you making fun of what I think you're making fun of? Yes.
You're absolutely right.
That game ain't ever coming out.
No, it's not.
For multiple reasons.
Yeah.
All right. The cage of it all being one of them. Let's go into television, though. Yeah. We actually didn't get to discuss the fact that The Mandalorian Seasons 1 and 2 did finally get physical releases, as when that happened, it was during the writers and actors strike. But, those have been out for a minute now. But, it seems Disney Plus is continuing with releasing their shows on physical media. Because along with that, some Marvel shows like Loki came out as well. Season 1 came out, and I think WandaVision was one that came out. But it seems they're continuing with that kind of trend of slowly releasing their shows on physical media, kind of the way Netflix used to do. like it used to be, like with House of Cards and Orange is the New Black. Like it would be a few months, or it would be a year or so. Like they'd wait until like the next 2 seasons were out before releasing the physical media. That seems to be the trend that Disney Plus is going with. For Star Wars fans in particular, we are getting Andor Season 1 and Obi-Wan Kenobi in late April on physical release. So that will be nice to put on the shelves for those of us that like that. I'll say that I appreciate it as somebody who's likes physical media. I think it's good news that, we're getting physical media still, especially as we hear more and more about stuff being pulled from digital markets all the time.
It upsets me greatly.
And then,
Like,
not only that, them being pulled from digital markets and then going, oh, and if you even bought it, we're pulling it from your library.
Yeah.
That's the part that sucks. Like, I can understand if you stop selling it,
yeah.
but if
I'm
you...
fine if you stop selling it. But, like, don't be like, actually, no.
Especially since, like, somebody paid possibly full price.
Yeah.
So it's like, I paid $60 for this game, and now you're telling me I don't own it anymore because you decided it's not on the market anymore, which is something going on with Warner Brothers right now with a lot of their Adult Swim games. They're pulling a lot of Adult Swim games off the Steam, and so a little bit of sidetrack there, but I think it's important to talk about in this context. So that's why I always promote physical media when possible. It's, I mean, I know not everybody. I mean, I get why people don't do physical media, but I think it's very important to try to keep physical media going as long as we can.
Yep.
Otherwise, there are other ways to get your stuff. If buying is not legally owning, then the other thing is not stealing.
Yo ho.
Yeah,
ho.
exactly. Now, I will say... Oh, go ahead.
I don't like it, but hey,
if you have no other choice, I say if there is no legal way of getting something, what you gonna do? Unless you're Nintendo, then you'll...
In which case, they'll kill you.
They
won't.
No. Going back to this, though, I will say that I wish they'd also release the animated shows, as my Clone Wars collection behind us is missing Season 7 and would like to be joined by that, as well as Bad Batch. Though, with the final season for Bad Batch currently airing, I personally would prefer a full series box set for that one, since that's, that would be cool to get just to have the 3 seasons in one box set for Bad Batch. Honestly, that's how I probably also prefer Clone Wars as a box set with all 7 seasons in a box set. That'd be, and maybe a re-release of Mandalorian with seasons 1 through 3 in a box set. But it sounds like since we're getting a season 4, maybe we wait till season 4 for a box set. I don't mind box sets. I actually like them for TV shows, because then I can just put all the shows into one space. I've also learned that certain shows, that's probably for the best, because if you get each individual season, sometimes it takes up more space on your shelf than if you just get the box set, even though it's the same number of seasons. Looking at you, Game of Thrones. Because each box set was each season was a different box size. Even though I would get, like, Blu-ray specifically, it would always still be a different box size. So some would be bigger, some would be smaller, and it made no sense because it's the same number of episodes until the last few seasons.
Oh, man.
So, and then I get the box set, and it takes up less space than 5 of the seasons. So, yeah, box sets.
All right. There's some strong feelings about that.
Hey. Shout out from Chicago. All right. Well, let's go ahead and talk about our next piece of news. Unless you had some thoughts about...
No.
I mean, I think we basically made our main thoughts on physical media clear and how we're excited for it.
I like it.
Yeah. In theme park news, which also I guess could have fit the TV news, but you'll see why. Star Tours, that classic Disney ride, even before Disney bought out Star Wars. Yeah. is known for getting updates every few years as the movies came out. So, like with the prequels, they added prequel locations, and then in the sequels, they added sequel locations to the ride. Because, you take the ride and you go to different locations from the movies. Well, it seems they'll now be adding television content, with The Mandalorian and or Ahsoka content being officially added on April 5th, right around the corner. And so, they're officially just adding that. I can imagine some of those places that could be fun to see. The Ahsoka content, though, is an interesting one, with the idea that Star Tours is possibly also taking you out of the main galaxy now, since Ahsoka, they leave the main galaxy of Star Wars and they go to
wild space, baby.
No, past wild space, brand new galaxy.
Oh, man.
Remember, because they go to a brand new galaxy, because that's where where the planet is, where Ezra and them is. They're in a different entire galaxy, which is why they had to update their hyper drives, because it wasn't powerful enough to take them originally. Though the ride isn't canon, so don't worry about any.
Don't worry about
don't worry about the logistics of that one. So don't worry about it ruining anything there. Where it's like, so now just your regular tour guide is taking you out of the main galaxy. No, not canon. Don't worry. Just fun ride. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Just have fun. Worry about the motion sickness you might get on that ride instead. So, I mean, probably won't get to. Neither of us will probably get to see it anytime soon.
Probably not.
But I think it's cool that they do that. That they add things to it without taking away the fun of the ride, because it is a ride that it's a video ride. You ride it's a dark ride. You get in the thing, it moves, and there's a video, and that's about it. And that's what makes it's simple. And so updating it makes it to where the ride stays relevant without having to remove the ride. Because I think some of the coolest dark rides have been removed over time because they haven't been relevant. For example, one of my favorite rides from my childhood at Universal was the Back to the Future ride, which then became the Simpsons ride, which is now something else now, I think.
Probably.
But that's it on on that piece of news. Lastly, toy news. We have a few things announced, with Hot Toys releasing. Oh, sorry, this isn't the last piece of news. We got one more set after this, but toy news. Hot Toys is releasing a Baylan Skoll and Shin Hati figures from Ahsoka. So, and as well as a Mandalorian Super Commando figure. They should be up for pre-order soon, with probably an early release sometime early next year, based on how Hot Toys kind of released stuff in the past. Like, they kind of do their preview of what's coming, pre-order, and then ship them out. Meanwhile, Ashton Drake has another toy company has released a 1-for-1 full-size Grogu out now for $200, which I think that's a fair price for a full-size like Grogu. I mean, it'd be about the size of maybe a little taller than our mic, I would imagine. I think that's cool. Proper full-size Grogu for taking pictures and making videos with. Last section of news. Here we go. In book news. Princess and the Scoundrel will be receiving a picture book adaptation that focuses specifically on Han and Leia's big day. That I think fans will enjoy. It's going to be titled Someone Who Loves You. And it is written from Beth Revis and illustrated by Sophie Lee. You're not wrong.
You have no goddamn idea.
I don't think that would work for him.
Don't. Going this far in my life without drinking a Red Bull, I'm not going to start now.
But, so I think that'll be nice getting, I think that'll be a cute little picture book,
Yeah.
You were trying to think about it. Like, I think it's cute getting to see that, because I think that's an important moment in Star Wars, is when Han and Leia get married.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh, alright, cool, I guess.
we know a lot of people though who would be excited about
Yeah, I imagine so.
it.
But I'm like, all right. I think it might be just because I've read the book already, and I'm like,
And we had it described to us, but it's different to visualize that.
Yeah.
You know,
some people.
are excited to visualize and see
Yeah.
that. But
Like, it's a thing that we know happens.
yeah, it's just cute.
Mm.
We also got the announcement of my favorite part of each High Republic phase, your least favorite part, the audio dramas.
Hold on now.
Lorna D's returning, baby, in Tempest Breaker by Kevin Scott.
Lorna D, one of the few Nihil where I'm like, okay, I can see how this happened to you. Where I'm not like, you have to go.
Both of these books will have their releases on December 3rd.
Okay.
With Tempest Breaker getting its written form, because, you know, they do the written format in script form eventually. That's going to be later next year, so our review will probably be of the audiobook when that one's out, because that's how I prefer. If it's an audio drama, it makes sense that we listen to the audio drama.
Yeah.
I got 7. You got about 5.
I got
you said
5.
okay.
I think.
I thought it was fun doing it. It takes you back because it used to be like it takes me to like Scholastic Book Fair days where you.
I think this is maybe the like second, maybe third choose your own adventure, despite the inordinate amount of books I have read.
Yeah.
Choose your own adventure was not like a category that I frequently read.
Which I feel like is one that you probably enjoy because it's kind of like having an RPG book, but like you just make your choices in the book and then you just save state back to wherever if you get a game over.
But as a guy who fucking hates save scumming,
but it's not save scumming. You died, and
Yeah,
it's
I
a
know.
full death or a game over state. It's not a save scumming implies that you're saving, and then even though nothing happened to you and there wasn't a game over, you went back. That's what save scumming implies. At least, like, are you gonna say that? Oh, you died in Fallout, so I guess you got to put down Fallout. You can't play it anymore.
no, that's not what I mean.
Because that's the equivalent here. Is like you got the game over, so you put down the book. No, you go back and you.
So,
I do like though that there's some choices where
it's not like it's like you
didn't technically make the right choice, but you didn't get a
It's
game
also
over state.
like-
So just go back to this choice, or you can pick another choice.
Yeah.
And then you get a game over state if you pick the wrong choice there. I did not ever make the wrong choices on those, by the way. I just was like, oh, well, obviously I was supposed to pick the other thing that I didn't pick last time.
So first choice that happens.
First choice, I immediately game over state.
Same here. because
So let's talk about the premise of this book. So it is Obi-Wan and Anakin doing training at the start of the book. Yoda, Mace, and one of their friends is watching, and it's one of Obi-Wan's like equals because they were Padawans at the same time, and so they're watching. Main story is there's a break-in and Yoda gets kidnapped. That's the main premise. So Obi-Wan and Anakin have to go save him.
I remember at the time being like, is that easy? I mean, I guess. I'm like, well,
to be
I guess
fair,
the plot has to happen somehow.
Well, also the Clone Wars, we see the Jedi Temple get broken into so many times.
like,
So I'm not.
That's
I was not caught off
That's
guard.
not the part that got me.
It's
like,
the Yoda
you just
getting captured?
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like this should have been harder, but yeah, sure, whatever.
I guess your instincts were on the mark a little bit.
My instincts are right, but I keep ignoring them throughout this fucking story.
Which, by the way, we are going to talk full spoilers of this book,
Yeah.
so spoiler warning.
So if you want to read this book on your own time.
Yeah, it's a short read. It's if you really just sit down and read it, I'd say an hour if you really just sat down and did it. I didn't do that because I had stuff going on at the same time, so I would read segments.
I started on Tuesday. I got done on Thursday, but I was also
like you were doing a lot of stuff too, like so you would read segments like I did.
But I was also like homework is essentially what this like. It's not supposed to feel like it, but I kind of was like getting towards
this one.
that at the
This
end.
This one threw your reading schedule off.
Yeah, because of how books work. I was like, oh shit, am I actually gonna have time to finish this?
Because this one doesn't have a like because your
Because-
reading method is seeing how many number pages there are and then dividing it by how many days you've got.
Yeah,
Um,
that's not how choose your own adventure books work.
no, you don't read the book in order.
It would be a very weird story if you read it in order.
A lot of things would happen that don't make sense. In fact, they give a warning at the start.
They're
Like
like,
Kevin
"Hey."
Scott. Kevin Scott puts a warning at the start. He's like, "Hey, this is a choose your own adventure book. Do not read this in order.
Yeah,
Do not just read from page 1 and go from there. You need to read it like a choose your own adventure book." Yeah, it says, "Do not read the following pages straight through from start to finish. When you are asked to make a choice, follow the instructions." Thankfully, I was doing the digital book, so I just clicked the page number and it would flip there where you had to.
yeah. So sometimes I would like intersperse my fingers between the pages so that I would know which decisions, like
That way you could go back to a decision.
like if I ended up with a game over state.
It's kind of fun though playing these type of books. So there is a canon path. But let's start about the very first decision.
Yep.
I personally thought, oh, doing the thing that Obi-Wan told me to do. I didn't think it was, oh, Anakin gets pissed and breaks the temple.
Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe he like just grabs one of the droids and like just spikes it
Just
into
does
the ground or
like
throw
he
it
just
out the window.
like he uses the Force like Obi-Wan said. But no, it's
and he says, "Fuck you."
yeah. And so basically, the start of the book, Obi-Wan's doing some training with him, takes Anakin's lightsaber, gives him a wooden stick, and says, "Okay, you got to fend off the training droids using a stick and the Force."
Mhm.
And he's like, "But lightsaber," and he's like, "You got to not rely on that." He's like, "But you said lightsabers are my life." Yes and no, you got to use all the tools. And so then Yoda and
Yoda
and Friend and then Mace on the hologram show up, and Anakin gets pissy because he feels like Obi-Wan's embarrassing him in front of them.
Mhm.
And so then you have to make a choice between fighting the training droids with the stick and being violent, or using the Force. Oh no, it's pull your lightsaber,
steal
steal
Obi-Wan's lightsaber.
steal Obi-Wan's lightsaber, or use the Force to fight
Yeah.
the droids.
I was like,
Well,
okay.
use the Force because that's the whole point. Is the lesson is use your other
And
tool sets.
I forgot we're supposed to be Anakin, and of course Anakin's gonna do something.
Yeah, he's a little piss baby about it.
Yeah.
He goes, "Ooh, I'm mad, so I'm gonna just tear down the whole temple."
Mhm.
And then they're like, "Okay, you gotta clean that up though now."
Yeah. So, second,
So the other option is the lightsaber, which then he does it correct.
yeah, that's presumably like the canon start to this adventure.
Yeah.
So, for me, next fail state after it's like someone's breaking into the temple. Okay, cool. And it's like, well, I ended up stuck in the elevator shaft. That was
Oh, I fell down. Yeah, I fell down the elevator. I didn't. So
I think it's because I didn't use the droids. I was just
Yeah,
like,
I did
"Who's
the.
got the
So I did the
Force?"
ladder, and I did the ladder as well, and that kills. That doesn't quite kill you, but Anakin is KO'd for.
Yeah.
He's like on the ground going, "Help!"
Yep.
Is how the book describes it, which is hilarious. Yeah, I also hit that.
Yeah, I was like, why not? For some reason, I was like, standing on top of a droid seems like a terrible idea.
My next one was I went to the laundry. I went to the laundry room instead of because you have the choice of where you think the break in, like the people breaking in are at, and I chose the so you have either, what is it? Hold on. There's a lot of options here, so I'm having to kind of walk through them again to make sure I'm describing what the choices are correctly. Oh yeah, they have some nice illustrations, by the way.
Yeah, there are pictures in this. They are very good.
So there's Anakin using the remote training droids as a hoverboard,
Mhm.
which I think it's very creative. The solutions, I
Yeah.
will say, like some of these solutions are like, oh, you did this, oh, you did that,
Mhm.
and Yeah, so you choose between the training stores or the linen stores, and I chose linen first because I was like, oh, well, he said he heard something that way, so I'm going to look that way. And no, it's Obi-Wan. You trap Obi-Wan. You basically throw a cloak on him, and Anakin goes, I got him, Master. And Obi-Wan's like, you got me. And he's like, cuts the linen. And then the battle droids attack him, and because of that, you get distracted, and they get away.
The next one is pre-Yoda kidnapping. I was like, oh no.
Oh, did you do what Yoda said instead?
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Not what Yoda said.
Because Yoda says to stay back. Oh.
There's one immediately before it.
Oh, where Obi-Wan... Like, is it the Obi-Wan one or the Temple Guard one?
The Temple Guard
Temple Guard one got me as well.
I was like, oh, you should probably check up on
yeah,
him,
so you...
like, make sure you're safe.
So
and
there's
it's
a part where...
surprise.
Yeah, there's a part where you see a Temple Guard KO'd, and Anakin's like, should I help him? Should I go to where I sense Yoda's in danger? And so if you choose to help him, it turns out, surprise, motherfucker, it's a trap.
Yeah.
It was actually a training droid.
From then on, I was like, alright, fucker.
I'm not helping people anymore.
I've learned my lesson, because this happens to me every time.
Yeah. And so, I did not listen to Yoda, obviously. I went ahead and fought the guy only for them to escape with Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what else was there? There's some, but eventually so it becomes an investigation of, okay, we need to track down where Yoda went. I searched the cameras first, which was it was one of those that we talked about where it was not the right answer, but not a game over state.
I forget what the other option is.
The other option is to check the droid.
That's what I did. I was like, well, it's right there, so
yeah.
Why not?
Because they then canonized the moment of the droid being a trap, because they're like, oh yeah, we found this droid that was a trap, that was pretending to be a Temple Guard.
I'm like, well, thanks.
Don't I feel like an idiot?
I'm like, oh, it's a trap. Why didn't you say so? Thanks for reminding me.
Thanks for reminding me of my fuck up.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me to never be compassionate ever again.
At least when playing as Anakin.
Yeah. Anakin style is, fuck that, tell me now.
Yeah, don't do anything anybody tells you. Break
Ever.
all the rules. And so, no, there's moments actually where if you do what Obi-Wan asked, then it's actually the right choice. There's a couple.
There's a few of them.
And then, so I searched the cameras, and when you look at the cameras, it turns out that they froze the camera. Like, there's a still image, so they whoever it was, it's an inside job, obviously, which is something that continues to be implied that it's an inside job, because how else did they get in here and kidnap Yoda? But it also wasn't a Temple Guard, because all the guards are accounted for, even though it was a Temple Guard that took Yoda away. Like, it was somebody in the guards' gear that took Yoda away.
And they're like...
But the Temple Guards are like, everybody's accounted for. So...
I remember I'm like, okay, well, I guess we'll investigate. Well...
Because of the battle droids, I started thinking this is set up for Attack of the Clones stuff. Like, setup of, like, people that are... Because...
I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking that, because of, like, time and, like, previous information.
Because we're in that middle...
That era, like,
we're in that middle area where things
are
starting... Yeah. We haven't gotten quite to where Dooku has given a speech yet that he's, like, against the Republic, but we're getting there. Especially with how, we finished with Queen Shadow. Dooku's starting to set up things. Yep. And so I thought that, but we learned that no, this is unrelated.
Yeah, an entirely separate thing. I was like, all right, well, I guess we have this fucking
you have
weird marks on the droid.
Yeah, you have marks on the droid.
Let's go investigate that. And everyone's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, because they're like, we could go to Skako Minor.
I'm like...
And it's like,
but there's no...
I don't see a reason to, because they're like, that's where the droids are manufactured. I'm like, but we have these marks. We should look at that.
Yeah.
So I didn't do Skako Minor. I'm actually curious what happens if you go to Skako Minor.
So am I, because I didn't fucking go there.
So I might reread just to see what happens there. I'll do, because I do want to see some of the options I didn't pick just out of curiosity.
Also,
that's the other fun part about these is like, if you don't choose paths, there's replay value in going back and looking at the choices that you didn't pick. But and so
I remember, like, there's a brief discussion where they're like talking about Windu, and it's like, oh yeah, he used to be like an actor or something. I'm like, and at the time I was like, oh, maybe that's why Caleb likes Windu.
And then it turns out now you know it's set
now
up
I know
for
that's
some.
plot information, but I was like, huh, that's a weird detail about Windu's life.
He's not a good actor though, from what's implied by Jocasta and Obi-Wan. Like they're like, it's kind of better that he stopped. Like Jocasta anyways.
Jocasta's scathing of everyone.
Scathing review of Mace Windu's acting ability.
Of everyone all the time.
Obi-Wan, however, is like, it was before my time, thankfully, from what I've heard.
He's like,
because Anakin's like, have you seen it? Obi-Wan's like, nope.
Yeah.
But they learn that the droids are manufactured by this criminal who's at the wheel.
Mm-hmm. The wheel is like a weird, not quite neutral territory.
It's a space station. It's a space station meets like a amusement park. Like it's not quite, I guess, but it's a big space station that's like also like I guess more of a trucker.
Yeah,
like
it's like where you go to do crime out in the open.
But it's also like a bunch of things because like you don't have to be a criminal. Like you can be a normal citizen just going there. Because they talk about how like people vacation there.
It's officially not part of the Republic.
Yeah, just so that way they don't have to follow Republic law.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, we're gonna go to this sketchy place. Jedi are not allowed there. So we're going to disguise ourselves as people that are just visiting.
That works for maybe 5 minutes.
Depending on your choices. Because I chose to use the Force on that guy, so that prevented any trouble. Because there's a couple moments where they're like, you want to pull out your lightsaber? And it's like, no. And that's one of the few moments where Anakin actually has like a cooler head, where if you choose no, it's the correct choice, and Anakin's like, yeah, no, bad idea for me to do that here. Because like like the way it's written, Kevin writes it as Anakin thinks about it for a second, but is like, oh nope, we are on a space station where I'm not allowed to do that, so let's not do that.
Yeah, I remember like, oh, let's go to. It's like, do you want to go to the cantina or do you want to go?
I went to the
like,
cantina.
The market I went to the market stalls.
Is that one of those situations where it's not the wrong choice? But...
It's not the wrong choice. But you do have to end up going to the cantina anyway.
So what happens at the market? I'm curious.
So if you go to the market, you kind of like start talking to people, and like essentially a droid will bump into you and try to steal something from you.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, I should go and make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah. And it's like, oh, chase the droid. And I'm like, yeah, I guess maybe it'll lead me to something else. Why not?
And it ended up being a wild goose chase, essentially.
Yeah. And unfortunately, as I'm like getting there, one of the Klaatuians are hanging around is like, huh.
The dog people.
They're like, you kind of look, oh shit, there's Jedi here. And I'm like, well, that didn't go to plan.
Oh, so for you, it did not last at all. Whereas at the cantina, you're at least able to like kind of keep it on the down low more. Mm-hmm. You basically go to an info chant.
I got 2 chase sequences for some dumb bullshit.
Yeah. See, if you just go straight to the cantina, you talk to an info champ, that's the bartender, and you're like, and basically you give them some credits and are like, and of course Anakin has to learn the game because he's like willing to start a fight, but Obi-Wan's like, no. When you want information, you got to play the game. You got to give them credits. That's just how the game's played.
Yeah. Also, I like that. I'm gonna make a joke, but Obi-Wan like spams Jedi mind trick throughout this adventure.
Oh yeah,
he is a one-trick pony when it comes to that.
Because basically,
it's a good trick to have, though.
Yeah, because basically the info chant's like, oh, the guy you're looking for is at a sports event.
Mm-hmm.
He's at essentially dodgeball, but with shock ball. Yeah,
shock ball, I think, is the actual.
Yeah, it's called shock ball. It's basically dodgeball, though. It works like
dodgeball, but with electrocution finishers.
Yeah, you just get KO'd, though. It's not like lethal. At least not that we see in the like. They don't. Cavan tries to write it as it's not lethal. It just knocks you out.
Yeah, I remember like us walking.
Spam the Force. And so spam the force it is, and you basically have it's like a baseball game with the hot dog vendor, and so you know how like usually the hot dog vendor will toss you the hot dog. Here, the droid shoots you the
Sorry, I'm not familiar with how many fucking.
Yeah, they toss you food at baseball games.
What fucking baseball games have you been?
Actual baseball games where they're walking around with the food, not like not the shop, because there's the people walking around. They'll toss you the food.
The fuck?
Yeah. That's a
then
thing.
Again, I haven't been to a baseball game since I was a child.
Even then, that was a thing.
Not something I am aware of.
Yeah, okay. Anyways.
You were surrounded by some asshole food vendors.
Anyways, the way the way it ends up working though is that the droid basically launches the food like it's a droid that propels the food out, and so Obi-Wan just sets it to just auto fire it, and so like there's a really funny image of that actually, of Anakin slipping on, like it looks like somebody's slipping on it, but it, like, if I can find it, it's a really funny image. That's the problem with it being out of order. You kind of have to guess where things are. My other favorite image is Anakin on a jetpack. Because when you first chase down the temple guard, you can try to catch him, and so Anakin chooses either the speeder or the jetpack. I don't know if the speeder's a game over state.
It is.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you that for a fact.
Yeah, here's the jetpack one. I picked jetpack, so I didn't even see the speeder one.
As it turns out, you essentially get pulled over for reckless driving.
Okay, here's the donut one. Obi-Wan tripping on donuts. But yeah, Obi-Wan causes the donut launcher to go off, and the guy is appeased, the guy that Anakin knocked the donut out of the hand of, because he's like, oh, okay, I got food now again.
I just have an abundance of donuts now.
Yeah. So they chase him down. They chase down the guy they're looking for, and they basically find him at a spa.
Yeah, he's like hiding in the fucking supply closet.
Where a Gungan receptionist, she keeps trying to upcharge. She keeps trying to upsell Obi-Wan and Anakin on like getting massages.
And they're just like, "Hey, where is he?"
Yeah, we're not worried about that. Where's our friend? And she's like, "Oh yeah, he went that way. He looked.
All right, cool.
You should upsell him on this because he looked really tense."
Yeah.
This is one where I did make a wrong choice. I had Anakin threaten him.
Yeah, I was like, well, my brain was like, well, he's already scared. We don't need to threaten him.
But it's also Anakin, and I felt like in the moment that was the right choice because Anakin would. And so, if you threaten him, then it's a game over state because then the guy that you're chasing, he calls the police essentially of the wheel, and they're like, "Hey, you're a Jedi. You can't be doing this shit." And they basically arrest you. And Obi-Wan's like, "It's okay. We're just gonna call the Jedi, and we'll talk our way out of this.
We'll sort this out."
So that's the wrong choice
I'm like,
to make.
Obi-Wan, spam it again.
Yeah. So the correct choice is force mind trick.
And with the information I have, like
in hindsight, it's kind of funny.
It's very funny because there's a comment that is amusing.
Yeah. You're not weak-minded. Is that the one?
No.
Where Obi-Wan mentions that I can tell you're not weak-minded.
It's that, but also like, I don't want to.
So this guy is completely masked because he is supposedly of an alien race where they have to like be masked because they don't have actual they don't talk. They actually, their facial expressions is how they speak, and so the mask is like also a translator. So so this guy's fully masked for context. That it's a very important piece of context. But yeah, so Obi-Wan's like trying to get this information. Say the other thing. We won't say the reveal yet. Or do you want to wait till we do the reveal?
I'll wait till we do the reveal.
Okay. Because there's a reveal of who this guy is. Because they are not who we think they are.
Yeah.
Neither is the Temple Guard.
Yep.
Obviously, because that's also a mystery. But anyways, they learn that Yoda has been taken to Kit Fisto's home world.
Gliansum.
Yeah, Gliansum.
They figure this out because they're like, "Hey, who hired you to make droids?"
And he's
in
like,
this way?
I don't actually directly communicate with them.
They contact me on that
On the Holo.
Yeah.
And so
They're like-
they convince him to give them the Holo recordings so they can listen to them.
They
And
listen
they
to
hear
this
that
man's
there's some
voicemail.
water. Yeah, and they basically hear that there's water in the
Yeah.
background because they're like, they track where the calls are coming from, which takes them to the system, but not
Yeah.
to the specific planet. And then they're like, well, that brings it down to like 3 planets it could be.
Yeah.
And then they hear that there's water, and they're like, well, that limits it to 1 because the other 2 don't make sense. One is a completely arboreal planet that doesn't have water, and then the other one is something else. I can't remember what it was, but it basically...
The other one's a desert, so...
Yeah, so it's Gliantum. That's the answer. And so they're like, all right, we know where to go. And so they go there. I get a dead end here because I decide to land on land. Because you have a choice between going onto one of the small islands that exist on this planet, or... Actually, no, this one's not a game over.
No, it's not. It's just
It's-
fuck.
It's I made the wrong decision, go back to the ship. It can be a game over if you make some other wrong decisions, but I did not. Because I can tell that would have been a game over if you... Because you can choose to... So basically, you go on the planet, and if you choose land, you land there, only to find some of the land inhabitants there who are very superstitious. That's something they brought up earlier, is that they're like, oh, the people here are very superstitious. They're an older culture that possibly predate the Nautilans, Kit Fisto's race, and so they probably pre-exist them and are probably the originators of the Gliantum, like they're actually Anselmians or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yeah. And so you go there, and one of your decisions is either just straight up fight them or use their like the fact that they're superstitious to kind of get you out of the situation. I use the superstition, which gets you out of the situation, and so you like it safely gets you out, and you get on your ship and you go back into the sky.
Then you leave.
Then you
And
leave
it's
and go
like,
back,
all
and
right.
then you go the water path, which doesn't matter anyways because you end up not in the water. Like you are, but you're not.
You'll end up in the water one way or another.
Yeah, because the place you end up going does start to sink.
Yeah.
It's a whale. Because it's a whale, but also an underwater facility. Because there's a whale with an underwater facility on it attached to it. Because there's the underwater facility that.
There is an underwater facility. It is not attached.
Oh
to
no, that you're right. Yeah, the whale, and then it's like next to the underwater facility. So the whale, I made friends with. I did not fight it. I did not.
I was like, why would you do this?
Although I did have Anakin mind trick it into attacking the droids, which felt bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Anakin...
and I don't know if the other choice was the wrong choice or not, because like Obi-Wan does lecture him and is like, "Hey, you shouldn't have done that," and I don't know if like choosing the other choice would have been the wrong choice.
I'm trying to remember what it is.
Yeah, the problem is like since you can't go in order in this book, I can't like look up specific like choices.
I just remember the reason why I picked that choice is like, oh, Anakin is not good with water
Yeah.
because it's his first time on a water planet.
Yeah.
So maybe not do that one.
Sorry, I'm like flipping
And also, I like that Anakin is canonically bad at bonding with animals.
which makes from what we've seen that because we've seen that twice now. Because we see it in Obi-Wan and Anakin comic as well.
Yeah.
We didn't really highlight that when we talked about that comic, but that is a moment in the flashbacks.
It is like just one of the ones where I'm like, oh, Anakin has a lot of trouble with that one.
Yeah, and it's not that it's just one of those abilities that takes more effort and a little bit more compassion, which I think it makes sense that Anakin wouldn't be the best at that, in my opinion. Just because, like, where Anakin has to end up on his journey, it makes sense. Let me see. So I just saw the choice. Let me see if I can find it again. I made the correct choice instead of the wrong choice. Anyways, I can't go back because I didn't save it.
Alright.
Anyways, so yeah, they get inside the facility. Anakin cuts it open. Inside the facility, I game overed again because you find Yoda, and the Temple Guard strikes at that moment.
Yeah.
I game overed by just focusing on getting Yoda out and not turning off the water. Because the facility starts flooding because of the way they get in. You have to cut open because you can take your time and try to have Obi-Wan enter the digits to get in, but unfortunately that's not a game over state, but it's taking too long. So Anakin's just like, that's taking too long.
Yep. So I remember this because I'm like, okay, cutting to like the side of the thing. All right, cool. Meanwhile, like the guard shows up and it's like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And I'm like, all right, you know who's gonna handle this? Obi-Wan's
That's
gonna handle
what
this.
I had happen too. I was just like,
and then like once it's describing like, oh, Obi-Wan's doing his best but losing the fight, I'm like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make this an even matchup now.
Oh yeah, with the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm like, pump that water out.
yeah, because Anakin does get to the controls, and so you have a choice between just freeing Yoda in that moment or using the controls to start to remove the water. I chose to focus on getting Yoda out, and it's a game over state specifically not because Obi-Wan loses the fight, but because the Temple Guard just gets away. Like basically, you get Yoda out, but then the guard got away, and so you don't know who captured Yoda. And
I'm like, oh well.
Unfortunately, that gets Obi-Wan and Anakin fighting, and Yoda's like, enough. We're going home. We're going home.
Yeah. And the next game,
which makes sense.
The next thing that nearly got me, is trying to get like Yoda free via like the pin pad. Initially, I was like, oh well, I can just stab it.
Oh, I did not.
And then my brain went, no, don't do that. You have other tools. You could just open it with your screwdriver.
I did not do that, and thankfully it turned out that was the best choice because there was a thermal detonator behind it.
And I was like, oh. Well, thank God, like, it once again says some weird survival instinct thing.
Yeah.
It says, like, something's wrong here.
But not enough to not be KO'd by the droid, but thankfully I was also there with you, so can't call
that one worked on, like...
that was a compassion moment.
That was a compassion moment. Where it's like, oh, if you...
But you're playing Anakin again, so you have to remember, oh, Anakin wouldn't do that.
And I'm like... and Anakin pops open the thing and he's like, oh man, there was a grenade here. That could have been real bad. I'm like, oh. Meanwhile, me too. I'm like, yeah, that would have been real fucking bad, huh?
Yeah. It's a good thing we didn't.
Yeah. Alright, let's... So yeah, it's kind of weird how Bant isn't around
like
anymore.
If you're paying attention, like they're in the beginning, but then they're gone for the rest of the story because they go with Yoda to investigate the break-in.
Yeah, I'm like,
and then you never see them again.
My brain was like, what do you mean two highly competent Jedi fucked off essentially? I'm like, now with the full context of the story, that makes sense.
Yeah.
By the time I was like, what do you mean?
So it's revealed that it's Bant, and then Obi-Wan's like, all right, you're under arrest. And then another voice comes behind them and goes, nope. And it's the crime lord guy. It's the guy that built the droids. And they're like, oh, we can deal with you as well. And then he uses the Force on them. And they're like, wait, you're a Force sensitive? And they're like, yeah, because I'm Mace Windu. And then it turns out that that guy was actually Mace Windu the whole time. This was an entire test.
Yeah, this was a test for both
Obi-Wan and Anakin to kind of get them to work together as basically teach Anakin, hey, you have to listen to your master sometimes, but also Obi-Wan, you need to listen to your apprentice sometimes.
Yeah. And what I was going to say is like when Obi-Wan is working the crime lord earlier, that's Mace. And later on, Mace is like, man, trying to deal with Obi-Wan while he's in your head is fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
He's good at that. I didn't know he almost got me.
He's like, he almost found out the truth. Because if he
was 2 seconds away.
But But yeah, so I thought this was a fun adventure. Like I said, it's not connected to really anything
Yeah.
else. It's kind of just seeing Anakin and Obi-Wan in their element and kind of letting you get to see like how I guess the Jedi train, because they say that this is a test everybody pretty much goes through at some point, which is why it threw me off that Obi-Wan didn't know that this was coming. But I guess maybe they didn't do it for everyone. Maybe it's just like very problematic, like
Yeah.
partnerships where it's like very problematic. Which is also, yeah, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan absolutely needed this, so why didn't they get it? Oh well.
They just, I imagine they tried and Qui-Gon was like, actually, no, I'm not falling for this bullshit.
He's like, I know that's Mace in a mask.
Yeah. that would,
Actually, Mace says it's the first time he's done it in a few years.
yeah. That would make sense though. Because I think.
Well,
I'm
we
not
know
sure.
Qui-Gon. We know Qui-Gon and Mace were close. We know
Yeah.
that while they disagreed, not politically, but they disagreed like on
They have like a
philosophical disagreements. They are still good friends.
Yeah.
That is something we do know, and that is actually something that the Living Force, the next big book that's coming out, that's not High Republic, is supposed to
Oh yeah.
highlight some moments of, because that's the one that's the council book, I think. So because that is pre episode 1.
Yeah. I was also thinking like, oh, it probably wouldn't work because like Mace and Qui-Gon are kind of similar in age.
Yeah. So, but by the time he has Obi-Wan as his Padawan, like Mace is already a council member.
Yeah.
So, who knows? I mean,
Yeah, but we also know that like,
although maybe Mace was the one in the Temple Guard, the suit for that trick the last time they did, because maybe younger Mace was the temple. They probably pick a younger Jedi to be the Temple Guard, so that way they're more able to handle fighting whoever they're doing the test on. And so this is fun. This is not the last. This is not the last Choose Your Own Adventure we'll be doing. Even this season, I think there's another one on here. That's even this season we're getting another one. I think it's a Clone Trooper one is the next one.
oh boy.
And so that'll be fun. So yeah, I liked it. As a book in general, I mean, it's got nothing canonically that's heavily important to Star Wars, other than seeing more of the dynamic of Anakin and Obi-Wan. So if you like that, then this book's definitely for you. If you like that dynamic,
I'm taking him now. Anakin, don't.
so I mean, it's just more of that fun dynamic between Master and Apprentice, which I appreciate seeing some of that dynamic, especially pre Attack of the Clones. So when they're actually Master and Apprentice, because we don't have a lot of that content. A lot of people say like, get out of the prequel era. I kind of get that, but it's really get out of the Clone Wars era for me. It's because we have plenty of Clone Wars content, which you're gonna see this season. But we don't have a lot of pre 1 and 2 content. I think there's like one more book we got to do before we hit Attack of the Clones, when it comes to like what's in that content of era of content rather. And so, yeah. So I give it like, as a book, a 7, but as like a Choose Your Own Adventure book, an 8.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. That makes sense to me.
Because I mean, it serves the purpose. It keeps you occupied with a fun story. It's a fun choose your own narrative. It really it's very much like if you play like a point and click adventure game. You get, it's that Sierra level of endings where like the stupid endings sometimes, but it makes sense.
Turns out lightsabers are bad at disarming grenades. Who knew?
No death states, just game over states, which that makes sense.
Although the fact that like presumably Mace and Yoda put that fucking grenade there.
I wonder is that a death state? Is that maybe the only death state in the game?
They're like, you fucking die.
Or maybe Yoda like has to like stop them mid lesson and be like, whoa, don't blow that up. Don't blow that up. It's the oh, I forget the name of the comedian, Tim Robbins, where he's doing the wind, where he's in the Wendy's line and he does the where he pays for the person behind them and he's like, no, I'm doing something, give me a minute. It's that moment. So, yeah, like I said, I give it an 8 for what it is. As a book, it's a 7, so 7.5. But if you were to like round that, so I liked it. I'm excited to see the next Choose Your Own Adventure book that we got down the line. But I'm even more excited about next week's book. Because we're back in the High Republic, baby.
Yeah.
Defy the Storm. It's the last of Wave 1 of Phase 3. So, because we've done the adult, we've done the junior novel, onto the young adult.
All right.
And we got Vernestra Rowe on the cover. It's hard to point when I'm looking at the camera. There we go. So, get some familiar faces. Let's just talk about... We like to talk about what we've been up to during the week that's not Star Wars related.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy games. I know last week we talked about me playing Rebirth. I'm still doing that. I'm also playing Original 7 again, because it's been a minute. So that way I can kind of compare the timelines, since we're talking about multiple timelines. And then I'm also playing 8 again, because that's my favorite. 8's my personal favorite of Final Fantasy games. So, somebody made a voice mod, and they have a demo out for it, so I'm trying it. Same people that Suna Mods, they did the Final Fantasy 7 OG voice mod. So, a lot of fun there. Also, Classic Battlefront collection came out, so I've been playing a lot of that. I'm already mostly... I'm actually already halfway to getting 100% on the trophies.
Oh, man.
I just gotta do certain things here and there, and then rank up in Battlefront 2. Oh, you good? And then, I mean, there's some bugs here and there, because people are talking about it. There's some bugs here or there for it, for sure, and I've had a couple things here and there where, like, some of the graphics don't always pop in. And on top of that, I haven't had any issues yet, but I also haven't played a lot of multiplayer online yet. But I know that the servers are kind of with the ping. There's some pretty high ping rate going on there, so we'll see. That's about it, really, of like what I've been up to.
You were explaining the kind of the plot to me a little bit.
For which one?
7 remake.
Oh yeah, remake and rebirth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like you know the lore kind of, sort of.
Kinda.
And so I was like, here's what's going on that's different.
Like if you told a drunk amnesiac the lore, that's about what I've got.
Yeah. Since I beat Crisis Core Reunion pretty recently, now I'm on to OG 7, and then you can probably tell. Or is that?
Just ice in it.
Here, you can put it in here. This is trash. You're good.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm playing OG 7 at the same time as Rebirth, and I'm actually in the same levels because I'm making sure that where I'm at in Rebirth is where I'm at in OG 7. So I'm in I just finished the main part of Costa del Sol for Rebirth, and then so I just finished that. I just finished going through Costa del Sol in OG 7, so they're lining up just so I can immediately compare contrast. And then after I finish OG 7 and Rebirth, I want to do Dirge of Cerberus, because I have not actually played Dirge of Cerberus, but it's also very different. It's a shooter with some RPG mechanics, but it's a shooter because you play as Vincent in that. What have you been up to?
I've been going through Elden Ring a little bit again. I've also been
prepping for the DLC.
Yep. Which has constituted me starting a whole new, well, not a whole new playthrough. I started this playthrough a while back, and me and my younger brother, Lee, not Andrew, he's also been trying to get into it. So I went and I explained to him how to like do guard counters and like going and getting the crafting kit so he can make himself little bone dart throwing knives and fire pots.
Mm-hmm.
Explaining that to him because he doesn't. It's not that he can't look up information on its own. It's just one of those things where it's more fun to just ask people you know. And I was like, all right, here's what you need to do. And if you're able to do this, you should be good for the rest of the game. So now that I've taught him that, I have also told him, okay, now go down to Castle Morn and complete that area. Once you do that, you should be good for the rest of the game because it covers all the basics.
Yeah.
That's the litmus test.
Okay.
Yeah. He's doing like a strength build, I think.
Yeah.
Other thing I've been doing, I have been doing an Outer Worlds run.
Yep. I think we talked about that last week.
Yep. I am now the vice president of Sublight.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And do you remember that gun? I was supposed to get a unique gun for like a quest reward for that one.
Yeah.
I figured out why I didn't get it.
Oh?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you got it this time.
I got it this time. In order to do that, you need to assassinate 2 people. The first of which is the like Butcher King or something.
Okay.
I remember because the last time I talked about this quest, I was not feeling great about how I went about it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even talk to him this time. I just shot him and left.
Cool.
I also, for this time, in order to get the gun, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, you have to kill 2 people. The first of which, the Boris King, is a cannibal, and I don't feel bad about killing that man at all.
Which is why you did half of it last time. This time.
So this last time I had Vicar Max and Parvati with me when we went to go and talk to the scientist lady.
And honestly, Parvati tends to be the moral compass of the group.
Yeah.
Like, if you're about to do something shady, usually she'll be like, hey, should we be doing that?
Yeah.
So, usually the moral compass. Vicar is less so, like,
Yeah.
he has some morals, but they're not the same.
Mm-hmm. He's like, we'll try to do good as long as it doesn't get in my way.
Mm-hmm.
And so, last time, those are who I had with me. This time I had Ellie and Felix.
Okay.
And Ellie's like, you know, the president of Sublight would be a good person to have on our side. And I'm like, that's a pretty good argument. And I turned to Felix and I'm like, what do you think, Felix? And Felix is like, anyone whose name is on the corporate ladder needs to go. And I'm like,
So Felix is an anarchist.
yeah, except he's not a very smart one. Like, I've gone into Felix's room and he's got like a bunch of books, and the description for them is, these books have never been opened or read.
Got it.
Yeah. And so, like, for that particular quest, it's like, the scientist lady is like, so, as you know, Halcyon is mad fucked. We are dying because we don't have no food. So because we can't eat the stuff that's native to here. So I thought if we made our bodies more similar to the wildlife here, we could eat the food that was here. And like all of the like subjects and all these fucked experiments are like, yeah, these are volunteers, the scientists, and she's like, we tried and we tried and we tried, and nothing has been working. And I'm still trying, and I'm like, last time I was like, all right, if you work for Phineas Wells, all good.
Yeah.
This time I was like, well, Lila Hagen still wants you dead. And she's like, I understand that I'm deserving of death. And I'm like, alright. She still fought back, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill you anyway. And so I did.
Yep.
And now I'm vice president of Sublight. Cool armor, cool weapons. The Negotiator is a very fun description for the gun. A little plasma pistol.
Got it. Some aggressive negotiations.
Actually, I am the full official title that that character has is Vice President of Sublight, Department of Aggressive Acquisitions.
I had to make the Star Wars reference though, because we are a Star Wars podcast.
Yeah,
so
it's very aggressive.
um,
I'd say the most aggressive you could get.
so with that, let's go ahead and there's not a lot of news. We really only have a couple pieces of film news this
All
week.
right.
But both are actually really exciting in my opinion.
Okay.
First up is Daisy Ridley has been going on press tours for her new film Magpie. And during it, Collider asked her some questions regarding the new Jedi Order films that we know are coming, right?
Okay.
Because we know we got the Rey post sequel trilogy films.
All right.
And we learned that while she has not read the script yet, she plans to pretty soon. And that apparently they were supposed to begin filming this year. But the writer's strike slowed down production and the writing of the script, as it did for a lot of movies. And so, however, according to her, it still could start filming later this year, if not early next year. That's her prediction.
Okay.
So that's somebody on the inside that would kind of know what's going. I would imagine she would know, like, to some degree, what's going on with the film because she is going to be starring in it. This isn't some Joe Schmo saying, I think it's going to be. No, according to one of the leads, who she hasn't got the script yet, but from what she knows, it should be soon, and so that means we're getting progress on that. So likely with the current progress of that, as well as the Mandalorian and Grogu film, I think. So the Mandalorian Grogu film we talked about is already starting to get ready for, like, they're in production now, so they're about to start filming pretty soon. So I imagine that one's gonna film first. That one's gonna get done first. I think we're gonna get Mandalorian Grogu first. I think that's gonna come out probably next year or 2026 would be my prediction. If they're filming now, probably next year. Probably looking at late next year. Give some time for editing, right? And then the new Jedi Order film would then probably follow within the next 2 years after that. Would be my guess. And that one's supposed to be a trilogy, I think we said previously when talking about it. Because I think New Jedi Order and the Dawn of the Jedi ones are supposed to be trilogies. I believe. If I remember correctly. It's been a minute since we talked about those. Another one that it's been a minute. This next piece of film news is actually a bit of a twist. As it turns out, the Rogue Squadron film is back on.
What do you mean it's back on?
Because you know how we talked about the Rogue Squadron film kind of got like dead? Like it was just like, oh, Patty Jenkins is no longer involved and there's no film, right? Well, guess what? Patty Jenkins is back in the writer's chair working on Rogue Squadron.
All right.
Turns out she was recently on a podcast where she talked about how her work on Wonder Woman 3 was like the main reason for leaving. And we knew that she publicly said, hey, I'm not working on Rogue Squadron so I can work on Wonder Woman 3. Wonder Woman 3, however, got canceled as a project. That one's off the slate.
Give it like 2 months and they're like, actually we're canceling Rogue Squadron so you can go back to working on that one.
No. So on the podcast she talked about the deals that she had going on behind the scenes. So we got a little bit of behind the scenes discussion about it, which was that her and Lucasfilm both kind of came to the like agreement that she would do Wonder Woman 3 first, and then the intention was after Wonder Woman 3 was done, she would come back and do Rogue Squadron. But for the meantime, they were just going to say that it was paused, that they weren't going to do it. So that's why they publicly said to us that, hey, Rogue Squadron's not happening. Because they didn't want it. To be fair, with how the film industry works, that's probably the best way of going about it, rather than saying, we're pausing it until she does Wonder Woman 3. No, it's just better to not give us that hope, because maybe something goes wrong in the time between her making Wonder Woman 3 and then finishing that. Say something falls through afterwards. So it's better to just say, for now, it's canceled, rather than say, hey, we're just pausing it. No, because film schedules change all the time. And so since Wonder Woman 3 got canceled because of James Gunn, taking over and kind of changing what the plans are for Warner Brothers and DC. That now gave her a chance to go back to Lucasfilm, and they made a new agreement. And basically, the new deal is that she's going to write the film, because I think she was kind of helping write, but I don't think she was the main writer at the time. But now she's the main writer. But this deal was struck just before the writer's strike started. So then they had to, once again go on a pause, which is why they didn't announce it. Which makes sense. It makes sense not to announce that, hey, we just made this deal that's bringing this film back. Because that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that would just be terrible timing to be like...
Yeah, it'd be a weird choice.
It'd be like, hey, I know there's a huge writer strikes going on, but we just signed Patty Jenkins back on to write and direct Rogue Squadron again. That would be a weird announcement to make.
I'm just imagining the meme of the guy going, okay. You know the one where he's confused, sure, I guess.
But now with the strike over, she is now working away on the story, and they're trying to decide kind of the best path for the film. They kind of haven't nailed the story down yet, so they're working on it. So that one's probably still a few years off. That one's gonna definitely be after New Jedi Order. If we're going when we think these films are coming out, I'm thinking we get Mandalorian and Grogu, because that's the one that's already in production. It's already making its way. It's gonna come out next year at the soonest, would be my guess. Like I said, within the next 2 years, New Jedi Order film with Daisy, and then Wonder Woman. Then Rogue Squadron, probably another 2 years after that, because that'll give time to develop the story, and because that should be enough time. That we're looking at a 5-year jump between now and when we probably get Rogue Squadron. That makes sense, especially since I doubt they're ever going to have multiple Star Wars films come out in the same year, and I don't think they're ever going to do within the same 2 years ever again. Just because they after they tried to do that with the anthology films, they kind of, after Solo, they were just like, nah, we're not going to do a movie and then another movie the next year. I think they're going to go back to having it be every 2 years we get a movie.
That gives enough time for the hype to die down.
Yeah, you get the hype to die down, and then it feels like an event again when the next film comes out. 3 years would also be, because that's what Star Wars, that's how I kind of remember the years for the prequels, because it was 99, 2002, 2005. And so I remember that it was every 3 years for those. And that definitely gave enough time for hype to die down.
Yeah.
Even with books and video games coming out, there was still enough hype for fans that were invested in the games and books, and then have that hype build back up once you start announcing, especially Revenge of the Sith, because they really got to be it's the end of the saga, and so until the sequels.
Yep.
And then Episode 9 got to do that same type of hype. So that's it for film news. I think both of these are exciting to hear. It's good to hear that these things are kind of moving forward. I'm excited that Rogue Squadron's back on the slate, because I feel like that was an exciting project for a lot of people that I know. Because if you like kind of a World War II fighter plane type story, that's really what Rogue Squadron's going to be. Because that's what what the books are, the X-Wing books, which is what Rogue Squadron's going to take some inspiration from.
I remember, at the time we were discussing it, I think, what was it? Top Gun or
Top Gun had
coming out.
Top Gun Maverick was coming out.
I wouldn't release two very similar films at the same time.
Yeah. So because that was the original plan. It was supposed to come out when Top Gun Maverick came out. Yeah, that would have been insane.
Yeah, I was like.
And then it was even funnier because then Maverick did come out and everybody compared it to Star Wars because they were like, "Oh, there's the trench run in Maverick." Which it's where do you think the trench run in Star Wars got its inspiration from? From dogfighting type stuff. That classic World War II dogfights. That's where George got that inspiration from. So, I think it's kind of funny, and so I I think for a lot of people who like those type of films, I mean, we know a few people like that. JD was excited about it. I think he's going to be excited to hear it's back on. Our friend Chase Ford Into the Black, he loves flight stuff. He loves flight sims and X-wing and all that stuff. So he'll probably be excited to hear that this is back on too. I'm curious how people are going to feel about Patty Jenkins, because I know a lot of people didn't like Wonder Woman 84. I actually didn't mind it as much.
I have not seen it, so I will not judge it.
Because I know a lot of people like the first Wonder Woman, and then Wonder Woman 84 came out, and not as many.
I did see the first one, though.
Yeah.
That was a fun time.
Yeah. And so I think, and also Patty has a little bit more of a connection to this, because like when they announced it, she sold it. We talked about it when she announced it, but she sold it as the pitch was, I'm doing this because like my dad was in the military as a flying planes, so she knows about this, like she has a connection to it, so she's writing what she knows, and so I think that's gonna help it, because you know what they say, write what you know. But that's it for news. Like I said, I'm excited. We're in a good era for Star Wars, honestly. If anybody, like, we are getting fed as fans. And speaking of, let's get into the main topic for today, which I'm going to do a heavy spoiler warning for.
Big spoilers, big warning, all red.
High Republic, Defy the Storm. Speaking of getting fed as fans, man. This book, once again, showing the young adult novels are some of the best in the High Republic.
I will say, I fucked up on my page count, because for one day I, like, took a break from reading, and then I was like, oh, fuck, I gotta start. And I had to change the amount. I was like, alright, well, instead of, like, 75, I have to read 100 pages a day now.
Yeah, Audible threw me off a little bit, because it originally didn't separate the difference between, like, introduction and then the intro, like, certain, like, sounds. It didn't separate those initially. And then they eventually were like, oh, yeah, no, it's this. And, like, eventually it updated the book, and it actually showed, like, chapters 1 through 40, introduction, epilogue. Whereas before it didn't show introduction and epilogue, it just had 44 chapters. Which, that's what it comes out to if you include the introduction and all the other stuff that for the audiobook. So, it would be 43 for the main book, because, you know, they have to do a separate introduction sort of deal for the audiobooks. They separate, like, the Audible presents, and then they separate, like, the opening crawl, which they don't play that theme. They have their own little theme, because High Republic, the audiobooks for High Republic have their own theme, and I'm so mad. I'm so mad they have not released the theme for the High Republic as its own, like, separate music piece. I'd pay like $1.99 to have that sound, to have that song, because it's
good.
Yeah, it slaps. It's great. It really gets you excited. It's like it's like really exciting, and it's just like, man, this gets me hyped. Yeah. And then of course then you go immediately into like depressive mode, because you remember you're in phase 3 of the High Republic.
Nihilor here, Stormwall, big problem, many dead.
Yeah.
Many ensnared.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh yeah.
Oh right, all the problems.
So the main plot, our main POV characters, we have like 4 main POVs. We have Vern, Avon, Xylan, Graf, and Jordana Spark. Yeah, Spark Burn.
Spark Burn, yeah.
Yeah. And so I really like these 4 characters. They are great. Once again, Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland, who wrote this, they are a great pairing when they write together. Yeah. Like, because they did this, and then they did the stuff for Phase 2 together. So, like, whenever they are paired together, it is amazing. And so...
good work.
Yeah, it's really good work. And so, I like our POV characters. We get a lot of really good stuff. We start off with Avon.
Yeah.
And I wrote in the Discord, because it's in the first chapter, because Avon is hanging out with Diva Lompop, and you're just like, oh, you're a diva, and Diva immediately eats somebody, like within the first chapter.
Yep.
And I commented, oh, we're going right into it with Diva.
Oh, yeah.
another reason to join the Discord, because we do like sometimes we'll message things about the book we're reading.
I'm like, oh, God, all right, we're starting here, huh? My favorite Nihil.
It's actually been a minute since we've seen Deva, so
Yeah, I'm amazed that you lived as long as you did.
it makes it all the way to the Imperial era.
Yeah.
Probably beyond that, because we actually don't know her fate yet.
Yeah.
I'm not personally caught up on the comics in the modern era of Star Wars, and you definitely aren't, because we read them together when we do.
Oh my God, Deva and Avon hanging out. Deva's like, okay, kid, you need to know stuff.
You actually see I honestly think you see a nicer side of Deva in with this book, because normally you think of her just as this cruel kind of person, but she's really she's
not.
She's not. She has a lot of sides to her.
Yeah.
She's survivalist first, and I think that's why people get this idea that she's a bad person.
Yeah.
Which is honestly the takeaway we got initially, like especially with the War of the Bounty Hunters arc.
Especially with War of the Bounty Hunters being my first introduction to her, and seeing that horrific monster panel where she's eating a guy alive. By the way, she does that sometimes.
Yeah, she does that a few times in this book.
So this is like the 5th time I've seen her do
that.
because
she also appeared in Phase 1 near the end. Because she was in the 3rd junior novel, right? Yeah.
Like
when they're on Dalna.
Yeah.
Because that's the tie-in, because that's how they met before, because they mentioned that they met there and kind of try to catch you up in case you for some reason decided to hop in on Phase 3 and not read any of the other phases. Honestly, you only really need to read Phase 1 at the moment, although there is some Phase 2 stuff near the end of this book. Especially that epilogue.
So
we can talk about it when we get there. Unless you want to, I mean, we'll talk about it when we get there.
Meanwhile, Vern is like, I said, fuck it, I'm out for a little bit.
Yeah. She kind of goes on spiritual retreat.
Yeah.
To kind of like get her head in the right. Yeah, she's trying
Starlight
to get.
has fallen. I don't know where the fuck Imri is.
She's trying to get her head in the right place.
Yeah.
And so she is inside the storm wall. Avon is also inside the storm wall because we saw at the end of Phase 1 that she got picked up.
Yep.
And so now she's with her mom, and she's like, her mom apparently promised that she could go to Coruscant to go to school there, to university there. So that way she could study crystals, because that is where one of the bigger universities for crystal sciences, because that's where Galen went for Rogue One. Galen or so.
Deva has been assigned as like Avon's bodyguard.
Yeah, and so Avon, of course, still acting out against the Nihil every now and then whenever she gets the chance, which does not help her mom.
Kira's like, the fuck? Why are you doing this? And Avon's like,
because they are bad
suck.
people.
That's why.
These are bad people.
Why are we here? Asks Avon, the most reasonable question of all time.
She's like, the Nihil are terrible people, except for Deva.
Yeah. And Kira's like, yeah.
She doesn't even have a comeback for it.
She's like, yeah, but you know what? You're still my daughter, and you're grounded.
And also, you might not be allowed to go to university anymore.
What?
Which really made Avon pissed off.
Yeah. She was like...
She's like, no, you promised that. We made a deal. You can't go back on that. And so instead she decides to run away.
Yeah.
First
attempt happens.
Yeah, so she goes to a dinner that she's forced to go to where Marchion is at.
Yeah.
And I think this is my favorite.
Yeah,
which I think is honestly the most I think this is honestly my favorite scene that Marchion's in so far, because it's the only scene he's in this book.
Scene he's in this book at all.
And it's great. And it's basically Avon, after assassination attempt, Avon's like, hey, here's the head of that guy, tosses it onto the table, says everything she feels about the Nihil right there, just calls them all out.
Fuck you.
And then leaves, and she's like, I'm going to Coruscant whether you want me to or not. And she leaves. And then Marchion just laughs, and it's great.
Yeah. She just, like, tosses the head of this would-be Nihil assassin at the dinner table.
And Markion laughs his ass off.
He's like,
I think it's because it's the chaos of it, and
yeah, he's like,
because we've talked about this anyways. In Eye of Darkness, we get the sense that Markion is bored.
Yep.
Markion is bored.
He's like, I've done it. Now what?
Because that's the
I
problem.
beat the Republic. Now what?
Because the problem is the Nihil they're Vikings. They are raiders. They are anarchists. They don't do government.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Gira's like, let's make it a government. And now that it's a government, Markion is bored.
He's like, I hate this. This is boring to me. God damn it.
And so, because he's bored, we're seeing, like, whenever, like this, he's like, oh, this is entertaining. Finally, somebody's creating something interesting going on.
Yep.
That's how I read it anyways. That's my interpretation.
I read it as like, oh, that's one of the things that I kind of got the sense of. And the other one is, man, Gira, you can't fucking control your daughter.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh man, sucks to be you right now.
Can't keep your house in order. Yeah.
Because the one person you probably could trust just fucked off.
Yeah, because that's the thing. The other reason that Gira wants to keep Avon in line is she mentions it. I'm trying to keep this house in order because otherwise that risks more things for us if it looks like I can't.
Yep.
And so,
Anyone says, fuck you, and leaves.
part of that is that she knows. So the main reason she leaves is she finds out where Vern has been staying,
Mhm.
because she and Emery were taken together along with J6, and so she wants to go ahead and tell Vern, "Hey, Emery's alive."
Yeah. Emery's alive, and he's here in this section of the storm wall.
Yeah, he's on I forget the name of the planet now.
It's not. I think it's in Seswina, but I have.
It's in the Seswina sector, and so
And it's not the water one from last week.
Anyways, so it's in the Seswina sector, and so she's like, "Hey, I know he's alive, so let's go talk to Vern." And that's when we cut away to have Vern's perspective, where she's doing her thing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we also have the Graf perspective, which is
Xylan
with
is like,
Xylan.
Man, fucking hate it here. I hate working on this goddamn station.
Yeah, because
But my dog is here, so it's not.
Yeah, because he's working on helping keep the wall up.
Yeah.
Because he's essentially a prisoner.
Mhm.
Because basically the situation is Gira got in trouble, but threw Xylan under the bus for it.
Mhm.
And so Xylan, in order to, like, not be killed, is like, I can keep your wall up because the person who designed it is dead.
Yep.
And because that's also the storyline we're working on. Because we're gonna finally see some consequences for some stuff that happened in Phase 1.
Mhm.
And so he's basically house arrest,
Yeah.
except on a ship.
They're like,
And
you can go anywhere you want on the ship. You just can't leave
unless we
unless we say it's.
yeah. So for example, they go to a party on Hosnian.
Yeah. Because Gira's got
Gira's
like a
hosting something.
home there.
Yeah.
A
'Cause-
summer estate.
Because
or whatever.
Hosnian is essentially the second Coruscant.
Mm.
It's where the capital for the New Republic is set up, and
Okay.
and later on within the sequel era, anyways. Because it's not in the Mandalorian era. I don't think. I think it's still Coruscant in Mandalorian era. Because they kind of decide that rather than just have one planet be the capital, they're gonna rotate where the capital is in the New Republic. So that way you don't risk having you don't risk politicians getting too comfy in one planet, and that also makes it harder for it's supposedly supposed to make it harder for corruption.
I don't think it would work that well.
Because the idea is that then it's make the lobbying harder, because then the lobbyists have to move as well every time that they switch where it's at. And then they vote on where it's at too. So it also gives the chance for also the Outer Rim to have.
Is it biannual or annually?
I think it's every 4.
Okay, that's a little bit more reasonable because I'm like
I think it's every 4.
every 4 years. That's not as bad, but I still
And
am
so it also
concerned.
gives the chance for the Outer Rim to have more of a voice, because like Hosnian's in the Outer Rim, so it's the idea is like sometimes we're in the Outer Rim as the capital, so that gives.
Mm-hmm.
But so Hosnian is an Outer Rim world that they explain is in this book. They're like, in case you didn't know, it's very much like Coruscant. It's a city world, all that stuff, and so that's why Gira kind of has a setup there.
Yeah.
And
also, Gira is from that sector,
Yeah.
so they're like, yeah, we know she's a member of the Nihil, but we're also kind of fucked at the moment, so we're gonna keep her where she is.
So anyway, she's hosting a party to kind of like lighten the mood and also kind of play political games.
Yeah.
And so
And
Xylan is technically not invited, but he's invited.
Yeah.
And so he goes, and Gira's like, I did not expect you to actually show up.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, well, fuck you. I need to talk with you.
Yeah, I need to tell you about how you screwed me over and be pissed about that.
Mhm.
And so
And they both have the conversation of like, man, we're fucked.
yeah, they basically go to like a bathroom essentially to go have this
Yeah,
conversation.
they're hanging out on like another betrayal balcony.
Meanwhile, because this is happening concurrently, although it's presented as two different chapters because we're changing point of views. Jordana Sparkburn and her girlfriend Silvestri Yarrow, who is the daughter of
One Chancey Yarrow.
yeah,
And we'll get to that later.
because the main plot line of that is Silvestri going, I wonder how my mom died.
Yep. I know she's dead. I know it was on Starlight Beacon, but that's it.
Like, I don't know the specifics.
Mhm.
And so that's the main plot. And so Jordana and Silvestri are working for Maz, and at the time, who basically has hired them to pick up Xylan.
Pick up is a nice way of describing it. They're kidnapping him.
Yeah. To be fair,
That makes
Xylan's completely okay with this.
Yeah, he's like, I get to fucking leave. This is gonna be great.
Which it's funny because just as he gets to the party, he gets a tracker put on him.
Yeah.
But he like it's one that he can turn off and on, so it's like turned off at the time because his bodyguard / babysitter, they joke, is like, hey, if you get kidnapped or you leave, turn that on, and if you don't, it'll be worse when I do find you.
That's such a parent thing to say.
Yeah, it's like when you have like one of those like family tracking like on your phone, like when you have like when you're younger
Yeah.
and your parents are like, "Hey, it's okay for you to have your phone. It's okay for you to go out. Just turn on the Life 360 so I know where you're at. Just so I know you're safe. Or have your Snapchat map on if you're on.
Why were you at a nightclub, son? Doesn't matter, Dad. It doesn't matter.
At least you know where I was. And so he does, in fact, we get like, because we see Jordana's perspective as he's leaving the balcony conversation, because he's pissed when he's leaving, and he's like, God, and he's more mad at Gira than he was
Like,
before.
The point is, like, everyone on the Nihil knows that Xylan and Gira do not like each other.
So putting them in the same room is hilarious to them.
Yeah, they're like, okay, we don't have to like each other, but we still have to, like, get this shit done.
We have to outplay the Nihil.
Yeah, because it's not sustainable. And so they're like, well, it would be weird if we started acting buddy-buddy, so we still have to be upset with each other. And they're both like, that's gonna be easy, because fuck you.
And so they leave, and Jordana and Silvestri go ahead and kidnap him then and there.
Jordana, like, breaks a glass and makes, like, a little ship.
And so they kidnap him,
Yep.
bring him on the ship. He's like, cool.
Oh,
I'm
great.
actually in charge, though.
Yeah, because he's like, this is my ship. I made it.
So he's like, all right, we're going to go here. And so they decide like they're going to go meet their like contact. And they see, and so he silently turns on his little tracking beacon.
Yeah, like when he was fiddling with it outside of the building house. My brain went, you motherfucker.
And
I know what you did.
so a Nihil ship shows up, and he's like, hey, that's my babysitter. Let me do the talking.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they shoot it down.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious.
Yeah. Xylan's like, I know that there's like a bunch of secret panels all over the walls. All because I made this fucking ship. It's my ship. And Sylvester's like, no, it's not. It's mine. You gave it to me. After you tried to assassinate me.
He's like, let bygones be bygones.
Yeah.
Honestly, Xylan is very much like, very in the moment. He's very in the moment. He's like, whatever in the moment works. I don't care about the past. We could have been enemies in the past, but what really matters is living now.
He's like, yeah. Also, my grandma sucks.
Yeah, he's also like the least graph
Mm-hmm.
that we've had.
Yeah.
And he's very much like he was more of a graph in the first appearance. I remember that. Like as we were going, like I was like, I forget who that. Like you and I both forgot Xylan for a moment, and then we were like, oh, he's that motherfucker. Meanwhile, Vern does get picked up by Avon and Deva, and they go to meet because Deva is also working with with Jordana and them because she's in on the whole plan, and so she's like, hey, I gotta go meet these people. Also, this will benefit us because the guy that we're going to get will have a way for us to get outside of the storm wall when it's time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is why everybody's after Xylan because he has the keys essentially to get out.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of them. He's got like a limited number.
Yeah, and so he's got the way out, so that's why everybody's like, we need to get this fucker.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because right now, so, timeline-wise, this is after everything else we've read so far, because the last book was actually concurrent with Eye of Darkness, so, because we talked about how, like, Avar hadn't gotten out yet.
Mm-hmm.
This book, they talk about Avar has already...
Avar's gotten out, and Pratri Vader is dead.
Yeah, those were the big things that told me when we were, because I was like, oh, Pratri Vader's dead? Okay, we're at least during the events of Eye of Darkness. And then they say Avar got out, and I'm like, oh, we are after Eye of Darkness then, because that's the end of the book. so that kind of gives us a timeline.
Just a slight detail of how, like, Avon and Deva figured out where Vern is. Avon went to the temple, to the Jedi temple, on like a school field trip and just started lying to people.
Yeah, because she
also she has changed her last name from Staros to Sunvel. That's
a little bit Sunvel, which is a recurring name I think for Staros family to use as a cover name. So she uses that, and because obviously you do not want to tell people, hey, I'm Avon Staros.
Yeah.
Daughter of Gira Staros.
You know, traitor to everyone.
Traitor of the Republic.
Yep. And
so she meets our boy Reath.
Yeah, Reath is like...
He's like slammed because that man is doing so much research right now.
Bro is busy.
Because basically he's got pulled to research duty, which normally I think in a normal circumstance Reath would be thrilled about.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, this research involves him talking to a crazy guy.
And also looking into, like, some pretty fucked up stuff, like, because of the Force Eaters and the Nameless. Because they kind of rename, like, what they're calling the Nameless. They just call them the Force Eaters.
Yeah. Like, Force Eaters, Nameless, Shrikarakai.
Yeah. So...
Levelers. Yeah. Depending on how you want to call them.
Force Eaters tends to be the common name in this book.
Yeah.
But those tend to be a kind of a subspecies of the Nameless, because they're like
the Nameless is like the big one.
Yeah.
Force Eaters are like the small. Force Eaters are the type of enemy.
Yeah.
Nameless is like the unique variation.
And other way, I'd say Nameless is like what they are as an amalgamation. Force Eater is like a subtype of the Nameless, and then the Leveler is like a boss type.
Yeah, that's more accurate
because the Leveler was a specific Nameless.
Mm-hmm. It is a very old Nameless.
It is the one that's from Phase 2. And it was still alive by the time Markion came about.
is still alive, I think.
Yeah,
We'll get to that later.
Because I think it's the mama nameless, essentially. I think it's the one kind of making the eggs at this point, because obviously they have to have eggs to keep making them. Otherwise, they got to keep going to Planet X to make more, which I think they've stopped doing. I think they're... Because we learned that, like, what's his name? The scientist.
Baron Bulin.
Bulin, yeah. Bulin's whole thing is, like, trying to create... I mean, we learned that in the last book that we read. The scientists are trying to, like, create subclasses, essentially, of them to kind of make them more powerful and more deadly. Which that is something we find out more about. And how there might be a big problem one. That maybe they did successfully make a bigger problem. But that's not...
We'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah. So, anyways, they are... Yeah,
Reith is like, here's her last known location from what we got.
Because originally she lied to him, and he saw the pop-up of, oh, you know, why are you looking into Vern?
Yeah.
And she's like, you know Vern? And he's like, yeah, we're best friends.
Yeah, she's a friend of mine.
Even though Reith has no riz whatsoever, but he definitely likes her. At least in the last time that... Because Emery read that off of him.
Imri is out here like he can't stop touching things with the Force. He just is like that.
He's like, hey, you like my master?
Imri has no filter of any kind.
I think he's got, because we do meet him in this book. Yeah. I think he's grown a lot, and I'm happy.
I would hope that he has grown a lot, considering the circumstances.
And I like where he's at as a character. We can jump ahead in a little bit, because not too much really happens between here and there. Because the next big stuff is basically kind of just glancing over real quick. They meet up. Deva manages to convince everybody, hey, we're good. Because even though I also have a Nihil ship, we're not with those Nihils you just blew up.
Yeah. And Jordana's like, you need to stay here, and I need to go and talk to my family who's on the other side of the storm wall.
Yeah.
And I can find out more information about your mom from, like, Avon.
Yeah, because they meet on
the
outside of the storm wall, right? Yeah, because they're outside the storm wall when they meet. And because they're like, we need to go back in because we got to get Emery. But Sylvester, you stay with the ship and with the dog, and then we'll go. And so...
and Deva kills the guy who's tracking Xylan.
Yeah.
In, like, a chapter. That problem was resolved so quickly.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Yep.
So, they all go back.
They already have enough problems.
So everybody else goes back across.
Yep.
They kind of split into, like, two groups for the rest of the book.
Yeah.
With, like, half of them investigating what happened with...
So, Xylan and Jordana are on one side, and Vern, Deva, and Avon are on another for a little bit.
But all within, like, the storm... Like, because they are doing different things within the storm wall. So, like, Jordana and Xylan, are looking into the how to get out, how to get more people out, and then also what happened to Starlight Beacon. Like, what happened to Chansey. Because...
For what it's worth, important to mention, Jordana is a San Tekka cousin. She's looking to get her cousins across. Xylan is a Graf.
Yeah, because her cousins are on Naboo, which is behind the wall.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. And so... we knew the San Tekkas lived on Naboo because they...
Naboo is the main family. That's the one.
Yeah, because they've gotten richer.
They're fine. They're doing okay.
Yeah.
Like...
So trying to get the other ones that are inside the wall to...
Yeah, and Xylan meets with an info broker, sets Jordana up with him to fuck with her.
Yeah.
Because he can do that, and he's got the time.
I'm kind of just trying to highlight the main stuff, though. So, like, I guess main stuff, they find out that Nan has the information they want. Because I think Xylan kind of already sort of knew that Nan had that information. Yeah. But he didn't, like, he's never talked to her about it because he was like, I didn't need that information.
He's like, why would I care?
But he's like, I will help you get that information. As they're doing the San Tekka stuff, they learn that about this world that is plagued.
Yeah, they don't learn about it. They go there.
Well, that is learning about it though, because they.
And the reason why that's important is because that's where all of Jordana's cousins are. And she's like, hey, how long has this been going on? And they're like, about a month. Everything's kind of broken and fucked.
Yeah, they don't call it a plague. They called it something else.
Yeah.
But
desiccation is what they use.
Yeah. And so, but it's essentially a plague sort of thing where if you're even in the same room as somebody else who's got it, boom, done. You're done for. Which is important because our main Santeca boy, Care, gets it.
Yep.
And it shows up on his hand first.
Yeah, and he goes, oh, shit.
Because it kind of like, it's exactly what you think if you're following the story of what's going on in High Republic. It's a dusting, and so it kind of looks like the husk stuff going down his hand, which, of course, is kind of a setup for that Phase 2 gave us, because Phase 2 kind of set us up with that, with the mother, and how she was slowly...
Fucking Alicia.
Yeah, because Alicia was slowly getting infected as well, even though...
Alicia was a, heavy force user, though, so for her, it...
But also she was in control
of them. She was also constantly around them. But she had, the rod to keep her somewhat protected. The thing that surprised me is, Care, as far as I'm aware, is a standard person.
Well, and I think the epilogue kind of addresses that question. And I'll kind of talk about more about that, because I think the epilogue addresses, how this is happening to this degree. But, essentially, they do a Walking Dead. They cut it off before it can spread. And then they put it in a box. What's in the box? Yeah. It's a Santeca's hand.
An ironic thing is that Avon actually uses a very similar threat on Xylan. So she catches Xylan lacking. And so she's like, by the way, I've put this fucking bracelet on your wrist, and if you don't do what I tell you, it's gonna cut off your hand.
Xylan's just like,
alright.
I've already witnessed
didn't need to do this, but sure.
Yeah. And so...
And he's also kind of wondering, so is it gonna be a laser sever, or is my hand gonna, crystallize and just explode into shards?
Important thing on the Avon side quest, as they're trying
Avon
to
is not
murder somebody.
Fucking around anymore. She is mad.
So she murders somebody. Because so basically she's got this wrist dart thing that most of them are supposed to just knock you out.
Yeah.
But she also has some that were given to her by Deva that straight up kill you. Because they have the toxins of Deva's race on them.
Yeah.
And so she uses it on somebody by accident, because she thinks it's the knockout one.
Yeah.
And it kills them. And Avon does not take that well.
Which is a good sign.
Shows that she's still a good person, because her and Vern are kind of Vern's watching her and she's like, you've changed. Because Avon's kind of toughened up on it's the hardened type resolve sort of deal, where because she's been around such terrible people, she's had to kind of harden herself. And so Vern is kind of concerned about that, because Vern's like, that's not the Avon I know. But Avon, I think by the end of it, Avon does balance herself back out.
Yeah.
Because she is not happy that she killed somebody.
No.
She's like, I do not like that I did that.
Vern starts getting concerned the first time because she sees, there's an old woman knocked out while Avon is, putting in a FaceTime call or something.
Yeah, because the old woman tried to haggle, but also was, price gouging it. And Avon's like, no, we're not playing that game.
Yeah.
And so...
Yeah, and the next time Avon uses the dart launcher is on Clyneth Da. That's
which is the person that she kills, yeah.
I'm like, you had a name and then you died 3 seconds afterwards.
But yeah, Vern does not witness that one.
No, she doesn't.
But Deva does, and is like...
Deva doesn't.
Or no, but they talk about it.
Deva and
or Avon.
Vern and Avon talk about it later. Deva,
well, I thought Deva knows about it because
Deva knows that Deva gave her the poison, but she does not know that she murdered Clyneth Da with it.
Okay, I thought they talked about it because I thought I remembered Deva going like mentioning that, hey, this is just the way things
Yeah.
are, sort of deal.
Also, Deva throughout like the entire thing is like, man, the one thing about Jedi is they can't keep a low profile for fucking anything.
Yeah, I mean, Vern, I feel like for the most part has kept a pretty like, I mean, beforehand.
Beforehand, when she was by herself and didn't know what the fuck was going on, that's not what I would.
Yeah, I would say like because she wasn't like going around going, I'm a Jedi, you know, either.
Mm.
But she does try to save somebody because Dave is like, hey, don't save that person. We gotta move. We got.
It's that like,
It's the Jedi. Hey, I should help somebody because they're in trouble.
and it's the thing about
It's the Kreia.
like even it's Inquisitors. Where
Oh,
they're
yeah.
like,
From
how do you
Kenobi-
catch a
from
Jedi?
Obi-Wan, yeah.
How do you catch a Jedi? Oh, you just let them do Jedi shit all the time because they
They can't
reveal
help themselves.
Yeah.
They can't help but do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. And Deva, who is not a Jedi, is like, don't do that.
She does it anyways.
She does it anyway, and it's like, fuck, now I have to kill people because you couldn't.
And at the same time, Vern kind of like understands that what Dave is doing is protecting
Mm-hmm.
her. So she like at first is upset, but then quickly is like, I understand what she's doing.
Yep.
We have to do this. This is a necessity. This isn't a like Vern would prefer not to have to kill people, but she's like, we're in a necessary situation where
Vernestra Rowe, master of stealth.
I think Vern also though has learned to kind of because her journey is kind of being less strict on the
Yeah.
rules. Because like, I mean, she was Prime Jedi. Like,
Mm.
she like when we first meet her in phase 1, she is the almost the like example of Jedi to a degree,
Mhm.
with a couple secrets here or there, like her light whip.
Yeah.
But for the most part, she's very strict on the code and following it because of who her master was.
Yep.
Because Stellan was also that way. But also, I think as she evolves, she's learned I don't need to be as strict on the code because otherwise I would have gone back to Coruscant. And then like she's kind of accepted that she's kind of doing the way seeker sort of thing unofficially.
She did not leave like an official notice.
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, I'm requesting Wayseeker," which is traditionally how you get that position in the High Republic era. You petition to the council. The council thinks on it, and then they usually will say yes, unless there's like a very extenuating circumstance of why they shouldn't. Like, Elzar would not be making Wayseeker
No.
if he ever requested it. But Vern is, I feel like, if she just even after all this, because by the end of it they're like, yeah, you're good. We don't like that you did all this without asking us, but you came back to us. You reported. I'm skipping ahead a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You came back. You reported on it. We're good.
Yep.
Cause she even finally tells the truth about the light whip, which does have a couple council members like.
I'm like, all right, man, bigger fish to fry. Who fucking cares?
Yeah. Because she's yet to really show any dark intentions.
Yeah.
And
I also just don't care.
it's like, Yoda, you definitely can't be given any sass considering who you brought into the temple, which we will talk about. But yeah, so they end up finding Emery. Kind of skipping ahead now.
Yeah.
Because we
They
got
find J6 and then they find Emery.
Yeah, they find J6 first, and J6 is like, yeah, Emery's probably not going to want to leave.
Yeah. And she's like, well, I'll talk with him about it, see how it goes.
Because it turns out Emery's basically leading, like, the resistance out here.
Yeah.
He's kind of found himself in a leader position where he's kind of, like, in charge of keeping the resistance on the Nihil while they're out here and making sure people are cared for on the Nihil front.
Yep.
Oh, big piece of information we do learn.
Mm.
Somebody's still alive from the end of Eye of Darkness.
Trying to remember Dr. Campa.
General V.
General Weiss, yes, she's still alive.
Yeah, big piece of information that's thrown into this book, by the way.
General Weiss is mad.
It's also kind of like just thrown there. Like, it's just like, yeah, General Weiss is still alive. And you're just like, excuse me? You're just gonna throw this out to me? You're just gonna tell me this so nonchalantly?
Yeah.
It's very nonchalant.
General Weiss is alive and she's upset because no one is doing what they need to do.
It's very nonchalant though, the way this information's given. Like, they're just like,
but it's also from Xylan's perspective, and he's like, why would I care?
yeah,
I like Xylan. He's a scumbag, but he's a
lovable
scumbag.
Yeah, he's a lovable scumbag. He's very Han Solo.
Yeah.
He's got that Han Solo kind of thing going. Not quite a smuggler, but not quite, you know. So, it's fun. Honestly, all the characters in this book.
Which, if Weiss is alive, you know who else is probably alive? Because you can't rule of 3 at this point.
Well, also, I think that's what because we're going to get another Blade comic, because we already know about it. And so I think that's going to be where we finally get the last showdown between them. Because
General Weiss is she's so bad.
I want that to be where we get the last showdown, and also some payoff to what is going on with. I want to know what happens to Bresh. Because we don't know. Also,
Porter's got to call in.
You know who else has still not shown up
Porter's got to call in Bresh for an assist.
You know who still hasn't shown up in the High Republic, though? And would be around during this era? Plo Koon.
Oh.
Because he is a long-lived species, too.
Yeah. That's not who I was thinking about.
Plo Koon has yet to show up in the High Republic. Every other long-lived character has shown up. That, like, from the prequel era, has been in the High Republic era. But not motherfucking Plo Koon.
He's somewhere. Probably.
Where is Plo?
You know, I don't know where Plo Koon is. You want to know who I want to know where they are?
Who?
Where the fuck is Des Ryden?
Where is Des?
I know he's like taking
he took his Bresh vow.
He took his vow, but where the fuck is he?
Him and actual Bresh are kind of hanging out somewhere. Along with Plo Koon.
Yeah, they're all just like running a team shop or something.
They're like, we ain't messing with this Nihil shit.
They're like, well, whatever. Not my problem anymore.
I took a vow to not get involved.
Yep. Somebody else's problem now. There's like, there were these weird...
They all went to Scarif to go on a vacation.
There were these weird plant things, and I like nearly killed my not brother.
So
I got some mad drugs and dark side, quite literally.
And once again, I don't think Des really needed to take it, but
Des is somewhere out there.
I feel bad for Des because it's like you didn't really mess up that bad.
Yeah,
there are way worse people that have.
Like, that's not your fault.
If anything, Elzar needs to take a Bresh vow.
Okay.
Elzar needs a Bresh vow. He needs to get away. Because every time that man steps in, and this is somebody who defends Elzar as a character, because I think Elzar is what Anakin, on a good day, would be. Like, Elzar is what Anakin should be if Anakin was trying to be better and actually taking accountability. Although Elzar still has some he's still not accountable and everything. This book talks about that.
Yeah.
So, anyways, circling back to the main plot, I just wanted to throw the General Weiss thing out because that's a major revelation. That once again they kind of just hand toss you. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, we should say that before the next wave of books comes out and we see the consequences of that. So they go ahead and Vern talks to Emery. Emery's like, I'm where I belong. This is what I'm meant to do. And Emery can actually see how much he's grown. Like, she's really proud of him.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to... Honestly, it's a great moment.
Yeah.
And Emery finally gets knighted.
Yeah. There were a couple of moments where I will admit I got misty-eyed in this book a few times.
Was Emery getting knighted one of them?
Emery getting knighted was one of them.
It's a good moment. It's a good moment. And it's even more mad, like it's even greater because of the whole
I do.
her thinking back on Stellan during that.
I also do like how Emery's like, "Are you allowed to do that?" And Vern's like, "Yeah, well, I did it anyway." They,
Oh, before that,
mm.
let's go back. Let's go back to the because I did write that happened in chapter 20, and Emery getting knighted is chapter 30.
Oh yeah.
So chapter 20, meanwhile, on the side quest of figuring out what's going on with the escaping and also what happened on Starlight, Nan tells Xylan
Yeah.
privately.
Because Xylan is like, okay, here you go, Avon. Here's like a bunch of codes to try and figure out what the Stormwall does.
And meanwhile,
How it works.
he talks to Nan and gets a recording of what happened. Like Nan giving a report essentially of what happened.
And she's like, yeah, some Jedi bisected her while we were trying to.
And they're like, "Do you know who that was?" And she's like, "The guy on all the hollows," which is Elzar, because Elzar's working really closely with Chancellor Lena So, with Chancellor So. So of course he's on all the holograms because he basically took the place of Stellan as like kind of the main person to talk to for the Jedi,
because Avar was gone at the time,
and so and Yoda kind of was also busy at the time, and we know what happened to Pre-Veter.
All of their leadership was gone but Elzar's, so it just kind of defaulted to him, and much like usual the council was no help.
And so Xylan is like, interesting.
All right.
So I typed, the cat is out of the bag. The cat is out of the bag.
I'm like, all right. It was gonna happen.
It was gonna happen, but it is interesting to see this moment happening because it's like, how are people going to react? Because they don't do a big thing. Although I have a feeling it's going to happen in Wave 2.
Oh yeah.
I have a feeling in Wave 2 everyone's going to find out. Because at the end of this book, not everybody finds out.
Yeah.
Xylan finds out. He gives the information to...
Xylan finds out, doesn't care.
Yeah, he's like, it's not relevant to me, but this is what Jordana and Silvestri want. So he hands it to Jordana, is like, hey...
Not Jordana.
Or Avon. No, Avon. And he says, hey, watch this in front of your Jedi friend.
Yeah.
Because this is going to... They're going to want to see that too. And so Avon's like, okay?
Yep.
Like, she's like confused.
Like, alright, thanks.
And so...
And she's like, oh, why did you make a second copy of the codes? And he's like...
Just in case.
Just in case. She's like, you were going to sell them, weren't you? And he goes, yeah. I'm a businessman. This is what I do.
I wonder if I don't think he'll be the one to release the information. I think it's going to accidentally get out.
Probably.
That's what I think. I think it's going to be accidentally gets out, leaked to the public.
Oh, do you mean...
Like, for the public
Elzar
finding
thing,
out. Yeah, for Elzar.
Oh, I don't... Yeah, they'll probably figure that shit out on their own. I don't even think they need it to get leaked.
Well, I think it's gonna affect things majorly if it's kind of the situation in a book that we'll talk about way down the line when the public finds out that Anakin was Vader and that Leia is Vader's daughter. Like, it was big bad thing, because it was like, how can we trust Leia if she is the daughter of one of the worst people in history, right? And so I feel like this is going to be a situation of how do we trust the Jedi when they've got people like Elzar, who's the face of the Jedi right now. Because that's the big thing. Like, if it was like some nobody Jedi, I don't think the public would give a shit.
Yep.
But it is the face of the Jedi, who is working really closely with the Republic. And also made one of the biggest boo-boos ever that could have happened. So...
The general sense is like
almost a Who Watches the Watchmen sort of deal.
No.
But like,
what I was going to say,
yeah,
is like, it's a case of like, man, I get it, but you could have waited like 5 more seconds.
Yeah, like, I understand Elzar's position to a degree. It kind of sucks that, you know, he's let his anger get the best of him twice now. We'll talk about that scene. We're not there yet. But yeah, so anyways, all this information is given out. We learned a few interesting things. Santeca and Graf are married
Oh yeah.
for tax purposes, essentially. And they're like, for tax purposes. Although they are like actually really good friends, and they kind of have like almost a bro code thing going on where they're like, yeah, we don't mind each other. We're roommates and we're cool.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I actually like it. I like their relationship a lot. Because it's even funnier because he does not know about the hand thing.
No, he doesn't.
And Jordana is like, am I going to tell him about that? And he's like, oh, don't worry. He'll find out about it later.
Yeah.
Because Jordana doesn't know that right away that they're married. And, although she puts two and two together later. But when she's talking to her cousin about it, he's like, don't worry, he'll find out. Just, you don't have to share that. And that's because when he decides to go home,
Yeah.
he goes back home to be like, oh, are you okay? He's like, it hurt, but I'm good.
Yep. It hurt about 9 hours ago. Doesn't right now.
They also have a nice doggy.
Mm-hmm.
A little snow wolf.
That's Plinka and the Xylans.
Yeah, Xylans, yeah. Plinka, I like
Yeah.
all the dogs in the High Republic,
Like,
man.
the only thing that stops Avon from fucking blowing up the lightning crash is that Xylan's dog is on there.
Avon's like, I ain't hurting no dog.
Yeah.
Avon, same.
Xylan is like, is there anyone on this station who deserves mercy? And she's like,
Fair
your
enough.
dog.
Yeah,
Your dog is the one that deserves mercy. And
But he
I'm
was like trying to point out the fact that like, hey, you're just as guilty as me.
Hmm.
And it's just like, Avon's like,
are you trying to murder Dr. M. Campa? That'd be really rude. She's like about to hit Dr. M. Campa with a pipe when he walks in.
well, also the other thing that stops her, and she talks about it later, is her guilt from earlier, from the accidental murder.
Yeah. Big whoops.
Although
She does try. She nearly succeeds with Dr. M. Campa.
yeah, and she basically stops because she's like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
And of course then she's like fighting herself on it of like whether or not that was the right thing to not do it.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, they establish a pathway out. And Xylan, of course, stays behind. He's like, I'm gonna give the codes to Santeca, and that way we can set up a way to get refugees out. And work with Emery to do that if we have to.
Important information. Avon and the rest of the group learn about the kill zones.
Yes. They also learned that Chansey was the one that developed the Stormwall technology.
Yes, that too.
That's a major thing, which Silvestri kind of doesn't take entirely well. But
No, alongside the fact that her mom got murdered by a Jedi.
yeah,
So, not a good day for Silvestri Yarrow.
yeah, she's kind of like, hey, I don't want to work with Jedi anymore unless we have to. She's like, I don't hold it against them as a whole, but I would just prefer for a while not to. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Being
around Jedi is a dangerous thing.
And then of course, Vern takes it upon herself to be like, hey, I'm gonna make sure that Elzar's held accountable.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna tell the council. Actually,
I was like
half expecting that when she does. So we're jumping ahead a bit. We're jumping towards the end. So basically, they get out. Vern decides to go report to the Jedi. Avon's kind of continuing her life as a scientist and kind of working with Republic scientists to kind of develop crystal technology as well as like more figuring out Nihil tech.
Yeah.
So that way they can.
How do we get past this fucking bullshit?
Yeah. And honestly, she's actually really well accepted in the community. At first they don't. At first they're like,
who is this kid? And then they're like, all right, the kid knows what they're doing.
Yeah, because at first they're like, who's this kid that's trying to show us up? And then she actually does legitimately show them up, and they're like, she's actually pretty smart. Okay,
cool.
And she also, like, Vern invites her to hang out with Reath because Reath was impressed with her as well.
And Vern's like, Avon has a crush on Reeve, and
Maybe he has a crush on me.
Reeve has
He has a bunch of crushes.
Reeve is around.
Yeah, Reeve is complicated.
Reeve is like, I have to go talk to the fucking crazy Uncle Grandpa brought home.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's also not focused on his crushes anymore. Like phase
Reeve
one
is like, priorities shifted after Nan. He's like, I know better.
And so she goes to talk to the council, report in. She tells them the whole story except for the Elzar part.
Yep.
Which I was surprised. I thought she was going to give the Elzar part, but
I was like, that would make this too easy.
It also would have made it very interesting, though, because I think it would have resulted much differently. Instead, she has a private discussion with Elzar, who has taken Stellan's office, by the way, which she is not happy about. She also doesn't like Elzar to begin with. We learned, because we didn't really up to this point really know her feelings about Elzar as a person.
Hey, what? I know you used to hang around like with
my dad,
my dad and my not mom, but I don't fucking care.
Yeah, you were my dad's friend. You're not my friend.
She also notices that like Stellan's lightsaber is still over there, and she's like, I don't care, which is a weird thing for my brain.
Yeah, like she's more upset that he took the office than the rest of the stuff.
Yeah,
and so she confronts him essentially and is like, she shows him the video of Nan telling the story.
Yeah,
and oh boy, Elzar feels guilty.
He's like, yeah, not my best moment.
And he actually kind of mutters that he's about having it be the second time he let his anger get the best of him, which of course, Rising Storm, the fair.
Okay.
And
the fair was a very different situation.
And she's like, what? And he's like, never mind. Not important.
Doesn't matter. Vernon is like, all right, I'm gonna give you a week to turn yourself in.
Yeah,
essentially,
she's like, because that's what Stellan would do. Stellan would let you have the chance to do the right thing.
And Elzar's like, am I a bad Jedi?
Well, he goes, yeah, first about that. And she's like, is he saying, yeah, that Stellan would do that? Or, yeah, he should turn himself in? And then he asks, he's like, am I ever going to be as good as Stellan? And
Vern's internal thought is, no.
You are always going to be third amongst that friend group, even with Stellan dead.
It's like,
but she's like, that's
don't say that.
She's like, that's an internal thought.
Yep.
That's
instinctive reactions are not always the best.
Sometimes internal thoughts should stay internal, is what she goes with. And she's like,
you're trying.
You're trying.
That's about it.
You're trying, and that's important, is what she goes with. Which, yeah. And so, I think it's still gonna. I think it's gonna get out to the public somehow. I don't think it's gonna be on purpose. I think it's gonna.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because I feel like it was gonna get out on purpose. I feel like the Nihil would have already done it. Because they have this information. Because Nan reported to them. That's how they have the recording. Yeah. And so I would think that this information, I would think this would have already been made public by the Nihil, because Marchion would have loved using this against the Jedi if he had this information. I don't think Marchion actually has this information.
He doesn't. So only Nan does, because she's the only one of them that was.
Although now Gira does as well too, because I think she wasn't there when.
No, Gira was not there. It was only the 4 people that were there during that time when Elzar killed.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about during when Nan's telling the story.
Oh, no. Okay. No, essentially Xylan made a direct call.
Okay. So then, yeah, okay. So just Nan. And Nan really has no reason to give that information.
Nan doesn't care.
Because she doesn't care. Like
Xylan doesn't care.
Yeah. Because Nan is...
Chancellero is dead. Stellan is dead. Elzar is the only person that was there.
And he's only probably going to tell the council if he tells anybody.
And Vern and Avon know as well.
And the council isn't going to tell the public because they're going to pull some prequel stuff where they know that if they... Once again, if this information becomes public, then the public loses trust in the
So-
Jedi.
If they do that, like narratively, right?
Yeah.
Like the authors. You know who just got back? Avar Kriss, new face for the Jedi. Oh man, don't you guys remember the Marshal of Starlight Beacon? She's ready for a comeback tour.
The problem is what happens first. Do they promote Avar to the face, or does Elzar's information get leaked first? Because that's going to make the difference, is what happens first.
Yeah.
And I don't think Avar's ready to be the face of the Jedi yet.
No.
So I don't think she's gonna. I don't think they're immediately gonna make her the face. Because if anything, she might be offered it, but I think she's gonna turn it down.
Yeah.
Because I don't think she's ready for that. Because she's still kind of in her.
They're gonna offer it. She's gonna turn it down.
Elzar's
gonna get exposed, and then Avar is gonna have to do it anyway.
to kind of help, like, brush it aside. But that's not going to make it better, because it's still going to be a situation of most of the public still going to be pissed.
Yep.
Because there were civilians on. It wasn't just the Republic forces. It wasn't just the Jedi. There were civilians on Starlight. So that's the big issue.
That's the big one.
And so I am intrigued with what what Wave 2 for Phase 3 is going to have to offer, because I feel like we've got the setup now for Phase 3. Now we're going to hit the where the shit really hits the fan for this phase, and then we're going to get to the conclusion in Wave 3. So Wave 2 is going to be shit hits the fan, because we really haven't had a shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
Because Wave 1 is essentially just establishing Phase 3. It's very much, okay, what have our heroes been up to since last time, and what kind of progress are they making towards resolving the situation?
Like, the Jedi are all pretty down. Jedi and the Republic down.
I'd say they've made a lot of progress, though, at the same time. Like, they are moving forward.
They're moving forward, but it's gonna take a bit.
Yeah. They're not moving fast, but they're moving forward. Let's talk about the epilogue. So, after all this conclusion of everybody kind of doing their thing, we find out what Reath has been up to.
Yep.
He has been talking to Old Man Aslan Rael, who, we haven't talked about what he's been up to yet, but he survived since the events of Phase 2, where he went mad at the end of the Edge of Balance manga for Phase 2. Yoda brought him to the temple. And this is some stuff in the comics that we haven't gone over yet. I've read some of them. I'm not up to date entirely. We'll be going over them once the trade paperback comes out like we normally do. Even though all 4 issues of that comic that had Aslan are out. But we like to wait for the trade. And so Aslan promised to help look into the Nameless.
You don't realize it, but you just made a very funny joke. Can't see.
Yeah.
He
Can't see.
He can't look at nothing. What do you mean, look at the Nameless? He did that once, and now he's the poor bastard.
He's got no eyes.
He's got no eyes.
Reath immediately felt Darkseid off of him as soon as he was in the temple, by the way.
Reath like, I don't fucking like this guy.
What is Yoda doing with that man? What's Grandpa doing with that crazy old hermit?
Yeah.
And so, crazy old hermit takes Yoda on an expedition where he ends up bombing a city, because basically he wants to draw out he's like, we gotta draw out the Nameless.
Here's how you do it.
Obviously, we didn't know like what happened, like unless some other comics explain it that I haven't read yet. I did not know what happened like from that point. What happens afterwards? Apparently, Yoda managed to arrest him along with the other Jedi, and he's being held prisoner because Aslan
it's another you're a prisoner, but not
really.
quite.
Yeah, because Reath kind of makes it clear that like, yeah, he's in a cell, but he's like not really being restrained. And it's mostly because he does want to help us, but he's doing it in a really fucked up way.
Yeah. It's like, Grandpa, how come I have to talk to the war criminal? That's the kind of vibe I'm like.
Except he doesn't have to. He's choosing to.
Yeah, he's like, I have to because circumstances are forcing me.
Because like the it's weird because the council gave him permission to do it, but they're not like ordering him to do it.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, I think this guy might have what I need, and the council's like, okay, just be careful.
It's like, well, we need someone to look into this, and you're volunteering, so I guess it's okay.
Just know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
And so he's been given the hand of Santeca because Vern gives it to him. And so he basically talks about it, and he's like, so apparently there's a new thing going on
Yeah.
where an entire world is getting eaten now, and they talk about like how that works. So they answer your confusion on it in that discussion. Everything has the Force in it.
Yeah.
So everything has the possibility of being eaten by these things. They just haven't been powerful enough to do that yet.
Yeah.
So that's the answer to your question of like, how is this happening? Because even like the rocks.
That was my initial confusion.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of pieced that together last night.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was like, oh, right, because it's in everything.
Yeah, because they say that.
And
yeah.
up until now...
They outright say that. They're like,
up
yeah.
until now, it just hasn't been powerful enough.
Yeah, because...
Which me, and I thought about it, and also, I'm pretty sure that, like...
I don't think it's the Leveler specifically doing this. I think they've created a new...
It's either the Leveler or, like, a more advanced species from...
Boolin's experiments. Yeah.
Also, Avon and Deva... Avon's been seeing weird ghost visions from Mari Santeca.
Yeah, and Vern's having some visions.
Vern,
you mean Vern?
sorry,
yeah,
not
Vern.
Avon.
Vern's the one with the space visions, which she actually did tell the Jedi Council about.
Yeah, she's like, I've been having... There's a weird lady. She gave me some coordinates. I talked with an eye.
Yeah, so she gets the path coordinates, which are very important, because...
I was thinking about it, and I'm like, where would... Oh. In my initial thought was probably Planet X.
Yeah, it's probably for Planet X, as well as... Well, No Space has kind of been abandoned at this point, so it wouldn't be for No Space, so yeah, it'd have to be Planet X.
Yeah.
Which would be the most important coordinates for you to get, because then you can investigate some stuff. So, yeah.
So that's what I figure they are. I could be wrong.
So, but yeah, Aslan's like, oh, so we've had these discussions, and you've been calling them Force Eaters, which I guess is more accurate, because they're not Jedi Eaters. They eat anything that has the Force. And since the Force is in all things, I think you can come to the conclusion of why this non-Jedi was starting to get husked. And then he starts laughing.
Yeah, and then he just starts laughing. And he's like, they're coming.
And he's like, but who?
And Reeve is like, who? You have to tell me. He's
and then
like shaking.
And then the book ends.
And
which is so frustrating, but so good. Yeah. Like, it's such a good cliffhanger.
I think I got mad.
You're like, I need at least 5 more sentences.
Yeah, I was like, don't play the pronoun game with me right now, fucker. Who, what, where, and why?
I love this book. This book is great.
I'm thinking Reeve is, like, just getting pissed off all the time, and I wouldn't blame him.
So, I'm going to give it a 9.
Yeah, I will give it
a solid 9.
Because this is a...
Once again, Tessa Gratton and Justina Ireland just...
It's a very busy book, but it's busy in a fun way.
Yeah,
like if you can get
it's kind of the opposite of why we don't like which one is it? It's during phase 1, the one that
it's not Into the Dark.
No. It's the second of the young adults. It's the one that we
Race to Crash Point.
No,
Tower.
that's Junior.
No, that's not it.
It's on the shelf.
Yeah.
It's
Is it Out of the Shadows?
Yes, Out of the Shadows. Because that was our issue with Out of the Shadows, was that it was a busy book, but it just wasn't.
Yeah.
It just wasn't giving that stuff in the same fun way.
I think it's because Out of the Shadows focused on like 9 different characters' perspectives.
Whereas here we kind of stick to 4 to 5.
4
to 5.
Yeah.
5 at most. but like it's mostly 4.
Yeah.
And so
It's 4 for the main book, 5 if you count Wreath for the epilogue.
yeah. Well, I was also thinking Silvestri kind of gets some point of view here and there, but it's not enough to really call her a full point of view character. So yeah, so it's very condensed, but a lot of stuff, but in a fun, like, it's happening really quick, but it still happens in a way that you can keep up with what's going on, and it's doing a lot of heavy lifting for what's coming up. And so I think this is the book where we can start kind of theorizing what's going to happen in Wave 2. I think we're going to start journeying out. Maybe they're going to start journeying out into trying to get to Planet X. So that's probably going to be a book. We're probably going to deal with the political machinations of Elzar and what he did and how the Jedi kind of have to get a little more politically smart to kind of fight the public on this, not like literally, but like make sure that the public can.
Careful, don't let Elzar fight the public. They'll lose.
The public will lose.
The public will lose.
Elzar will get mad.
Elzar will get mad. The public will lose, and then he'll feel bad about it later. That was a fucked up joke.
And then I think we're also gonna.
Aslan Rail's still gonna be crazy and blind.
And then we'll probably focus on the path, like getting people out of Nihil territory.
Yeah, getting across the storm wall.
Out of the occlusion zone. So that's probably our main 3. What the main 3 books are going to be about. That's my theory, anyways. Based on the information we've got. I think narratively it makes the most sense that those are the directions we go.
And round 3 for Vice and Angle.
Yeah, whenever that comic comes out, yeah. Well, normally we like to not talk about Star Wars right off the bat and kind of talk about our week. And so what else we've been up to outside of the Star Wars community. I watched Arcane for the first time. We were talking about that. Watched that with a friend.
My disposition towards certain characters.
Yeah, and our disagreement on that a little bit.
Yeah. It's one of those... me and you, like, for the past, I'd say, half an hour have had, like, philosophical disagreements.
Yeah, like, I'd say I'm 90% confident in the person that I agree with, and then, like, there's still that 10% where, yeah, there's some arrogance to it, but I'd say 90% he's right, and especially considering the other people's argument I feel are flawed and half-lies, whether they mean it to be or not. But that's just my opinion on it, without going into... I guess it's a couple years old, so we could talk spoilers if we wanted.
Might as well. It's not like we
so in case somebody still wants to watch Arcane and hasn't had the chance, because Season 2 doesn't come out till this year. Spoiler warning for Arcane Season 1. Heimerdinger. I personally think Heimerdinger is mostly right. I'd say there are... Yes, you bring up the issue of that he lives for a very long time and is not counting life, like the life expectancy of humans in his arguments. But at the same time, the things that Jace and Victor are claiming that they want to do would never have been done in a single lifetime to begin with.
Except they did it in a single lifetime.
Except they did it wrong and it doesn't work.
I do like the scene where Jace is like, don't worry, it's perfectly safe, after like he and Victor perfected it. Admittedly, Heimerdinger freaks out in that scene.
Yeah.
But that's deserved, because he's like, yeah, just to show that we know what we're doing.
Yeah, and in that, he steps back and goes, okay.
Yeah, and you know what he says after that? Give it another 50 years.
Well, yeah, because the discoveries like that, because they are pushing the boundaries of science, and the dangers of rushing that.
Also, was not originally intended for weapon use. Even Jace didn't want it to do that.
No.
That's the
council.
That's the council. I love that kind of stuff.
But
It's like it's just reminding you. So I'm like, oh, I see. We're getting a Nobel situation.
but also like I'm gonna bring up the big one,
Mhm.
and it's one you agreed with me on. Victor is using dark magic and he knows it.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm running out of time, so I'm gonna try doing some bad shit.
And that just kind of proves Heimerdinger's point.
Admittedly, I don't think he knew it was gonna murder that lady super hard.
But yeah, because Heimerdinger even points out, hey, the color of... Like, he was fine when it was blue.
Mhm.
He was like, we'll take our time with it, but I can agree with what you're doing now, because I can see you are, like, doing what you're claiming to do. So when the magic... I joke that it looks
goes
like...
evil purple.
Yeah, I joke that it
Because
looks...
purple is the color of purple and black and,
And
like
green.
weird ghost shit.
And green.
Purple, black, and green are like the colors of like maybe leave that shit alone.
Especially when it comes to magic.
Mm-hmm. Color coordinated for your convenience. If you see these colors in Magic, get away from it.
Unless it's Final Fantasy. Green is fine.
Green is one of the
Well,
weird
Final Fantasy
ones.
7 specifically, like with the Mako.
No, like in general, green is like typically it's either poison or life energy. So
well,
that's
in
a
seven,
50-50
well,
shot.
in seven, Green Mako is just any magic spell.
I'm not using 7 as an
That's
example.
what. Well, I am, because what does that fucking magic ball that they've got
I
look
don't know
like?
what the fuck that magic.
It looks
ball
like
does.
Mako.
Mm.
That when they have the blue one that's actually like stable.
Mm.
I immediately when watching it with my friend was like, that's just Mako. That's just Final Fantasy 7 Mako. And she's like, yeah, pretty much. They stabilized magic and are using it as a power source. It's Mako.
It's like, well, I guess if you were gonna have this thing that just doesn't really run out, might as well.
It's Mako. Well, the problem with Final Fantasy VII's universe is it will run out because it is based off the live stream.
I do mean in Arcane.
In Arcane, though, yeah. Arcane, there is there's no evidence that it can run out from what we've seen yet. So, but yeah, no, like, Heimerdinger even steps back and is like, you know what, you're right. And, like, while he is still he's still taking precautions.
It's one of, like, Victor doesn't have that much time. Jace is
And that's
being a politician.
And I think that's my real problem is their motives. Because they claim their motives is to make the lives of people in the Undercity better. And that they just want to use this to heal everybody. That's not their real motive. Their real motive is to heal Victor. And if it happens to heal everybody else in the process, great. But that's not what their motive is.
Yeah.
They are lying to... I think Jace is lying to himself. I think Jace knows that he's lying, but I think if he can take the moral high ground, he will. And I think that's the thing, is he's going to try to take the moral high ground. Victor is absolutely 100% lying. He's not even lying to himself. He knows he's lying. He's like... like, Victor's just lying out and out. He's working with the guy who's making drugs.
Yeah. Whose name I got wrong.
Yeah. No, not Silco, the other guy.
Not... fuck, what's his name?
The one who is actually in League of Legends. Let's see. Well, Shimmer's the name of the drug. Come on.
Guess we go...
Singed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Singed is the one that's making the drug that he's working with. Because Singed is making it for Silco.
Yeah.
Well, for him, in general, for himself. Because I think it's implied that Singed has been doing it even before working with Silco. Because, like, we get that scene with the Axolotl. Poor Axolotl. Also, that should have been the sign Victor should stop working for that guy, by the way. Once he saw, like, when he came back and he was doing those cruel experiments, like, when he goes the first time, okay, I can kind of get why you'd admire this guy, because he seems like a fascinating guy who has a strange fascination with evolution, but also, like, he hasn't done anything bad yet. He has a cool axolotl pet. And then you come back the second time and he's doing terrible things to that axolotl. That should have been your sign to cut and run.
sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Like, also the fact that like Victor doesn't tell people that he's from the Undercity
Yeah.
because it's like, oh, you're from the Undercity.
Because he's ashamed. It's a shame thing.
Yeah, but also I don't think people from the Undercity are like legally allowed in up top.
No, because I imagine because what he was working with Heimerdinger before. Working.
I don't think Heimerdinger knows.
Okay, because he was.
Yeah, because like every time people, like, there's a lot of like stuff you have to get through.
Yeah.
In order to get to Piltover.
Yeah. I mean, I think Heimerdinger knew because Heimerdinger doesn't seem to have those same like classist
Heimerdinger
issues.
is old, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, he doesn't have those same classism issues that a lot of the other council members have.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't make him good when it comes to the Undercity because we learned that he hasn't properly been to the Undercity in a while and actually seen the issues that they've been working. Like he hasn't done anything about it. So obviously, that's where I'll give Heimerdinger some fault is you failed your constituents pretty much because you represent them. That is your role within the government and he's failed them. I will give Heimerdinger complete total shit for that. But when it comes to the hex tech, I think he's mostly right. I think Jace and Victor are rushing it, and we keep seeing evidence of the fact that they are indeed rushing it. And the more that they rush it, the more they are relying on the dark magic that he keeps warning them about. Because once he sees them do the purple magic, he's like, I've seen that before. That was the last time magic was used before you guys showed up, and it was not great. And then they kick him off the council.
Go away, little.
Go away now that you have actual correct opinions. That
Go away, gerbil. We don't need you.
It's like now that you're making sense.
It is fucked up that they do that, and that's one of the things I'm like, okay, Jace, you.
Well,
you
even
could've...
Jace does feel bad about it for a
Feeling
minute.
bad is not the same as inaction.
No. Well, it's not even inaction. He actively was the one who started that vote. That's the opposite of inaction.
Sorry, I forgot that he's the one that starts it because it's been a while.
Yeah, because what's her name? The other. I got this. Oh, no, not there. I love that. I could do with that. Mel. So Mel's whole thing is that she's, kind of not sexually grooming him, but she is like politically grooming him to be this high member of the council. And so she, manipulates him into starting that vote. She doesn't actually, she starts the argument, but he's the one that starts the vote, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's my arguments on on that whole situation. Yeah. I think that Heimerdinger has mostly good points. I think where he fails is as a leader I think he's going to develop that skill, though, in Season 2, because we see him working with Echo at the end, where he sees, things can be achieved in your lifetime that are good. Because that's the other thing, is, I think the other thing is he doesn't think that humans can achieve a lot of good in their lifetime, in a single lifetime. Because I think he's just seen so much bad. And so, seeing that Echo and the fire flight, they've done so much good for each other within less than a lifetime. Because Echo's still practically a kid. He's about the same age as Jinx at this point, so about 17 to 19, practically a kid still. Yet he's done all this, and it was within 7 years at most that this happened. Within 5 to 7 years that he did this. So, I think Heimerdinger is on his way to proving himself as a character. once we get season 2. I also think narratively, Caitlyn's mom is dead.
Yeah, probably.
Not because like. Not because I don't, because obviously it didn't directly hit her. It actually directly hits Jace the most, because Jace is standing dead center when it hits the building. But Jace isn't gonna die because he cannot. Like, he is canonically supposed to live till League happens. But Caitlyn's mom is not protected by that same stuff, and I think it makes good writing if she dies to kind of manipulate the situation between Caitlyn, Vi, and Jinx.
Yeah, but there's also no narrative purpose to keep her around.
That we know of at the moment, because we're not in the writers' room talking the show.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know what they're
from observation. It's like, all right,
because that's the other thing. We can only take what speculation based on what we see in the show.
We can only guess.
Yeah, because they might have like a full story arc for Caitlyn's mom planned.
Maybe they do. Maybe
because
they don't.
we're not in the writers' room. We don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
But I personally think it would make sense to, in order to create more tension between Vi and Jinx and Caitlyn, to do that. Only because I think it would motivate, and we talked about this off screen, but for the audience, I think that having Caitlyn's mom die will, because in season 1, I said this to you, Caitlyn is still trying to give some benefit of the doubt to Jinx. Not a lot. Not a lot of benefit of the doubt. But still trying to give some, because she cares about Vi. And Vi wants to give that benefit of the doubt. Right? The problem is Jinx is not giving Vi enough space to where she can have both. Because Vi wants both. Vi wants her sister and her girlfriend. She cannot have both. Narratively, that is what the story is telling us, that she cannot have both. And Jinx is forcing her to make that decision throughout season 1. She does not make a decision by the end of season 1, obviously. She is still trying to fight for both. I think season 2 is going to change the dynamic to where now Caitlyn is also going to force Vi to have to make a choice. Because if Jinx kills Caitlyn's mom, there's no way Caitlyn's going to forgive that.
Probably not.
Like, while her and her mom are not on the best, or like they're not on 100% good standing, they are on good enough standing that if her mom dies, it will affect her. Because even if you hate your parent, like your parent dies, that's still gonna affect you in some way. But yeah. So that's my thought on Arcane.
Yeah.
I liked it. I'm excited for season 2. I watched it at the perfect time, I guess, because I didn't know season 2 was coming out, and while I was watching it with my friend, I was looking up, and I'm like, oh, season 2's right around the corner. Because it's like November, I think, or something. October, November.
I didn't really do much this week. I just kind of worked. I tried playing some Elden Ring. I got through a couple of bosses. I had like a full day Friday, and I like was explaining to you that.
Yeah, because you had work, and then you also were up early that day.
So Friday was my day off, so I had to do all.
Oh, I thought you.
Friday was my only day off because I have to go and work.
Is next week when you start the 10 o'clock shift?
No, started those this week. On Monday.
Then why can't we? This is an off-air talk about Boom Boys.
Oh, no, because I end at 10. Like, the store closes at 10.
Oh, okay. Why. Okay. Yeah, so then, yeah, that's what I meant. It's like... But yeah, you started your day earlier than that, though.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Friday was my only day off for this week.
Oh, but next week you will be there until 10.
Next week I'm there until 10.
Oh, okay.
And yesterday I, had lunch with a family friend, but I got up at 8 because I was hungry and we didn't have any food in the house, so I walked to the store, got food, met up with them at 10, had lunch. It was my half-sister's birthday, gave her a phone call because she lives over in Mississippi with my other family. Talked with my other family and my dad for a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
And to try and organize something for me and my brother and my dad, because we're all adults and have busy lives.
Yep.
So I got that done. Then a little bit before, called my mom because I'm like, hey, need to figure out what to do with this tax stuff. Talked with her for an hour. Did Then got on the call for Boom Boys. Stayed in there to like 2,
Yeah, and then you just couldn't sleep after.
and then I couldn't sleep until 5.
Yeah.
Then I went to bed, woke up at 8, went, hung out with Kiari, Sarah, and Nick, and John played a game to here. So, for those of you who are wondering, I'm operating off of 3 hours of sleep.
You're doing well though for that.
Yeah, surprisingly.
You haven't crashed yet.
Yep. I'm once we get done with this, I'm
It's
gonna
crash
take
time.
a nap when I get home,
Yep.
and then I'm going to go to work.
Crash time as soon as you
Yep.
get off of here.
That was my day yesterday, and that is a busy day.
And then Wednesday, I actually also, speaking of D&D stuff,
Yeah.
started developing some characters for a new campaign that I'm working on, which will be on the channel, but it's not gonna be something y'all see for a few months. But we started working on it, so develop some characters. I talked with you last night about some of those and the fun of the world building of like what's gonna happen there, and because it is gonna be canon to the rest of the campaigns. Because I operate on all my campaigns exist within kind of the same setting for D&D anyways. Obviously, my D&D and Star Wars games don't cross over, just my D&D ones. So, it's actually going to be the earliest in the timeline to kind of
Yeah,
give
I
a little,
remember you telling me this.
to give a little sneak peek for the fans.
I think it's more of a like gothic horror and body horror tone, is what
It's
you
more
said?
gothic, yeah. It's more gothic, because it's set in a very familiar setting for horror D&D fans. I'll leave it at that.
I guess is like a slight.
But I
Nothing
did some
to that.
I did some research, and that's why it has to be the earliest, because I almost made it kind of along the same period, but then I did like
The math.
well, because thankfully there are some timeline conversion stuff out there for D&D, because there are very many planes of existence with very many different timeline they all use a different time system. So thankfully somebody has done the conversions to be like, when it's this year in this setting, it is this year in this setting. And so I did that, and it told me where when it takes place on the Forgotten Realms timeline. Grim Hollow, I had to kind of bullshit when that takes place on the Forgotten Realms timeline, because it's not an official D&D
Grim
setting.
Hollow has events that happen.
Well, it's
but
also
it gives you no years.
it's also
for it.
well, I mean, but it's also not an official setting. So like, I can't be like, oh, this is when it takes place in comparison to Forgotten Realms.
Yeah.
As far as like specific events, just isolating Grim Hollow, I'm doing more and more research. Apparently, they want to create a time because apparently, if you're in their in Ghostfire Gaming's Discord, where their devs are actually very public and talk a lot, and they're like, yeah, we're trying to work on a timeline, but like that just hasn't come about yet. Like they've been working on it for at least 2 years now, a timeline, which I can see why, because there's a lot of vagueness to it.
Yeah.
I think it works though in the favor of Grim Hollow that for the most part it's vague. I like having numbers, but not everybody does.
I'm someone who, like, if big world events are like stories, I typically will see like,
like Valakin, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like sticking with Grim Hollow, for example, Valakin, which is very much heavily based on like Nordic and like that kind of Viking mythology. That's gonna be a lot of like vagueness type stuff, and because it's basically stories that are being passed down from person to person, and that makes sense because they even represent, like when you read the campaign setting book, that's how it's presented. It's presented as these are like the writings of the stories that have been passed down, and so like. And especially like the world starting event for Valakin, which is them, or not the world starting, but like the reason Valakin is founded, which is like the 7 heroes killing the Great Worm. Very much like a similar type of story to like something you'd find in I just forgot the name. Classic like legend.
Okay, well,
with dragon.
Is that the story of Sigurd?
It's similar, yeah. It's like
or Siegfried. Sorry.
Yeah, I was also thinking the one that we've made fun of, the sci-fi
Oh,
version.
Beowulf.
Yeah, it's very similar to like Beowulf in that, which is also like inspired by that same like that kind of culture, right? Because it's still that like not like that early Anglo-Saxon like Nordic with a little bit of early English, like that type of storytelling, and that's what I view Valakin as. And I think, and we're gonna get a lot more of that from Grim Hollow because Ghostfire is printing Valakin stuff soon, and so I'm excited about that. I did pre-order that a while back, so I'm excited when that comes out. Because we're getting a new adventure, we're getting a more in-depth Valakin book, like just how the clans and everything work. So that'll be interesting to play with when we get more of that. I hope they do that for all the set. Like I would love a Barak one because, like, I think you and I really like Barak specifically.
I like Barak just because I made a character that's from there, but also I'm the one of our group who goes and like researches the places we're gonna go to.
And they all have like different types of horror that's attached to them. Be like they're all dark fantasy with a like they all have eldritch connections, but like each one is a different type of like kind of thing. Whereas like Astoya, for example, is undead.
Astoya is like undead and vampires.
Valakin has the cold fire, which is like this more of a spiritual thing going on. Well, it's like a spiritual and a dragon. Like it's a little.
It's one of those,
like nature.
Yeah, like a natural phenomenon there.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Barak is like, we're fucked, I guess, but we can't let anyone know we're fucked.
Yeah, because theirs is like political with that eldritch.
Political with like a slightly
body horror almost.
Slightly body horror. Meanwhile,
where you're going currently, Charnal, that is absolutely like spirits and like ghosts and stuff.
Ghosts and stuff were real mad because someone fucked up the human elf thing. I think
the dark elves crisis.
They were not happy about shit, and they were like, as a matter of fact, fuck you.
So I've recently been like cataloging where I think some of these major events take place. So like I cataloged where I think when Barak was founded, and based on like the reading and my interpretations of like how recent some of the events are versus how far away some of the other ones are. Because sometimes they'll be like, yeah, it was 1,000 years before this thing and this thing happened, and I'm like, okay, that tells me at least 1,000 years up on the timeline, or back on the timeline rather. And then like, but other times they're just like, it happened recently,
maybe like 2-3 generations ago. We're not sure,
and it's just like, okay, that
right. Like, as I understand it, and this is a wild. So there is, long time ago, gods come into existence. Whatever, they show up, I guess.
And even before God's End, they're slowly dying still in the background.
Yeah, because they get like down to 4 before the God's End. Meanwhile, while there are like a bunch of gods, they make the Great Worm, Gormadraug, and they're like, we've made him immortal. Now to be horrible to him.
Yeah, and that would be stuff that's like so far back that I'm not even going to calculate it, because that's just...
It's like creation myth stuff.
Yeah.
And eventually Gormadraug is like, fuck this, it sucks. And he's like, I have 4 kids of my own. I'm gonna pit them against each other, and whoever wins is my favorite. And it's like, alright.
Meanwhile, the elves are kind of off doing their own thing, having a nice pretty society, and then humans show up.
And then after they kill each other for a while, because that's how people are, they're like, hey man, can we cool it? And they're like, I don't know, I guess.
And while humans are showing up there, they're also showing up in other areas. The dwarves are starting to mine further, so that way they don't deal with the humans.
Yes. And they're like, oh, fuck, who are all these sleeping people?
Humans start to found Barak, and then like a couple
bit of
hundred,
divine assistance.
Yeah, and then like a couple hundred years into that, like Astoya gets founded, and then like a couple hundred years after that, Barak's like, but we want Astoya, and so then that starts a war.
That starts a conflict. And eventually
Barak just backs out.
Barak's like, fuck this, we're leaving. It's not worth it to deal with this bullshit.
But we still want to war with you at some point.
We'll fight you, just not today.
Yeah. We're giving up our forts here in Astoya.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's Laurencio, which is a bank.
Yeah. Astoria also had, like, after the war ends, they have like an earthquake, which causes the fog that creates the vampire crisis.
Okay.
Because they have that earthquake after,
Mm.
yeah, and that's kind of
All
they find old Astoria underneath
okay.
their new
For
city.
clarification, I only have information from the player's guide. So some of
So,
I'm not.
so you don't know about Novastoria, which is the new city, which is
No, that's the capital.
Yep.
It's written.
but
in there.
underneath was
There is a big city of undead hanging out.
which was opened by an earthquake.
Okay, I didn't know about the earthquake thing. I just knew there was one underneath there.
Yeah, it was opened by the earthquake,
Yeah.
and that's why there's the undead problem.
Mm.
And so, and then there's a civil war going on between the Astorian people as well. But they're also like, we're not going to kill each other completely because in case Barack comes back.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then on top of that, they've got. But yeah.
And so.
Yeah, no, we're good. What were you saying?
And so, oh yeah, one of the things that mentions for like Astoria is that they will like throw parties to like bring adventurers here.
Yeah.
But it's also one of those things where it's like going to these parties never works out for adventurers, like ever. Another one is from like there's an excerpt because certain ones of these have like little excerpts that are not related to a. There's another like side story if you go through the whole player's guide where it's two brothers.
Yeah.
So I've read all of that and I'm like, oh yeah, that tracks. But
And then
the excerpt from Astoria from one of them is like, hey, if you see or hear anyone, if you see anyone in the woods, don't talk to them. If you hear anyone crying out for mercy or help, don't go there because there is no word for mercy in Asturian.
Yep.
The language, not the people.
Yeah. And then there's also like one more place. Wait.
There's Morencia, which I think is.
That's where the there's
or it might be
Morencia.
Leash.
There's no Morencia is the bank, and then Leash is where the Weeping Pox is from.
Okay, and then there's Tolomel, which is like a weird city.
Well, that's
state.
Tol is technically part of Charnalt.
Is it like
because that's the ancient elven city.
Yeah. Is it like Luxembourg, where it's like a country that's just a cities?
Yeah, it's a city state.
Okay.
So is Morentia and
Yeah.
Leash.
But Morencia is like an island.
Yeah. Like Leash, Morencia, and
Okay.
Yonel is
So
are all
like Tolomel, I understand is like where like that's
the ancient elven city.
yeah. So elves coming back there is like a little pilgrimage thing that's not uncommon.
Yeah, because basically they supposedly came from there even before they went to where Charnalt was.
Yeah.
Where the Grove Maze was, and then stuff went down there. Because after they made peace, some of the elves were like, "We don't want peace," and so
And the humans were like,
they also didn't want peace.
okay.
And then there was a misunderstanding about a very Game of Thrones type misunderstanding of a kidnapping that wasn't a kidnapping.
Yeah.
And so then
And it's like, and now we're all fucked.
yeah, and then the elves cast a curse that
They
created dark elves and also created the.
I like how the sentence for that is essentially like they were going to cast a curse, then the curse casting got interrupted, which is even worse. And I'm like, what were you planning to stop halfway through?
But yeah, but that's Grim Hollow.
Yeah. I do not feel good about the Bulljacks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk. That episode hasn't aired yet, so we won't talk about that yet.
I won't say anything more than that.
Yeah, I haven't even edited it yet for even the Patreon yet. So
I don't blame you for that, man. Like, we got done with it yesterday, and it was pretty long.
yeah, and usually it was only our usual 2 hours. So, and there's stuff I'm gonna edit out.
Yeah.
But because I'll cut out some time stuff, like setting up fights.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's get into actual news though for this week, because we got a couple pieces of Star Wars news. So in comic book news this week, Dark Horse is releasing all of the Vader's Castle comics in a collection, which is good news as they continue to kind of reprint comics from the IDW era of comics, because they did the same thing with High Republic Adventures, because IDW was the one publishing those at the time, although that's now obviously starting with Phase 2 that changed. Phase 1 was IDW still, but once Phase 2 started, it was Dark Horse. So IDW has been, or Dark Horse rather, has been republishing IDW comics, and so, and this is especially good because apparently, according to like what I saw in the Star Wars Newsnet article and some research, this series in particular became harder to find after IDW lost their license, so it almost became lost media, and so it's good that Dark Horse is like, yeah, we're gonna solve that problem for y'all by reprinting it, because we don't really want lost media in comics or in anything rather, but I mean, comics especially can be hard to.
It happens. I don't necessarily like it.
Yeah. So Star Wars Vader's Castle, the Deluxe Library Collection, is what they're calling it, and it will be released on September 24th. So only a few months out. That's not too bad. In time for almost time in time for Halloween, which means you can reread it if you like your spooky Star Wars comics. Which I'm curious what they're going to do for this year, because they've kind of done a couple different things since Dark Horse took over, because they did the Tales from Jabba's Palace, then Tales from the Death Star. So I'm curious what they'll do this year. In television news, we finally got it. We got a trailer for The Acolyte, and the show is approaching fast. Well, let's go ahead and, because we've already watched the trailer, but we're going to watch it again with you guys, and then we'll share our thoughts on it.
Close your eyes. Your eyes can deceive you. We must not trust them.
I like that we start on the Jedi Temple.
Tell me what comes into your mind.
Life. Balance. I see fire.
Yeah. Get right into it. So close.
Someone is killing Jedi. It doesn't make sense.
What happened?
I sensed darkness.
There's Vanessa.
This isn't about good or bad. This is about power and who is allowed to use it.
What is that?
All right, so it's coming right up. Thoughts, opinions.
I'm tired.
I'm pumped. I'm pumped.
That's not to say that the trailer is bad. It's just like
Yeah.
battery is low.
Oh, it's starting to catch up with you now.
Yeah. But I'll finish this up. I don't dislike it, but I'm also I'm a little Star Warsed out recently.
Oh, okay. Is it from doing the show or?
I'll talk with you about that after.
Okay.
But I am looking forward to it because it'll be nice to see something that isn't like jammed in between other stuff that we've seen.
Yeah,
Because that's one of the things like I've discussed on the show a couple times. I'm like, either take us back to when there's a different problem, or into the future where there's a different problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because the movies are kind of scrunched together.
Yeah, it's getting us out of, well, I guess it is in between stuff we know, but it's in a different part of the in between stuff we know. It's like stuff that we like. This is still 100 years of stuff that we don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's 100 years before Phantom Menace, so there's still a lot that we don't know.
I do like that she tried to jump a Jedi with knives. in like a soup kitchen, I guess.
Yeah. I'm excited. There's a lot of interesting things to watch about this, and you know, the showrunner Leslie Headland said that like the Acolyte themselves are not like, we don't really know what they are, like, because like people ask directly like, oh, is she the Sith? Like, is our title character the Sith? And she's like, watch the show to find out and understand like the Sith issue of the show, because a lot of people are speculating on how, for example, with the Jedi scene, they're saying, oh, all those Jedi should die because they saw a red lightsaber. We talked about this in the car. Red lightsaber doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. However, I'm gonna say that from a force push, man, come on.
Well, they're saying like they should die like from like the encounter as a whole.
Oh,
Like that they should die because for narrative reasons, not for. They're saying
I'm like
they're saying narratively because Jedi are not supposed to know the Sith are back, they should die, and it's like that red lightsaber doesn't mean Sith. It just means, we talked about this. It just means dark side Force user, who it just means that they've bled their crystal, and that's all that means.
Yeah.
And we've seen a non-Sith bleed a crystal.
Yeah. I will say though, from like the two moves there, I am not like, from that specific sequence of like, I've thrown a lightsaber into some trees to make them fall over. And
I also
pushed a couple of people.
I also think there's some editing tricks there where I don't think the I sense something is in the same scene as that.
No, I think that's something else. But I'll say like against an opponent, the Fallen, I'll call them that because I don't fucking know what that is, who that is in the story yet. I'm not impressed.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not okay. Sure, be showy, I guess.
I think it's just a cool moment because
it is a cool moment, but
that's
I'm
about
also
it. That's
like,
about it. It's a cool moment. That's about
it's
it.
one of those things where I'm like, cool trick. Am I supposed to take you seriously as a threat?
Yeah. So I'm interested, and of course it's only a couple months. Like,
yeah. We'll see when we see.
Yeah, we've got time. It's got, let's see, it's got about 3 months. Well, 2 and some odd change. So I'm excited. We'll get there. Going into movies though, for fans of the entire franchise, we're getting something special this upcoming Star Wars Day. All 9 saga films returning to theaters on May 4th. And there will be, keeping kind of to the Acolyte stuff, there will be an exclusive first look at the Acolyte tied to the Phantom Menace screenings at AMC Theaters. So I think I know what I'll be doing for Star Wars Day. Gotta go see Phantom Menace again in theaters and get that Acolyte tie-in information. Continuing with some excitement going on in the fan community, we did get some word of when Star Wars Celebration Japan tickets will be selling.
We won't be going.
No, we won't be going. But we also know when it will be taking place, as well as like when they'll be on sale. Tickets will be going on sale May 2nd this year. And then the event itself will be April 18th to 20th next year. So
we might not be going, but maybe you can.
Yeah, I know. We know a lot of people that are going to be going, but we're not able to go. So it's just how it is sometimes. But let's get into today's actual topic.
Yeah.
Well, I still got you.
Sorry. I don't mean to.
No, you're good. We're going to talk about Tales from the Occlusion Zone, Survivors. And, yeah, so this is your spoiler warning for that short story. Found in last month's Star Wars Insider. Or this month's, I guess, technically still. But yeah, so last time we left off, the Adrons were spotted by Nihil and captured. They're not Nihil.
Yeah, which is resolved fairly immediately.
I'd say it's a couple pages in. Well, it's a couple paragraphs. Like page in. It's a page in. Because it's initially like they're holding the Adrians at gunpoint, inspecting them. Thankfully, Pika and Joss were smart enough to be like, let's remove our RDF logos from our uniforms. before we go into Nihil space.
Yeah, just in case.
And so, but they still spot like the outline of where the patch was. But the distraction of them trying to question the Adrians is enough for Pica to start some shit and get her gun to go off and kind of take the advantage. Where we learn that, oh no, those are not Nihil, they are also RDC.
Yeah, and they've just been like, essentially they've been waiting for like a Nihil ship to be like, hey, we got screwed over at a raid. You mind getting us out of here?
Yeah, because their plan is to get out. They want to get out. Because they've been here for months. They've been essentially here since the shield, since the occlusion zone went up.
Yep.
From the sounds of it, because they were already in the zone and then it went up, and then they kind of been there.
And these not Nihil are a lieutenant and a private and their droid companion.
Yeah, and so we get to know them a little bit more. The new guy, less so the lieutenant. Lieutenant's kind of harsh and cold demeanor, purely about surviving and like getting out. And so
oh yeah, and there's just dead Nihil littered around the ship.
yeah, because they killed a bunch of them to take the ship, and they kind of just left the bodies there.
Because it's like, where are they gonna go?
You toss them out the ship, just like in my Edge of the Empire games, where they would just take them out the airlock. You don't let them stink up the ship.
I should mention that this ship is fucked.
Yeah, it's not
This
working.
ship is not going anywhere.
It's not working. Because they have...
It's floating around in real space.
Yeah, so they've got a... On the plus side, they've got a little anti-scav droid thing activated that prevents the scav droids from tearing their ship apart.
On the downside, apart from basic like life support system, nothing else is working.
Yeah, including specifically the Nihil path engine does not work. Which is...
It's not like the path engine really would have helped them much.
Well, with the anti-scav things, it could have gotten them out. Because that's what they're counting on, of being able to get out. It's kind of the whole point of why they're going to do what they're going to do next time.
I think they tried it and it didn't work
Well,
because
because
this one is
It doesn't
damaged.
work. Yeah, it doesn't. It's damaged. And so...
They're like, this one is held together with like electrical tape and hope.
Yeah. So, after kind of figuring out who's who and what's going on, they decide to take Joss and Pica's ship and take the long beam rather than stick with the Nihil ship.
Yeah.
Because obviously the long beam can move.
The long beam can move and also it's capable of actually protecting itself.
Also, the lieutenant's outvoted on that decision.
Yep.
And so they move the anti-scav droid device onto the long beam, so that way the long beam will be protected. And they decide that their next course of action is to just go to Ryloth because they need supplies.
Yeah.
Because they're basically going to run out of supplies in a month, especially now that they've just picked up 2 more people than they initially had planned. And so, and a droid, 2 more people and a droid.
Yeah, but you can feed the droid a Milky Way bar and he'll be fine.
Yeah. So they're like, okay, well, let's go to Ryloth because we need supplies, and then we can figure out what to do next after that. And also, of course, Joss is freaking out internally because he's like, I gotta take care of my wife and our upcoming child because it's only a few months out. We gotta get out of here.
Yep.
So
this was supposed to be an easy mission, and Joss is like, this is a lot more than I thought it would be.
Should have just gone to the beach and gone on vacation.
Yep. But nope, we decided to do the right thing.
And so they decide to go to Ryloth, and while they're on the trip, they're just talking to each other and getting to know each other, having dinner.
And they almost break through to the lieutenant.
Yeah, because they... so she is Arcanian, which is a pale race that have like the pale eyes. See, they're in a lot of Old Republic stuff in Legends. It's kind of where they come from, is from the Tales of the Jedi stuff.
Yeah, I think I've seen one before.
Arkajeth and Jariel is one, although she's an offshoot. She's not like the main species. And so, because in Legends they used to experiment on their own people.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's in Legends, though. In canon, none of that, as far as we know, happened.
I think it was for one of the games you talked about doing that I like looked through the species one for that.
Oh, yeah, it was for our Tales of the Jedi campaign that we were going to do. But yeah, so
Also, John wants to know.
he's going to be even more mad now that he knows a third game's coming.
He's like, you mean to tell me he has time?
He has time to do 3 D&D games?
No, 2. And also, like, the scheduling for those is difficult as it is.
Yeah, one of those only gets done about once to twice a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're also struggling to figure out a starting time for the other one. Well, it's not that we don't have a starting time, it's that we need to bump up the starting time, but it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, back to...
And also, we're going to be taking like a 3-month break on that.
Yeah. The Arcanian, though, he basically, Josh is like, hey, so do you ever miss your homeworld? Tell me what that's like. And I think it's a multi-layered question. It's definitely a trying to catch her off guard, but also trying to, like, get to genuinely know her. And he's also trying to get her to kind of ease her, like, guard around him, because she's very, like, guarded. She's been very guarded, very, aggressive, I guess is the word. Standoffish, yeah, that's a better word. That's a much better word. So she just doesn't trust them, and Josh, to be fair, is also like, I don't quite trust them yet either.
Yeah.
So,
well, the droid is like pointing things out that everyone already knows.
She didn't like that. You asked that.
It's like, I'm aware.
Yeah, I can see it on her face. I can read that too. I can read her face on that too.
What she means to say is, you can go. And it's like, I get it.
I love when they're eating and the private's like, oh man, thank you. It's been forever since I had like something decent for a minute, even if it is just military rations.
Yeah.
And she gives a look, and then he kind of like nudges her, and she's like,
they were adequate.
And he's like, what she means is thank you.
She's like, I think what she says is like, they had the perfect balance of proteins, carbohydrates.
Yeah.
And it's like, she means thank you.
Don't worry. That's her being grateful. But yeah, so while they're eating, though, the private is also like working on like a comm device, a Nihil comm device, and trying to like get it to function and kind of find a signal. And just as like we're about to get more information about the Arcanian, the radio starts working.
Woo!
Sort of.
It's doing the thing.
It's doing the in and out signal, not quite going through.
It's doing the thing that someone in a horror movie should just ignore. Because anytime this happens, it almost always invites more trouble.
Yeah. So what they're doing though is they learn that somebody's essentially doing a distress call and that they're a prisoner on a Nihil ship, and they're basically going, "Hey, if somebody can come get us, that'd be great." And so,
I can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah. So this mission is no longer go to Ryloth; it's go intercept that prison ship for multiple reasons. Mainly because initially Josh and Pike are like, it's the right thing to do. We should be helping people while we're out here. That's kind of why we're here to begin with, is to help people. And so that's kind of the argument. The other argument is working Nihil Path engine. Because they were like, well, what makes you think one would work on there? And they're like, because it's a prison ship, and they would be keeping that up a little bit better when it comes to their being able to travel from place to place. So that's the arguments that are made.
Yeah.
So they decide to hold a vote on whether or not they should go. Droid immediately is like, Lieutenant doesn't want to go. And Josh is like, let her vote for herself.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Josh is also internalizing his own argument on for and against doing it. And surprisingly, Lieutenant is fine with doing it.
Yeah.
Private, not surprisingly, is fine with doing it because he also wants to do the right thing. Pika is fine doing it. Josh is the one that says no.
Yeah, no.
He's like, I know I argued for it, but I've had some seconds to think about it. And like
He's like,
he
"Huh?"
doesn't, he doesn't get a
We
chance to explain why, but
Yeah.
we know why. But the like the characters don't know why.
Mhm.
Because that's where the story ends, is with Joss going, I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, essentially he says, I don't want to risk it because, and da 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 da.
And we know,
Ellipses, sorry.
yeah, and we know the reason why is because he's worried about his pregnant wife,
Mhm.
and he's like, I don't want to risk her going into danger. Yeah, I think it says, I don't want to risk you, I think was the last
Yeah.
thing, and then, so I guess
And it's like, well, too bad, buddy, because you've been outvoted.
you're the one who started this vote.
It's like, fuck.
But
My
yeah,
own hubris.
so that's where it ends. I kind of like that this one. So far the High Republic short stories have been like very well,
For
I'd
the most part, one and done.
one and done. I'd say Starlight and Enlightenment were very similar in how they
Mhm.
did things, and that they were stories that were about the place
Yeah.
and like some of the characters that were involved with that place. So like with Starlight, it was initially about Joss and Adrian because they worked on it, and then they left, and then it became about Jaheen and everybody that kind of was upkeeping Starlight. And then Enlightenment was always about the patrons that would come in, and it was kind of a Cheers sort of thing where it was about the people coming into the bar, but it would also be about their stories, and we'd learn about like their points of view on the Force, as well as just current events at the time of the game of Phase 2. And so, and most of it was also about our poor boy who gets sacrificed, Keith Sarapath. Keth Sarapath.
His
Keith.
cousin Keith.
His cousin Keith. Well, it could be probably pronounced
Yeah.
either way from reading it phonetically, but it's Keth. So Keth, it's focused on Keth, but it wasn't always about Keth. I'd say majority actually weren't about Keth. And then, but those were each like stories about the place, and that's what I thought Tales from the Occlusion Zone was going to be, or
But it so
it's
far has been
a very straightforward just story. Like it's
Yeah.
almost like getting
continuous.
yeah, it's almost like it's like we're getting new chapters every month of it, and so it's like we're done with chapter 3. What's going to happen next? Because this is the third part of the story so far, right? Or fourth? Yeah. So we're done with chapter 3. Let's get on to chapter 4 and find out how they do on the ship. And I kind of like that. That's kind of the approach for this one. I kind of like the almost like we're getting a monthly new chapter to a book. More of a novella, I guess, really. So I'm kind of liking that. But I also would have been curious if they had gone the route of, all right, we know about Joss and Adrian. Let's focus on some other characters that are in the Occlusion Zone. But also, Joss and Adrian getting the spotlight. I do not. I do not mind at all because I do like those characters. So that's the other thing. I really like them. I mean, they're some of my favorite non-Force using characters in the High Republic. Obviously, you have other characters like Geode and the vessel crew that I also like. Did you just get my joke from last night on that one?
I got it then, but I didn't want to say anything.
But yeah, so I'm liking this. It's
Why can't I remember?
because it's a short story though. I'll say I'll only really give it a 7 and a half. It's one of those things of once we get the full story, that could change my opinion.
Geode Leox. It's not A1. A1's a different character. The hell is her name? She's really important.
I'll pull up so that way I can see if you get it.
Fuck. There's like a whole guild thing.
It's the Bind Guild.
Well, I know that she doesn't use that last name. It's not Sasha. Who the fuck is Sasha? No, that's Sache. Sache is a different character from a different point in fuck.
You were
It's
right
not-
that it starts with an A initially.
Well, it can't be Avon or Avar.
It's Affy.
Oh god
Yeah.
Holloway.
Hollow. Just Hollow.
Why do I keep...
Effie Hollow. Yeah. Yeah, you almost got it. But yeah. So what are
3
your
hours of sleep is not good for...
so what are your thoughts though?
It's alright.
Kind of on that same point as me, kind of just waiting to see
Yeah.
where it goes.
Yeah.
I like where it's going though. I really do. I think Lydia Kane, because she's the one that's been writing these. I mean, she wrote Cataclysm, and so, right, Cataclysm, or was it the other one she wrote?
I think that one is a 2-author book, but she did write it.
Now I'm making sure of myself here. Yeah, I was right. Cataclysm, yeah, because Convergence was Zoraida. So yeah, I think she wrote Cataclysm by herself. Yeah, she just wrote that by herself.
Oh, okay.
Because those were the adult novels.
I see.
Cataclysm was the conclusion of the... That was the one where we got the battle of, where we got Donna stuff.
Oh, yeah. The Night of a Thousand Sorrows or whatever.
Yeah. But I like it. I like what she's doing. And of course, once again, I appreciate seeing some non-Force users at the forefront of things.
Yeah.
And, hey!
Hi. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, we're about to wrap up.
Yeah.
Because this guy needs a nap.
I'm tired.
I
I went to bed at 5, woke up at 8.
So, with that though, so are you also kind of giving it a 7-ish?
Yeah, I'll give it like a 7.5, I guess.
Yeah, it earns it, I think. Anyways, so yeah, I think that's going to conclude our review portion of it. Once again, they can be found currently in the Star Wars Insider, issue 224. It's going to look like this. It's going to have Jabba. Go sleep, yeah. I'll pick it up later. It's fine. This week, we are talking the Visions one-shot that just came out.
We're returning to my favorite part of Star Wars, which isn't technically a part of Star Wars.
I mean, it's part of Star Wars.
It's a part of it.
It's just not part of canon
It's not
Star
part
Wars.
of canon. But
Yeah.
it's a very fun one.
Yeah, Visions is fun. Visions is always fun to go back to, and you specifically like the Ronin verse.
Yes. I like it.
I
like it because I like my old samurai.
You like your Grim.
I like Grim.
Although he doesn't
Grim
have
is
as big of a jaw. Like,
Yeah.
I've noticed that his jaw, like, since it's even further back, and we'll talk about that.
I imagine,
Like, the jaw is not as
pronounced.
pronounced and like filled with metallics as it
Yeah.
is later, even
He's
by the
just-
time of the short.
That is just a later model of jaw prosthesis.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll get into that comic in a bit. First, we like to normally just talk about what we've been up to for this week. We'll start with you.
Yeah. So before we were recording, we were talking like about acquisitions and other games that we're in.
Yeah, the D&D
And
stuff.
One of the things I was thinking about is like, there are certain moments during downtime or like in critical situations that will reveal a lot about characters. And
That's why I enjoy downtime, because
Yeah.
downtime is usually your heavy RP moments.
like for example, slight spoilers for the last week's Grim Hollow game, if that's all right. Or do you want to?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll say spoiler warning.
Yeah.
So big spoiler warning for the last game of Grim Hollow that we played, which by this point, yeah, would be last week's, because not yesterday's as of when this episode comes out, which is tomorrow for us.
Yep.
Pre-recorded.
Yep. It's pre-recorded.
If you want to watch the full episode with context for what he's about to talk about, because I'm assuming you're not going to provide too much context for the sake of.
Yeah.
If you want context, check out our Patreon, because the full episodes are there before they hit YouTube. So okay, spoiler warning out, and the heads up for context is out.
So after that little scuffle in the woods, right? Boone, Laxnor, both they check out the bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where I'm like, I know Andrew's on like a tight schedule, kind of.
Yeah, just because of his sleep schedule.
And when he has to go to work. But it's also a very funny, like, not funny, but a good character moment, in that when the group is searching the bodies, Tanachi doesn't search the bodies because he's like, I don't care, I don't need it. Laxnor searches the bodies because it's like, why not? Maybe they'll have something useful on it.
Yeah, I feel like Laxnor is very much a what's it called? When you hoarder. I feel like he's a bit of a hoarder.
Yeah. And then you have Boone. Boone is searching the bodies as well. One, to see if there's anything useful, but also, like, why did 7 people decide to fucking jump us?
8 people.
8 people decide to jump us in the woods? Sorry, I got a little bit confused because one of them went down very quickly.
Yeah.
But also, like, Hume and Boone are the only 2 characters that are like, okay, we know what this is. Let's just go and do, like, a little funeral for them.
And kind of investigate also. Yeah.
So that's what... And that does, like... It's like, oh...
It shows the differences between y'all as characters, even as players,
Yeah.
but more so as characters, because, like, you might play one character differently than another. But, like, as characters, it definitely shows the differences, because, like, Tanachi's just disinterested or is tired all the time. That's very much a Tanachi trait, but that's also because it's a Drew trait. And then we've got Laxnor, who's interested, but not because he cares about what it is specifically. Well, it's less that he doesn't care. It's more that he doesn't 100% put the pieces together all the time. And if he does, he thinks it may not be real because of how his character
Laxnor
works.
is like the grandpa we took out of the retirement home.
And then, like, Boone and Hume are generally more the, like, ones trying to, like, figure things out. But Hume is also still kind of on the same scale of Laxnor of being kind of funny at times.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of, like... Because Hume, I think, whenever something serious happens, tries to distract from that seriousness. And I think that's a purposeful thing that Chris as a player is doing. I think that's something he's intentionally doing for Hume as a character. Especially as I'm talking more and more with Chris about Hume as a character, and we're finding out more and more about his character, which is like 2 weeks ago we learned, or 2 sessions ago we learned something, and so
it puts things in a different like perspective, because certain people wouldn't travel with each other,
but because of the circumstances they do, and it also makes sense that Hume's with this group because of. While, yes, his background would argue that he shouldn't, there are parts of his background that it makes sense, and it's like, okay, that's why he's with the rest of the group. And so, I like that stuff, too. I think with because I already revealed what the big thing that's going on with acquisitions before we go, because part of the reason we're pre-recording is because of the schedule thing, but also, like, my schedule is about to get more complicated. In that I'm about to take 3 months off on most things that are weekend related, including this podcast, which means be prepared for more pre-recorded episodes.
Oh boy.
We'll probably end up, like, maybe if we, like, for certain things, we might just pre-record a couple episodes ahead of time, just because, like, with the comics, we can fly through those and just be like, okay, that's an episode, and then record the next episode, but yeah. And so, because of that, I'm also having to take a break from all my D&D games entirely. Like, there is no way to schedule those, whereas with this, we can still kind of make this work. Since we normally do it live, we can just pick a different day and pre-record, and we'll be fine. And it will still be up on the Saturday that it would have been. But with my D&D games, they are very specific days that work for those games. And it doesn't help that I'm working on a 3rd game. So all 3 of those are kind of on complete, utter pause. So I can work on the thing I got to work on for 3 months. And so, Acquisition specifically, we just finished their arc that they were on before I go on this hiatus. And I posted on TikTok as well as YouTube Shorts and all my other places where I show shorts what happened at the end, which is they all got separated. The context for how that happened, once again, you can watch the full episode on Patreon already and find out how this happened. But they all got separated, all across the Forgotten Realms. And then, of course, they're mad at me. They're like, and this is where you're leaving us for 3 months?
Yeah, enjoy that mid-season break.
And it's even funnier
Is it
because
dramatic enough for you?
and it's even funnier because they just got this pet owlbear,
Mm.
who also is separated from them now again. Which of course they joke. They're like, "So this is how you get rid of the owlbear from us," because they were like, "There's no way he's gonna let us keep this." I might let him keep it. I have an idea of stories for how that the owlbear story goes, but the other them getting separated is to create a couple of things that I've explained to them. I can explain to you guys. I need a time jump in the show, and so if you are watching the show, you already know that we did a major time jump. We did a year and a half time jump or something like that already, and like we just did time skip. Tell me what you did during the year, which is useful depending on the time jump, right? It depends on the story you're telling and how important like specific events in that time period are, right? And so I gave them that last time, but this time I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something a little different, kind of, give them a chance to play it out, because since we had literally just did that, like we had literally just did time jump, this last story arc that they just finished, and now my hiatus, right? So it would have been time jump, story arc, time jump, and so that I didn't want to do that to them. I wanted to kind of let them play things out, especially since some major stuff is going on in their stories that you and I talked about. So, and you can watch the episode to see those major events that have happened since. And so there are major events that have happened that I'm like, I kind of want to dig into those major events more and see like where that takes us. And then even though I randomized the locations that they ended up at, the locations they ended up are perfect for storytelling. Like they are perfect for like where they're at in their story arcs. And so I can kind of dig into that RP more and see, like we're talking about with like their characters, and see like learn more about them as characters. And that seems to be something that my players in Acquisitions really enjoy. They really enjoy
a good like moment even in combat that I liked. Tanachi has a tendency to go full like executioner on enemies in the middle of a fight.
Yeah. Because you can learn about characters even in combat.
Yeah.
Because while I love the RP, that might be my favorite part of D&D is like the actual like, I shouldn't say RP because it's all RP. Yeah. What's the correct word I'm looking for? The social interaction side. That's my favorite part of D&D. I love the social interactions, and I think if anybody who watches my games or plays in my games, I think you've noticed that. I think.
Well, for me, it's a mix of both.
But I like both.
Although I tend to focus a little bit on fighting so that I can. It's one of those things where like. The other day, me and Kiari, we were doing his game, and in one of the moments that we had during that is me telling Sarah, another one of the players, "Oh, don't worry about me. I always have a plan." And she responds with, "Yeah, but I've seen you get..." Apologies.
Oh, no, you're good. I didn't even...
I've seen you nearly get crippled and almost die, like, 100 times over. And I go, "Yeah, but I've never stayed dead, have I?"
But yeah, I mean...
Because, like, I always go in with an absurd amount of confidence.
Yeah. And I usually try to still provide that combat experience, because I know not all my players are specifically wanting just the social interaction. Honestly, if I could get away with it, I would do a social interaction campaign. But...
To me...
Because I think there's a lot of fun dialogue and character moments.
There is fun. Like, it can be very...
But like you're pointing out, combat is just as important to these character moments and revealing like how a character works, because you'll see, oh, is this character a little bit more sociopathic in their combat, or are they more like, do they actually try to like pull their punches a bit, and that automatically tells you about a character alone.
Like Laxnor, he likes setting things on fire. He's got a little pyromania in that guy. Like Humi is strong as fuck.
And he tends to be the defender, too.
Yeah, and he's also incredibly... Humi is the most air quotes honorable combatant of the party.
Yeah. Boone is definitely, I would argue, from what I've seen, he's the most like done with it. Like,
He's
and you
like-
get, and I think that because that's a change that happened between arcs. Because in our first arc, which is not unfortunately available for audiences to watch because of the great hard drive fall
Yep.
of 2023,
The Great Hard Drive Massacre.
because of the great hard drive fall, we don't have that content. But
Mm.
I can tell you, Boone was a lot different.
Yeah.
Boone was a little bit more of somebody who would pull his punches when necessary, depending on the fight. I'd say with somebody like Vieri, no punches were pulled.
Because that fight was pretty intense. Like, even at the end before Mouse got axed,
Yeah,
like, I think almost everyone but Hume, I think almost everybody else was down when it's a case of like, okay, holding back time is no longer an option.
yeah, but we can see like
But like now it's
now it's almost never holding back for Boone, and we can see that change. And the episode's out, so I can talk about this. The first episode of the Facets of Darkness arc, when we do that time jump for a year, we go from a Boone, because we developed that character together. We talked about, okay, where's Boone ending up at this point? He goes from younger Wolverine to an angry Logan. By like, I think that's a fitting, because we discussed that. That's kind of the arc that we kind of pointed.
that's like
That was the comparison we made when developing it.
I do like the Wolverine.
You like that old man Wolverine, though, which is definitely where Boone is. Boone is old man Wolverine, except without the age, because Boone is still pretty young, relatively speaking.
Boone is, I think, slightly younger than you are.
Yeah, he's like in his late 20s. So,
However, Boone's life is fucked.
yeah. And so, because of everything that's happened, that changed narratively, and we see the character development through the combat.
However, so far, Boone is also the only person who I think has tried to get enemies to, like, walk away.
Yeah, you usually you do the movie scene of, all right, do we want to actually do this or not?
Yeah.
And like give it like, it's the Kingsman scene where they're in the bar and
Fucking
all right, you
manners
make
make
the
the man.
and you're just like, you have your opportunity to leave now before I lock this door.
Yep. And even then,
And,
like,
yeah.
it's one of the things where, like, a Boone will dispatch one enemy, and then he'll ask them again. And if they're still there,
And I'll usually roll to decide
Yeah.
because I'm like,
because
that will affect
Yeah.
because that's another thing. I think I think a lot of DMs like within the wider community are good at this, but newer DMs, this is a little tip. Your enemies don't have to keep fighting if they're losing.
Yeah.
Let your enemies run away. It creates great story moments for later, because if they are enemies that run away, and especially if they're bigger enemies, then that makes a character moment for that bigger enemy to where they can show up later, and so it can create rivalries, and that can be fun.
I don't think we've let anyone get away.
No, no, because they stay. I think they did stay and fight that fight in the bar. No, they ran.
No, they ran away. They
y'all,
ran away.
Y'all let them get away.
We let them get away. I think we got into a fight with a different faction later.
Yeah, I was gonna say you did let them get away.
Yeah.
But yeah, so a little bit of D&D tangent along with what we've been up to. You mentioned though Elden Ring while we're finishing up what we've been up to. You mentioned Elden Ring off camera, and that was why I was like, oh, well, we should just get going so you can tell that story. And
Yeah.
so
I like Elden Ring a lot.
I thought that was where you were gonna go with it. And then you were like, Grim Hollow.
Grim Hollow. But so one of the things that I'll do is sometimes I will see if I can make I'm gonna keep talking a little bit along the tabletop RPG side.
Because it kind of
Yeah.
fits what you're.
So sometimes I'll like just to kind of see like how things will translate, or like certain like what is the overall goal here for a character. I'm like, okay, if a character has this goal and I apply it in this type of setting, I'll see how that works out. For example, Kiari's game. I've got a character there called Hermos. Hermos is a Dark Souls character, but he's set in like a Fallout post-apocalypse type world.
Got it. So that definitely creates a very different tone.
Me and Kiari also discussed this, like, because of how essentially I was like, Hermos is like a Dhampir, he's an elf, and we had a discussion about like how aging would work for him, and we were like, okay, he's either going to live as long as like a regular elf, which is like 1,000 years, or he's going to live as long as a Dhampir, because it's Pathfinder 2 2nd edition.
Okay.
And as we were discussing this, I'm like, well, Kiari was running the numbers, and he's like, well, we can either have him live 1,000 years, or we can have him live up to 4,000 years.
Oh.
And I'm like, that's a long time. And he goes, yeah, it is.
So that's probably somewhere in the middle is where y'all ended up, probably.
I think at the time we were like, yeah, but it's a little bit funny if we allow him to like live the 4,000
Oh,
years.
yeah.
Because it's like, I don't know what you do with a character that somehow manages to live that long. Ironically, first to die and then get better. But another more like character moment thing happened recently. Where essentially it was a save the citizen type deal. From like Sky High. Except it was a lot worse. It's like, get the citizens.
I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
At least maybe we did. I don't remember.
We didn't talk about it on recording though.
Yeah.
And so we're trying, like, all of our characters are like, go and help citizens, like, because that's kind of what you expect your people to do.
Yeah.
And Kiari's like, you guys can just do nothing and just observe, because like these are mushroom people, things are predetermined for them, right?
Okay.
And we decided, no, we're gonna help them. And so certain ones were like, we're not, fuck you for helping me, because you're a snake man. That's like what Sarah's character is going through. Lily, another character, is like, I know this painting is really beautiful, but you should get out of here before you're burned, like, alive. Meanwhile, Hermos is like, hey, I understand you're having a really bad time, considering your family just melted, like, right there.
Yeah. Just right over there.
Yeah, because, like, that was why this poor guy was freezing up.
Mm-hmm.
Hermos is like, alright, man, look, I understand that they're dead. You can't really do anything about that. Get going. And through diplomacy and like kind of talking him up, like, alright, cool, there's a ladder, get up, get out of here. And Lily, in her frustration with the painter, goes and takes the painting and just fucking throws it into like the lava. Unfortunately, this painter is a little bit too obsessed with his paintings, and so he dove in after and died. Meanwhile, Sasaki, having this argument with this monkey man who's just being the worst, eventually got like knocked out by the lava and like scarred up a bit but still alive, and Sasaki's like, fuck you for making me be a good person. Meanwhile, John's character is going around and putting out, like, not putting out fires, because you can't really do that with how lava kind of works. Yeah. Magma, lava.
It's a little.
Who cares about the distinction?
Yeah, but either way, you can't really put out.
Yeah.
I mean, you
can avert it and slow it down for a bit.
You would need a lot of water to actually like stop the lava.
But we're like, okay, that's what Iris, that character, is doing. Meanwhile, and so Lily's like, damn it, well, that guy's dead and I don't feel good about that. Meanwhile, Iris and Sasaki, Iris has moved on to help another guy, and it's like, my pride is wounded, blah, 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 blah. And Iris is like, who cares, man? Run.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've got another guy who's like, now is a perfect time to loot. And Hermos is like, people care about you, idiot. And he's like, I don't care. I need my money. And Hermos is like, alright, fuck this. I'm just gonna beat your ass and drag you to safety. And so Lily's like, wait, wait. I can just knock him. I can just shove him off and then we can drag him. That didn't work because of magic. And he passed,
And just
essentially.
how,
Yeah. And so he was like, actually, I'm gonna knock Lily out. Because Hermos is like, I'm just gonna climb up there and get to him. Whereas Lily's like actively removing him immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And Hermos is like, guy I don't know and is like actively about to die and get himself killed, or the person I do know and actually care about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help the person I do know and actually care about. And he's like, oh shit, this guy's pretty strong. And he's like, actually, you should help me. And Hermos just goes, because he's like passing, and this is another time where sometimes I'm like, sometimes the roles will help dictate roleplay type thing.
Yep.
Hermos passes the like saving throw on being charmed and is like, nah man, I'm good. Maybe some other time. This is fun. And so I have Hermos get Lily out of there. And this man is immediately killed the next turn. Because it's like, well, I tried to save him, he didn't want to be saved. Yeah. And so, all of the party, safe. Some people weren't as happy with our help, but hey, we did it. We did a good thing.
Yeah. There you go.
Anyhow, what about you, man?
Like I said, just been working on the D&D stuff, and then, you know.
I'm still waiting for that Elden Ring DLC. But I am getting better. I'm knocking the rust off.
Yeah.
I also know where, like, the entrance to it is. I just have to go and kill the guy that's guarding it. He's tough.
Yeah. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and just have us go to the next segment today. It's going to be a kind of shorter episode.
Yeah. You were telling me there wasn't a bunch of news.
Yeah, there's no real news, so we're just going to jump into our main topic today, which is the Star Wars Visions one-shot from Takashi Okazaki, which they did give a title to. It's The Ronin and the Droid, although it's not marketed that way. It's still marketed as Star Wars Visions #1, Takashi Okazaki, or Takashi Okazaki #1, sorry. So, it's still marketed that way, so we're going to just refer to it as that for now. Spoiler warning, we're going to go into it. So, at the end of the day, if you like the Star Wars Vision stuff, check it out. That's the main takeaway if you're trying to get spoiler-free thoughts on it. As for spoiler thoughts, they start off with a Hidden Fortress / Star Wars reference. Because Star Wars is it's Hidden Fortress. So yeah, we're circling back. We're circling back. Which makes sense, because, like, the setting, you know, Hidden Fortress is that, you know, Samurai Ronin type story, and then we got the Ronin from Visions, and so we start off with these two droid. Well, one's a droid for sure. I couldn't tell if the other guy was a guy in a mask or not.
Yeah. I don't know if you're a droid or not, because
It's a really cool design.
It is. I think he is supposed to be.
I think he's supposed to be a droid as well.
It's the eye thing that, like,
Yeah,
is
when we get the
throwing me
because
off.
we get a close up and we see like this eye, but it does look almost like I'll just
synthetic.
Yeah, I'll just show the audience. Let's see. Since I've got it pulled up. So, like, there's that really close-up of the eye in that third frame. And so, like, it kind of has a droid look to it, but it also could just be an eye. So it's really hard to tell. But it's a really cool design either way.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, we start with them as kind of like the bookends. They're at the beginning, they're at the end. They're not important to the story.
Also, important thing, this story is not told in chronological order.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
It's mostly within like
I understood.
It's
the
mostly
story
within
the
like
first
a
time.
year span. I feel like
There's a 10-year gap.
Oh, 10 year. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's a little bit bigger than that. Yeah, because a lot of people die off in between the time jumps. But to tell it semi chronologically, we're focusing on the life of this one Sith who was the owner of the droid that Ronan eventually gets.
I wish I remembered the droid's name because it has a name,
Yeah.
but I don't remember what it is.
And they don't say it in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he was the owner of the droid before Ronan, and so this is, once again, we're going further back in the Ronan timeline.
I will
Because
say,
we keep
like-
going back. We keep going backwards.
Yeah.
Because I'd say the one time we go forwards is the book.
Yeah.
But
And that's cool.
Yeah.
I like that book. I still like it to this day.
yeah, the book, I mean, from what I understand, it's still, like, in your top 5.
Yeah. Top 5 of Star Wars.
And so, like, we basically go from the short, and then we get a little bit before the short, and then the rest is after the short for the novel.
Yep.
With the short being adapted into the novel as well, with its own, like, interpretation of certain things that we did not know at the time were going on in the short, because it wasn't important to the short, but it was important to the novel. And then we go backwards with the last Visions one-shot we got for Ronan, because we had a Visions Ronan one-shot already. And that was going backwards to when he was still to his earlier times of hunting Sith down after the Jedi Sith War, the Sith Rebellion they call it in the Ronan timeline, and then
Which, by the way, like, because Sith stuff, like, in Star Wars, I think Ronan has one of the best reasons for, like, being like, no,
not that
fuck
he's
this.
not that what
He's
he
not-
did. He's not a good guy.
He's not a
during
good
that.
guy. But, like, I understand the reasoning because sometimes
I
it's
just felt we should clarify because, like, yes, his reasoning makes the most sense, but that doesn't make him a good guy.
him a good guy.
And
like-
he's redeeming himself through action. I think is important.
Yeah.
Throughout the rest of, like, after the Sith Rebellion, the rest of his actions are him trying to redeem himself through his actions.
Yeah. It's one of the benefits of him being like, nah, as a matter of fact, fuck dialogue.
Which not a lot of, like, most of the time in Star Wars when we get redemption, it's not through action.
Yeah.
It's either through inaction or through, like, one epic moment in the case of Vader. And then that they die.
Yeah.
Like, Vader and Kylo just basically get one epic moment that proves their redemption, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And
I think
that's not
that's-
really, and
That's not a...
it's a form of redemption, but it's not the strongest form.
Oh, okay. I was about to hit it with an entirely different...
Were you gonna say it's not even redemption?
No, not that. I was going to say I think it's a case of media, in which case, like with comics and books, you can do, like, a more overarching thing.
And
as
TV
opposed-
shows, I guess.
Yeah, and
Like, because, like,
television shows.
Zuko is prime example from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Prime example of how to do a redemption arc.
Yeah.
He goes through the actions of proving his redemption, not just going, I'm good now. Blah.
Yeah. But also, like, movies are different. They don't have as much time.
I think, though, the argument against that is when you have multiple films in a franchise, you do have that ability, but they just don't always do it.
Yeah.
Um,
But, like, Ronan's, like, initial motivation for being like, fuck this.
Now, initially, his redemption is selfish. It is
Yes.
not. It is not him actually trying to do good. It's just him mad about the situations regarding certain things, and then eventually, as the novel goes on, it does become a selfless thing over time, and it is him trying to make right for the things of his past. And if you want our full thoughts on that, watch our review of the Visions novel, which is one of the first episodes of this of season 2. So, and it's a good episode, I think.
Him talking with Traveler is a very good one. Like, them talking, he's like, I know you're fucking cheating, I just can't prove it yet.
Who are you thinking of, though, specifically?
The last comic that we got for
Romanverse. Okay, so
When he's
the
talking-
Sith and that, or the Jedi. That was a Jedi.
the
in that
Jedi,
one.
yeah, and he's talking to him, he's like, the Jedi's like, yeah, I got struck by lightning and saw some crazy shit. That one is also very good. Because it's just him talking with him and they leave.
And from what I understand, and this has to be, that has to be after this one,
Yeah.
because he already has the droid by that point, and they go to the little spa and talk to the Jedi there. But in this one, let's go back to this one. We follow this Sith's life. who's like a Sith master. We learn that he like mastered a specific type of combat based on what Ronan mentions.
He's Sword Saint, one of the 4.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, oh shit, this guy is the real deal, because that's not the first time I've heard that term.
Yeah. At least it's the first in Star Wars, but not the first in...
Yeah. Like,
It's like a... Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, being called a Kensei is like...
It's...
You're the real deal.
Yeah.
Like, almost on a spiritual level when it comes to mastery.
And so... Yeah, so this guy, yeah, he's the real deal. But he's also kind of been out of it.
He's been out of it.
Because I assume, because once again, I'm assuming this is like at least a year or two after or at least the 10 years ago. That's like a year or two after the Sith War, the Sith Rebellion. Because, like, he retires from the Sith, he's in hiding, hanging out with this village, where he kind of forms a community with them.
Yeah.
And so he, like, and even wants to be, like, and we go through the 10 years and we see the community slowly die off because it's a small village.
It's a small village, and also this place is very polluted.
And so he basically tells the droid, hey, when I die, I want to be buried with everybody else. If
Give me a proper burial.
Yeah, since you'll be the one that will probably be doing it because you're a droid. You'll outlive me. On the other hand, though, he's starting to have visions.
Yep.
Aha, I said the title. But no, he's actually having like Force stream visions, and he's, I guess he's seen the Ronin multiple times in his dreams. Most of the time, though, they are darker dreams. But in this last one that he has, which is like a day before the present day events of the comic,
like a week or like.
I imagined it was a day because when we do the flat, like whenever we go back, we go back to like one point that's immediately after he tells the droid about it, and it's and it's like just before the fight.
Just before the fight, he's explaining like, oh yeah, droids can't dream. You don't know what that is. I'd have to explain that.
Yeah, so I think it's like the day.
That would make more sense. Yeah, because he shows up and challenges him to a fight.
Yeah, so it's got to be the day before the fight that or the night before the fight that he has that vision, and because of just the way that the story is told, it makes sense that it has to be then, because like he tells the droid about it, and then he tries to explain what dreams are, and then we cut away to the present day where they're fighting, and then we cut back to the then, where no, he doesn't explain dreams. It's when we cut back that he explains dreams. And then that's also when we see Ronan show up and be like, I challenge you to fight.
Yep.
And so it has to be that day that, like, that's why I was like, that time gap is a little bit smaller as we get further into the story. But yeah, so they fight, and immediately our Sith Master recognizes Ronan from the visions. And so he's
like, oh, okay, I see.
And also a little cute thing is the droid's hat. We know where it comes from now. It's from the Sith Master. It's from his previous owner.
Yep.
So that's why he has the little straw hat. And so, which I think is a cute little thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a actually, no, it is a necessary thing because it shows because Ronan gives it to him. Because after he beats the master in a fight, which is a tough fight, by the way.
It is a tough fight. Like, once again, Ronan almost always on the back foot in these fights. Like, I really like how...
I like how initially he's fucking with Ronan.
Yeah, and then he's like... he throws him in a river. Like, Ronan manages... Oh, also... I like how Okina, our Sith Master, is like, could we not, like, fight here in the middle of the cemetery? That would be crazy disrespectful. And Ronan goes, I don't care, they're already dead. We're gonna fight now.
Yeah. And so they, but it doesn't matter anyways, because the fight does move elsewhere, because they get thrown off the cliff. Well, they jump off. Well, they get thrown off only to jump and land, and then Ronan jumps off, and then And so like, but initially, Akino's not even using his lightsaber. He's just like, yeah, you're not doing so good. He's just like,
you've killed a lot of people.
don't know why you're doing so badly now.
Don't know why you're sucking now. He's like, I'll just.
Ronan's just like, get out your lightsaber, damn it. He's like, I don't need to.
It's like, I'll just wait until the perfect moment.
And then he does.
Strike.
Just-
there we go. I got you.
Yeah, like just as like Ronan's about to come down on top of him, he's just like, oh yeah.
Yep. And I'm like, that is an excellent use of force push. I never considered just throwing someone into a river.
Yep.
Like, even though that's something you can easily do.
I actually really like Akino's lightsaber design.
Mm-hmm.
I like the hilt. I like it so much. I'll show that one off to the audience. We'll get a close up of it so that way we can like really see it.
There we go.
Oh nope. Sorry. There we go. Look how nice it is.
Yeah, it's on the third panel.
Yeah, it's that third panel. Yeah, I really like that design of the hilt. It's a really nice hilt. But yeah, so they fight in the river.
That right there, I'm like that.
That.
Yeah, that, because that's all Okina.
So the bottom panel where he's just.
And Ronan's like backing away. He's like, "What the fuck is that?"
Once again, him back always on the back pedal. But eventually he does get the last second upper hand when they do the typical samurai. Did he kill him?
I do like what Ronan does to like help himself out.
Mm-hmm.
He uses.
Oh yeah,
so
he uses the
lightsabers
water.
generate heat, right?
He uses
it to create steam.
Yeah, he uses the fact that the lightsaber in the water, steam.
Yep.
I also liked seeing for a split second the Akino's face, just for a split second. You don't get a really good look at it, even with the fact that it's art. Like you can look at it and still not really get the best look at it. Like I can tell he's a Zabrak and that's about it. And he's much older. Like you can tell he's much older.
Yeah, I'm like, man, it's a good thing you're fighting him like after being poisoned with pollution and 10 to 12 years after the war, because I don't think you'd have had a chance if he was any younger.
Oh, you did get a better look on some of the other panels afterwards, but I like seeing the mask split from the lightsaber cut. But Ronan does give him a proper funeral, and then gives the droid the hat, which because he had the hat at the time, so he gives him the straw hat of Akino's, which I think shows, because while you could go, oh, it's cheap that they had to explain where the droid got the hat from. No, that's not what they're doing at all with that scene. It's deeper than that. It's them showing that Ronan kind of does care.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, he did show up here to kill a guy, but he's like, I didn't come here to like disrespect him.
Yeah, because even like, because once again, the Okino tells droid, go with him, he'll take care of you.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what Ronan does. From there on out, gets him a new leg and everything because he still has that bad leg at the end of the comic.
Yeah, and also like I do like how Okina, like before the fight, acknowledges like, all right, go with him after all this happens. This is what Sith do. This is how things go.
And also, you'll be happy.
He's like, I can't. This is the kind of life I lead. It's hard to get out once you're in it, and I've been in it so long that the only option
is death. It's a very beautiful comic, and while it's they continue to do the thing Ronin comics and the short do, which is that classic samurai black and white with the red showing up for the lightsabers. I think it's just so beautiful. Everything about it, the comic, the art, the story. And then it ends with our Hidden Fortress trope, Hidden Fortress references still arguing as it's nighttime now. And
whenever we get where we're going, I'm never going on another adventure again.
Yeah. And so, I like it. It's a
Yeah.
9. I'm pretty confident in that. It's a 9.
I'll give it a 9.5.
You just love Ronin verse that
I
much.
just love it that much.
If you could, they would just get their own continuity. Like,
I fucking wish. That
Like-
would be great.
just like the Legends continuity. Just give a Ronin continuity that's just keep publishing like Ronin stuff.
I'm very happy.
It seems they are dedicated
Yeah.
to publishing Vision stuff, whether that's Ronin or not. And so I do like that they, outside of the show, they are continuously adding to the Vision's name. And so I guess this is the Vision. Like, it's not, Ronin's not getting its own it's not getting a Legends it's not going as far as that.
Yeah.
But I'd say Visions as a brand is the Legends brand. So like Visions has its own brand because it's neither Legends nor canon. It is just Visions. Because while it's not canon material, it is not Legends material either. Because Legends is kind of its own timeline, and Visions doesn't fit that either.
Mm-hmm.
So Visions is just Visions, and so I like that they are showing that initiative to just keep telling new stuff. What I'm not a fan of is the I was interested in the Visions manga until I learned it's just them adapting the shorts, which I mean, I get it. That's a good way to get it to a wider to a different audience.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say wider because I'd say that's actually a smaller nicher audience, but it is a way to get it to a different audience. So that is nice on that regard. But I would have been interested in a manga that was telling new stories and, kind of like what we're getting with the one-shots.
Mm.
And so, because I'm not really a fan of the adaptation comics. It's why we don't really talk about them on the show. Like, there's been ones for pretty much every live-action show. Like, The Mandalorian, seasons 1 and 2 had theirs. And then Obi-Wan just finished theirs.
I know what it is.
It's also an even shorter format.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the reason why I'm okay with the movies and stuff like that, but you don't need to explain everything, like, if you have the movies. So to me, like, if you made, say, like, while novelizations of the movies are nice...
Well, we'll go over those, because that adds more detail for me.
But what I'm going to say is, they're one of the things that, while nice, is not required.
Yeah.
In, like, shows and such are, like, I understand why you would do this, but also it's like, do you really need it for a thing that we've already seen?
I actually disagree. I don't know why they do it for doing a TV adaptation to comics. Like, they're doing, comic adaptation of a TV show.
Mm.
Like, they're doing the reverse, where they're... Because a novelization at least adds more details and more things to the story. And for a lot of those, adds a lot of stuff that, like, if on a first viewing you might not have gotten, on a second viewing you might have gotten. But then the book adds even more details to that, to where you can now 100% confirm that stuff that you might not have noticed the first time.
I think the
Whereas
problem
a
is with
comic...
comics and television shows, they're both highly... Not to imply that the dialogue is minimal in comics, but they're both very highly visual mediums.
Well, here's the thing though, is the thing about the comics, like the comic adaptations of TV shows, is they are mini-series runs, and they usually only run about 6 issues. That's not a lot of time in comic book.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much over.
It's pretty much an episode of a TV show. I'd say like 6 comics equals like maybe a couple episodes of a TV show, but like
it's one of those things where it doesn't always translate well.
And so like that means cutting things, right? Yeah. And so it's also a reason why we're not going to do the Thrawn comic adaptations, because while we've talked about them coming out, we're not going to read those comics. We're going to read the novels.
All right.
Because why would I go from the thing that has more information to the thing that has less information? Right? Like I like the pretty pictures, and I'm glad that we're getting visualizations of certain characters in certain moments.
I like the pretty pictures, said the film mage. Put that on your resume.
Well, I like.
Sorry. Sorry. I think that's the most disrespectful thing.
No, it's not. It's funny. So like I like that they're visualizing certain moments from the novels, but they're also leaving out so much. Like I read the first Thrawn novel adaptation because so they did an adaptation of the first of the Thrawn trilogy. The Imperial trilogy is what people have called it, because it's the Rebels era Thrawn. So it's the story of him rising up the ranks in the Empire, right? So they did an adaptation of the first book, and then now we're getting the adaptation of Alliances, which is the second book in that trilogy. They're cutting out so much, even in that first book. Because I read that comic when the first one came out.
Where are we like looking at? Is it like a 40 to 60%?
Let me just pull her up.
There's a bunch of them on the shelf back there. That's why.
I actually don't have the comic at the moment. But this is the novel.
Mm-hmm.
Comic is probably about that length in a trade paperback, if we're being honest, because it's a 6-issue. Like this is in paperback, cutting out any of the like excerpts from future books and stuff that were at the time. It's 470 pages. No trade paperback for a 6-issue comic series is that much. And they cut out a lot. They got like the major points, right? But a lot of the stuff of like character development and investigation into the main storyline, which is them hunting down this guy, and we'll get to it eventually. But they're hunting down this one guy, this one like rebel terrorist member, and so like you miss a lot of the investigation that gets to the answers of how they hunt this guy down, and so they kind of just skip some of the stuff. Okay,
I get it. You're mad that they're speed running it.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes. Because why? What's the point?
They wanted to make pretty pictures, Caleb.
And I'm fine.
Sorry.
And I'm fine with getting to see these major points, but at that point, just release cool concept art. It's also why I prefer when a book is getting adapted to some other media. I prefer television show over movie.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Because otherwise, we've seen that now the best versions of movie adaptations of books is when they're two-parters. Right? Like, the best movie adaptations of books have been multiple-part films. I'd say the exception is Lord of the Rings, where, yeah, it's a trilogy of films, but it's a trilogy of books. So it's one, like, they're adapting one book with three different... and then The Hobbit is also the exception on the opposite end, where we see, like, spreading out a book across 3 movies. Probably not the best. I would have said 2 movies would have actually worked for The Hobbit, which was the original plan for that film. I think 2 movies is actually the best option for The Hobbit, because a lot of I see where they could have cut certain things out and where it would have... So, like... But I also get where... I actually like the Hobbit trilogy still. This is somebody who likes those films still, saying that there are problems with that adaptation of the story. And I see what they were doing. They were trying to add more Silmarillion stuff to kind of link that to Lord of the Rings more properly, because the Hobbit you can almost read as its own material separate from Lord of the Rings.
You really can't.
Because it's a very different tone.
Both of these are books that I have read.
Yeah, because...
Only one of which have I seen the trilogy for.
Yeah, because The Hobbit is more of a fun children's book, right? Lord of the Rings, while still a kid's book, is more adult. As you like, it's a lot more adult. At least the audience the target audience, I'd say, is for an older target. Whereas I'd say The Hobbit you could read at like 12, 13, like probably even younger.
Oh man.
Probably
I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't read it in that order.
Oh, and The Hobbit came out first too, so...
Yeah, well, I'm not fucking...
What, you read Lord of the Rings
I
first?
read Lord of the Rings first, and I was I
I've-
was like 11 or 12.
Lord of the Rings is great,
Hmm.
but it should not be your introduction to fantasy reading, I feel like. Because it is...
Oh,
It is...
no, it was not.
Okay, good. Because it is... Whoo, boy, does it...
That one.
It's a meaty book series.
Oh yeah. For me, it was a series called. There were two at the time. One, like of course, Harry Potter was one. Fablehaven was the other.
Yeah, I haven't heard the other one.
It's a good series, but it's also one like where it's like, here is the problem.
Yeah.
This is an adult problem. These are children handling an adult problem in a setting where magic is very, very dangerous. But also, it's like, I'm like, you're not going to kill off one of your main characters.
Yeah. And while there's while there's a lot of problems with JK and Harry Potter now that we've grown up and can look back on things and realize certain things, right? I think one of the strong points in terms of like for our demographic growing up and why it kind of worked is that the books didn't start Lord of the Rings size. They got there
didn't.
Eventually.
They got there. It took about...
I'd say about it was about 4.
It was about 4 where they were like, all right.
Because I'd say Goblet is where it gets denser.
Yeah.
I remember trying to.
I did have the paperbacks.
Yeah, I remember trying to start.
Like I had up to 6.
Yeah.
Right.
I remember like the first 5 movies were out, and so I had watched them and gotten into it, and so I tried to read. My first of the reading of them was honestly the worst one to start with, The Half-Blood Prince.
You started at 6?
Because I had watched the first 5 movies, so I figured, I could just jump into 6. Because I had watched the first 5, so I figured I could just jump into 6. Yeah, no, it's a thick monster, and I was not ready for that. I remember checking it out at my school's library. Boom! It was the hardcover, so it was like that. It's a thick boy. I was not prepared, and so and this is like coming from somebody who liked to read a lot. Like I read a lot of Star Wars books as they came out at the time. Like I was a Republic Commando guy until we learned about Karen Travis as well. Also got problems. And so I read a lot of books. It's just I was not ready for that level at the time. Because I didn't take the baby steps up. Because, like, Sorcerer's Stone, a.k.a. Philosopher's Stone, is, like, it's a little less than it's a little over half what Thrawn is.
It is 130-something pages. And
I meant in thickness. Like, when you look at it, you'll probably see it about that.
Yeah. The reason I remember that is because I read it in, like, a night. But then again, I was a child that didn't have anything to do the next day.
So, I think that is one of the good things about that series, is that
It increases over time.
With its audience, where it's like, okay, we start you young as a fantasy reader, so we're going to start smaller in scale, both in scope and in book size, and then we're going to increase as the story goes on. That's probably one of the better parts of that, if I'm going to give credit to anything she ever did. So, but going back to Star Wars, so 9.5 for Ronan. I think that's it for the main topic of what we wanted to discuss. So reminder, we are skipping a week.
Yes.
Because he has to. We need a break.
Is
what it comes down to.
That's the truth of it. It isn't that I suddenly said.
It's not that we
I
hate
have an
Star
immense dislike of Star Wars now. It's a case of, while I applaud Caleb's enthusiasm for it, I can hear you gritting. And I do like it. I need to take. Essentially, I'm going. Not
we need a
quite
break.
Clean.
We need a break.
Yeah.
You just need a break.
In our defense, all right, if anyone comes at us for this, fuck you. We've done this for 4 years.
With pretty much very minimal breaks. Like, we've taken breaks for holidays, and that's about it.
I think that's it. I'm not entirely sure that we didn't pre-record for those. I think we did.
For some, we might
For
have
some of them.
pre-recorded.
But, like, we've done this for almost, like, 4 years consistently now. Me saying I need a break after that, I think is, like, fairly reasonable.
Yeah.
Don't argue with me on this.
And so, like,
Sorry, that's very accusatory.
No. I think they'll understand because our audience tends to be. I mean, especially because we've talked about it before. Like last week, we were like, yeah, if we, and honestly, that was when you were like, hey, by the way, but like last week we said like if it ever stops being fun for us, then we'll stop. And so since it's not fun for us, it's just we need a break so that way it stays fun.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we don't want to burn out.
I also
The burnout is real.
I also don't want it to feel like a chore.
Mm-hmm.
Because once things starts feeling like chores, I stop doing them.
Yeah, and so like burnout's real. It's real, and so we're trying to avoid it
Not
before
have
it.
that
Yeah,
happen.
we're trying to avoid it before it happens, and the best way to do that is just proactively go. Okay, we need a break, and it's only for a week.
Yeah.
We're not taking like a month. Like we're not gonna take my whole 3 months that I'm gonna be busy to take the break. We're just
Then I'll do something else, I guess.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a week, and but that means for you guys on the good end, we're coming back with a double feature because 2 things are coming out, so at the same time. So I figured, and one of them's a comic, and then the other is a novel. So it'll give us time to read both, and so. In fact, the comic's already out. I sent it to him already. So he can read it on his own time whenever he feels like.
Yep.
And then when the book comes out, I'll do the same thing. I'll just send it to you as soon as it comes out. And
You do a lot of, I will admit, you do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to this podcast. Because I'm not familiar with tech or how that works. You send me, like, the materials. However, this is very much like a...
it's the reading and scheduling your reading and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Because that can still be, they can still be draining. Because especially if it's starting to feel like work and not entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think while it is entertaining for us to read these things, if we just keep doing this, it's going to become work.
Yep.
And so...
And also, sometimes, like, my reading method for it is not the best. Because of how it's
It
like,
basically leaves you with a day left after reading to not
Mhm.
read.
if then. Because sometimes it'll be like, oh, I didn't read any today because things got
And
busy.
so now you got a double.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's fine when it's like 50 or 60 pages.
But
But
if
when
it-
it gets to like 200,
Yeah.
then
So-
things become a problem.
Yeah. So,
Long story short, just gonna take a little break.
and honestly, we suggest y'all take care of yourselves too. Like, don't, I mean, anything, because it doesn't have to be entertainment that you can get burnt out on. You could get burnt out on your day job. So, like, just take care of yourselves. I think that's the important
Mhm.
message here, is taking care of your health, mental and health and physical.
Yeah.
Mental and physical. It's connected. If your mental health isn't great, your physical health won't be. But the good news is, like I said, 2 things in 2 weeks. So when we do come back, we are going to be talking about the High Republic Adventures Crash Landing one-shot that just came out. And we'll be talking about the Living Force novel that we've been hyped up about. And so...
Or as I am deciding to call it now, the Council's Grand Tour.
the Council's Grand Tour. I'm excited because it's John Jackson Miller coming back to Star Wars. I like his stuff. He's my KOTOR comic boy. He is my... he wrote the Kenobi book that everybody likes. That's Legends. He wrote the first canon novel. He wrote A New Dawn, which we haven't talked about yet because that's further on the timeline. That's a next season, I think, thing.
Alright.
It's about Kanan and Hera and how they meet and all that.
Okay.
And it's basically the Rebels prequel. And look forward to those when we come
Yeah.
back. Thank you everybody for watching. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're since you're watching on YouTube, since we didn't do a live stream today. Be sure to check out the Patreon, which is linked down below, where you can watch our content before it's released publicly on YouTube. In fact, since we're pre-recording this, I'll probably put it on the Patreon. So that's a good way, I guess, for even the podcasts, since we're going to be soon pre-recording all those. So if you want to watch the podcast early, once we start doing that, there's a way to do it. And so, shout out to our current Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley.
Thank you.
And I think that's you can also find me on Twitch and Kick at Escape Reality Films, as well as TikTok at the same link, Facebook and Instagram at caleb.lockwood, and I think that Facebook, Instagram, and Threads, caleb.lockwood, and then Twitter at Escape Reality 94. There we go. I did it. I don't have the script up, so I'm having to memories. Speaking of D&D stuff, though, since we talked about that earlier, speaking of the game that one of the games you brought up, because you didn't, I think you brought up one of them.
I brought up one of them. I brought up Chiari's, not Chianti's.
Oh, okay.
Every Sunday from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time, you can catch some friends of ours over at Trials of Nebu on YouTube at the Steam Dungeon. So I wasn't able to make it the last weeks because I had work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Underground team not doing so good. They're doing their best, but they got a bunch of nat ones last session. It is becoming a comedy of errors mixed with an actual threat.
Fun. All right. Well, once again, that's Trials of Nebu. Yeah, Steam Dungeon.
5 to 7 Central Standard Time on YouTube.
YouTube.com, Steam Dungeon, and then Trials of Nebu is the show. And then at Sundays at 7 p.m. Central, right?
5 to 7.
5 to 7, sorry. 5 to 7 Central, thank you. 5 to 7 p.m. Central Standard. And that's usually when you're live, but the VODs stay up there on YouTube.
Yeah. VODs are always there.
So, if you ever need to catch up or you miss an episode, that's how you do so.
Or if you're like me and occasionally use them for notes for when you're not there.
Yeah. And I think that's everything. Yep. So, we'll see you all in 2 weeks after we get a little breather. Once again, y'all take care of yourselves as well. And I have spoken.
Have a good one.